Chapter 64. The Chaotic Bell, a primordial treasure, astonishingly seems to be unwanted by anyone. After sitting on the ground and panting for quite some time, the venerable Taiji finally stood up first. The realm of Senior Long Ming is likely not inferior to that of teacher Hongjun. Hongjun rolled his eyes. Are you certain it's not inferior? The way I see it, he is far stronger. Not to mention, he can effortlessly produce numerous chaotic spiritual treasures. Can you see teacher Hongjun doing the same? Wait a moment. When Hongjun thought of the chaotic spiritual treasures, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Looking down at his waist, he noticed the chaotic spiritual treasure that Xianxia had previously lent him still hanging there. As Hongjun lowered his head, the three of Taiji also reacted simultaneously. They glanced down at themselves, and cold sweat began to bead on their brows. Goodness, I haven't returned the chaotic spiritual treasure. This is indeed a chaotic treasure. Hongjun leapt to his feet. We must hasten to return this treasure. Otherwise, we cannot bear the consequences. Treasures are not solely meant for combat. The higher the grade of the treasure, the greater its assistance in cultivation. This is precisely why Jun and Tai sought to seize treasures previously. Even if they cannot be used in battle, their aid in cultivation is exceedingly valuable. The capabilities of chaotic spiritual treasures in aiding cultivation are beyond imagination. The stronger the ability, the greater the consequence. After all, this treasure does not belong to them. Taiji nodded. We understood this principle back then. Let us now return the treasure to Senior Long Ming. At this moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke softly. Where shall we return it? Do you know where Senior Long Ming is? Hongjun replied without a moment's hesitation. Of course, he resides in the East Sea. Senior Long Ming is the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan. Xianxiaaudiobooks cast a sidelong glance at his old friend. The East Sea is sealed. No living being is permitted to approach casually. Are we to fight our way in? Is this how we return the treasure? Hongjun was taken aback. Ever since Hongjun announced the preaching at the Xiao Palace, the Boundless Seas have been sealed. The East Sea, in particular, is under complete lockdown. No living being is allowed to enter, only to exit. Even the Dragon Clan would not be able to return if they left the East Sea at this time. What shall we do? We can't simply abandon the treasure here, Hongjun remarked, glancing at the treasure in his hand. Let alone losing it. Even returning, it would require immense resolve. The longer he held the treasure, the more he felt an extraordinary affinity with it, even leading Hongjun to the illusion that it was his innate treasure. Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed. This consequence can only be left unsettled. Moreover, I believe Senior Long Ming intends for us to owe this consequence. Hongjun looked perplexed. Why? Xianxiaaudiobooks pointed toward Tong Tian, who was still deep in enlightenment beneath the tree. Have you not noticed? The treasure that has been safeguarding our friend Tong Tian from disturbance is, in fact, a chaotic treasure. Taiji and Yuanshi finally realized and turned back. After a careful observation, they discovered that what had been protecting Tong Tian was actually a tiny bell no larger than the tip of a pinky finger. This bell had been fluttering around Tong Tian, forming a cocoon-like glow around him. The great purity Laozi and the primordial beginning could not help but widen their mouths in astonishment. They were certain that initially, the protection surrounding Tong Tian was merely a fraction of the immense power derived from the grand formation set by Long Ming. However, at some unknown point, the might of this chaotic spiritual treasure had supplanted the now-vanished formation. When did this change occur? The great purity Laozi's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He had been partially focused on Tong Tian, anxious that his younger brother's epiphany might be adversely impacted. Even though he was aware that Tong Tian would remain unharmed under Long Ming's safeguarding, as the eldest brother, he could not help but keep a vigilant eye on his younger sibling. Yet, despite this concern, he remained utterly oblivious to when the protection had been altered. Xianxiaaudiobooks shook his head. It was precisely when Senior Long Ming departed. All I know is that it happened at that moment. As for how Senior Long Ming executed the change, I am unaware. Xianxiaaudiobooks was skilled in observation, and he had remained positioned at a considerable distance throughout the proceedings. He had also harbored a persistent curiosity regarding how long Tong Tian's epiphany could endure. After all, the longer one remained in a state of enlightenment, the greater the harvest. Nevertheless, even with this understanding, Xianxiaaudiobooks was only privy to a rough time frame and had no inkling of when or by what means Long Ming had made the substitution. If Senior Long Ming truly forgot to retrieve it, it is unlikely he would have taken the time to replace it with a treasure before leaving, Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked, glancing at the other three. Thus, rather than pondering how to return the treasure, we should contemplate how to resolve this karmic entanglement. Upon hearing this, the great Purity Laozi and the Primordial Beginning found his reasoning quite compelling. Consequently, they momentarily set aside the matter of returning the treasure, redirecting their focus back to Emperor Jun and Tai. Hongjun pondered for a moment before inquiring, "So, how shall we deal with these two?" The Primordial Beginning, who always advocated for eradicating threats at their roots, suggested, "Eliminate them." The great Purity Laozi cast a sidelong glance at him. Just a moment ago, Taoist Xianxia remarked that they are not yet at the point of death. To forcibly act against the heavens, the weight of karmic retribution is immense. The Primordial Beginning merely scoffed and fell silent. He recognized that his elder brother placed great importance on destiny and thus refrained from contesting this matter. Hongjun turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks. "My friend, you are always resourceful. What do you propose?" Xianxiaaudiobooks shrugged. "It's quite simple. We can find a place to dispose of them. As long as they are not left on Kunlun Mountain, it suffices." The three were momentarily taken aback by such an approach. Xianxiaaudiobooks maintained a composed demeanor, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "We cannot kill them, nor can we leave them here. What else can we do if we don't cast them away? Do you intend to attend to their awakening? Do you truly hope to resolve past grievances with them?" The three exchanged exasperated glances. Xianxiaaudiobooks' reasoning was sound and compelling. Finally, the great Purity Laozi gritted his teeth. "Very well, we shall cast them away. Additionally, what shall we do with this chaos bell?" Hongjun was the first to shake his head. "I shall not take it. The chaos treasure I currently possess has already given me enough headaches." "Taoist Great Purity, you may take it." The great Purity Laozi hastily declined. "I do not wish for it either. How about you, Xianxiaaudiobooks?" Xianxiaaudiobooks shook his head, even more resolutely than the great Purity Laozi. Before he could voice his thoughts, the Primordial Beginning had already rejected it. The Chaos Bell, a congenital supreme treasure, was indeed tempting, but with another Chaos treasure already in hand, the desire for the Chaos Bell had diminished considerably. More importantly, the spiritual essence of the Chaos Bell had dissipated, requiring millennia of refinement to restore its potency. Who has the time to undertake such a task? It is crucial to recognize that with the Chaos treasure already acquired, the karmic debt had already been incurred. If one does not seize the opportunity to utilize the Chaos treasure to enhance their strength, does that not render the karmic debt meaningless? Especially since everyone is currently in a period of ascension. The higher one rises now, the more they can grasp during the subsequent teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. Who would squander time attempting to restore the Chaos Bell? After all, being a congenital supreme treasure, once accepted, its essence would inevitably be absorbed. There is no notion of simply holding on to it for future restoration. At this moment, had the three teachings concluded, the four would undoubtedly desire it. However, given the current timing, none were inclined to claim it. Thus, it was astonishing that such a prestigious congenital supreme treasure was left unclaimed. Chapter 65. The bloodshed caused by careless discarding of objects. The innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. To the four great ones of Taiji, it has ceased to be a treasure. Instead, it has become a burden and a considerable weight. As the myriad cultivators of the mortal realm fervently strive to elevate their realms and powers, none of the four great ones wishes to claim the Chaos Bell. Ultimately, it is Xianxiaaudiobooks who devises a solution. Let the Chaos Bell seek its destined owner. Together, we shall channel our powers into it, providing assistance. The four great ones of Taiji find this approach satisfactory, ensuring that the bell will not become attached to any one of them. Thus, simultaneously, they unleash a singular stream of power, identical in nature and devoid of any will. The Chaos Bell emits a muffled chime, seemingly filled with profound sorrow and rage, before vanishing in a flash, tearing through the fabric of space. The four great ones of Taiji finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now, after casting Dijun and Tai away, we can resume our meditative seclusion. The other three nod in mutual understanding. This matter, it seems, has reached the most fitting conclusion. As the four great ones contemplate where to cast Dijun and Tai, The chaos bell has already plunged into the river of time and space. The bell tolls, echoing like a roar of defiance. Its chime stirs up monstrous waves within the temporal river. The chaos bell itself surges amidst these tumultuous waters, revealing vast landscapes upon its surface, rugged mountains, surging rivers, and the twinkling stars of the cosmos above. The celestial lights flicker, and the heavens descend into chaos. The elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire churn incessantly. The river of time and space boils over, annihilating countless realms in the process. Boom. The entire primordial world is suddenly beset by ominous phenomena. Strange shadows of mountains and rivers stretch across the sky, creating a tapestry of bizarre remnants. The elemental forces erupt from unimaginable places, claiming countless lives that remain blissfully unaware of their fate. Time becomes disordered. Space descends into confusion. The celestial bodies seem poised to plummet from the ancient firmament, trailing luminous arcs that instill terror in the hearts of myriad beings. The primordial world appears on the brink of destruction, just as the four great ones of Taiji prepare to dispose of Dijun and Tai. They are horrified by the unfolding chaos around them. What has transpired? All four simultaneously calculate with their fingers. Yet, in an instant, a deluge of karmic retribution descends upon them. Before they can comprehend the situation, they find themselves weighed down by this overwhelming burden. What in the world is happening? They are utterly baffled. Have we wronged anyone? How could there be so much karmic debt? Is it because of Dijun and Tai? Surely not. Instinctively, the four great ones summon their innate treasures, momentarily shielding themselves from the onslaught of karmic retribution. However, the upheaval in the primordial realm persists, and waves of karmic energy continue to surge forth. In the blink of an eye, this karmic force takes on a tangible form, cascading down from the heavens like a mighty river. We must have inadvertently touched something related to karmic consequences, the four great ones of Taiji exclaim in terror. Yet, they can decipher nothing, utterly clueless about the cause of such a monumental shift in the primordial realm. Even Hongjun in the Xiao Palace is stirred by the magnitude of these changes. He swiftly scans the entire primordial realm with his divine consciousness, and soon identifies the source of the turmoil as the river of time and space. This revelation leaves him bewildered. As a sage, he can only observe the river but cannot influence it. Regardless of what transpires within, he can only watch. The lights of confusion flicker within Hongjun's eyes. His divine consciousness sweeps across the primordial realm and ultimately detects a vast accumulation of karmic forces converging towards Kunlun Mountain. Upon closer inspection, Hongjun's bewilderment deepens. It is the Sanxing, Hongyun, and Xinyuanzi. What on earth have these five done? Have they stirred up such a wealth of karmic retribution? Aspiring to become the second Rahu? Boom. A bolt of pitch-black lightning descends from the heavens, heralding another terrifying divine punishment aimed squarely at Kunlun Mountain. Clearly, if the karmic forces continue to accumulate, divine retribution will soon strike. The four great ones of Taiji are utterly paralyzed. They fear they may soon become the most unjustly condemned beings since the dawn of creation. Having done nothing, they find themselves facing divine wrath. Who can they turn to for justice? At this moment, the river of time and space has manifested numerous colossal whirlpools, congregating terrifying power and extending countless erratic threads of causality. Once this culminates, the entire primordial realm's temporal balance will falter. Causality will invert. Time and space will collapse. All living beings will perish unjustly. At the very center of these immense whirlpools resides the Chaos Bell, unleashing its fury. The four great ones of Taiji never anticipated that the Chaos Bell, a manifestation of the acts of creation, possesses the essence of primordial creation and bears the merit of creation. Upon its birth alongside Tai, it had already attained a rudimentary sentience. Though this intelligence remains quite simplistic, the four great ones, in its presence, had rejected it, even casting it into the river of time and space. In its sorrow and fury, the Chaos Bell begins to self-destruct. After all, it is an innate treasure. Should it explode within the river of time and space, the entire primordial realm would suffer dire consequences. Just as the Chaos Bell seems poised to instigate the collapse of the primordial realm, a hand suddenly appears above it. Swiftly, it seizes the Chaos Bell, instantly quelling its tumultuous rage. Subsequently, the hand extracts the bell from the river of time and space. As it departs, it casually inscribes a grand formation. 30 million celestial runes coalesce into a temporal grand array. As the formation unfolds, tranquility returns to the river of time and space. The sun, moon, and stars resume their rightful places, and the elemental forces revert to their natural order. All turmoil is instantaneously suppressed. Following this, the temporal grand array begins to mend all inflicted damage, reversing the devastation already wrought. The myriad worlds of the cosmos realign, and the dead are resurrected. Destruction gives way to renewal. The four great ones of Taiji feel the dense karmic energies, which had enveloped them like a black fog, begin to dissipate once more. The eye of divine retribution that had begun to form above them slowly recedes. The four great ones of Taiji, feeling their bodies weaken, collapse to the ground once again. Drenched in cold sweat, their eyes reflecting a lingering sense of terror. Finally, Hongjun of Xixiao Palace exhales in relief. What on earth transpired? Both he and the four great ones of Taiji remain in a state of bewilderment, as do all beings throughout the primordial realm. Beneath the towering peaks of Buzhou Mountain, only Long Ming and his companions were privy to the unfolding events. Withdrawing his hand from the currents of time and space, Long Ming grasped the fully manifested chaos bell, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Such a tempestuous temperament, intending to drag the entire primordial realm into ruin? The bell emitted a resonant chime, akin to a defiant argument. Yet, before Long Ming, its protests appeared feeble, pitiable even. Long Ming chuckled softly, inscribing the 3,000 celestial runes upon the chaos bell. In light of your own grievances, I shall bestow upon you a chance for transformation. Whether you can seize this opportunity rests solely in your hands. The 3,000 celestial runes radiated like a myriad of suns, dazzling beyond measure. The eastern slopes of Buzhou Mountain were illuminated in their entirety, with clouds and mists sprawling for countless miles, while ethereal melodies reverberated through the mountains. Countless beings dwelling on the eastern slopes of Buzhou Mountain awakened to sentience, some even directly taking form. They bowed reverently in Long Ming's direction, expressing gratitude for their enlightenment. These beings, touched by Long Ming's 3,000 celestial runes, were thus considered his registered disciples. Long Ming smiled, gesturing for them to retreat quietly, not daring to disturb him. At this juncture, the three daughters of Shi finally spoke. Master, what is the meaning of all this? Long Ming replied with a gentle smile. Merely a bloodbath precipitated by carelessly discarded items. Chapter 66. The shaman tribe beneath Buzhou Mountain. Under Buzhou Mountain, Long Ming effortlessly subdued the chaos bell, which had intended to bring calamity upon the primordial realm, granting it a chance for redemption before casting it back into the eastern sea. This incident, born of reckless abandon, could be set aside for the moment. Seeing that Long Ming offered no further explanations, the three daughters of Shi refrained from pressing him for more. Long Ming smiled. Come, I shall take you to behold the true Buzhou Mountain. Xianxia paused, gazing at the myriad mountains surrounding them. The Buzhou Mountain spoken of by the beings of the primordial realm referred to this extensive chain of towering peaks. The most peculiar aspect of Buzhou Mountain was that from any location in the primordial realm, one could gaze upon this undulating mountain range. Yet, apart from this, it possessed no further remarkable traits, leading some ignorant beings to doubt its status as the pillar of heaven. Xianxia, though not foolish, had assumed that this surrounding expanse was indeed Buzhou Mountain. Master, is this not Buzhou Mountain? Long Ming smiled. This is not the true Buzhou Mountain. The genuine Buzhou Mountain is the transformed spine of Pangu, bearing the imprints of Pangu's might. It is under the influence of these imprints that the surrounding mountains have come into being. These peaks serve as guardians of Buzhou Mountain and as a shield to protect all beings in the primordial realm. Xianxia blinked. A shield to protect all beings? Long Ming smiled enigmatically. You shall understand upon arrival. Leading the three daughters of Shi deeper into the mountains, they traversed a particular ridge, and the scenery before them transformed dramatically. A colossal curtain wall emerged, sanctified and pure white, stretching beyond sight. Despite being separated by countless miles, the oppressive force emanating from it caused the three daughters to momentarily lose their breath. Is this the true Buzhou Mountain? Before them lay not merely a wall but an immense mountain that defied description, its size surpassing all imagination. Even from a distance of countless miles, one could only perceive a sacred white facade that reached to the heavens above and delved into the earth below. The three daughters finally comprehended Long Ming's assertion that the surrounding mountains constituted a protective barrier for all beings in the primordial realm. The oppressive force of Buzhou Mountain was formidable. Ordinary beings lacking protection would perish at a mere glance. As Long Ming advanced, the pressure intensified. The three daughters, who had only ever gazed upon Buzhou Mountain from afar, had never ventured within its confines. Initially, they attempted to step away from Long Ming's protective aura, only to find themselves disoriented, as if the mountain were about to topple upon them. Instinctively, they summoned their powers, yet their formidable abilities felt muddied and cumbersome, difficult to wield. Moments later, they were drenched in sweat, gasping for air. The mountain ceased to resemble a mountain. It became an oppressive sky pressing down upon them. The earth beneath their feet transformed into a murky abyss capable of draining their very essence and vitality. The heavens, once majestic, now appeared as shattered constellations, descending like falling stars. The three daughters gazed in horror. Long Ming stepped closer, enveloping them within the protective sphere of his power, and the overwhelming force receded. The mountain remained a mountain, the earth remained the earth, and the heavens did not shatter. Panting heavily, the three daughters looked at Long Ming, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Master, what is happening?" Long Ming smiled gently. "The path of power, the foremost of the 3,000 avenues. Merely its manifestation possesses the capacity to annihilate any being insufficient in realm. The imprints upon Buzhou Mountain are but vestiges of the path of power. They are insufficient to bring about destruction. However, aside from the shaman tribe and beings of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal level or above, all others approaching Buzhou Mountain would find their power suppressed by 50% and their consciousness by 90%. Furthermore, their physical bodies would endure continuous pressure. Should their corporeal form lack strength, prolonged exposure could lead to catastrophic collapse." The three daughters were left speechless. So, Buzhou Mountain is such a perilous place? They recalled hearing that the sage Hongjun once practiced within Buzhou Mountain. To be able to cultivate in such a place, he truly deserves the title of sage. Nuwa remembered some rumors overheard in the Zhixiao Palace. Long Ming rolled his eyes, apart from the shaman tribe. Beings in the primordial realm lacking the mixed Yuan de Luo level are not qualified to cultivate at the true Buzhou Mountain. Hongjun merely found a cave dwelling in the vicinity of the barrier. Once again, the three daughters were intrigued by Long Ming's mention of the shaman tribe. What kind of tribe is the shaman tribe? Long Ming smiled faintly. The shaman tribe? They reside yonder. As the three daughters turned to look, they beheld two women approaching from the distance. Both were remarkably tall. One stood at 3 zhang, clad in armor adorned with icy spikes. Her beauty striking yet exuding an air of chill. With each step she took, a frost of 100 zhang spread beneath her feet, capable of freezing even the very stones of the mountains. The other woman was slightly shorter, yet still above 2 zhang in height. At her waist hung a hammer with an earthy hue, and she was clad in a wild, untamed hide. Her beauty surpassed even that of the frigid woman, rivaling even the enchanting daughters of Xia, dragging along the corpse of a fearsome beast, measuring 10 li in length. Each step she took resonated powerfully with the earth, bestowing upon her immense strength. The carcass appeared almost weightless in her grasp. As the two women walked and conversed, the wild one maintained a warm smile, engaging the icy woman with fervor. Despite the coldness of her demeanor, the latter listened intently to her companion. It was evident that their bond was exceedingly close. As the gaze of the daughters of Xia fell upon them, the two women sensed something and abruptly looked up, simultaneously taken aback. These two were, of course, among the only 2 female ancestral shamans of the Wu clan, the ancestral shaman of ice, Xianming, and the ancestral shaman of earth, Hutu. Unbeknownst to them, as they ventured out for a hunt, they would encounter unfamiliar outsiders on their way back. This region was the very heart of Buzhou Mountain, where scarcely any outsiders would tread, save for the mindless beasts that roamed. After all, sentient beings would typically avoid such an oppressive environment. This was one of the reasons the Wu clan could contend with the demon tribe in later generations, not only because of their individual strength, but also due to the inhospitable depths of Buzhou Mountain, where foreign entities dared not venture. Or if they did, could not unleash their full combat prowess. When the Wu clan found themselves outmatched, they could always retreat to the depths of Buzhou Mountain. It wasn't until the demon tribe temporarily mitigated the suppressive effects of Buzhou Mountain with the great celestial array that they destroyed the ancestral territory, the Pangu Holy Palace, leading to the ancestral shamans losing their sanity and launching an assault on the heavens, resulting in mutual destruction. At this moment, within the true confines of Buzhou Mountain, apart from the Wu clan, no sentient beings existed. Thus, the sudden appearance of 4 outsiders startled both Xianming and Hutu, prompting them to immediately assume a combative stance. The intruders were met with heightened vigilance from both ancestral shamans. The Wu clan lacked a primordial spirit, did not discern celestial secrets, nor could they distinguish between good and evil. In essence, they were a forthright group, wearing their intentions plainly on their faces. Those with even a modicum of cunning could easily manipulate them. When the ancestral shamans were first born tens of thousands of years ago, they had dealings with outsiders. And had it not been for their innate strength, they might have perished long ago. After that, the ancestral shamans became exceedingly wary of foreign beings. Coupled with the influence of the earthly fiend's demonic energy, they were inherently combative, often clashing even among themselves, much less trusting outsiders. Upon encountering Long Ming and his companions, Xianming and Hutu wasted no time, charging forward without a word. Xianming raised her hands high, and in an instant, countless ice crystals materialized, transforming into razor-sharp ice blades and arrows that rained down upon Long Ming and his group. Hutu, more direct in her approach, unsheathed the seemingly mundane hammer at her waist, stepping forward with a warrior's grace. The Wu clan, with their formidable physical prowess, wielded no primordial spirit and practiced no mystical arts, focusing solely on divine abilities. Thus, their combat style was straightforward and devoid of embellishment. The daughters of Xiha were taken aback by the intense hostility displayed by their adversaries. Without exchanging pleasantries, they plunged into battle. Naturally, the three women did not falter. Xiha summoned the Taiyin extermination divine sphere, a supreme innate treasure birthed from the moon. When Pangu's right eye transformed into the moon, it sealed the malevolent thoughts of a chaotic demon, which ultimately coalesced into a fierce embryo, becoming the core of the Taiyin extermination divine sphere. When this embryo stirred, all life was extinguished. Though Xiha was not adept at controlling the Taiyin extermination divine sphere due to her gentle nature and lack of familiarity with the path of annihilation, she could not wield it perfectly. Instead, the fierce embryo sought to dominate, attempting to seize control of Xiha. However, after Long Ming inscribed 3 celestial runes upon the sphere, the embryo became docile, allowing Xiha to command it with ease. As the Taiyin extermination divine sphere activated, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. The heavens fell silent beneath the resplendent moonlight, casting its glow over vast expanses. Under the moon's luminescence, the world entered a state of tranquility. Silence enveloped not only sound, but all that Xiha did not acknowledge. Under the power of the Taiyin divine sphere, all that was unrecognized by Xiha would be negated, amplifying magical energy consumption tenfold while diminishing the potency of any divine abilities tenfold, rendering even the physical and primordial spirits fragile. With a rhythmic pulse, the embryo within the sphere resonated like the heartbeat of the universe. Each pulse caused the moonlight to flicker, erasing certain entities within its range. The first to be obliterated were Xuanming's ice blades and arrows, followed by the spiritual energy surrounding Xianming and Hotu. Freeze! Xiha's voice rang out, causing Xianming and Hotu to feel as though they had plunged into a quagmire, their movements becoming painfully sluggish. Xiha did not fully restrain the two women, as their strengths were closely matched. The Taiyin extermination divine sphere excelled in battlefield control rather than direct lethality. Moreover, Xiha bore no intent to kill. Thus her influence extended to the space around Xianming and Hotu. As the space solidified, their actions naturally slowed. Changxi and Yuhua exchanged glances, sensing no need to intervene. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, they heard the sharp sound of space fracturing. Realizing the formidable nature of the intruders, Xianming and Hotu wasted no time in revealing their true forms. Xianming transformed into a colossal beast stretching 1,000 miles and towering 500,000 zhang, its body adorned with icy bone spines. Hotu morphed into a figure with a human upper body and a serpentine tail, 7 arms sprouting from her back, each wielding a treasure, while her 2 hands clasped a writhing serpent. As the 2 ancestral shamans shed their disguises, they instantly broke free from the control of the Taiyin extermination divine sphere. With a mere shake of her body, Xianming shattered the stagnant space with her spines, causing the void to collapse and the gale to descend. Ignoring the turbulent winds of the void, Xianming instead harnessed their power. A formidable power, capable of freezing even space itself, surged forth. Frost transformed into a tempest, stirring the void and assailing the 3 daughters of Xihe. Behind Hotu, 7 hands wielded 7 treasures, channeling the might of the earth. With a flick of her serpentine tail, the ground split open, creating fissures that stretched for miles. From these chasms erupted the essence of the earth. Hotu cast forth a soaring serpent. This serpent absorbed the earth's essence and metamorphosed into a colossal snake, its eye alone measuring hundreds of meters in diameter. Its gaping maw, vast enough to swallow a mountain whole, charged forth, crashing through surrounding peaks and racing toward the 3 daughters of Xihe, faster than the icy forces unleashed. Changxi let out a soft hum, her delicate hand gesturing as a massive lunar disk erupted from her shadow. It expanded with the wind, growing to an enormous size in the blink of an eye. The disk bore engravings of the moon's mountains and valleys, at its center a visage with closed eyes that bore a striking resemblance to Pangu upon closer inspection. The Taiyin Divine Wheel and the Taiyin Extinction Sphere were the 2 supreme innate treasures of the moon. The Extinction Sphere dominated the battlefield, while the Divine Wheel was the harbinger of attack. Particularly under the moonlight cast by the Extinction Sphere, the Divine Wheel's offensive capabilities doubled and acquired even more extraordinary powers. Wherever the moonlight shone, the wheel was omnipresent. The Taiyin Moon Wheel reflected a chilling radiance beneath the lunar glow. Go! With a flicker of her mind, Changxi divided the Taiyin Moon Wheel into 3. One will slice toward the soaring serpent, another toward Hotu, and the last toward Xianming. With the aid of the Taiyin Extinction Sphere, the Moon Wheel was everywhere under the moonlight. For every enemy present, it multiplied in kind, regardless of how many were dispatched. Its might remained undiminished. Clang. The soaring serpent was the first to collide with the tiny moon wheel. Its fangs, as massive as mountains, shattered instantly. The razor-sharp moon wheel, undeterred, continued its momentum, cleaving the serpent's head in twain. Yet, as the wheel passed, the severed head of the serpent healed instantaneously, deceiving the tiny moon wheel as it lunged toward Shihi. A flicker of fury crossed Xianxi's eyes. Foolish delusion. As her words fell, countless small moon wheels, each measuring 10 feet across, emerged in a dazzling display, numbering in the thousands, fluttering like flowers and butterflies. In an instant, they reduced the soaring serpent to mere fragments. However, before these pieces could touch the ground, the serpent reconstituted itself once more. A glimmer of surprise crossed Xianxi's gaze as she prepared to unleash a formidable strike. Nuwa's voice rang out, "Sister Xianxi, this soaring serpent does not exist in a conventional sense. It is merely a transformation of divine powers, absorbing the essence of the earth. The essence is relentless, immortal. I will handle the defense. You need only focus on the attack." The Qiankuan Ding was summoned before Nuwa, transforming into a colossal barrier before the serpent. The Qiankuan Ding embraced the universe, manifesting wondrous creations. It unfolded an array of life and creation, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars above, and brimming with mountains and rivers below. This life-giving force could create or annihilate. As the serpent approached, the essence it bore would be refined by the Qiankuan Ding, presenting an insurmountable barrier that the serpent could not breach. The 5 daughters engaged in a spectacular battle, shaking the heavens and the earth. Yet, Long Ming remained leisurely seated behind the 3 daughters, observing the spectacle with a pot of fragrant tea, his only concern being to ensure the trio remained unscathed from the pressures of Buzhou Mountain. He had no intention of intervening. Chapter 68. Believe it or not, I certainly do. The tumult of the 5 daughters' clash obscured the sky. The assaults from Xianming and Ho Tu could not breach the life-creating barrier established by Nuwa with the Qiankuan Ding. Their ranged attacks, upon contact with this barrier, were immediately refined, rendering them utterly ineffective. This illustrated the profound flaw of the Wu clan. Lacking a primordial spirit, they could only cultivate divine powers. Yet, no matter how potent these powers were, they proved futile against the laws of the universe. The 3 daughters of Shi wielded supreme innate spiritual treasures imbued with the power of laws, making it impossible for Xianming and Ho Tu to penetrate their defenses. Ranged attacks were futile, and close combat was even more unattainable. They could not approach the daughters at all. Beneath the moonlight, the moon wheel was omnipresent, overwhelming Xianming and Ho Tu with relentless assault, leaving them no opportunity to draw near. With a thunderous roar, the tiny moon wheel expanded to thousands of feet. Under the moon's illumination, it descended upon Ho Tuesday. Xianming surged forth from behind Ho Tu, using his thick layer of ice to shield against the moon wheel's onslaught. The tremendous impact shattered the earth for miles, fracturing the ice shields forged from layers of frost. Yet, Xianming remained unscathed, as a primordial ancestor. His physical defenses were exceptionally robust, ranking second among the ancestors for sheer physical fortitude. Thus, he remained undeterred by such attacks. Xianxi pouted, her delicate hands weaving through the air as the moon wheel scattered into petals, only to reconstitute and strike down in a swift, unyielding motion. Ho Tu let out a battle cry, her serpent tail crashing heavily upon the ground. The already shattered earth, upon this impact, momentarily restored itself. The earth's essence coalesced into a gigantic figure, which raised its hand and hurled a fist toward the moon wheel. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as dozens of mountains crumbled, and the clouds above were blown away entirely. The giant and the moon wheel were reduced to ashes simultaneously, yet in the blink of an eye, they reformed once more. Just as Xianming and Ho Tu's attacks were ineffective against the 3 daughters, so too were the daughters unable to unleash lethal force, even though they possessed the power of laws through their treasures. Despite their irritation at Xianming and Ho Tu's readiness to engage in battle, they bore no intent to kill. Consequently, their attacks could not breach Xianming and Ho Tu's defenses, though the daughters had thoroughly suppressed Xianming and Ho Tu. It was evident that subduing them would require considerable time. At that moment, figures emerged from the direction of Buzhou Mountain, rushing forth. Long Ming raised an eyebrow, recognizing that the remaining 10 primordial ancestors had arrived. Dare to harm my sister? Then perish. A towering figure, with fiery red hair and bulging muscles, bellowed, raising both hands high even from millions of miles away. A fireball materialized in his grasp, though its size was but a mere 10 feet. It emanated a terrifying power that caused the temperature here to soar dramatically over millions of miles. The ground began to soften within mere moments, and the very air twisted, drawing out countless fine lines. The towering figure, ablaze with a fiery crimson hue, was none other than Zhu Rong, the primordial deity of fire. Behind Zhu Rong stood another man, his eyes as dark as abyssal voids, emanating a power magnitudes greater than that of Zhu Rong. A flicker of darkness flashed in his hollow gaze as he issued a low command, "Move." Zhu Rong, grasping the intent, unleashed a powerful fist upon a fireball. With a resonant hum, the fireball surged forward, yet before it could traverse 100 meters, a pitch-black rift in space appeared before it, engulfing it entirely. In the next instant, a similar rift manifested before the three daughters of Shi-He, from which the terrifying fireball erupted. As it emerged from the dimensional tear, an overwhelming force erupted forth, transforming the vast expanse of land into a molten lake of magma, while layers of crystalline glass formed in the wake of the altered space, resembling an eerie snowfall across the miles. However, these spatial crystals were exceedingly lethal. Any contact would result in an explosive detonation. The one who coordinated with Zhu Rong was none other than Di Jiang, the foremost among the 12 primordial witches, the master of space. This display of spatial sorcery was nothing short of exquisite, not only providing Zhu Rong with a more expedient avenue for his assault, but also laying down millions of spatial crystals. The true purpose of these crystals was not to attack, but to restrict the movements of the three daughters of Shi-He. For the genuine assault came from Zhu Rong's fireball. The violent flames unleashed their fury, pushing Zhu Rong's power to a critical threshold, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. At that moment, a hand reached out, as if plucking a fruit from a tree, gently tapping the fireball that was on the brink of detonation. Instantly, the raging fireball fell into a tranquil state, rapidly diminishing in size until it transformed into a wisp of luminescence, akin to a firefly, nestled between Long Ming's fingers. With a mere pinch, the fireball, capable of annihilating everything within a 1,000-mile radius, was extinguished as easily as a trivial spark. Long Ming chuckled softly, "Come back." As he spoke, the surrounding magma lake cooled instantaneously, and the earth returned to its former state, as if the earlier onslaught had never transpired. The three daughters of Shi-He hastily retreated behind Long Ming, while Xianming and Ho Tu resumed their human forms. Di Jiang, accompanied by the other primordial witches, rushed forth, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Long Ming. As the most adept at offensive maneuvers among the 12 witches, Zhu Rong had the capacity to unleash a fireball with the explosive power of a great Luo Golden Immortal's self-detonation. The recent assault appeared to be a collaboration between him and Di Jiang, yet unbeknownst to them, another primordial witch was involved, the Time Witch, Zhu Jiuyin. She had accelerated Zhu Rong's efforts, enabling him to unleash a full-force fireball instantaneously. However, such a fireball was snuffed out by Long Ming as if it were merely a fleeting spark. Di Jiang, now on high alert, inquired, "Who are you?" Long Ming replied with a slight smile, "The space witch, Di Jiang." Di Jiang was taken aback. "How do you know my name?" Long Ming smiled again. "I not only know the names of all 12 primordial witches, but I am also acutely aware of your current tribulations. I possess an intimate understanding of you." The temperamental Zhu Rong was the first to react. "I do not believe you." Long Ming chuckled softly and began to point out each of the 12 witches. "You, Zhu Rong, the fire witch. You, Gong Gong, the water witch. You two are perpetually at odds, yet you share the closest bond. Xianming, the ice witch. Ho Tu, the earth witch." Long Ming named each witch in succession, leaving the 12 in a state of bewilderment. "What is this? We have never ventured beyond Mount Buzhou. The outsiders who once deceived us have all perished. How does this being know us so well?" Zhu Rong gritted his teeth. "I still do not believe you unless you reveal what troubles us most." Long Ming smiled lightly and gestured toward a specific location. "There lies your ancestral land, the Panga Sacred Hall. The Sacred Hall is the heart of the great deity Pangu. Within it lies a pool of resurrection blood, from which you 12 primordial witches were born. Yet since your emergence, no kin has been born anew. What troubles you now is precisely this, is it not?" As Long Ming spoke, the 12 witches stood in stunned silence. By the time he finished, Gong Gong nudged Zhu Rong. "Believe it or not, I do." Thus, the 12 primordial witches fully accepted Long Ming's words. Di Jiang bowed respectfully. "Elder, since you are aware of our plight, do you know the solution?" Long Ming smiled slightly. "It is rather simple. You need only retrieve an item from the summit of Mount Buzhou to reactivate the pool of resurrection blood." The 12 witches were momentarily taken aback, then displayed expressions of distress. Di Jiang sighed. "For the elder to know, we are utterly incapable." Long Ming interjected before Di Jiang could finish. "You are unable to ascend Mount Buzhou, are you? The mountain exerts a suppressive influence over beings other than the witch tribe. However, the exemption for your kind only applies on the ground. Once you ascend beyond 1,000 feet, the suppression will affect you as well." Di Jiang gaped. "Elder, do you know this as well?" Long Ming smiled nonchalantly. When I attained the Tao of Heaven, I was able to observe the entire river of time and space. What the Tao of Heaven knows, I know. What it does not comprehend, I also grasp. Disregarding the astonishment of the 12 witches, Long Ming pointed toward Mount Buzhou. I can assist you in retrieving that item, but I have one condition. Dijiang's expression turned serious. Elder, please speak. Long Ming regarded Dijiang. I intend to retrieve more than one item from Mount Buzhou, yet I shall only provide you with that which you require. Dijiang and his siblings exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. The witch tribe was known for their straightforwardness, and all their thoughts were direct and unambiguous. Although they revered Mount Buzhou as a sacred ancestral ground, they were unable to ascend its peak. If Long Ming could procure the critical item needed to resolve the witch tribe's bloodline continuity issues, it was only natural that the remaining items would serve as compensation for him. Dijiang clasped his fists respectfully. As long as the elder honors his promise, we shall have no objections. Should you resolve our concerns, the witch tribe will forever be your ally. Long Ming smiled slightly, amused at their forthrightness. Indeed, these witches are refreshingly candid. If one were unfamiliar with them, they might perceive such declarations as arrogance. Long Ming turned to the 3 daughters beside him. My journey may last as long as 1,000 years, or as brief as 300. During this time, you shall cultivate here. He casually cast a celestial formation upon the 3 maidens, ensuring their safety while simultaneously instilling within them a sufficient degree of pressure for their cultivation. The 3 maidens, Shiho and her companions, nodded earnestly, acknowledging their master's decree. Long Ming smiled faintly and turned to look at Dijiang, who understood his intent. Rest assured, esteemed elder, your disciples shall remain undisturbed and unharmed here. At that moment, Ho Tu interjected, we previously misunderstood you, esteemed elder, which led to our conflict with your disciples. We harbor no ill feelings. Long Ming nodded in acknowledgement and then took a step forward, instantly arriving at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Within just a few strides, he commenced his ascent. The 12 ancestral witches gasped in astonishment, with Gong Gong staring agape. Brother, is this a spatial divine ability? Dijiang shook his head. It is not discernible. It may pertain to space, but it is certainly not a spatial divine ability. The witch clan lacks a primordial spirit and cannot comprehend the laws, let alone the Tao. The disparity between Tao and divine abilities is not merely in destructive power, it lies in the realm of their essence. No matter how formidable a divine ability may be, it can be easily unraveled by the Tao, which remains impervious to any divine ability as countermeasures. Dijiang sensed that Long Ming's previous step was indeed related to space, yet he could not grasp it. Despite his lack of understanding, he was profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, Long Ming had ascended 1,000 meters up Mount Buzhou. Beep. Special task detected. Ascend Mount Buzhou. Task initiated. Reach the summit of Mount Buzhou using physical strength within a millennium. The shorter the time taken, the greater the reward. Upon hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Long Ming smiled faintly. This was the true purpose of his journey to Mount Buzhou. This special task had existed since the system was activated. There were 3 other similar tasks, the specifics of which were concealed, revealing only keywords: Mount Buzhou, reincarnation, sealing the gods, and the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Prior to triggering the task, Long Ming was unaware of its exact content. However, having operated the system for many years, he had become quite familiar with its many characteristics. The core of the cultivation system lies in the practice itself, more bluntly, in arduous training. Hence, Long Ming speculated that the first special task might indeed be to ascend Mount Buzhou. After trying, he found it to be true. With remarkable speed, Long Ming climbed, quickly reaching heights of 1,000 zhang. Upon crossing that threshold, the scenery before him transformed. A myriad of clouds and mist revealed a purple radiance, and the stars of the cosmos shimmered brilliantly. The mountain itself vanished from view, and the myriad realms unfolded before him. Countless laws swirled throughout the expanse, while the river of time thundered past. A dreamlike sea of stars unfurled, each twinkling star representing a mark of the Tao. A vast ocean of starry laws composed of billions of Tao marks swirled within an infinite universe. All that he saw, heard, and felt was akin to a dream, yet each dream served as a shackle, binding Long Ming tightly to his position. As he shifted his feet, he discovered himself firmly restrained, unable even to move a finger. A thought reverberated within his primordial spirit, urging him to retreat, to withdraw swiftly. There was still time. Long Ming grinned. Such an intriguing cultivation task. How could I possibly retreat? Since this place is isolated from the Honghuang, I shall not hold back. With his eyes radiating a luminous azure glow, he awakened the path of strength within him. Taking a step forward, the chains of law that coiled around him snapped with a crackling sound, bursting into a magnificent display of purple clouds. Boom! The entire Hongjun trembled. However, this tremor went unnoticed by ordinary beings. Only those who had reached the level of Hongjun Golden Immortal, capable of formally engaging with the power of the laws, could sense it. Yet, even among the Hongjun Golden Immortals, all they perceived was a muffled sound, leaving them utterly bewildered about the situation. Boom! Another reverberation echoed, striking deep within the souls of the myriad beings of the Hongjun. Above Mount Buzhou, billions of clouds erupted, and countless stars twinkled chaotically. The dreamlike sea surged, waves reaching thousands of zhang. As Long Ming's foot descended, the clouds and purple light surged forward, reforming into chains that tightly bound him once more. The starlight pressed down upon him like mountains, the combined force of the myriad realms weighing heavily upon him. Yet, Long Ming stood resolutely, proud amidst the dreamlike sea of stars. All illusions and dreams could not obscure the reality shimmering in his eyes. He lifted his foot once more, taking a step forward. With yet another crack, the chains shattered, the starlight disarrayed. Boom! The Hongjun trembled again. Long Ming ascended step by step, the oppressive force of Mount Buzhou crashing upon him repeatedly. The entire Hongjun quaked incessantly. Ordinary beings merely sensed something peculiar, an inexplicable feeling. Those few capable of sensing the disturbance were left in utter confusion. What is happening? Has the Hongjun entered a state of tremor? Chapter 70. Task completed. Supreme Chaotic Spiritual Root and Heavenly Tao Fruit. The entire Hongjun had indeed entered a state of tremor, not shaking the material world, but resonating with the souls of myriad beings. Curiously, aside from the powerful beings of Hongjun Golden Immortal and above, who could distinctly feel it and thus remained restless, the myriad beings of the Hongjun, after adapting to the initial peculiar sensation, found themselves benefiting greatly. Within 300 years, the number of sentient beings born in the Hongjun multiplied tenfold, and those who had transformed earlier increased by over half. Particularly among the dragon and phoenix clans, the scaled aquatic beings and feathered avians thrived. The descendants of both the dragon and phoenix clans experienced accelerated cultivation. Although no one understood what had transpired, as they gradually realized the benefits of this tremor, the myriad beings of the Hongjun ceased to be concerned. After all, they grew accustomed to the tremors. 300 years later, suddenly, the tremors ceased. For the ordinary beings who could not sense anything, this posed no problem. Yet for the powerful beings who could sense it, they found themselves somewhat disoriented. What is happening? It has stopped shaking? I was all set to break through. Why has it suddenly ceased? Just like 600 years prior when the tremors first began, the powerful beings of the Hongjun were once again perplexed, utterly unaware of what had transpired. In the realm beyond the 33 heavens, within the resplendent halls of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun at last wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His gaze was fixed intently upon Mount Buzhou, yet he discerned nothing. As a sage, Hongjun possessed a deeper understanding than most beings. He was aware that the anomaly originated from Mount Buzhou. However, its precise nature eluded him. This simply would not do. He resolved to investigate personally, for should this event prove significant, it could very well disrupt his future plans. Yet, as Hongjun stepped forth from the Purple Cloud Palace, an immense pressure surged towards him. Thunderous roars echoed as a bolt of lightning struck directly before him, erupting into a tempest of wind and fire. The floating isle housing the Purple Cloud Palace trembled violently. Mountains swayed, rivers surged, and the very earth quaked. The young acolytes within the palace shrieked in terror, huddled together, quaking in fear, while spiritual beasts fled and celestial birds took to the sky in a chaotic frenzy, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Outside the Purple Cloud Palace, the wheel of heavenly law materialized in an instant. The frigid eye of the heavenly tribulation opened within the wheel, coldly fixating on Hongjun. Bewildered, Hongjun found himself at a loss. All he sought was a glimpse of the situation. Was it truly necessary to strike him with divine retribution? What on earth was going on? Frustration welled within him, yet there was little he could do. With a resolute grit of his teeth and a firm stamp of his foot, he waved his hand to restore the Purple Cloud Palace to its former state, simultaneously erasing all memories of the event from the acolytes' minds before he returned to the grand hall of the palace. Atop Mount Buzhou, a notification chimed. Ding. Task: Ascend Mount Buzhou completed. Time taken: 600 years. Task completed ahead of schedule. Reward: Supreme Chaos Spiritual Root, Heaven and Earth Tao Fruit. Reward for early completion: Path of Destiny. Long Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the Path of Destiny, a remarkable additional reward. The Path of Destiny is among the most unique of the 3,000 great avenues. While the Path of Strength leads the way, the Path of Destiny is theoretically second. However, due to its unpredictable nature, it has never been easily categorized. Notably, the 3,000 chaos demons were not entirely representative of the full spectrum, as some paths were entirely absent, one of which was the path of destiny. Within the entirety of the destiny path, no chaos beings embodying the essence of fate had ever come into being. With a satisfied smile, Long Ming felt the counterpath of destiny stabilize within his primordial spirit, merging a portion of his consciousness with it. He then glanced down at a newly appeared chest at his feet. The chest radiated a golden light, dazzling like the stars. Upon opening it, he discovered an entire alternate space. Within that space stood a colossal tree, towering 1,000,000 zhong, its crown casting a shadow over billions of miles. Clouds drifted among the tree's branches, and star-like luminescence filtered through its leaves. Each leaf spanned several miles, inscribed with thousands of runes, each embodying the profound truths of heaven and earth, paths, divine abilities, and laws shimmering and flowing. Amidst the leaves bloomed countless extraordinary flowers, their fragrances intoxicating. Immersed in this divine aroma, one's true spirit would be instantly uplifted, and all anomalies would be purified. At the very heart of the gigantic tree lay 12 fruits, each the size of a fist, yet they appeared clear and radiant from any angle, akin to stars shining in the night sky. Merely gazing upon these 12 fruits would impart the understanding of a singular path. Should one consume them, they would directly condense their Tao heart, achieving the status of a primordial golden immortal without any compromise. These were the Chaos Heaven and Earth Tao fruits, remnants from the legendary 3 great immortal fruits, the yellow centerly, the Rensheng purple vein peach, and the ginseng fruit, each an evolution of the fragments of the Chaos Heaven and Earth Tao fruit, their effects merely a fraction of the original. For even the mightiest yellow centerly, if consumed, would only elevate one to the status of a golden immortal, and that would be merely a hollow shell of such. In a true confrontation, it would fall short against a grounded Tai golden immortal. As for the effects of the peach and ginseng fruit, they were even less potent. The true efficacy of the 3 great immortal fruits lay in their ability to allow immortals to comprehend the laws of heaven. Yet the Chaos Heaven and Earth Tao fruit was different. Consuming one would unequivocally elevate one to the status of a primordial golden immortal, without any dilution of power. Long Ming casually summoned one of the Chaos Heaven and Earth Tao fruits, biting into it. A burst of exquisite flavor enveloped his senses as the Tao rhythm flowed from the fruit's flesh into his primordial spirit, accompanied by a surge of chaotic vitality that trickled into every sinew and bone. The power of 1,000,000,000 stars reverberated within him, transforming every cell into a microcosm of the universe, brimming with potency. The path of strength surged forth, which had only recently ascended to the realm of heaven and earth Tao, now showing signs of further advancement. Though it ultimately halted just shy of ascension, it had unexpectedly become the highest realm among the paths, despite having been the last to be attained, excluding the path of destiny. Simultaneously, Long Ming's physical form underwent a comprehensive enhancement, its effects rivaling that of his previous absorption of Pangu's blood. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was worthy of being the finest spiritual root of chaos. Even now, consuming it yielded such profound results. A splendid treasure to share with my foolish brother upon my return. With a flick of his hand, the mists atop Mount Buzhou dispersed, revealing a stone niche before him. Long Ming approached and opened the niche, discovering 2 items resting within, half of a jade disc and a drop of blood. Inscribed upon the jade disc were the words of the 3,000 great avenues, yet due to its fractured state, the wisdom was incomplete. Nevertheless, the supreme essence of the Tao flowed through the disc, its sacred majesty shimmering continuously. Long Ming grinned widely. Indeed, the other half of the creation jade disc, which Hongjun had failed to acquire, lay here. I always suspected that Pangu, upon realizing he had been ensnared by the Tao, would not leave himself without contingency plans. As he grasped the half of the creation jade disc, a tremendous wheel of heavenly law manifested above his head. The ominous eye of divine retribution reappeared, once more confronting Long Ming. Chapter 71. Is Long Ming causing trouble again? The poor Taoist knows nothing. Long Ming smiled at the eye of divine retribution that opened before him. So, are we to be shattered once more? Last time, it took you 3,000 years to recover. This time, how long do you intend to take? The eye of divine retribution quivered slightly. 49 celestial runes shimmered incessantly. Countless innate symbols surged unpredictably. A black fissure expanded for billions of miles. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the primordial chaos. All the mighty beings, still reeling from the end of the primordial tumult, stood utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? After the tremor mode, is this the ringing mode? The barrier of Buzhou Mountain concealed the truth of the eye of divine retribution. Aside from Hongjun within the purple cloud palace, No one comprehended that this sudden thunderclap echoing through the entirety of the primordial chaos was yet another divine retribution. Hongjun merely cast a glance, and, with a twitch of his eyelid, sealed the purple cloud palace. He finally understood what was unfolding. Goodness, that eccentric Long Ming is at it again. Not someone to provoke. I shall feign ignorance. Ultimately, the earth-shattering divine punishment did not descend. For what use would it serve? Long Ming leisurely crossed his arms. If you do not intend to act, shall I descend? It is merely a creation jade plate. What is there to be anxious about? The eye of divine retribution quivered once more. The heavenly Tao had never encountered such an audacious individual. Yet, there was nothing it could do. It could not contend with Long Ming. Surely, it could not resort to self-detonation to deal with him? In the end, the eye of divine retribution closed once more. Only a profound will resonated within Long Ming's primordial spirit. It must not be transmitted to outsiders. The creation jade plate must not be allowed to close. This was the final bottom line of the heavenly Tao's consciousness. The creation jade plate is the key to the gate of all wonders. Once the two halves of the creation jade plate unite, it would summon the gate of all wonders. In that event, the great Tao would directly descend. For the heavenly Tao, that would spell doom. Long Ming clearly had no intention of doing so, for he had yet to transcend the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao perished, he too would perish alongside it. As the divine retribution faded, Long Ming smiled faintly and stowed away the creation jade plate. He then turned his gaze toward the drop of blood within the stone shrine. This was Panga's heartblood. Unlike essence blood, this heartblood could not be absorbed by any living being. Its purpose was simple, to activate the resurrection blood pool of the witch clan. Before his demise, Pangu had made numerous contingency arrangements. Long Ming picked up the drop of Pangu's heartblood and turned to descend the mountain. The descent was considerably swifter than the ascent. Even without the use of spatial teleportation, Long Ming returned to the mountain's base in merely 3 days. Master has returned. Xianxia was the first to spot Long Ming, joyfully leaping with delight. The three maidens had been cultivating at the inevitable path down the mountain for centuries, honing their physical strength as per Long Ming's directives. As his disciples, they naturally could not pursue a path that solely emphasized the primordial spirit, striving only for realms while relying on treasures for the art of corpse slaying. Long Ming's expectation was for them to enhance their primordial spirit, true essence, and physical body in unison. The three maidens, Xiha and her companions, respectfully bowed to Long Ming as he descended the mountain. We have met, Master. Congratulations on successfully summiting the mountain. Long Ming smiled slightly. It seems your progress is quite substantial as well. This is commendable. The three maidens beamed at Long Ming's praise. For them, receiving his commendation was far more joyous than acquiring any treasure. Once Long Ming finished exchanging pleasantries with the three maidens, Emperor Jiang and the 12 ancestral witches finally approached. Emperor Jiang clasped his fists in respect to Long Ming. I have met the esteemed elder. Might I inquire if the elder has made any gains? Long Ming smiled. Take me to your resurrection blood pool. Without hesitation, Emperor Jiang led Long Ming's group to the Panga Sacred Hall. In truth, the straightforward and generous 12 ancestral witches had already befriended Xiha and her companions, especially Xianming and Hutu, who had grown as close as sisters with the three maidens. The trio had visited the Panga Sacred Hall several times, and the 12 ancestral witches had heard tales of Long Ming's illustrious feats from Xiha and her companions. For the combat-loving and strong-worshipping witch clan, Long Ming was nothing short of the perfect idol. The group arrived at the Panga Sacred Hall. From the outside, it appeared modest. Yet upon entering, it revealed an entirely new realm. The ceiling was adorned with a vast starry sky, and clouds undulated like the sea. Stars twinkled, and the light of myriad worlds cascaded down. The ground bore no extravagant decorations, only a blood pool resembling a sea within the hall. The blood pool emitted a faint glow, calm and undisturbed. At the center of the blood pool stood a colossal statue, towering 10,000 feet high. Its head pierced through the starry sea and clouds, while its feet stood upon the earth, anchoring the blood pool. The statue wielded a massive axe, poised in a chopping motion. An ancient and desolate aura emanated from this statue, imbuing the entire hall with a sense of sanctity. Upon sighting the statue, Xiha and her companions lowered their heads in reverence. This is the statue of Pangu. Even though they had seen it several times, each encounter reignited an uncontainable surge of reverence. Long Ming, however, merely nodded slightly at Pangu, his gaze settling upon the heart of the statue. There, a colossal and genuine blood-flesh heart resided. The heart was still pulsating, strong and vigorous, albeit not with sufficient force. This was Panga's heart. After Panga's demise, his essence transformed into myriad beings, yet this heart remained intact, ultimately becoming the entirety of the Pangu Sacred Hall, nurturing the resurrection blood pool. However, it was still burdened with grave injuries. After giving birth to the 12 ancestral witches, the resurrection blood pool could no longer bring forth new members of the witch clan. Long Ming spoke calmly. Back then, Panga's injuries were too severe, and his energy was excessively depleted. The vitality of this heart was unable to nurture new witch clans after bringing forth all 12 of you. Emperor Jiang sighed. Indeed, that is the case. He looked at Long Ming with eager anticipation. Esteemed elder, did you acquire that item atop Buzhou Mountain? Long Ming smiled faintly and produced the drop of heart blood. This is Panga's heart blood, one of the contingencies left by Pangu. As the heart blood emerged, the entire Pangu sacred hall radiated with brilliance. The statue of Pangu even emitted crackling sounds, as if it were about to come to life. The clouds above the hall surged in a boiling tempest. Emitting a roaring howl, the blood pool surged with towering waves, continuously crashing. One after another, phantoms emerged from those waves, seemingly on the verge of giving rise to a new witch clan. Yet, they always fell just short at the critical moment. The 12 ancestral witches gazed at the heart blood in Long Ming's hand with excitement. This is the heart blood of our father god. Emperor Jiang trembled with exhilaration. He could sense the essence of Pangu from that single drop of blood, resonating deeply with it. Long Ming immersed that droplet into Pangu's heart. Buzz. The entire sanctum reverberated with a sound akin to the tolling of a bell. An ancient and desolate spiritual breeze swept through the primordial expanse. The myriad mountains surrounding Buzhou Mountain echoed with a cacophony of mountain cries, and the ground trembled in response. Subsequently, from the apex of Buzhou Mountain, a stream of milky white spiritual liquid cascaded down, directly entering the bodies of those present in Pangu's sanctum, including Long Ming and the 3 daughters of Shihe. Chapter 72, Blood Droplets Forge Shamans. Temporal Array protects the Shaman clan. This is the quintessence of our father god. Zhang's eyes widened in shock. The milky white spiritual liquid permeated the bodies of all present, swiftly enhancing their physical forms. Except for Long Ming, whose body had already reached the limits permissible by the heavenly Tao, thereby unable to experience any substantial elevation. The others, including the 3 daughters of Shihe, experienced significant fortification. They all promptly sat down in meditation to assimilate this essence of Pangu. Furthermore, over half of this resonant essence of Pangu flowed into the blood pool of resurrection, immediately stirring up tumultuous waves. The figures that had been swaying within the undulating waves began to coalesce, rising from 10 zhang to 3 zhang in height. Over a dozen figures emerged, exuding a wild aura, with the power of the earth coursing through them. Yet, these figures remained mere coagulated blood, not yet transformed into true beings. As the mightiest ancestor shaman, Zhang was the first to emerge from the state of essence and corporeal division. He gazed at the more than 10 figures within the blood pool, confusion etched upon his face. Elder, what is happening? Is the contingency left by our father god still insufficient? The other ancestor shamans likewise regained their senses. Zhu Rong, the most impulsive among them, leaped up. Is this a jest? If even the power of our father god is futile, what shall we do? Long Ming rolled his eyes. You shamans lack primordial spirits. Thus, consciousness cannot naturally arise. You must infuse your essence blood into it. Zhang nodded, stepping forward to drop a single droplet of his essence blood into the blood pool. The heartbeat of Panga's heart suddenly intensified. The innate spiritual energy, turbid air, and malevolent aura from the entire region of Buzhou Mountain converged towards the Grand Hall. The overwhelming aura descended upon the sanctum, rendering it as viscous as if submerged in mercury. The 3 daughters of Shihe quickly sought refuge beside Long Ming. The 12 ancestor shamans felt their bones creak under the pressure, strenuously resisting it. Only Long Ming remained composed, casually waving his hand. A grand array erupted from his fingertips. The runes of the heavenly Tao of time and space overlapped and manifested. Amidst the rumbling, the void was reconstructed. One fissure after another appeared and sealed, reminiscent of great waves crashing upon the shore and the earth rising anew. In an instant, this temporal array within Pangu's sanctum erected yet another layer of protection. Not only did it expand the sanctum's space by 1,000-fold, but it also drew the entire sanctum into a temporal domain. Under this dual-layered safeguard, every breath within the sanctum was isolated from the outside world. In the next moment, the heartbeat of Pangu synchronized perfectly with the surging waves of the blood pool. Thump, thump. A formidable power surged forth from the blood pool, coalescing into the first of the blood shadows. Buzz. A brilliant light erupted, illuminating the entire sanctum. An overwhelming pressure, akin to that of a peak de luo golden immortal, exploded forth from the first blood shadow. Subsequently, the body of the first blood shadow rapidly solidified into a corporeal form, a giant standing 10 zhang tall, with muscles carved like rock, brimming with explosive power. The wild aura of this giant surged as he stepped forth from the blood pool. He beckoned towards the blood pool, and a colossal axe and a golden shield soared forth, landing in his grasp. The 12 ancestor shaman's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. The newly birthed kin possessed the strength of a peak de luo golden immortal. How could they not rejoice? Dijiang laughed heartily. Excellent. From now on, your name shall be Xingtian. The giant nodded, kneeling on one knee to pay respects to the 12 ancestor shamans, holding the axe and shield tightly in his hands, without casting a glance at Long Ming and the others. However, after their ecstatic celebration, the 12 ancestor shamans bowed in unison to Long Ming. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Long Ming smiled faintly. In the future, you shall awaken the consciousness of the kin born from the blood pool in this manner. Those awakened by your essence blood shall be called great shamans, and those awakened by the great shamans shall be known as shamans. Thus, your kin shall gradually increase. As Long Ming spoke, he casually summoned forth a crystal that shot out from the encompassing temporal array, shrouding the entire Panga's sanctum, and fell into his hand. Long Ming presented the crystal to Dijiang. I have arranged a temporal array throughout the Panga's sanctum. Time here flows at 36,000 times the rate of the outside world. Moreover, I have expanded the space of the Panga's sanctum 1,000-fold. As long as your clan's numbers do not reach a certain threshold, you may all dwell here. Do you comprehend my intentions? Dijiang was taken aback, raising his gaze in astonishment towards the grand array enveloping the entire Panga's sanctum. When Long Ming was setting up the array, he had assumed it was merely for isolation, especially given the intensity of the aura emanating from Xingtian's birth. Attracting the attention of outsiders would undoubtedly be unfavorable. However, upon hearing Long Ming's explanation, he grasped the formidable nature of this temporal array. As the master of spatial abilities, Dijiang understood well how challenging it was to manipulate the space within the Panga's sanctum without destabilizing it. The mere thought of Long Ming effortlessly expanding the Panga's sanctum 1,000-fold was beyond his imagination. Zhu Jiuyin was equally bewildered. 36,000 times the time differential, and it can be sustained perpetually? Is time truly malleable in such a manner? Dijiang glanced at the crystal in his hand. Elder, what is this? Long Ming smiled slightly. It is the control array for this temporal array. You and Zhu Jiuyin may take turns safeguarding it and comprehending the paths of time and space within the array. Though your clan lacks primordial spirits and cannot truly attain enlightenment, prolonged immersion in the Tao that resonates with your abilities will also yield enhancements. Dijiang's expression shifted, and he performed a deep bow to Long Ming. Elder, for your profound benevolence towards our clan. Dijiang swears an oath to Pangu Father God. The Shaman clan shall forever be your ally, and the Shaman clan and Dragon clan shall eternally stand united. Long Ming smiled indifferently. I have taken something from Buzhou Mountain. This karmic debt must be repaid. The other half of the fragment of the creation jade plate, originally bestowed upon the Wu clan by Pangu. This holds immense cosmic significance. Long Ming, having mastered the path of fate, is naturally capable of perceiving the intricate and profound threads of causality entwined within. Thus, his assistance to the Wu clan is not merely altruistic. Otherwise, he could have easily entrusted his efforts to Dijiang without going to such lengths. Dijiang inhaled deeply, acknowledging that, regardless of the circumstances, gratitude is gratitude, and our clan shall forever cherish this debt of gratitude to our predecessors. Zhu Rong immediately nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, what the elder brother says is true. Long Ming smiled gently, choosing not to linger on the topic. Turning, he waved his hand, saying, Then, let us meet again by fate in the future. With that, he and the 3 daughters of Shi departed towards the sanctum of Pangu. Changshi grinned at Nu Hua and Xianming, playfully saying, Nu Hua, Xianming, do visit the East Sea sometime. I have plenty of delightful treasures to show you. As her words hung in the air, for beams of white light enveloped Long Ming and his companions, and when the luminescence dissipated, they had already vanished. In Chapter 73, Dear Brother, if you wish to eliminate your elder brother, just say so. Nu Hua and Xianming gazed at the slowly fading particles of white light, sharing a knowing smile. Dijiang took a deep breath, addressing his younger siblings. Elder brother Long Ming has shown great benevolence towards our clan, and we must not squander this. Now, let us awaken the first of the great witches. Zhu Jiuyin, you shall awaken the second great witch. Zhu Jiuyin stepped forward, responding, Yes, elder brother. With that, he pricked his finger, drawing forth a drop of his essence blood. Soon, the second great witch was born. Zhu Jiuyin looked upon this new great witch, whose hair shone like the sun, and smiled gently. Very well, you shall be called Dai. As the Wu clan commenced the prolific birth of their progeny, Long Ming led the 3 daughters of Shi back to the East Sea. For the next 50,000 years, you are to fully absorb and comprehend all that you have gleaned from Mount Buzhou. After 50,000 years, I shall conduct an evaluation. Do you understand? The three daughters of Shi nodded obediently and promptly entered seclusion. Long Ming smiled slightly as he approached the dragon transformation pool, seeking out the ancestral dragon. Elder brother, I have found you a new place for cultivation. As he spoke, he conveyed a thought to Ming Dao and Yuan Huan, who promptly arrived. Benefactor, what are your commands? Long Ming set down a box containing the Chaos Heavenly Dao fruit tree and gestured to it, whereupon a grand door opened on the box. Follow me, he instructed. Stepping inside, the three, albeit bewildered, followed suit. In the next moment, they were awestruck by the sight of a colossal tree before them. What is this? They exclaimed in unison. The Chaos Heavenly Dao fruit tree radiated with an ethereal rhythm, nearly entrancing them. Had they not been peak Hongyuan golden immortals, a mere glance could have driven them to madness. The canopy of the tree stretched for billions of miles, enveloping the entire otherworldly space beneath a starry sky. Each twinkle emanating a thread of Dao rhythm, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance that invigorated their spirits and cleared their senses. This is the first spiritual root of chaos, the heavenly Dao fruit, Long Ming announced as he led the three ancestral dragons to the tree trunk. Look above. The ancestral dragons raised their gaze, beholding 11 heavenly Dao fruits, and were instantly captivated. Long Ming smiled subtly, explaining, consuming just one will elevate you directly to Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal status and grant you insight into a particular Dao, without any adverse effects. The eyes of the three ancestral dragons widened with each of Long Ming's words, nearly popping from their sockets. Had anyone else made such a claim, they would have dismissed it outright, but coming from Long Ming, they were compelled to believe. The allure of becoming a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, a being on par with a saint, was irresistible. Indeed, one could argue that it is the saints who aspire to reach the level of the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal. However, the saints are bound by the heavenly laws. Their apparent glory masks the absence of further advancement. In contrast, the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal exists beyond the constraints of time and space, transcending the endless cycles of calamity and achieving true eternity. Moreover, only by becoming a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal can one attain the realm of the heavenly Dao. This realm, along with the supreme realm, chaos realm, and great Dao realm, represents the future, all of which begin with the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal. As for the saints, they possess no future. Now, the path to becoming a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal lay before them, within reach. The breaths of the three ancestral dragons grew heavier, their eyes turning bloodshot, veins bulging on their foreheads. Yet, after a prolonged moment, they regained their composure, lowering their heads, closing their eyes tightly, and clenching their fists. Their innate powers surged like boiling water, manifesting as wisps of azure smoke rising into the air. After a considerable time, the ancestral dragon lifted his gaze once more to Long Ming. Long Ming, you truly should have informed us beforehand. Thankfully, you were present. Otherwise, I might have embarrassed myself and lost control. Ming Dao and Yuan Huan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without the incomprehensible strength of Long Ming by their side, they would surely have succumbed to the urge to seize the heavenly Dao fruits. Long Ming smiled gently, reassuring them, it matters not, with or without me. You would not be able to seize them. The heavenly Dao fruits carry no inherent adverse effects, but they do present a trial. Should you fail to pass the recent test, the instant you attempt to claim the heavenly Dao fruits, the tree shall retaliate, delivering a punishment far worse than heavenly retribution. Those below the heavenly Dao realm will face obliteration, their existence extinguished without any hope of salvation. A cold sweat broke out among the three ancestral dragons. What a ferocious ordeal! The ancestral dragon exclaimed, laughing and crying simultaneously as he looked at Long Ming. Are you trying to trap me? I am your elder brother. For heaven's sake, must you put me through this? Long Ming grinned. In light of your status as my elder brother, I shall speak the truth. It is not negotiable. The ancestral dragon clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Having such a brother is a blessing, yet it is a blow to his pride. Long Ming smiled gently, beckoning to the heavenly Dao fruits above. Instantly, 3 fruits descended into his hands. Since you have passed the trial, these are rightfully yours. While the heavenly Dao fruits themselves have no adverse effects, this does not imply that you may cease your cultivation after consuming them. The ancestral dragons nodded vigorously in response. The primordial supreme golden immortal is merely the starting point. Should one become complacent and lose oneself in self-satisfaction at this juncture, the opportunity presented by the heavenly Dao fruits would be utterly squandered. Long Ming smiled with satisfaction, gently flicking his fingers, causing 3 heavenly Dao fruits to soar into the hands of the 3 ancestor dragons. As they received the fruits, their bodies sank, their feet sinking more than a foot into the ground. Even the mightiest of corporeal beings, the ancestor dragons, felt as though they were cradling not mere fruits the size of a fist, but rather the weight of 100,000 mountains. The burden was alarmingly unnatural. Long Ming smiled faintly, declaring, "This is your second trial. Devise a means to consume it. Furthermore, I present to you a third trial. After consuming the heavenly Tao fruits, you shall cultivate here for the duration of a calamity. Subsequently, I shall personally test your mettle. You must withstand a strike of my power. Should you falter, death awaits." The three Ancestor Dragons were momentarily stunned. What? Endure a strike from you? A mere half-strike could spell our demise, they thought. Was it not said that a primordial supreme golden immortal could withstand your blow? The more they understood Long Ming, the more they realized the unfathomable depth of his power. Even the heavenly Tao must yield before him. What difference was there between a golden immortal and a supreme golden immortal in Long Ming's presence? The Ancestor Dragons felt tears welling up. "My dear brother, if you wish to do me in, just say so. Must you torment me in such a manner?" Long Ming paid no heed to the Ancestor Dragons, turning away and vanishing into the otherworldly space. Upon exiting, Long Ming sank the treasure chest directly to the bottom of the dragon transformation pool. Thus, apart from himself, no one would be able to locate the chest. Chapter 74. What? Tong Tian has been stricken from the records by Hongjun. After Long Ming confined the three Ancestor Dragons within the treasure chest for their seclusion, he entrusted all matters of the Dragon Clan to Qing Long, subsequently retreating to cultivate in solitude. The primordial wilderness fell into a tranquil silence. Soon, Hongjun's sacred voice reverberated throughout the entire wilderness. The second sermon commenced, and the 3,000 worldly cultivators hastened to attend. The 3,000 cultivators, long prepared, flew towards the Xixiao Palace. Compared to the first time, their arrival at the Xixiao Palace was markedly easier this time. The three purities were the first to arrive, followed closely by Hongjun and Xinyuanzi. The five exchanged glances and shared a subtle smile. Their shared experience on Kunlun Mountain had forged a bond among them. Just as the five came to a halt, two beams of golden sunlight descended, transforming into two young men with fierce expressions, Dijun and Tai Yi. Upon spotting the three purities and the others, Dijun and Tai Yi's faces darkened considerably. They had suffered significant injuries and remained in a comatose state for a full century before awakening, only to find themselves buried beneath a heap of refuse. For these innate sovereigns, filled with pride, this was an unspeakable disgrace. Moreover, Tai Yi had lost the Chaos Bell, leading him to regard the three purities, Hongjun, Xinyuanzi, and Nuwa as his greatest enemies in this lifetime. Now, standing face to face with their adversaries, their animosity flared. Without allowing Dijun or Tai Yi a moment to speak, Tong Tian projected a thought. "Do you wish for the entire primordial wilderness to know of your disgrace? Do you want them to learn that you, Tai Yi, have lost your innate treasure?" Dijun was momentarily taken aback, his imposing aura suddenly faltering. Tong Tian smiled slightly. "Master Hongjun permits us to contend, yet forbids us from fighting. We are all bound to heed his commands, are we not?" Dijun's expression darkened. They understood Tong Tian's insinuation. It was best to remain silent for now, with the intention of seeking retribution later. However, should they make their grievances public, the tale of their humiliation beneath the refuse would be known throughout the wilderness. Dijun had harbored grand ambitions since his inception, and such a disgrace was anathema to him. "Humph," Tai Yi scoffed, suppressing his aura. Dijun then turned to Tong Tian. "Where is the Chaos Bell? With Nuwa?" Tong Tian grinned. "This matter bears no relation to Nuwa. If you have grievances, direct them at me. As for the Chaos Bell, what does it matter to you? You cannot wield it anyway." Tong Tian was well aware of Dijun's inquiry regarding the Chaos Bell's whereabouts. Tai Yi and the Chaos Bell were no longer fated to be together, but Dijun could still claim it. As fellow Golden Crows, their powers were intertwined. Tai Yi could no longer utilize the Chaos Bell, but Dijun could. Should Dijun obtain the Chaos Bell, then the two brothers would not be entirely bereft of their innate treasure. However, Dijun could never have imagined that the three purities and their companions had each acquired a chaos spiritual treasure that resonated with their respective powers, rendering the original Chaos Bell a burden that they had discarded, nearly igniting a catastrophic crisis in the primordial wilderness. "I challenge you to test your mettle against me. Should you dare, come seek me. If you disturb Nuwa, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth." Tong Tian, possessing a forthright disposition, had been enlightened by Xianxia and grasped the profound principles of formations. His strength had ascended to the rank of a primordial golden immortal, making him the mightiest among the three purities. He also knew that even while he was in the midst of comprehending the Tao, Long Ming had left him a chaos spiritual treasure. Thus, in gratitude, he willingly took on the burden of any trouble concerning Nuwa. Dijun and Tai Yi, however, interpreted this as a veiled mockery from Tong Tian, deepening their resentment. Yet, at that moment, the remaining worldly cultivators began to arrive, compelling Di Jun and Tai Yi to conceal their emotions. Once the 3,000 worldly cultivators gathered, Hao Yin and Yao Tai, two attendants, opened the grand hall's doors. Esteemed guests, the venerable master is about to commence his sermon. Please follow us inside. The 3,000 cultivators entered in succession, taking their designated positions. In the next heartbeat, as with the previous occasion, Hongjun appeared silently and without a trace. Even with all the cultivators fixated on the high platform, not a single one could discern how Hongjun had manifested. A gentle, sacred aura swiftly enveloped the entire hall. The hall's celestial dome opened wide, the celestial bodies shimmering in the vast cosmos, the universe unfurling in order. Nebulas formed rings, and wondrous peaks emerged. The Tao manifested through nature. The 3,000 cultivators were all profoundly moved. After 3,000 years of arduous cultivation, their understanding of the Tao had deepened substantially. Observing this sacred spectacle anew, their insights were distinct, amplifying their excitement. Nevertheless, among the 3,000 cultivators, one appeared somewhat dazed. It was Tantian, as the magnificent sacred aura and scene unfolded before him. Tantian immediately discerned the presence of a formation. However, it seemed somewhat peculiar, exhibiting an unusual aura. Confounded, Tantian pondered, how strange. Even if Master Hongjun's formation lacks the prowess of Senior Long Ming, it should not be flawed in such a manner. It must be my lack of skill that has led to this misinterpretation. Indeed, that must be the case. Just as Tantian was engulfed in uncertainty, Hongjun abruptly opened his eyes, casting a frigid gaze upon him. Tantian, you are to leave the Xixiao Palace at once, and you need not return henceforth. Tantian was taken aback, as were Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi, both equally astonished. Yuanshi, unable to contain himself, implored, Master, I beseech you to consider. If my younger brother has offended in any way, let me bear his punishment. Please, I urge you to quell your wrath. Taiji Laozu's eyes flickered as he pondered the implications of Hongjun's words, while Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances that betrayed their delight in Tongtian's predicament. Almost eager to applaud the unfolding drama, the other earthly cultivators murmured amongst themselves, utterly perplexed. With a mere wave of his hand, Hongjun silenced the entire hall of the Xixiao Palace. He regarded the bewildered Tantian and declared, You have attained the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian and embarked upon a distinct path. You cannot cultivate my way. Forcing you to follow my path now would only endanger you. Therefore, I command you to depart from the Xixiao Palace. You must seek your own way. Though Hongjun maintained an outward calm, his inner fury was palpable. Cursed Long Ming. Once stealing away a Nuwa was not enough. Now he has taken away my disciple, Tantian, one of the Sanqing. Unbeknownst to others, and even to Tantian himself, he had been enlightened by Xianxia and grasped the essence of the formation's path. He emanated the aura of the Tao. Becoming a Hunyuan Jingxian did not preclude him from cultivating Hongjun's corpse, severing immortal Tao. The true reason Hongjun felt compelled to expel Tantian was due to Tongtian's resonance with the Tao of formations. Currently, within the entire Hongwang realm, aside from entities associated with Long Ming, no one could manifest the Tao's resonance at the initial stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. Thus, Hongjun recognized that Tongtian's comprehension of the Tao was an outcome of Long Ming's influence, inciting his rage and compelling him to expel Tantian. The corpse-severing immortal Tao indeed offered rapid cultivation advantages, yet it bore numerous shortcomings. If one were to commence cultivation of the corpse-severing immortal Tao without reaching Hongjun's level, the flaws would remain undiscovered. However, should one train alongside someone who had already grasped the Tao, the issues would become readily apparent. Tantian had become the pivotal element in unraveling Hongjun's schemes. How could Hongjun possibly allow him to remain? Go forth. With the myriad paths available, since you have discovered your own, depart. Hongjun endeavored to appear nonchalant, yet his teeth were clenched in anger. Chapter 75. He has arrived, bearing the Tao of corpse severing. Tantian opened his mouth to speak. Master Hongjun, I harbor no intention of offending. It is merely, Hongjun interjected with a dismissive wave, banishing Tantian from the grand hall of the Xixiao Palace. Instinctively, Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi rose, but Hongjun's gaze fell upon them. Do you wish to share Tongtian's fate? I shall not hinder you. Should you dare leave, I will ensure your demise. The Pangu and the Sanqing possess great merit and fortune. Losing one is already dire enough. If all three were to vanish, I would have no choice but to resort to drastic measures. What I cannot possess, none shall claim. Yuanshi frowned, preparing to speak, yet Taiji Laozu's glance stayed his tongue. Clearing his throat, Taiji Laozu addressed Hongjun. Master, I assure you, I have no intention of departing. It is simply that Tantian, as your disciple and my younger brother, has offended you. As his elder brother, I must offer our apologies on his behalf. With that, He rose from his seat, and Xianxia followed suit, both bowing deeply in respect to Hongjun. The tension hidden beneath Hongjun's long brows eased, revealing a faint smile. Fate and law intertwine, as do the principles of heaven and earth. Tongtian's actions do not constitute an offense. Rather, it is a matter of fate that he has embarked upon a different path, and you should rejoice for him. Taiji Laozu and Xianxia bowed once more. Thank you, Master, they replied, resuming their seats. Hongjun's gaze swept across the 3,000 earthly cultivators. With one position vacant, it needed to be filled. Upon this proclamation, the standing cultivators' breaths quickened. After a previous lecture, they had come to understand that the position on the mat signified a brighter future. When the tide of the Tao surged, those seated upon the mat would find clarity and ease in their understanding of the Tao. Many had already regretted not seizing a position, and with a new opportunity arising, their desire intensified. Tai, I perceive your innate talent and comprehension are exceptional. Come forth and take a seat. Tai's heart soared with joy, a dizzying sensation engulfing him. Having thought he had lost his chance with the Chaos Bell, he had even contemplated self-destruction for revenge against the Sanqing. Yet now, an opportunity had presented itself to claim the mat. Emperor Jun was equally elated. As siblings intertwined by fate, each shared in the other's triumphs and tribulations. Tai's glory was also his own. Quickly, brother, ascend and do not be remiss, urged Emperor Jun, giving Tai a gentle push. Tai snapped out of his astonishment and approached the mat, performing a profound bow to Hongjun before settling into position, conveniently situated behind Taiji Laozu and Xianxia. And in front of Hongjun, a deliberate glance exchanged among the three spoke volumes. We shall see. Taiji Laozu remained stoic, while Xianxia emitted a dismissive grunt. Hongjun merely rolled his eyes. Hongjun, however, had noted these interactions, as they were precisely his intention. He was aware of the tensions between the Sanqing and Emperor Jun and Tai, and thus had deliberately chosen Tai to maintain a balance between the factions. Hongjun was quite pleased with his orchestration. Then, casting his gaze over the grand hall, he declared, before we commence the teachings, I must elucidate the realms of cultivation. The 3,000 earthly cultivators were left momentarily dazed. The realms? From the earth immortal to the great Luo Jingxian, and from the great Luo Jingxian to the saints, what more is there to discuss? However, when a sage speaks, none dare utter a word. Hongjun smiled serenely. I am aware of your doubts. The path of cultivation ascends from the realm of earth immortals to the attainment of the great Luo golden immortal, culminating in the elevation to sagehood. Yet, you remain oblivious to the existence of an additional layer beyond the great Luo golden immortal. The throng of 3,000 earthly cultivators wore expressions of bewilderment. Most were newly reborn beings post the Dao magic tribulation, possessing scant knowledge of prior events. After Long Ming united the Dragon and Phoenix clans, the mighty of the Primordial Era largely retreated into seclusion, with only a select few, like the three pure ones. Understanding that a layer indeed exists between the great Luo golden immortal and the sage. Ignoring the reactions of the earthly cultivators below, Hongjun continued. This layer is known as the quasi-saint, whose powers infinitely approach those of a sage. The purpose of this teaching is to impart the method of severing the corporeal remains, enabling you to become quasi-saints. The method of severing corporeal remains? The earthly cultivators looked on in confusion. The three pure ones, who understood that beyond the great Luo lay the realm of Hunyuan golden immortals, found themselves even more perplexed. Quasi-saint. The method of severing corporeal remains? This appears to diverge from what we know of the Tao. Hongjun took pride in his method of severing corporeal remains. And seeing the mixture of confusion and anticipation among the earthly cultivators, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He laughed heartily. The method of severing corporeal remains involves casting away one's benevolent thoughts, malevolent thoughts, and obsessions through the innate spiritual treasures. With each corporeal remains severed, one's Taoist cultivation will increase tenfold. Once all three corporeal remains are severed, your Tao cultivation and magical power will draw infinitely closer to that of a sage. And when the time is ripe, you shall attain sagehood. The earthly cultivators exchanged astonished glances, their surprise palpable. With each corporeal remains severed, our Tao cultivation and magical power will increase tenfold. Tenfold. Surely we have not misheard. Hongjun elaborated. To sever the three corporeal remains is to entrust the three thoughts of benevolence, malevolence, and obsession to the innate spiritual treasures. Utilizing these treasures to sever these three thoughts will elevate your state of mind to its utmost perfection. With each severed corporeal remains, your state of mind will become increasingly complete, facilitating a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. Once all three corporeal remains are severed, your state of mind will naturally reach perfection, allowing you to exist in a state of clarity at all times. Tai's eyes sparkled with curiosity. May I inquire, master? What shall be done with the severed corporeal remains? Hongjun was quite pleased with Tai's question, casting him an approving glance. The severed corporeal remains will transform into beings akin to avatars. However, these severed forms are rooted in the innate spiritual treasures. Thus, the higher the quality of the spiritual treasure, the greater the cultivation level of the severed avatar. Each severed corporeal remains possesses the same cultivation level as the original body. Should you encounter formidable foes, you may summon these severed forms to engage in battle. As Hongjun spoke, 3 flowers bloomed atop his head, and 5 energies coalesced. 3 manifestations of Hongjun emerged from the 3 flowers. One bore a benevolent countenance, representing the benevolent corporeal remains. Another had a fierce visage, radiating murderous intent, symbolizing the malevolent corporeal remains. The last appeared unremarkable, yet gazing upon it drew one into a state of obsession, representing the obsessive corporeal remains. All 3 corporeal remains exuded the aura of a sage. In the purple cloud palace, 4 streams of sage-like energy converged, creating a wondrous spectacle. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, celestial light blazed forth, and celestial music resonated. The cosmic stars unfolded in sequence, and celestial maidens appeared amidst the heavenly scenery, scattering exquisite flowers across the blessed land. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded above the grand hall. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill enveloped the space, frost spreading for miles. The cultivators trembled in the intense cold. Then, a fiery wave surged, molten lava roiling. For those with wavering hearts, it felt as if they were engulfed in hellfire, suffering immensely. Yet, regardless of the shifting phenomena, Hongjun's words flowed ceaselessly. The essence of the Tao is like a mountain, transforming into the Tai Chi, it resembles the sea, giving rise to the 4 symbols. The Tao's presence is omnipresent, establishing the harmony of earth, wind, water, and fire. It transcends all bounds, manifesting the 5 elements and birthing myriad beings. The entire purple cloud palace radiated with a purple haze spanning millions of miles, while the sound of the sage reverberated for thousands of miles. A profound, timeless, and indescribable aura enveloped the space. Beyond the 33 heavens, the brilliance of the purple cloud palace shone dazzlingly, captivating the hearts of all sentient beings in the vast wilderness. Though they could see nothing, those with uncertain hearts bowed in reverence, feeling a blend of anxiety and joy, at times weeping, at times laughing heartily. Tongtian stood at the boundary of the 33 heavens, casting a glance back at the purple cloud palace. What a lively scene, he mused. However, the joys and sorrows of the world are unique to each individual. The tribulations and triumphs of others hold no significance for me. In his palm, he cradled a treasure, a golden bell, the inferior grade chaotic spiritual treasure previously bestowed upon him by Long Ming. The chaotic upper clear 10,000 array golden bell, though of lesser quality, possessed a power surpassing even that of some innate treasures. Each time it rang, it would unleash a grand array of the heavenly Tao, a creation not of the inferior variety centered around heavenly Tao runes, but rather a true grand array constructed entirely from heavenly Tao runes. From the foundational grand array composed of 18 heavenly Tao runes to the formidable killing array formed from 99,999 runes for Tongtian. This was more than just a chaotic spiritual treasure. This serves as an exemplary text on the path of formations. What is most commendable is that this treasure does not rigidly dictate what he should do, but rather guides him on what he can do, allowing him the freedom to act on his own. Tongtian raised the Chaos Supreme Golden Bell of 10,000 arrays, casting a final glance at the Zixiao Palace, then smiled nonchalantly before turning back to the Honghuang, heading towards the East Sea. Upon his arrival at the East Sea, a patrolling night demon stood before him. Friend, please pause. By the decree of the Dragon Clan's ancestor, the Dark Dragon, the Boundless Seas are sealed. Until they are opened, non-dragon and phoenix beings are forbidden entry. The decree from Long Ming was indeed tyrannical, naturally breeding discontent among certain beings. After the calamity involving the dragons and phoenixes, the Dragon Clan had retreated, leaving only legends of their existence within the vastness of Honghuang. Thus, it was only natural that some beings would disregard the Dragon Clan's authority. However, those who attempted to forcefully breach the Boundless Seas had long since been buried along the coastlines as fertilizer. Tongtian had no intention of forcing his way through. With a slight smile, he introduced himself. I am Tongtian of the Upper Clear, one of the 3 Pure Ones. I have had several encounters with the esteemed ancestor Long Ming. I have matters to discuss with him, and I kindly ask you to convey my request. The patrolling night demon was taken aback. So, you are indeed Tongtian? The ancestor Long Ming has issued a decree that should you arrive at the East Sea, we shall guide you. Tongtian laughed heartily. Then I am much obliged. The night demon slashed with his sea-splitting fork, parting the waves and revealing a long path spanning thousands of miles. Tontian, please. Following the night demon, Tontian entered the East Sea and soon stood before Long Ming. I pay my respects to you, esteemed Long Ming. Long Ming smiled slightly. By the looks of you, it appears you have been expelled from the Xiao Palace by Hongjun. Tontian was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. You truly know everything, esteemed one. Long Ming spoke calmly. Hongjun's path of severing corpses is exceedingly exclusive. Whether before or after attaining the status of a perfected golden immortal, transitioning to another path is simply impossible. After speaking, Long Ming smiled gently. However, if you wish to return to the Xiao Palace, I can assist you. I can persuade Hongjun to take you back. He would not dare refuse. Tontian was momentarily stunned. What a display of authority, esteemed one. Even a sage would not dare oppose you. Yet, at this moment, Tontian, having severed his ties with the Xiao Palace, began to recall all that Long Ming had done there. Thus, after a brief surprise, he regained his composure. He shook his head. Regardless of my status, I am still one of the 3 pure ones of Pangu. Since I have been cast out from the Xiao Palace, how could I shamelessly return? Such an act would tarnish the esteemed reputation of the 3 pure ones. All 3 pure ones possess their own pride, though xianxia is the most severe. Tongtian's current mindset was simple. Isn't Hongjun just a sage? Is he more formidable than esteemed Long Ming? You expelled me from the Xiao Palace. Does that mean I am finished? I shall prove that even outside the Xiao Palace, I can achieve greater accomplishments. This, indeed, was Tongtian's pride. Long Ming raised an eyebrow. Indeed, you possess considerable spirit. But what if I told you that had you remained in the Xiao Palace, you would undoubtedly become a sage? Yuanshi trembled slightly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Had it not been for Long Ming's words, he would have dismissed them outright. Yet, precisely because he trusted Long Ming, the impact was monumental. Esteemed one, this. Tontian felt as though the world was spinning, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. A sage. That was a sage. Had he truly missed such an opportunity? Heavenly Tao above, can life still be lived? I have missed the chance to become a sage? In that moment, an overwhelming impulse surged within Tontian to cling to Long Ming's leg, begging him to take him back to the Xiao Palace. Long Ming observed Tontian with an air of leisure. So, have you made your decision? Will you return to the Xiao Palace? If I escort you back, you may still achieve sagehood. Thump, thump. Tontian could hear his heart pounding wildly. To return or not was a dilemma. Tontian possessed pride, yet at times, mere pride could not solve practical issues. No matter how proud a cultivator may be, should their strength fall short, they must kneel before a sage. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. This was the reality. Tontian had witnessed Hongjun's sage-level might. Everything within the Xiao Palace filled him with reverence. Yet, he had also glimpsed the tip of the iceberg regarding Long Ming's prowess. Witnessing the splendor of the path of formations, he understood that returning to the Xiao Palace meant relinquishing the path of formations. He was also aware that not returning to the Xiao Palace did not mean the absence of an alternative. However, the allure of sagehood was not easily dismissed. When Hongjun first taught, he had planted the seed of yearning for the supreme fruit of sagehood within the primordial spirits of the 3,000 worldly cultivators. This was no easy burden to cast aside. Tontian stood in place, drenched in sweat, his gaze unfocused, grappling with indecision for a long while. Long Ming smiled slightly, setting up a tea table and calling for Yuanfeng to serve tea, leisurely observing Tongtian's decision-making process. Yuanfeng dutifully stood beside Long Ming, serving tea. After a prolonged silence, she could not help but inquire, Master, why do you hold this upper clear Tontian in such high regard? Long Ming smiled subtly. Do I hold him in high regard? Yuanfeng nodded. You have placed him in this difficult dilemma, yet it seems it is to guide him. If you did not care, you need not have revealed his fate within the Xiao Palace. Long Ming grinned. There are many foolish beings in Hongyun, but few true fools. This one is among them. Moreover, since the beings of Hongyun were born from the great Pangu, I too bear this karmic debt. Karmic debts must ultimately be repaid. In Hongyun, strength reigns supreme. To become a sage like Tontian, only to be schemed against by his own brothers due to his bonds with his disciples. If I can lend a hand, I shall. Furthermore, if Tontian cannot become a sage, how will the Fengshen Calamity unfold? Yuanfeng appeared perplexed. She did not fully grasp the distinction Long Ming made between foolish beings and true fools. But as Long Ming offered no further explanation, she refrained from asking. After all, being by her master's side was immensely beneficial, even if it was merely serving tea. The tea brewed from the chaotic Xiao path could transform an infant earth immortal into a Tai golden immortal without any adverse effects in an instant. Moreover, her master was known for his generosity, having shared spiritual tea on numerous occasions. Thus, it continued. Tong Tian stood in place, entangled in his thoughts for a millennium. Long Ming had naturally waited for 1,000 years as well. With his current strength, this duration was merely a moment of meditation. At last, Tong Tian's body trembled violently. A black flower suddenly erupted from the crown of his head, and dark mist gushed forth from his spiritual essence. The black flower struggled and danced within that dark fog, conjuring towering shadows, its malevolent branches and leaves transforming into wicked hands that reached for Long Ming. In Yuan Feng's phoenix eyes, 2 beams of fiery light shot forth. How audacious! Dare you lay a hand on my master? Do you think yourself worthy? The flames morphed into a massive phoenix with a wingspan of 1,000 meters, incinerating the inky giant hand in an instant. Yet, the dark malevolent flower did not relent. It absorbed all the black mist expelled from Tong Tian's essence, transforming into a colossal black blossom, its branches swaying and petals fluttering. The waters of the eastern sea began to freeze rapidly, the black ice descending with deep-seated malice. Yuan Feng let out a cold laugh. You are but a manifestation of a saint's malice. Do you truly consider yourself a saint? Standing before my master is already a grave offense. Yuan Feng did not lower the teapot in her hand. Instead, her other hand glided gracefully, as if playing a zither. Where her delicate fingers passed, strings of fire, born from the southern brightly fire, appeared. Each string summoned myriad fire phoenixes. With 7 strings swept across, celestial music arose, heralding the phoenix's song across the eastern sea. The sea, which had begun to freeze, instantly returned to its former state. Boom. The black malevolent flower was encircled by countless fire phoenixes. It flailed its branches and leaves desperately, yet every struggle was futile. This black malevolent flower was merely a seed of thought sown within the primordial spirits of the 3,000 worldly practitioners, a seed of longing for the Supreme Saint. It bore no distinction between good and evil. It became malevolent only when Tong Tian began to reject it. However, even in its malevolence, it remained a rootless entity. Moreover, the inherent southern brightly fire in Yuan Feng was a flame that vanquished evil. Since that seed of thought had turned malevolent, it was destined to be restrained by the primordial southern brightly fire. In a single exchange, the black malevolent flower was thoroughly subdued by Yuan Feng. Yet, its vitality proved unexpectedly resilient. Yuan Feng's assault did not extinguish it entirely, igniting her fury. You dare to defy me in front of my master? I have finally found an opportunity to shine before my master, and you not only refuse to perish but also dare to resist? Yuan Feng's entire being ignited with the primordial southern brightly fire, surging toward the heavens. A massive silhouette of a phoenix descended from the celestial expanse, its wings spanning thousands of miles, shaking the vastness of the world. Above the eastern sea, billions of miles of fiery clouds blazed fiercely, painting half the sky crimson. Even the stars of the Zhou Tian felt the influence of the phoenix ancestor's might, one by one beginning to glow red and heat up. The phoenix ancestor's visage, with its eyes wide open, gazed down at the black malevolent flower with an air of disdain. An ancient, violent aura swept across the primordial realm. All beings within the primordial expanse looked up in bewilderment at the eastern sea, trembling in shock. What the heavens? A phoenix? Is the phoenix truly this powerful? The phoenix tribe, which had concealed itself alongside the dragon clan, had long retreated into the undying volcano, indifferent to worldly affairs for many years. Not only the newly emerged clans of the primordial realm, but even the avian tribes had some younger generations dismissing the Phoenix clan. Had it not been for Long Ming's instruction to ignore it, Yuan Feng would have already eradicated these oblivious beings. At that moment, the Phoenix ancestor's divine might swept through the primordial realm, demonstrating through action that she simply chose to remain uninvolved, not that she was incapable. A resounding phoenix cry echoed throughout the primordial expanse. The descending silhouette of the phoenix ancestor gently flapped its wings. With a hum, an invisible primordial southern brightly fire swept across the entire primordial realm. Unrelated beings merely felt a warmth wash over them. Then nothing occurred as everything returned to normal. In stark contrast, the avian clans under the Phoenix's dominion instantly experienced a division. Those avians loyal to the Phoenix tribe felt their entire lineage elevated, as if reborn from the flames. Conversely, those who believed the Phoenix tribe had fallen and secretly plotted to establish their own dominance vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. The gaze of the Phoenix ancestor fell upon the black malevolent flower, which then ignited, leaving no possibility for further struggle. At this moment, Tong Tian finally regained his senses. He looked up and was instantly dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Upon further contemplation, he realized that the black malevolent flower had actually been expelled from his own body. Tong Tian was momentarily at a loss. I expelled such a disgusting thing from within me? He suddenly felt unclean. Boom. As Tong Tian's face contorted in despair, Yuan Feng completely incinerated the black, malevolent flower. After another resounding phoenix cry echoed throughout the primordial realm, the phoenix ancestor's silhouette transformed into the ethereal winds of heaven and earth, dissipating from sight. The billions of miles of fiery clouds above the eastern sea also faded away. Chapter 78. Tong Tian, I've got your back. Do you have any objections? Regardless of whether Tong Tian could accept that he had expelled such a black, coarse, and unsightly entity from within, the malevolent black flower, imbued with great malice, was ultimately vanquished. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongjun, who was expounding on the path of corpse slaying, suddenly halted. A cacophony akin to crashing waves erupted within the palace. All celestial sounds and sacred sites came to an abrupt standstill. The celestial bodies above the grand hall ceased their rotations. A fissure appeared from the depths of the stars, rapidly expanding into innumerable cracks resembling a spider's web. Crack. Space shattered. Time paused. Causality transformed into flames, burning fiercely. The wrath of a saint meant the extinguishing of stars and the demise of beings. Outside the 33 heavens, there were no living souls. Only a multitude of worldly practitioners instantaneously frozen in time. Among them, only Taiji Laozu and Yuan Shi had their eyes half open. They sensed the shift in circumstances and instinctively opened their eyes, but as their eyelids barely lifted, like the other worldly practitioners, they too were frozen within the amber of time. Hongjun opened his eyes, flames dancing within, yet those flames spread out like frost, freezing the entire purple cloud palace. Tong Tian, you dare to expel my seed of thought. Yuan Feng, you dare to strike against the saint's will. Hongjun's gaze pierced through the 33 heavens, landing upon the eastern sea. Under the immense pressure of his saintly might, the entire eastern sea sank downward. Billions of tons of seawater vanished in an instant, as countless beings of the eastern sea fled in terror to the depths below. In the depths of the East Sea, a formidable array was laid down by Long Ming. Without this grand formation, at this very moment, the entire aquatic populace of the East Sea would perish under the wrath of the sage. The celestial firmament gazed down with its frigid, piercing eyes, mingling silver and dark crimson hues, distinct from the eye of heaven's will. It embodied the might of the eye while also reflecting the unique essence of Hongjun. He was the sage, the first sage of the Primordial Era. Having absorbed the primordial purple energy that had been manipulated by the heavenly Tao, the instant Hongjun ascended to sagehood, he became an integral part of the heavenly Tao of the Primordial World. At this moment, Hongjun wielded a portion of the authority granted by the heavenly Tao. Beneath the East Sea, the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, the waters parted violently, creating a fissure that led directly to the Dragon Clan's ancestral grounds, halting only before the grand formation laid by Long Ming. Throughout the vast expanse of the East Sea, stretching millions of miles apart from within the formation, everything else was under the control of the sage's might. A single thought could bring forth life, and a mere whim could extinguish it. The fury of the sage, how could it be quelled by the demise of the East Sea's denizens? Should Hongjun so desire, the entire East Sea could be obliterated from existence. Such is the essence of a sage. Tong Tian and Yuan Feng felt a chill run down their spines as they beheld the merciless, silver and dark crimson eyes in the heavens above. Tong Tian, Yuan Feng, do you dare to offend a sage? Are you not afraid of retribution from the heavenly Tao? Hongjun's voice thundered down, causing the waters of the East Sea to boil in an instant. The tumultuous waves transformed into thick clouds of white mist, annihilating all beings of the East Sea that had not sought refuge within the formation. Tong Tian's body tensed, the heavy pressure of the sage descending upon him, nearly robbing him of breath. Cold sweat poured from his brow as he felt as though a multitude of mountains bore down upon him, making even standing upright a formidable challenge. Yet, Tong Tian was one of the 3 pure ones of Pangu. The more oppressive the situation became, the more resolute his spirit grew. He straightened his back with great effort and boldly replied, "When have I ever offended a sage? Instead, might I inquire what teachings you have concealed within me?" Hongjun scoffed. "That is the doctrine bequeathed by this esteemed self. If you seek other paths, I do not blame you for straying from my teachings, allowing you to pursue your own way. However, to malign my doctrine is a profound disrespect to the sage." Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Standing beside Long Ming, he could maintain his sharpest intellect, unaffected by the sage's oppressive aura. Thus, he understood precisely what that malevolent thought, the black flower, truly represented: a shackle, a fetter that, unless one possessed the strength and the support of a formidable guardian like Long Ming, could never be escaped. This was a shackle left by the sage, without assistance from those of equal or greater power, who could hope to break free. No, not even to discover it. Tong Tian had assumed that Hongjun would either acknowledge his actions or simply dismiss them. Yet, he never expected Hongjun to cast such an accusation upon him. The crux of the matter was that he had no evidence to prove Hongjun's deceit. After all, Yuan Feng had incinerated that malevolent thought completely. Hongjun was aware of this, which emboldened him to confront Tong Tian. Had there been clear evidence, Hongjun would not have risked his own demise. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng immediately recognized her previous decisiveness had brought about trouble. She huffed defiantly, "Then may I ask, sage, what transgression has Yuan Feng committed?" Hongjun's voice turned cold, each word resonating with such force that ripples spread across the firmament, startling the East Sea into tremors. You well knew that the flower of thought belonged to this esteemed self, and upon witnessing it tainted by Tong Tian, you chose not to rectify it, but to eradicate it entirely. In doing so, you have lost the evidence, and thus, you bear the guilt of negligence. Yuan Feng, as Long Ming's attendant, realized that Hongjun was still holding back. Like Tong Tian, she too was taken aback by the peculiarity of Hongjun's grievance. Truly, a sage's methods were both refreshing and unconventional. Tong Tian and Yuan Feng found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. They could speak under the protection of Long Ming's formation against the might of the sage, but any further actions were beyond their capability. Finally, Long Ming spoke. "Hongjun, what do you intend to do? Will you kill Tong Tian and Yuan Feng?" Hongjun replied with a scoff. "To offend a sage is a capital offense. However, considering Yuan Feng is your attendant, I can spare her life. Yet, what relationship do you share with Tong Tian? Is he your disciple?" Long Ming smiled faintly. "He is merely a junior. I find him agreeable, hence I protect him. What of it? Do you have any objections?" Tong Tian felt a surge of gratitude toward Long Ming. He knew that remaining silent at this moment was the least troublesome course of action. Yet, with those words, he realized the weight of the consequences that would follow. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his eyes widened in revelation. He finally understood Hongjun's true purpose for coming. The so-called wrath of the sage was nothing but a facade. Indeed, as soon as this thought settled in Tong Tian's mind, he heard Hongjun's voice again. "Whatever friend you wish to protect, I have no objections. However, the consequences of Tong Tian's offense will fall upon you." Tong Tian's face flushed crimson. At that moment, any semblance of reverence or gratitude he held toward Hongjun evaporated, replaced by disgust and disdain. As a sage, how could he descend to such depths? Anger surged within him, and he opened his mouth to speak. Yet, a force restrained him, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word, even to move. Long Ming smiled slightly. "Then how do you wish to resolve this karmic entanglement?" Chapter 79, Is it possible? You have never encountered 10 pieces of chaos spiritual treasures? Tong Tian's greatest worry was that Long Ming would abandon him, rendering his plans futile. However, since Long Ming had expressed his intent to protect Tong Tian, Hongjun was no longer concerned. With an identity and power like Long Ming's, anything spoken in that moment could never be retracted. Hongjun was conversing with Long Ming in the capacity of a sage, with the entirety of the primordial world able to hear. Should Long Ming go back on his word, it would be a humiliation echoed throughout the primordial realm. Hongjun was confident that Long Ming would not act in such a manner. In the Xiao Palace, a trace of pride flickered across Hongjun's face. "Indeed, I am using the myriad beings of the primordial realm as hostages to coerce you, Long Ming. What can you do to me? As for the karmic ties between Tong Tian and Yuan Feng, dear friend, you must offer treasures in exchange." Long Ming smiled playfully. "What treasures?" Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement. 10 pieces of chaos spiritual treasures, he declared. When Long Ming showed reluctance to agree to a singular item, Hongjun deliberately stated the total of 10. This way, if Long Ming refused, he could negotiate a lower price. This strategy is known as inflating the price only to bargain down later. Tong Tian's pupils constricted like needles, and the fury and frustration within his chest threatened to overflow. Chaos spiritual treasures? Or rather, 10 of them? My very life may not even equate to the worth of a single chaos spiritual treasure. How audacious of Hongjun to demand 10. Long Ming, my senior, must not acquiesce. I would rather perish than allow this shameless scoundrel to succeed. Tong Tian shouted within his mind. Yet, he soon discovered that his consciousness had been frozen, unable to transmit even the slightest thought. Tong Tian grew frantic, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, Yuan Feng's consciousness echoed within his primordial spirit. "My friend, simply observe. Should Hongjun dare to disrespect our master, he will face the consequences. As for the chaos spiritual treasures, let him watch closely." Long Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. 10 pieces of chaos spiritual treasures? Are you certain? Hongjun scoffed. "What? Do you find this difficult, my friend? Considering your past assistance to me, I might be inclined to reconsider." Before he could finish his sentence, Long Ming had already broken into a grin. 10 pieces of chaos spiritual treasures is quite a bargain. Do you prefer lower grade or mid grade? Very well, I shall decide. 10 mid-grade chaos spiritual treasures. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 10 chaos spiritual treasures materialized: a sword, an axe, a bell, a tower, a wheel, a zither, a cauldron, a mirror, a shield, and a pot. Tong Tian was left dumbfounded. Yuan Feng chuckled. Hongjun had underestimated him. Did he truly believe that 10 pieces of chaos spiritual treasures could leverage power over the master? Did he think this would accrue more karma in his favor? Absurd. The chaos spiritual treasures at the master's disposal could be counted by the warehouse. Though Yuan Feng held the nominal title of Long Ming's attendant, she had effectively become his steward. She had visited the Dragon Court's warehouse on multiple occasions and would forever remember the first time she entered, leaving on her knees. Buzz. The 10 mid-grade chaos spiritual treasures were simultaneously summoned, their brilliance illuminating the vast wilderness. The myriad realms basked in their luminescence. Life flourished, and sentient beings gained wisdom. The primordial starry skies trembled under the radiance. 10 luminous wheels, akin to 10 golden suns rising from the eastern sea, cast an imperious light. These 10 chaos spiritual treasures resonated collectively, exerting a suppressive force over the entire wilderness without displaying any ostentation. Their 10 beams of light lashed out like 10 invisible whips towards the purple heaven palace beyond the 33 heavens. Hongjun was momentarily stunned. What on earth? Just how many chaos spiritual treasures does Long Ming possess? Is it possible he solely possesses chaos spiritual treasures? Could he be the manufacturer of them? If only he knew that Long Ming had refined artifacts a staggering 1 billion times in pursuit of mastery, it would all make sense. Even accounting for the exceedingly high failure rate in the early stages, the quantity of chaos spiritual treasures in Long Ming's possession would still be counted in the thousands. Moreover, when truly necessary, Long Ming could refine more at will. Boom, boom, boom. Although Hongjun immediately shielded the purple heaven palace, the entire floating island housing it was still sent into a frenzy by the 10 invisible whips. Even Hongjun's spatial stabilization of the floating island proved futile, especially against the last whip, which was cleaved by the axe. Upon striking the palace's protective barrier, the void tore apart, the cosmos inverted, and the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire erupted from the fissures like 4 great dragons in mountains. Boom. The shield over the floating island was marred with countless spiderweb-like cracks. The elements hissed through the barrier like venomous serpents, unleashing terrifying shrieks. Hongjun was alarmed, his sage powers surging forth in a frantic attempt to mend the shield. He understood well that should the shield break, though he would not perish, all the youthful attendants within the Purple Heaven Palace and the time-frozen mortals would surely perish. If they died, his plans for enlightenment would unravel, and he would remain indebted to the heavenly Tao. In that case, he too would meet his demise. A colossal shadow of a sage loomed forth from the grand hall of the Purple Heaven Palace. A single finger stretched forth, spanning 100,000 zhang. The sage's shadow grasped the entire floating island with one hand, while the other gestured toward the rift in the void, sealing it instantaneously. The tumultuous elements quieted at once. Furthermore, the sage's shadow erected 33,000 layers of protective barriers around the floating island. Only after ensuring absolute safety did it dissipate. Hongjun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, casting an irate glare towards the eastern sea. Long Ming, what is your meaning behind this? Long Ming lazily lifted an eyebrow. These are chaos spiritual treasures, 10 pieces in total. What say you? I can safeguard the wilderness, but the 33 heavens lie beyond it. Hongjun's aggressive demeanor faltered instantly. What? I am not as vicious as you. Chaos spiritual treasures? Mid-grade chaos spiritual treasures? You can summon 10 with a mere flick of your wrist? I have never seen a single chaos spiritual treasure. How could I know what happens when 10 are combined? Long Ming smiled slightly. What? They are merely 10 chaos spiritual treasures. You truly do not know what their combined manifestation entails. Surely, as a sage, you must be aware. Uft. Yuan Feng could not help but burst into laughter, though she quickly covered her face and bowed her head, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Tong Tian found himself devoid of any other emotions, unsure of how to feel. He wanted to laugh, yet sensed something amiss. He wanted to rage, yet again felt something was off. In short, he was utterly bewildered. Long Ming pushed the 10 mid-grade chaos spiritual treasures forward. Shall I deliver them to your doorstep? Hongjun snapped out of his awkward reverie. At this moment, nothing else mattered. The 10 chaos spiritual treasures were of utmost importance. He promptly dispatched his benevolent corpse to the eastern sea, arriving in an instant to collect the 10 chaos spiritual treasures. Long Ming smiled contentedly as he watched Hongjun's benevolent corpse secure the treasures. Just as the latter prepared to depart, Long Ming leisurely spoke. Wait a moment. Chapter 80. The karmic debt you owe to the East Sea. If you do not repay, I shall collect it myself. Hongjun, the benevolent corpse. was entirely consumed with concern over the potential abrupt actions of Long Ming. At that moment, upon hearing Long Ming speak, Hongjun immediately communicated with his true self. A radiant arc, akin to a long rainbow, descended from the Xiao Palace, situated beyond the 33 heavens, traversing through the vastness of the ancient starry sky and the celestial firmament, ultimately reaching the East Sea. Within this luminous arc, Hongjun's true self, along with the malevolent and controlling corpses, flickered in and out of visibility. It was abundantly clear that should Long Ming strike, Hongjun would respond in unison with his three corpses. Hongjun, the benevolent corpse, cast a cold smirk at Long Ming, proclaiming, "I have long anticipated your potential move. Even if your strength rivals that of the Tao of Heaven, you cannot hope to annihilate me instantaneously. With the assistance of my three corpses, repelling your initial assault shall pose no challenge. After just one strike, I shall invoke the authority of the Tao of Heaven, ensuring all of Honghuang is made aware that you, Long Ming, are a man of no integrity." The practitioners of the mundane realm within the Xiao Palace would serve as the most credible witnesses. With an air of self-satisfaction, Hongjun, the benevolent corpse, sneered, "Long Ming, all your actions are merely pawns in my grand scheme. You are but a brute with no more than martial prowess. What? Are you considering retracting your words, my friend?" Long Ming replied with a slight smile, "Retract? What is there to retract? A mere 10 items of chaotic spiritual treasures hold no weight for me. I merely have a small matter to discuss with you." Hongjun, the benevolent corpse, was momentarily taken aback. Not a retraction? It appears Long Ming has recognized that the stratagem between us is incomparable, and has thus chosen to concede. A small matter? Pray, enlighten me. Long Ming's smile faded abruptly. The lives you recently extinguished in the East Sea total 186 million. How do you intend to address this karmic debt? Both Hongjun's true self and the three corpses were left astounded. "My friend, you jest. I have not harmed a single member of the Dragon clan." Long Ming, though smiling, bore a chilling gaze. The East Sea is not solely inhabited by dragons. It is home to countless aquatic beings. Hongjun, the benevolent corpse, furrowed his brow. Countless aquatic beings? Those lowly creatures that spawn in water? Your words are utterly preposterous. If you find 10 chaotic spiritual treasures excessive, we can negotiate further. It is inappropriate to invoke these insignificant beings as a point of contention. I am a sage. Below the sages, all are but ants. The fact that I have not harmed a single dragon of your kin is already a considerable favor. Yet you demand recompense for those lowly ants? Absurd. Long Ming raised an eyebrow. What are 10 chaotic spiritual treasures? I could offer you 100 more. As he spoke, he casually gestured, producing 100 chaotic spiritual treasures. However, this time, all 100 treasures were sealed, with only a faint pressure escaping. Yet, the cumulative effect of this pressure from the 100 treasures stirred a tumult of clouds across millions of miles, casting a resplendent light that outshone the sun and moon, dazzling even the stars. Under this brilliance, all beings in the East Sea, previously sheltered by the Great Formation, found themselves bathed in a layer of radiant light. Beneath this glow, every creature raised its head. Previously, under the oppressive weight of the sage's aura, they could scarcely lift their gazes, but now, they all turned to behold Long Ming. Long Ming regarded Hongjun's benevolent corpse, his smile unwavering. "Are 100 chaotic spiritual treasures sufficient? If not, I can offer you 200, 500, or even 1,000, until you deem it adequate. However, you must repay the 186 million lives you owe me." Hongjun, the benevolent corpse, widened his eyes in shock, then let out a cold laugh. Sages are untainted and untouched by karmic ties. It is not that sages are free from karma. Rather, they are free from trivial karmas. Matters beneath the level of a sage bear no relevance to them. Long Ming raised an eyebrow. Sages are untouched by karma? Is this what the Tao says? Hongjun, the benevolent corpse, replied with pride, "Indeed. Sages are the supplements of the Tao, acting on behalf of heaven. If you claim I am entangled in the karma of the East Sea, then present your evidence. I wish to see what proof you can muster. Without evidence, no matter how much you speak, it merely serves as your own contradictory excuse." Raising his hands, Hongjun declared, "If I truly am entangled in the karma of the East Sea, let the Tao manifest its judgment." Yet, nothing transpired. The skies beneath the 9 heavens remained tranquil. Yuan Feng and Tong Tian gazed at Long Ming, fully aware that no evidence existed. The myriad beings of the East Sea turned their gazes towards Long Ming. Their comprehension of karma and sages still too rudimentary. They only understood that the Ancestral Dragon was seeking justice for them. However, the Tao was unjust. No proclamation came forth. Hongjun, the benevolent corpse, laughed heartily. "Long Ming, what say you? Do not think that by presenting these chaotic treasures, you can prove anything. You merely wish to go back on your word. For one so esteemed among the powerful of Hongjun, your behavior is lamentable and brings shame upon us all. Yuan Feng, seething with rage, felt the primal flames of innate Nanming Li fire blaze fiercely in her eyes. Dare to insult my master? You shall not leave the East Sea alive. What of the sage's benevolence? She scoffed. The longer she associated with Long Ming, the less she regarded mere sages. Even if her master were to perish, she would detonate the chaotic treasures upon her person to ensure your demise. A chilling intent filled Yuan Feng's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Hongjun, the benevolent corpse. Hongjun sensed her animosity but felt no fear, for the three corpse avatars possessed a realm equal to that of the sages. While their combat prowess might slightly lag, they were undoubtedly not to be defeated by a being below the sages. The myriad beings of the East Sea also turned their eyes towards Hongjun, their gazes frail and insignificant. Hongjun, the benevolent corpse, did not even deign to cast a glance in their direction. Long Ming lifted his eyelids, offering a slight smile to Hongjun. You may have misinterpreted my words. When I say you owe me a karmic debt to the East Sea, it is a fact. The Tao's words hold no weight. It is my words that carry weight. This karmic debt, if you do not repay, I shall collect it myself. With that, Long Ming stepped forward. Instantly, Hongjun, the benevolent corpse, retreated 1,000 miles. Within the heavenly arc, both Hongjun's true self and the malevolent and controlling corpses summoned their innate spiritual treasures, prepared to counter Long Ming's potential strike. As Hongjun withdrew, he bellowed, Long Ming, as the ancestral dragon of the Dragon clan, how dare you go back on your word? In your desperate attempts to avoid repaying the sage's karmic debt, you resort to all manner of sophistry. Are you not afraid of the scorn of the myriad beings of Hongjun? Long Ming smiled faintly. The scorn of all living beings? As the ancestral dragon of the Dragon clan, he could not even safeguard the subjects under his dominion. He was unable to reclaim their karmic debts. That would indeed warrant reproach. As his words lingered in the air, the figure of Hongjun, the benevolent corpse, who had retreated thousands of miles, reappeared before Long Ming, as if all his prior movements had never transpired. What do you intend to do? Hongjun gasped in astonishment. Long Ming paid no heed to Hongjun, merely raising his gaze to the malevolent dual corpses of Hongjun within the celestial arc. He smiled gently. Come down. By divine decree, the mandate of the primordial law. Can the heavenly Tao? Can a saint? Can they defy the edicts of the ancestral dragon? They cannot. Then descend. With a thud, Hongjun's three corporeal manifestations knelt before Long Ming in unison. Chapter 81. In a mere gesture, 100,000 years passed, and the saint's three corpses became mere sustenance. The entire primordial realm resonated with a palpable silence, each breath discernible. Long Ming regarded Hongjun's three manifestations with a smile, as though everything before him was but a game. Do you have anything to say? Hongjun's three manifestations struggled to lift their heads, faces etched with horror, rendered speechless. In the Xixiao Palace, Hongjun felt a similar chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Long Ming, not even as a saint. Yet he had always believed that with the authority of the heavenly Tao, he could devise some schemes against Long Ming. Even if I cannot defeat you, can I not thwart a move or two? Do you truly believe that your strength grants you the liberty to act as you wish? Now, Hongjun understood. Indeed, Long Ming could do as he pleased within this primordial realm. Hongjun had failed to notice how Long Ming had seized his three corporeal manifestations. The space remained undisturbed, time unaltered. Nothing had occurred, yet everything had transpired. Hongjun's body stiffened, his scalp prickling with realization. He understood that the sole reason Long Ming had not apprehended him from the Xixiao Palace was the multitude of mundane cultivators frozen in time within. This intricate formation centered around his true self. Should Long Ming strike at Hongjun's true essence, with but a single thought, all 2,999 of those mundane cultivators would perish, including figures such as Taiji Laozu, Yuqing Yuanshi, Hongyun, Xinyuanzi, Fushi, and others. This had been Hongjun's initial design. By freezing the mundane cultivators within the Xixiao Palace, he intended not only to conceal impending events, but more crucially, to use them as hostages. Long Ming, my friend, what do you truly desire? Hongjun was compelled to speak. His previous confidence evaporated. He indeed held hostages. Yet he doubted that should he provoke further, those hostages could genuinely secure his safety. Long Ming smiled subtly. 18 million lives. Then your three corporeal manifestations shall perish 18 million times. Hongjun was taken aback, his three manifestations simultaneously lifting their heads, eyes wide with anger and alarm. What? You cannot. Boom. The Eastern Sea formation descended, instantaneously reducing Hongjun's three corporeal manifestations to dust. The entire Eastern Sea trembled slightly, as if it were breathing or stretching lazily. Hongjun's three manifestations were gone. The nature of a saint's three corporeal manifestations is distinct from those of quasi-saints. Upon death, a quasi-saint's manifestations not only lose their innate treasures, but also suffer a decline in their realm. To manifest another one without the aid of a saint requires no less than a millennium. Conversely, a saint's three corporeal manifestations, upon death, do not lose innate treasures, nor do they experience a decline in realm. They resurrect immediately, akin to a saint's primordial spirit being entrusted to the heavenly Tao, thus remaining immortal and indestructible. Once a three corporeal manifestation ascends to the status of a saint, its primordial spirit also becomes entrusted to its true self. As long as the true self endures, so too shall the three corporeal manifestations remain immortal. This was initially a significant advantage for the saints. Yet at this moment, such an advantage became a peril for Hongjun. As the Eastern Sea formation pressed down, in the blink of an eye, Hongjun's three corporeal manifestations each experienced 100 deaths. They existed within a singular temporal domain. Within the timeline of the three corporeal manifestations, each death and subsequent resurrection felt interminably long, magnifying their suffering a billionfold. Meanwhile, in Hongjun's timeline, in a mere blink, he was stripped of the power to resurrect his three corporeal manifestations 300 times. This equated to him having unleashed his full strength 300 times in the span of an instant. Even a saint, Hongjun nearly retched. Long Ming observed the expression of Hongjun's true self as he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, smiling faintly. Do you find it too slow? Allow me to expedite the process. With that, he extended a finger, and a vast temporal formation emanated from his fingertip, rapidly expanding. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Eastern Sea. The ancient and eternal essence of time exuded from the formation, rippling in concentric circles. The supreme nuances of the Tao cascaded down. Across the Eastern Sea, countless waves stirred. Each ripple that swept over the sea heralded a blossoming of clouds and a twinkling of celestial stars in response. The essence of the supreme Tao of time surged forth with these ripples, washing over the entirety of the Eastern Sea. In the blink of an eye, countless feeble beings emerged from the Eastern Sea, growing, reproducing, and then cultivating into forms. As 10 ripples passed, the Eastern Sea became lively once more. Billions of beings sought pilgrimage to the depths of the Eastern Sea. Guided by an unseen destiny, they arrived at the sea's depths to pay homage before the great formation. Thank you for your ancestral blessings. Long Ming smiled subtly. Go forth. Billions of beings in the Eastern Sea bowed once more, then retreated to various corners of the sea. The passage of the temporal essence, like a gentle breeze or a droplet of water, permeated the true souls of these newly born beings. Regardless of whether these beings comprehended or possessed the capacity to seek the Tao, these Daoic nuances would offer them protection. Yuan Feng and Tong Tian were left in awe, overwhelmed with excitement. Such a miracle of life, such a manifestation of the Tao, brought tears to their eyes. Tong Tian could not help but recall the earlier scene when Hongjun preached in the Xiao Palace. The sacred words and the grandeur of the Tao, though seemingly forceful and overwhelming, amounted to a coercive indoctrination. There was no refusal, no means to resist. It was portrayed as enlightenment, yet it was an imposition. In contrast, Long Ming, with a mere gesture, laid the Tao openly before countless beings, devoid of any sense of superiority. Coldness and ruthlessness are absent, and neither is there a cycle of prosperity and decline. Once again, Tong Tian lifted his gaze to the vast sky, where the grand rainbow of Hongjun arched. Within him resided only a profound indifference. Compared to the venerable Long Ming, Hongjun was utterly inconsequential. Yuan Feng, with unabashed directness, rolled her eyes at Hongjun amidst the celestial rainbow, entirely dismissing him. With a single maneuver of the temporal array, Long Ming accelerated the passage of time in the East Sea by a staggering 100,000 years. During these 13,000 years, all the sustenance required by the East Sea was siphoned from Hongjun's 3 corporeal incarnations. Over 100,000 years, those incarnations faced death a staggering 186 million times, neither more nor less. Long Ming smiled faintly. With this, the causal debts were instantly settled. We are even now. In the Xiao Palace, Hongjun coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his entire form trembling violently. In but a fleeting moment, he was stripped of the power to resurrect his 3 corporeal forms 186 million times. Were it not for the intervention of the heavenly Tao at the last moment, even his primordial spirit would have been drained. Hongjun's body sagged, gasping for breath. His saintly form resembled a parched clay statue, marred by an array of cracks. The sound of splintering echoed throughout the Xiao Palace. Startled, Hongjun raised his eyes to the practitioners of the mortal realm, frozen in time. The temporal stasis began to waver. Hongjun, now exceedingly weak, could no longer maintain the suspended time. The mortal practitioners would soon awaken from their temporal slumber. Hongjun's eyes widened in alarm. If these practitioners were to awaken at this moment, where would his dignity as a saint reside? Henceforth, which mortal practitioner would seek his guidance? Having only conveyed half of the teachings on the three corpses path, he still had a further 1,800 years of discourse to fully anchor these 3,000 mortal practitioners. Should an unexpected event occur at this juncture, all of Hongjun's prior efforts would be rendered futile. In haste, Hongjun summoned his power, intending to stabilize the time within the Xiao Palace. As soon as his power surged, he spat forth another mouthful of black blood, and crimson gushed from the fissures on his body. The time freeze within the Xiao Palace continued to expand. In mere moments, the mortal practitioners would awaken from their temporal stasis, and they would come to understand everything. At that point, whether Hongjun could continue to enlighten beings remained uncertain. Presently, there existed no universal etiquette or moral code in the primordial wilderness. The only prevailing law was the might of one's fist. Those with greater strength commanded authority. Given that Long Ming's fist was mightier, how many of the 3,000 mortal practitioners would flock to him? Hongjun was consumed by urgency, desperate to prevent this outcome. Yet, every time he attempted to exert his power, he was met with fresh torrents of blood. His very existence was sustained solely by the intervention of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. However, his already crumbling body could not withstand any further force from the heavenly Tao. The Tao could only preserve Hongjun's life, but it could not uphold his dignity. The more anxious he became, the more powerless he felt. With his weakening as a saint, even the floating island housing the Xiao Palace began to fracture. To the outside world, this island appeared to span merely 1,000 miles, yet within, it stretched unfathomably vast. Countless mountains and rivers adorned its expanse, teeming with spiritual beasts and celestial birds. Rare herbs and wondrous flowers flourished in abundance. Yet now, as the floating island trembled and cracked, the mountains crumbled and the rivers burst their banks. Countless creatures perished. Concentric circles, each with a diameter of billions of miles, encircled the floating island. They resembled ribbons or chains. These were the order chains birthed from the presence of Hongjun, the saint. The saint was inherently a part of the heavenly Tao, embodying its principles and order. Now, as the saint faltered, the order chains forcibly emerged to secure the Xiao Palace, the floating island that symbolized his status. However, this could not avert the island's collapse. It merely delayed the inevitable. Hongjun's consciousness swept across the entire Xiao Palace, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. If he could not retain it, then he would ensure its total destruction. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to eliminate all 3,000 mortal practitioners trapped in the frozen time. This would require little effort and could be accomplished even in his weakened state. Yet, just as Hongjun solidified his resolve, a radiant light appeared before him. Instantly, the temporal stasis of the entire Xiao Palace stabilized. Hongjun, taken aback, looked up to find Long Ming standing before him, having seamlessly taken control of the time freeze. No, it was not merely time. With a sweep of his mind, Hongjun realized that Long Ming had commandeered the entirety of the Xiao Palace. He gasped in disbelief. The Xiao Palace had been established by his own hand through the power of the heavenly Tao and was under its protection. Yet now, it had been effortlessly seized by Long Ming. He could not even fathom when this had transpired. Hongjun's lips twitched. Initially, he had assumed that Long Ming refrained from directly confronting him because of the 3,000 mortal practitioners he held as hostages. He now understood that Long Ming had spared his life purely out of disinterest. Whatever Long Ming intended to accomplish, none could obstruct him, not even this saint, nor the heavenly Tao. Friend, have you come to execute me? Hongjun forced a bitter smile. Long Ming waved his hand, and an immense array of chaos emu vitality enveloped the expanse beyond the 33 heavens, manifesting above the Xiao Palace. This colossal formation, which had never ceased since its inception beyond the 33 heavens, silenced the chaotic winds and the law of yin and yang, rendering them as if they had never existed. Billions of miles of clouds and mist unfurled from above the Xiao Palace, raining down sweet nectar like no other. A torrential downpour of emu vitality cascaded, and where it fell, the fractured floating island gradually began to mend, and the fallen spiritual beasts and celestial birds revived. The almost severed order chains reconciled themselves, and everything reverted to its original state. At last, after the rain, the skies cleared, and the clouds transformed into purple vapor. The immense chaos emu vitality formation began to rapidly shrink. Within the span of 3 breaths, it had condensed to the size of a fingernail, returning to Long Ming's fingertips. With a flick of his finger, Long Ming propelled this highly compressed formation into Hongjun's brow. For a moment, Hongjun feared that Long Ming intended to slay him, nearly collapsing to his knees in terror. But soon, he realized that Long Ming was, in fact, saving him. The body of a saint is no trivial matter. Without the power of a saint, one does not even qualify to leave a mark on such a divine vessel. However, Hongjun's saintly form was instantaneously drained of all its strength by Long Ming. Throughout the countless cycles of death and rebirth, over 186 million times, he was utterly consumed and shattered. The injuries he sustained were of an inward nature. Even the Tao of Heaven would require at least a millennium to restore Hongjun to his former self. Yet, Long Ming, utilizing a super-compressed grand formation, healed Hongjun's wounds in an instant. Gazing at himself, Hongjun could only lower his head. Though unwilling, he had no choice but to acquiesce. "Thank you, my friend, for saving my life," he expressed, as he waved his hand, causing the 10 pieces of chaotic spiritual treasures collected by the benevolent corpse to descend before him. "In gratitude for your life-saving grace, I cannot accept these treasures. I am fully aware that taking something from Long Ming incurs a debt of karma that I cannot repay with such meager offerings." With a firm resolve, he added, "This karma is a debt I owe to you, and I shall repay it in due course." Long Ming, likewise, refused to accept the 10 chaotic spiritual treasures. Remaining silent while merely smiling at Hongjun, beads of sweat formed on Hongjun's brow as he cautiously regarded Long Ming. "Is there anything else you require, my friend? I will not shirk from what I can accomplish." At last, Long Ming spoke. "During the next calamity, I shall require a portion of fortune. As for which fortune it shall be, I will inform you in due time." Hongjun was taken aback. How could Long Ming possibly know of the impending calamity? "Everything I discerned regarding it only came to light after I ascended to sainthood through the Tao of Heaven." From what channel has he gleaned such knowledge? His prowess rivals that of the Tao of Heaven, yet understanding the fates dictated by the Tao is an entirely different matter. Without the ability to penetrate the river of fate, how could one possibly glimpse the secrets of the Tao without being a saint? Long Ming raised an eyebrow. "Is that not acceptable?" Hongjun's heart raced. "Of course it is. I readily agree." Long Ming nodded, accepting the 10 chaotic spiritual treasures before turning and vanishing from the purple cloud palace, leaving no trace behind. Hongjun exhaled deeply, relieved that this harbinger of calamity had finally departed. However, his hands clenched tighter. This time, he had thoroughly failed to achieve his aims. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never ventured to exploit the matter of ascending to the heavens. Now, all his efforts had dissipated into nothingness. Hongjun bit down hard, the flames of humiliation and rage burning fiercely in his eyes. "Long Ming, one day, I shall return all this humiliation in kind." Just then, he recalled a matter he had neglected to mention. Long Ming reappeared, silently and without a trace until he spoke. At which point all of Hongjun's fury transformed into shock and bewilderment, nearly suffocating him. "What is the meaning of this? Do you treat the purple cloud palace as your playground?" Stunned, Hongjun forced a smile onto his face. "What further instructions do you have, my friend?" Long Ming regarded him with a knowing smile. "What transpired today shall remain unspoken. I believe you will keep it to yourself as well. No one shall ever know." With that, he vanished once more. Chapter 83. The Grand Aspirations of Ascending to Heaven. If one cannot coexist with the heavens, then let us replace the heavens. Hongjun meticulously examined the purple cloud palace over 10,000 times, ensuring that Long Ming had truly left. Eventually, he sighed and conceded. "Regardless, even if he remains, I am oblivious to it and cannot prevent it. Let us assume he is gone." With this acceptance, a sense of reckless abandon washed over Hongjun. Once prepared, he lifted the time freeze, and the towering saintly figure re-emerged. The celestial rings spun above him as the universe unfolded into various realms. The order of the myriad worlds became distinctly apparent, with the stars aligning in perfect harmony. The principles of the cosmos, the 2 primordial forces, and the 4 symbols all returned to their rightful places. The rhythm of the Tao flowed like gentle waves upon a tranquil sea, rising and falling in harmonious motion. The entire purple cloud palace once again unfurled its vast expanse of clouds and purple mist, a scene of sanctity and celestial music echoing beyond the 33 heavens. Everything returned to its original state, and the 3,000 cultivators of the mortal realm remained oblivious, continuing to immerse themselves in the tides of the Tao. Only the venerable Laozi of Taiji and the primordial Yuanshi, half awake, noted that nothing had changed, before returning to their meditative states. Hongjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I must refrain from provoking Long Ming in the future. No, until I possess the strength to contend with him, I shall steer clear of the Dragon clan. The Phoenix clan, the matter of ascending to the heavens, and the entire Eastern Sea. What a predicament! I am a saint, tasked with enacting the will of heaven and managing the primordial realm. Why does it feel as though the primordial realm has slipped from my grasp?" Reflecting on Long Ming's ferocity and all that had transpired, Hongjun regained his composure. The primordial realm is still vast, is it not? As a saint, I should embody great tolerance. Yielding a little is of no consequence. I am merely conceding to Long Ming. Yes, that is precisely it. With a wave of self-reassurance, Hongjun finally settled his mind. The rhythm of the Tao once again pulsated, and the teachings resumed, with all remaining unchanged. In the Eastern Sea, upon Long Ming's return, Tong Tian knelt before him on one knee. I am eternally grateful for the protection you have bestowed upon me, senior. This debt shall not be forgotten. Please accept my bow. With that, he knelt fully, offering a profound salute to Long Ming. Upon receiving Tong Tian's homage, Long Ming did not bid him rise immediately. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Tong Tian wishes to take you as his master. I hope for your gracious approval. He bowed once more. The path to enlightenment is fraught with peril, and even the likes of Pangu and the three pure ones would struggle without guidance. Without such guidance, they lack the confidence to reach loftier heights. Even if they could, how much time would it consume? In the timeless primordial realm, time holds little significance for most beings. Yet for cultivators like Tong Tian, who harbor higher aspirations, time bears great importance. Kneeling before Long Ming, Tong Tian felt anxious, uncertain if Long Ming would accept him or if his modest talents would merit Long Ming's esteem. Long Ming smiled knowingly. You must understand, once you become my disciple thus, Taiqing and Yuqing shall become your adversaries. During the time Tong Tian awaited Long Ming's return, he had contemplated this very issue. Consequently, he approached Long Ming with no hint of astonishment. Nodding naturally, I am aware. I also understand that upon my departure from the Xixiao Palace, regardless of whether I become a disciple of a senior, my elder brother and second brother will inevitably become my foes. Long Ming regarded Tong Tian and inquired, so, for the sake of cultivating the Tao, you are indifferent to the brotherly bond with Taiqing and Yuqing? Tong Tian shook his head. On the contrary, I hold great importance to the fraternal ties with my elder and second brothers. It is precisely this bond that compels me to ascend higher and venture further than they. When the time comes for me to confront Hongjun, it shall coincide with the moment I liberate my elder and second brothers. Having undergone the expulsion of malevolent thoughts and the dark flower within my being, Tong Tian is acutely aware of the trials that Taiqing Laozu and Yuanshi must face. This is a matter that shakes the very heart of the Tao, a formidable obstacle to the path, one that cannot coexist peacefully. In the past, Tong Tian could not conceive of a solution. Yet now, he recognizes a way forward. If we cannot coexist, then let us change the heavens. Eliminate Hongjun and topple the celestial order. In that moment, I shall rescue my elder and second brothers. Until then, ensuring their survival is paramount. As one of the Pangus Sanqing, Tong Tian's demeanor is naturally resolute and unwavering. Having discerned a path, he shall traverse it without hesitation. If the way proves impassable, it is not the path that is flawed, but rather my own inadequacy. Thus, seeking a master shall transform my limitations into capabilities. Tong Tian expressed his thoughts candidly, then knelt respectfully before Long Ming. Long Ming chuckled heartily. Very well, I shall take you as my disciple. From this moment forth, you shall be my fourth direct apprentice. You already have 3 senior sisters, whom you have encountered, though they are currently in seclusion and will not be available for the time being. Come with me. Upon hearing Long Ming's affirmation, Tong Tian was nearly overwhelmed with joy, stifling a shout. After performing the proper rites of apprenticeship, he hurriedly rose to stand before Long Ming. Yuanfeng smiled slightly beside them. Congratulations, master, on acquiring another exceptional disciple. Yuanfeng had observed Tong Tian's previous demeanor and was well aware of his character. Long Ming smiled slightly. Have you found what I instructed you to seek? Yuanfeng nodded. After your command, I collaborated with the Azure Dragon to search the entire limitless seas. And we have now located it. Long Ming nodded. Lead the way. Yuanfeng immediately bowed, transforming into the majestic form of the ancestral phoenix. Please ascend, master, as I shall guide you. Although the 3 ancestral clans possess many differences, one aspect remains constant. When they are in their true forms, should they carry others? It signifies an exceptionally close relationship. Generally, only parents and children, spouses, or siblings can do so. Of course, a master and their direct disciples are also included. Long Ming smiled as he leaped onto Yuanfeng's back. With a resounding cry, Yuanfeng unfurled her wings and soared out of the eastern sea, ascending towards the depths of the limitless seas. The phoenix took flight, traversing 800,000 miles with each powerful stroke of her wings. As she flapped her wings, the expanse of 800,000 miles was illuminated by the golden and crimson light of the innate South Ming fire, casting a radiance over countless miles. The tempestuous winds and turbulent waves of the limitless seas retreated in the wake of the phoenix's passage. Where the phoenix flew, clouds parted and mists dispersed across millions of miles, vibrant colors soared, and fragrant blossoms scattered across the skies. The aquatic denizens of the sea sensed the disturbance and peeked out, recognizing the ancestral phoenix's flight and nodding in acknowledgement. While they could not see Long Ming and Tong Tian, they understood that the appearance of the ancestral phoenix was certainly related to the revered ancestor of the Ming clan. Yuan Feng sped forth, swiftly arriving at the depths of the limitless seas, close to the chaotic waters where Long Ming had been cultivating, albeit from another direction. Master, we have arrived. Shall I summon him? Yuan Feng halted her flight, hovering in midair, and inquired with her divine sense. Long Ming smiled gently. No need, he has already arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding roar echoed from the ocean below. The waters parted dramatically, revealing a colossal entity rising from the depths. Chapter 84. Dao Friend Jinao, you are truly daring. Tong Tian gazed down as the sea roiled and parted. Curiosity piqued. He employed his divine sense to scan below, and was instantly astonished. Emerging from the ocean was not merely a creature of 1,000 miles. Rather, from the depths of the sea, a being of unfathomable size, spanning billions of miles, was slowly surfacing. The ocean surged for miles, yet it was merely the head of this colossal being. Tong Tian was left speechless. Never had he encountered such a gargantuan creature. He had heard tales that the true form of the ancestral dragon was but 1,000 miles in size, and Yuanfeng's previous form was of a similar magnitude. He couldn't help but exclaim, do such immense beings truly exist in this world? This is no mere manifestation. It is a physical entity. At that moment, Yuan Feng had returned to her normal state and smiled gently. There is no need for such astonishment, Dao Friend. For those who have survived the beast Calamity, such a size is, in fact, rather modest. Tong Tian was taken aback. The beast Calamity? As one of the Pangas Sanqing, he inherently possessed memories from ancient times and was aware of the beast Calamity, though its specifics remained unclear. Yuan Feng nodded slightly. The Pangu great god battled the chaos demons alone, and countless chaos demons perished beneath the 3 strikes of the heaven-splitting divine axe. These chaos demons, with their spirits unextinguished and their resentment unrelieved, descended upon the primordial chaos after the creation of the world, transforming into ferocious beasts. Thus, the beast Calamity can be viewed as another battle between the chaos demons and the Pangu great god. Due to their chaotic essence, combined with the ferocity and malevolence that manifested, they lack rhythmic form. The sizes of these ferocious beasts are colossal, and they possess no ability to transform into Dao bodies. The term transforming into a Dao body refers to the everyday forms maintained by Long Ming and his companions. Any being capable of transformation will instinctively adopt a Dao body form, and, without necessity, will continue to maintain it. This is why, in the original Fate, the human race created by Nuwa was referred to as the innate Dao body. After the emergence of humanity, all transformations are referred to as taking human form, for the Dao body represents the optimal state for understanding, participating in, and cultivating the Dao. The ability to transform one's form is something that ferocious beasts lack. Coupled with their inability to exercise restraint, these creatures only grow larger and larger. Yuan Feng pointed towards the west. Surely, you are not aware that the entire western expanse is, in fact, the transformed remains of the once mighty beast emperor. Tong Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed towards the west. After a moment, he shifted his attention back to the colossal entity emerging from the sea, nodding thoughtfully. In that case, the creature about to surface is indeed relatively modest in size when compared to the immeasurable vastness of the western realm. This giant, measuring merely 1 billion miles, is truly insignificant. He was astonished by Yuan Feng's vast knowledge. I must confess, my understanding of the calamities wrought by ferocious beasts is rather superficial. Tong Tian couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Yuan Feng's grasp of ancient history was remarkable. It is only fitting that you are revered as the phoenix ancestor among the 3 primordial clans. Yuan Feng lightly covered her crimson lips and smiled charmingly. It is not my erudition, but rather the experiences shared with my master during our journey through the river of time. Tong Tian felt a sense of serene longing. Just how profound was his master's power. Not only could he traverse the river of time alone, but he could also guide others along with him. Such greatness was truly aspirational. In the brief moments of conversation between Yuan Feng and Tong Tian, the immense creature beneath the sea finally raised its colossal head above the water. A mountain, towering 1,000 meters, emerged from the depths, followed by a series of slightly lower peaks, collectively forming a razor-like mountain range. Between these peaks lay jagged stones, creating a labyrinth of ravines and crevices, resulting in a breathtaking spectacle. It was only at this moment that Tong Tian realized the massive entity rising from the ocean was an ancient tortoise. As the elder tortoise surfaced, it gave rise to an island of myriad miles, characterized by its razor-like mountain range. The tortoise's enormous eyes resembled gaping abysses, radiating a red glow that conveyed vigilance, reverence, and a lingering unease. Jinao had encountered the ancient dragon ancestor before. Long Ming smiled subtly and addressed his purpose directly. Jinao, have you managed to break free from the shackles of your ferocious beast lineage after all these years? The red light in Jinao's eyes flickered. Ancient dragon ancestor, please do not mock me. I was foolish to have offended you. I deserved death countless times. It was your mercy that spared my life. I shall heed your commands without question. Tong Tian and Yuan Feng exchanged curious glances, realizing that their master was already acquainted with Jinao. What had transpired back then? Long Ming noticed their inquisitive expressions and smiled lightly. At that time, I had just parted ways with my elder brother in search of a place to cultivate. It was then that I crossed paths with Jinao, who intended to devour me. Tong Tian and Yuan Feng burst into laughter in unison. Goodness, Jinao, you are quite audacious. Half of Jinao's head submerged in the sea, and with a slight movement, he stirred up a tempest of waves. He felt both embarrassed and anxious. While it was true that Long Ming had spared his life, who could guarantee that he wouldn't seek retribution now? After all, besides his intention to consume Long Ming, Jinao had foolishly wagered that he could rid himself of the ferocious beast lineage and gain the ability to transform. Yet, billions of years later, all he had accomplished was some additional growth. Hence, he was now in a state of sheer trepidation. Sensing Long Ming's approach, he took the initiative to present himself, unwilling to retreat. His speed was unmatched, and even his formidable defenses would prove futile against Long Ming. Previously, when Long Ming unleashed his sword against the heavens, Jinao had witnessed it from a distance, feeling an overwhelming urge to traverse time and deliver a fatal blow to his past self. However, Long Ming was not there to cause trouble for Jinao. He had spared the tortoise who once sought to consume him for a reason. Jinao, I offer you a chance for rebirth. Long Ming smiled gently, gesturing towards Tong Tian. This is my disciple, Tong Tian. As you transform into an island, it shall become his sanctuary. When he attains enlightenment, it will coincide with your ability to transform. The glow in Jinao's eyes intensified. Ancient dragon ancestor, can you assure me that your disciple will indeed achieve enlightenment? For Jinao, who bore the lineage of ferocious beasts, the commencement of enlightenment was dictated by the heavenly will. Long Ming smiled calmly. Jinao, Tong Tian is my disciple. For my disciples, achieving enlightenment is a fundamental aspect of their journey. Jinao hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. For he had no choice. He owed Long Ming a debt that must be repaid. And the manner in which Long Ming proposed to settle it was far more favorable than death. Accepting the decree of the ancient dragon ancestor, Jinao finally emerged completely from the depths of the ocean. Chapter 85, Yuan Feng, manually shaping Jinao Island? Is there anything my master cannot accomplish? The billion-mile Jinao surfaced, sending towering waves soaring to staggering heights. Even though Jinao had controlled his speed, his formidable power as a pinnacle of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal and the chaotic force of his ferocious beast lineage caused the entire sea to erupt. Millions of colossal waves formed a mountain range of turbulent waters, reaching up to the heavens and plunging deep into the abyss. If these waves were to fully break apart, countless beings within the boundless seas would meet their demise. These were not mere normal waves, but rather colossal surges infused with the essence of ferocious beasts. The aura of the ferocious beasts was akin to a lethal poison to the ordinary beings of the Primordial World. Atop Jinao's back stood a peak towering 1,000,000 zhang high, resembling a spear piercing the heavens. The rocky cliffs were jagged and formidable, exuding a dark crimson malevolence that churned the seas. Even Tong Tian and Yuan Feng, upon casting a glance, felt a wave of disorientation wash over them. Tong Tian couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, this ancient ferocious beast is worthy of its fearsome reputation. Even without any deliberate action, it stirs the entire ocean. The ferocious aura truly reached the heavens. Tong Tian observed the massive waves unfurling beside Jinao, understanding that this was not Jinao's intention. Nevertheless, these waves posed a significant danger. However, with his master present, he felt reassured. Just as Tong Tian's thoughts concluded, a great cauldron materialized before Long Ming, a chaotic treasure that had once refined the very essence of the Tao. As the divine cauldron emerged, its radiance enveloped the surroundings, instantly subduing all the winds and waves around Jinao. In that fleeting moment, as the tempest surged, all beings trembled. The seas roared with sudden fury, while calamity-laden winds swept across the heavens. In the next instant, tranquility enveloped the realm. The winds ceased, and all life found peace. The vast ocean calmed, a gentle breeze caressing the azure firmament. The divine cauldron of creation, a vessel of boundless potential, had the power to forge and to obliterate all things. It gazed down, astounded, as the storm quelled in an instant, the sea surface reflecting like a mirror. The entire maritime expanse lay subdued, yet the golden Ao emerged unscathed from the depths. At last, the golden Ao fully ascended from the ocean, its back resembling an immense island spanning countless miles. The ancient dragon ancestor, the golden Ao, was prepared. As it surfaced, a resounding roar echoed forth. Long Ming nodded gently, his gaze fixated upon the highest peak upon the back of the golden Ao. As his eyes followed the ascent, the divine cauldron of creation descended in tandem. With a resounding thud, a wave of sound, both tangible and ethereal, erupted from the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it swept across the entirety of the Ao's back. Wherever the sound wave traversed, the unique ferocity, malevolence, and ominous energy of the ancient beasts were instantly roused. Countless towering whirlwinds surged upwards, akin to millions of frenzied dragons unleashing piercing roars that echoed to the heavens and the seas. Yet, these rampant dragons had no chance to escape the Ao's back. The moment the divine cauldron of creation settled upon it, it exerted control over the golden Ao entirely. Should Long Ming so desire, a mere thought would suffice to refine the golden Ao in an instant. These myriad dragon-like manifestations of feral energy were insignificant before the supreme treasure of chaos, the divine cauldron of creation. With overwhelming divine might, the force of creation reversed the tide, devouring the feral energies in an instant. Subsequently, the cauldron radiated a resplendent light, and seven-colored spiritual liquid flowed forth, spreading from the highest point of the Ao's back to every corner. The celestial being, Tong Tian, clapped in admiration, reversing the malevolent energies and shaping the world anew. The might of the master was beyond words. Not only did Tong Tian marvel, but the golden Ao itself was left bewildered. What in the world? I thought the ancient dragon ancestor intended to completely refine my physical form into a domain, preserving only my primordial spirit. I never imagined he would directly reverse my beastly bloodline. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. If I had acknowledged my faults earlier, perhaps I would have shed this feral bloodline long ago. The beastly bloodline affected not only his corporeal form, but also his primordial spirit, intertwined in an inextricable bond that none could disentangle. This was the reason the golden Ao could not escape its feral lineage. He had presumed that Long Ming's method would be to destroy his physical form, transforming it into a domain and dismantling the bond of the feral bloodline. That was the best outcome he could conceive. Yet, Long Ming had executed something far more astonishing. Without annihilating the golden Ao's physical form and causing any negative repercussions, he had directly reversed its beastly bloodline, transforming malevolence into spiritual essence and discord into harmony. The true essence of creation had revealed itself. Tears streamed down the golden Ao's face. Why was I so obstinate back then? Had I knelt sooner, my physical form would have been unshackled. After all these years, my primordial spirit could have nearly attained liberation. The feral beasts were at odds with the celestial order, and possessing a feral bloodline subjected the golden Ao to perpetual oppression from the heavenly decree, enduring dual suffering in both body and spirit. For ages, he had been tormented by the trials of the feral beasts. The golden Ao harbored no other desire than to rid itself of the feral bloodline. Yet, due to its past obstinacy, it had endured an additional 2 cycles of torment. Were it not for the current inability to move, the golden Ao would have relished in giving itself countless slaps for its arrogance. As the golden Ao was engulfed in regret, the reversal by the divine cauldron of creation reached its conclusion. The once terrifying and grotesque island of the Ao had shed much of its malevolence. The domain that had once radiated ferocity was now imbued with tranquility. Still, this was insufficient. Long Ming extended his hand, traversing through myriad spatial barriers, plucking a leaf and a flower from the chaotic heavenly fruit tree. With a flick of his wrist, he inscribed 99,999 symbols of the heavenly decree upon the flower and leaf. These symbols unfolded into 9,999 grand formations, which then fell into the divine cauldron of creation. In an instant, the cauldron erupted with divine light, bathing the golden Ao in its radiance. Consequently, myriad purple mists soared like resplendent clouds, cascading in vibrant rainbows that illuminated the golden glow. The mountains and peaks upon the golden Ao flourished, breaking through the clouds to reveal the sun. Standing atop these towering summits, one felt as though they could pluck the stars with a mere reach and gaze upon the moon with an upward glance. Amidst the peaks, a palace rose in undulating splendor, 10,000-mile halls, towering spires, and gentle waves of mist rippling in the sunlight, all bathed in the brilliance of the celestial glow. Stars circled the palace, and ethereal melodies echoed through the mountains. 999 spiritual veins intertwined upon the Ao's back, transforming it into a paradise for cultivation and a sanctuary for the enlightened. The entire visage of the Golden Ao had undergone a magnificent metamorphosis. What had once been a perilous domain, where even the merest glance could spell doom for an ordinary being, now appeared as a celestial sanctuary coveted even by sages. The Golden Ao was astonished. What? I can transform into this. I suddenly feel rather beautiful. What now? The Phoenix of the Divine Realm was equally astonished. The Master even crafted a celestial paradise from scratch? What is there in the Primordial Realm that my Master cannot accomplish? Tong Tian was equally taken aback. What? Is this truly to be my domain? Can I really possess such a sanctuary? Long Ming, however, paid no heed to the trio's astonishment, merely casting a glance at the Ao's back, nodding in satisfaction. From this day forth, you shall be called Golden Ao Island, a domain for my disciple Tong Tian. As his words echoed, a decree was established, and all things returned to harmony. In an instant, the island blossomed with celestial energy, surrounded by purple mists, and ethereal clouds wafted gracefully. Spiritual birds soared, creatures rejoiced, and wondrous flowers turned toward the sun. In the brevity of less than 30 breaths, Long Ming transformed the ancient feral beast, the Golden Ao, into the celestial paradise known as Golden Ao Island, a domain of the highest purity. This act of creation, while not on par with Pangu's primordial separation, stood unrivaled by any save Pangu himself. Long Ming smiled slightly, turning to Tong Tian. Consider this your initiation gift from your master. Tong Tian shivered with excitement, kneeling in midair before Long Ming. Disciple, disciple. What master bestows a celestial paradise as a gift upon initiation? Tong Tian was so overwhelmed with emotion that words escaped him, stammering for quite some time. Yet the words remained unspoken. Long Ming waved his hand and produced the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals. These were the legendary swords crafted by Luo Ho, capable of forming a formidable array when combined, ensnaring all within its deadly embrace. You are well versed in formations and have a penchant for swordsmanship. Thus, this treasure is bestowed upon you. Tong Tian had heard whispers of the extermination sword array before, aware that it was said to be a slaughtering formation capable of vanquishing even saints once fully unleashed. He hastily accepted the 4 swords with both hands, bowing deeply in reverence before rising. However, upon casting a glance at the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals, Tong Tian suddenly sensed something amiss. Strange. This formation, the 4 swords of the extermination, is not a treasure of heavenly Tao's malice. Its power rivals that of innate supreme treasures, while a single sword is an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Yet why does it feel so off? Tong Tian scrutinized the swords with increasing intensity, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be a chaos spiritual treasure? After all, it was imbued with the essence of chaos, akin to the Chaos Supreme 10,000 formation Golden Bell. Tong Tian was quite familiar with the unique aura of chaos spiritual treasures and their corrupting influence on the primordial realm. The chaotic aura emanating from these 4 swords of the extermination was even more potent than that of the aforementioned Golden Bell. Upon hearing Tong Tian's exclamation, Long Ming nodded with a knowing smile. In my spare time, I casually elevated the 4 swords of the extermination. Now, each sword is an upper-grade chaos spiritual treasure, and the combined formation is a top-tier chaos spiritual treasure. For now, make do with this. Upon your enlightenment, I shall provide you with something even better. Tong Tian, overwhelmed, sputtered and trembled, causing the 4 blades to slip from his grasp. However, they did not fall. Instead, they effortlessly hovered beside him, having recognized their master the moment Long Ming entrusted them to him. Tong Tian's heart raced as he gaped, utterly at a loss for words. Master, I cannot bear such generosity. Your humble disciple is unworthy. He pressed a hand to his chest, fearing his heart might leap from his ribcage. Long Ming, unfazed by Tong Tian's reaction, merely smiled gently. I have laid out various grand formations on Golden Ao Island for your enlightenment. With those words, Long Ming turned away. Yuan Feng, understanding his cue, transformed into her true form and carried Long Ming back to the Eastern Sea. Farewell, master. Tong Tian performed a deep bow, waiting until Long Ming's figure had completely vanished from sight before rising and alighting on Golden Ao Island. The consciousness of the Golden Ao was like ripples in water, gently resonating around Tong Tian. My friend, I entrust you with the future. Tong Tian smiled softly. You flatter me, dear friend. Our master has paved a grand path for us. Together, we shall seek enlightenment. Only upon attaining our own truths can we repay our master's grace. Golden Ao was thoroughly pleased with Tong Tian's attitude, in contrast to a more arrogant individual who might have regarded him as a mere object. Tong Tian chose to address him as a friend. As they chatted, Tong Tian made his way toward the palace nestled within the mountains. At last, he arrived before the resplendent palace, where a plaque inscribed with the words by Palace stood. The characters were vigorous and forceful, each stroke resonating with the Tao's essence. A myriad of rosy hues radiated from the plaque, casting a purple glow upon the surrounding mountains. The palace exhaled wisps of ethereal smoke. Tong Tian inhaled deeply and pushed the door open. Golden Ao smiled slightly. Go forth and cultivate, dear friend. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Tong Tian nodded. Friend, might you relocate Golden Ao Island to the Eastern Sea? As a disciple of our master, it would be best for me to remain nearby. Ever ready to heed his teachings, Golden Ao laughed heartily. That is certainly feasible, though the relocation of Golden Ao Island cannot be expedited. It may take millennia to reach the Eastern Sea. Tong Tian chuckled in response. No matter. Golden Ao nodded. Then focus on your cultivation. I shall handle the rest. Tong Tian exited Bayou Palace, while Golden Ao guided the island slowly toward the Eastern Sea. In the timeless expanse of the Primordial World, Tong Tian immersed himself in his studies, and over 2,000 years swiftly passed. On a particular day, Tong Tian felt a stirring in his heart. He opened his eyes in Bayou Palace and stepped outside, gazing toward the expanse of the primordial continent. He sensed the call of Taiching Laozi and Yuan Shi. Without hesitation, a smile graced his lips as he summoned the winds and clouds, soaring from Golden Ao Island. At this moment, the island was situated at the edge of the Eastern Sea, near the ancestral land of the Dragon clan, not far from the primordial continent. Thus, Tong Tian swiftly traversed the Eastern Sea and arrived at its shores, where Taiching Laozi and Yuan Shi awaited him. Ha, third brother. It appears you are in good health. Taiching Laozi exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon seeing Tong Tian. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement with a smile. Tong Tian, equally jovial, stepped forward. Greetings, eldest brother and second brother. The three pure ones had been together since their transformation and birth, and this was the first time they had been apart for nearly 30,000 years. Naturally, their hearts brimmed with joy at this reunion. Tong Tian understood that. Although Taiching Laozi and Yuan Shi were influenced by Hongjun, they had not yet severed their ties with their former selves. Their feelings remained intact, for the moment. Severing the three corpses would hasten their cultivation, but would also lead to a loss of genuine connection. The Tao is devoid of turbulence, not devoid of sentiment. The path of severing the corpses, however, necessitated a cultivation of supreme detachment, thereby leading to an inevitable rift among the three pure ones. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Tong Tian's expression remained unchanged. Taiching Laozi scrutinized Tong Tian. Third brother, your realm has not seen any advancement. Have you yet to find your path? At this moment, Taiching Laozi and Yuan Shi had both severed their malevolent corpses, stepping into the realm of quasi-sainthood, while Tong Tian, who had become a Hunyuan golden immortal tens of thousands of years prior, remained at the initial stage of that realm. Yuan Shi surveyed Tong Tian closely. Where have you been since our separation? Where do you now cultivate? Have you, after leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, succumbed to despair and forsaken your cultivation? Do you not know that cultivation is akin to swimming upstream? If one does not progress, one regresses? Tong Tian replied calmly with a smile. I have taken Long Ming as my master and am currently cultivating on Golden Ao Island in the Eastern Sea. I have not neglected my practice. I am merely in the midst of comprehending the Tao. Yuan Shi furrowed his brow. Long Ming? That is indeed commendable. The entanglement between the three pure ones and Long Ming was profound, and Hongjun dared not erase their memories of him. Moreover, he had no need to. As long as Taiching Laozi and Yuan Shi embarked on the path of severing the corpses, their destinies would unfold as they were meant to. His objective had been achieved. Upon hearing that Tong Tian had paid homage to Long Ming, both Taiching Laozi and Yuan Shi felt a sense of relief. Tong Tian deftly diverted the conversation. Elder brothers, why not visit my humble abode for a discussion? Taiching Laozi and Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Tong Tian then turned, leading Taiching Laozi and Yuan Shi into the Eastern Sea. As a direct disciple of Long Ming, he was naturally free to enter and exit the Eastern Sea at will. The aquatic beings patrolling the waters merely offered distant salutations, refraining from any intrusion. In no time, the three pure ones arrived before Golden Turtle Island. Chapter 87, Tong Tian's Display. All of this is bestowed upon me by my revered master. Taiching Laozi and Yuan Shi followed Tong Tian toward Golden Turtle Island. When they were still a million miles away, the storms of the Eastern Sea ceased abruptly. Before them, the clouds parted, revealing a breathtaking landscape to Taiching Laozi and Yuan Shi. Beneath the azure sky, flocks of birds soared, and fish leaped gracefully upon the gentle waves. The countless islands sprawled in a shroud of ethereal purple mist. A white rainbow arched across the sun, and the stars sparkled brightly. Majestic peaks loomed high, and rare blossoms flourished in the secluded valleys. Taiching Laozi revealed a faint smile. What a splendid paradise, a celestial realm indeed. Third brother, you have discovered a remarkable place. Xianxian also smiled. This golden turtle island was crafted by our revered master. He bestowed this island upon me as my sanctuary. Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi paused in their tracks. Created by the esteemed Long Ming? Yuanshi stared in astonishment at the surroundings. This place was undeniably the convergence of spiritual veins from all directions, a realm of tranquil seas. The richness of spiritual energy here could even rival Xixiao Palace. To think such a location was fabricated, Xianxian, with an expression of certainty, replied, indeed. I witnessed it personally. Our master took merely 10 breaths to create Golden Turtle Island. As he spoke, Xianxian animatedly began to recount the events of that day, becoming so excited that he could not restrain his gestures. Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi exchanged glances. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Ancient ferocious beasts. Xixiao Palace contains records of them. The few ancient beasts that still exist are entities intolerable to the heavenly Tao. Even if they do nothing, their mere existence disrupts the primordial order. Hongjun has subtly indicated that hunting ancient ferocious beasts brings great merit. Yet, how could such formidable creatures be easily slain? But Long Ming, without hesitation, transformed an ancient ferocious beast into a paradise. Such an act of creation is simply unfathomable. The 3 pure ones traversed 1,000,000 miles through the sky, leaving behind a vibrant rainbow that spanned the heavens. Dear brothers, please. Xianxian landed on the island first and bowed respectfully to Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi. The 2 brothers, regaining their composure, smiled faintly. Third brother, please lead the way. Xianxian took the lead towards the Biao Palace, simultaneously explaining, the grand formation set by our master on the island is something I have yet to fully comprehend. Therefore, my brothers must walk from here to reach the Biao Palace. I apologize for any inconvenience. The grand formation on Golden Turtle Island operates outwardly, not inwardly. For Long Ming and his 4 disciples, the various defensive formations on the island are practically non-existent. However, for outsiders like Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi, without Xianxian's guidance, they would be torn apart by the formations upon setting foot on the island. Even with Xianxian's leadership, they could not fly directly to Biao Palace, but must traverse from the foot of the mountain. Nevertheless, Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi were unperturbed. Taixing Laozu smiled gently. It matters not. The celestial scenery of this island is unparalleled, providing ample opportunity to behold its wonders along the way. Yuanshi nodded in agreement. Every site on Golden Turtle Island is a manifestation of the Tao's essence. To walk here is in itself a form of cultivation. As the 3 pure ones ascended, traversing halfway up the mountain, the surroundings suddenly transformed. The clear skies seen from the foot of the mountain were now shrouded in mist and clouds. However, upon closer observation, Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi were astonished to discover that the billowing clouds, resplendent like smoke and haze, were entirely composed of the densest primordial spiritual energy. In some areas, the primordial spiritual energy had thickened to the point of falling as delicate rain. Beneath this ethereal rain, countless beings emerged, gaining wisdom and joy as they made their way toward various corners of the island, enriching this paradise with vibrant life. Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi exerted their utmost efforts to prevent themselves from becoming lost in this realm of celestial wonders. Truly, it is worthy of being called the creation of esteemed Long Ming. With every step, a new scene unfolded, each inch resonating with the essence of the Tao. Taixing Laozu shook his head in amazement, subconsciously comparing it to Xixiao Palace, only to realize that the two were hardly comparable. It was not that Xixiao Palace lacked marvels. In terms of celestial grandeur, it might even surpass this place. However, beneath the grandeur of Xixiao Palace lies a repetitive and singular essence of the Tao. Although even a singular essence is sufficient for ordinary beings to pursue and comprehend, as the saying goes, ignorance is not to be feared. Rather, it is the comparison that brings forth discontent. Compared to the diverse and uniquely resonant sites on Golden Turtle Island, crafted by Long Ming's own hand, Xixiao Palace appeared almost rudimentary. Taixing Laozu halted his thoughts, realizing that to continue would lead him to utter words disrespectful to his master and the Tao. Brothers, here lies Biao Palace. Xianxian suddenly came to a stop. Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi were momentarily taken aback, only to realize that what they had thought was still a considerable distance away, the Biao Palace, was now right before their eyes. The magnificent palace, soaring thousands of feet high, unfolded before them. They could not help but widen their eyes, ultimately forgetting to breathe. The entire palace was crafted from an immense expanse of primordial jade essence, a material that requires purification amidst chaos. Only the main hall of Xixiao Palace possesses such a material. Yet here at Biao Palace, the entire complex is seamlessly unified, dreamlike and resplendent. Between the palaces, an abundance of the most concentrated primordial spiritual energy filled the air, while above flowed the quintessence of countless stars. As they stepped through the mountain gate and into the front courtyard, they encountered yet another wondrous sight. A colossal tree, seemingly reaching for the heavens, stood in the courtyard. Its canopy resembled a celestial canopy, enveloping the entire courtyard. The light of the stars cascaded from its crown, forming circles of enchanting halos. The fragrance of this extraordinary tree was intoxicating, bringing joy and clarity to Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi. What is this? How have I never encountered such a thing in the primordial realm? Yuanshi pointed at the magnificent tree in the courtyard, its crown resembling the firmament. Its leaves twinkling like stars, its unique fragrance invigorating the spirit, resonating with the essence of the Tao. Even the venerable Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi, who are well-versed in the ways of the world, had never encountered such an extraordinary entity despite their extensive knowledge and experiences, particularly after perusing the ancient records housed within the towering library of Xixiao Palace. Yet, here they stood, gazing upon a marvel they had never seen before. Tong Tian grinned widely, revealing that this was the supreme root of the chaotic spirit, a branch of the chaotic heaven and earth Tao fruit tree. My master has told me that my cultivation is insufficient to bear the true resonance of the chaotic heaven and earth Tao fruit tree. Thus he has bestowed upon me this branch to be planted in Bio Palace as a mere plaything. Taixing Laozu and Yuanshi simultaneously sprayed their drinks. What on earth? You dare to treat such a celestial root, such a profound and wondrous entity, as a mere toy? Tong Tian observed the expressions of his two elder brothers and smiled faintly. Come, brothers, follow me. A century ago, my master gifted me some exquisite tea, which I must share with you, second brother. With that, Tong Tian enthusiastically grasped Yuanshi's hand and led him toward the main hall of Bio Palace. Yuanshi rolled his eyes in exasperation, while Taixing Laozu followed with a bemused expression. They were well aware that Tong Tian was merely flaunting his good fortune, yet they did not mind. Their hearts brimmed with joy for their younger brother's fortunate circumstances. Tong Tian understood that his display was not lost on his elder brothers. His intent was straightforward, to leave them with the impression that their master surpassed Hongjun in the heavenly Tao, thus preventing them from recklessly confronting Long Ming in the future. Should they do so, he would be unable to save them. Chapter 88. Yuanshi. Becoming a saint is a serious matter. Tong Tian, not at all. Tong Tian warmly guided Yuanshi into the main hall, where three young maidens promptly approached to present tea to the three pure ones. Yuanshi curiously examined the trio, all of whom were young women, exquisitely beautiful and endearingly innocent. The eldest resembled the celestial maidens of the heavenly pool, while the two younger ones had to stand on tiptoe to reach the low table. Yuanshi, initially indifferent, could discern with a mere glance that these maidens were all enlightened beings. However, just as he was about to avert his gaze, he caught a fleeting glimpse of something within the three maidens. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. Each of the maidens bore a nascent Tao core within them. Yuanshi instinctively rubbed his eyes and looked again. He sputtered. What in the world? Taixing Laozu shot Yuanshi an irritated glance. Second brother, what is the meaning of this impropriety? They are merely three maidens. Yuanshi stammered, pointing at the trio. Big brother, you must look at them. Taixing Laozu's displeasure grew. Second brother, these maidens are the attendants of our younger brother. You could have simply looked without exclaiming. Yet you chose to spray your drink and shout in surprise? Have you no sense of decorum? You have brought shame upon Pangu and the three pure ones. Taixing Laozu's expression turned serious as he fixed Yuanshi with a stern gaze. In response, Yuanshi slapped Taixing Laozu's leg, exclaiming, Big brother, look. Taixing Laozu's annoyance deepened. Had it not been for Tong Tian's presence and the maiden standing there, he would have lectured Yuanshi. He lifted the teacup from the table, taking a sip while casting a glance at the three maidens. What is there to see? However, upon this glance, Taixing Laozu inadvertently sprayed Yuanshi's face with tea. What is happening? A Tao core? Am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes vigorously and scrutinized the maidens again. Three radiant glimmers emanated from within the maidens, faint yet undeniably real, akin to the truths of the heavenly Tao and the laws of the primordial world. Though subtle, they were absolute and genuine. The Tao core represented the essence of the Tao, the pivotal key to becoming a saint. It involved the condensation of one's own Tao core and refining it completely to forge a path unique to oneself, thereby attaining the realm of the heavenly Tao. Hongjun possessed a Tao core within him, yet now, it seemed that Tong Tian's three maidens each possessed one as well. Could it be that these three maidens were, in fact, saints? Such a notion was absurd. Three saints serving tea? Taixing Laozu gazed at the tea before him, feeling as though he were facing a great calamity. He turned to Tong Tian, asking, "Third brother, what is the meaning of this? What is the nature of these three maidens?" Yuan Shi, oblivious to the tea drenching his face, also stared intently at Tong Tian. "Are they saints?" The latter word remained unspoken, for it was too outrageous to contemplate. Tong Tian smiled faintly. The revelation he sought was precisely this. "My elder brothers have misunderstood. These three are not my attendants, but my disciples." He then directed his gaze toward the trio. "Sister Sanxiao, these two are my esteemed elder brothers." In unison, the three maidens chirped. "We pay our respects to the eldest lord and the second lord." Tong Tian continued. "They are disciples whom our master enlightened 10,000 years ago amidst the chaotic clouds and mists at the edge of the primordial realm. And he personally bestowed upon them the names Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xianxiao. Subsequently, my master appointed me to take them as disciples." Ta Qing Laozu and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. The chaotic clouds and mists at the edge of the primordial realm, though outwardly calm and serene, they were incredibly volatile upon approach and possessed power comparable to heavenly tribulations. According to the records in Xixiao Palace, it was one of the few perilous locations in the primordial world. Did their esteemed predecessor, Long Ming, truly venture there to enlighten three disciples? Indeed, there seemed to be nothing that Long Ming could not accomplish. Yuan Shi swallowed hard, contemplating the implications of the Tao cores within them. He hesitated to utter the term, fearing the implications of equating Tao cores with saints, which would be considered profoundly disrespectful. Observing Yuan Shi's demeanor, Tong Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Once proud and unyielding, he had only respected their master without bowing his head the first time they met in Xixiao Palace. Now, however, he had unwittingly developed a sense of reverence for the saints. With this fleeting thought, Tong Tian merely smiled slightly. "The Tao cores within the three maidens are sealed by our master for a purpose." At this point, Tong Tian could not suppress a slight twitch of his lips. The purpose is to urge the younger brother. Should the three heavens comprehend the core of the Tao within themselves and unravel the seal before the younger brother has attained the fruit of the Tao as a Hongjun Dayuo golden immortal, then I shall find myself cast out from the gates of our master, and the three heavens will assume the role of my mentor. Huh. Both Taiji Laozu and Yuan Shi were originally listening intently to Tong Tian's explanation with solemnity, but by the end, they could not help but burst into laughter. After a considerable pause, Yuan Shi finally spoke, his expression one of utter exasperation. This, attaining sanctity is a matter of utmost seriousness. How could Senior Long Ming treat it so lightly? Tong Tian shook his head. Our master has stated that attaining sanctity is not serious at all. It is the attainment of the Hongjun Dayuo's fruit, the realization of the heavenly Tao, and the pursuit of even loftier realms that bears gravity. He deliberately highlighted the realms of Hongjun Dayuo, the heavenly Tao, and even higher states. Yet, the expressions on Taiji Laozu and Yuan Shi's faces remained unchanged, devoid of any fluctuation. Tong Tian could not help but sigh inwardly once more. It seemed his elder brothers had indeed disregarded other paths. Perhaps when I mentioned the Hongjun Dayuo realm, they automatically filtered it into the concept of a sage. As for the higher realms, they might not even perceive them. Tong Tian felt a chill towards Hongjun deepen within him, but he quickly donned a smile. "Elder brothers, having not seen each other for tens of thousands of years, let us engage in discourse today." Upon hearing Tong Tian shift the topic, Taiji Laozu and Yuan Shi, whose thoughts had already been muddled, instantly smiled and agreed without a second thought. It seemed they had entirely forgotten the presence of the three heavens. With a slight smile, they remarked, "Very well. Today we may observe how you, third brother, have progressed in your cultivation. Should it fall short, there shall be consequences." Tong Tian laughed heartily. "That is only natural." Thus, the three pure ones sat facing each other, the sounds of the Tao resonating around them. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. Chapter 89, Tai's Embarrassing Failure. As the three pure ones discussed the Tao, clouds of auspiciousness ascended, and the stars revolved. Above Tong Tian's head, the auspicious clouds of the three flowers manifested, radiating brilliance for millions of miles, illuminating the 8 desolations with divine energy. Purple energy surged, and the 5 elements flowed. The resonance of the Tao flowed from his eyes, within which he perceived the sun and moon, discerned yin and yang, and distinguished day from night. The stars flickered in and out of existence, and the myriad realms of the heavens came into being and vanished. The natural world of all spirits witnessed the Tao's manifestation. Taiji Laozu and Yuan Shi shared a subtle smile, as they too manifested the 3 flowers. The 5 energies of treasure within them shone forth for countless miles. The radiant light enveloped the grand hall, with hues of every color bursting forth. rendering the vast skies akin to a world of crystal. The resonance of the Tao transformed into a Dharma wheel, encircling the entirety of Golden Ao Island. Rainbow clouds spanned the sky, and purple energy flowed eastward for 30,000 miles. The beings dwelling on Golden Ao Island were entranced by this spectacle. Although Hongjun's path of severing corpses had its myriad issues, the crux was not the Tao itself, but rather Hongjun's selfishness. The Tao is simply the Tao. Hence, when the three pure ones engaged in their discussion, they naturally all reaped benefits, mutually enriching one another. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Taiji Laozu was the first to cease, the peculiar phenomena surrounding him dissipating. He opened his eyes, revealing a joyful expression. His malevolent corpse had stirred. Initially, he thought he would require 1,000 years of secluded cultivation after the third session at the Purple Cloud Palace before he could sever the malevolent corpse. Now, it appeared that upon returning to Kunlun Mountain and entering seclusion for a mere 100 years before the third session at the Purple Cloud Palace, he would be able to accomplish this. His progress was remarkable. Even Taiji Laozu's typically nonchalant demeanor could not conceal his delight. Beside him, Yuanshi also opened his eyes. Although his gains were not as significant as Taiji Laozu's, they were nonetheless substantial, leading to his own expression of joy. Tongtian opened his eyes and nodded towards Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi. Congratulations, dear elder brothers. Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi smiled slightly in return. Mutual joy, mutual joy. Tongtian rose, considering that his elder brothers would soon return to Kunlun Mountain to consolidate their insights. I shall not keep you longer, dear brothers. We shall reconvene another time. As he spoke, Tongtian accepted 2 tea bags from Yunyao, who had presented them. I have little to offer you, dear brothers, so I shall express my sentiments through the master's gift. Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi accepted the tea bags with smiles. Yuanshi glanced at the tea bags and remarked, "Third brother, I had intended to inquire earlier. What is the name of this tea from Senior Long Ming? Upon tasting it, I have never experienced anything quite like it." Although Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi had previously sipped the tea, various subtle reasons had prevented them from inquiring further. Now, with Yuanshi's spirits lifted and thoughts clear, he recalled the question. Tongtian smiled slightly. It is the cha of chaos purple clouds. Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi's body swayed at that moment. The tranquility and non-action they had so painstakingly maintained shattered in an instant. What? Such a precious item. Have we been drinking it for 3,000 years without realizing it? Is there something wrong with our minds? Tongtian chuckled. Dear brothers, allow me to escort you away from the East Sea. Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi pondered for a moment, then followed Tongtian as they departed from Golden Ao Island and exited the East Sea. The three parted ways at the coastline of the East Sea, and it was only when Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi vanished from sight that Tongtian retracted his smile. He raised his gaze towards the purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens, then withdrew his sight and returned to Golden Ao Island. Another millennium swiftly passed. The time for the third discourse at the purple cloud palace arrived. Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi hastened to the purple cloud palace, only to discover that Dijun and Tai had surprisingly arrived before them. Clearly, these two had not come upon receiving a notice, but had calculated the timing and prepared in advance. Upon seeing Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi arrive at the floating island, Tai immediately displayed his formidable strength as a quasi-saint of dual corpses, manifesting the 3 flowers atop his head and generating vast purple clouds. A blazing flame erupted from his crown, causing the temperature around them to soar to levels capable of melting gold and iron. Yet this terrifying heat was masterfully contained within mere inches, specifically targeting Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi. In the interval of 30,000 years since the last teaching, Tai had encountered great fortune. Not only had he regained a treasured artifact, but he had also ascended to the status of a quasi-saint of dual corpses through this treasure, greatly boosting his confidence. As he observed the flicker of surprise in Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi's eyes, his heart swelled with delight. Do you see? I have attained great fortune. My strength has surged. What of you, even if you are Pangu or the 3 pure ones? Sooner or later, I shall tread upon you. With a thought, Tai unleashed the blazing sunfire, hammering down upon Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi like a colossal mallet. The purple cloud palace forbids any form of conflict. However, this esteemed presence is not engaging in combat. Rather, it seeks merely to showcase its prowess. If you cannot withstand it and suffer injuries, it is of no concern to me. The humiliation endured on Kunlun Mountain lingers in my mind, deepening the murderous intent in Tai's eyes, which grew darker alongside the flames of the sun. Both Ta Qing and Yuanshi emitted a simultaneous grunt, their formidable quasi-saintly auras erupting forth. Their astonishment was not due to Tai's ability to attain quasi-saint status before the third preaching. It stemmed from the realization that he had arrived at the purple cloud palace ahead of them. During the interval between teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, the entire structure remained concealed beyond the 33 heavens, imperceptible and intangible. Outside the 33 heavens, the concept of location ceases to exist. Even if one were to remember the previous location of the Purple Cloud Palace, should it shroud itself, there would be no possibility of remaining in place to await its return. The fact that Dijun Tai arrived early indicates that the Purple Cloud Palace had manifested ahead of schedule, and that Dijun Tai was aware of this, which was the source of Ta Qing and Yuan Shi's astonishment. As they observed Tai's intention to employ his cunning, Ta Qing and Yuan Shi naturally would not indulge him. They promptly unleashed their quasi-saintly auras without reservation. Two quasi-saints emerged, one embodying tranquility and actionlessness, and the other exuding a proud and icy demeanor, akin to the gaze of the heavens. United in purpose, the three pure ones became a seamless force, amplifying their power manifold. The combined might of the two quasi-saints bore the potency of three, as two radiant halos erupted, effortlessly shattering Tai's sunfire and bearing down upon him like a ruthless world-ending millstone, offering him no chance to evade. Tai found himself momentarily stunned. What on earth? How could the opposing side also be quasi-saints? Is ascension to quasi-saint status so easily attained? This was utterly contrary to his expectations. Regardless of the discrepancies, Tai was in dire straits, with nowhere to hide. Struck squarely in the chest by the auras of Ta Qing and Yuan Shi, he was propelled backward, spitting blood that evaporated before it even reached the ground. Yuan Shi, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, remarked, "So, you two have become a quasi-saint? Quite impressive indeed. Congratulations." The tone was not that of peers sharing the same path at the Purple Cloud Palace, but rather that of elders addressing a junior. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tai glared with a mix of shock and fury at Ta Qing and Yuan Shi. "Ta Qing, Yu Qing, do you dare to strike against a fellow sect member?" Yuan Shi rolled his eyes, responding, "My brother and I are merely demonstrating our knowledge to you. If you cannot endure it, what concern is that of ours?" Tai twitched his mouth in irritation. Why does that sound so familiar? Chapter 90. Before merging with the Tao, Hongjun plans to cause trouble. Tai's attempts at bravado had led him to a dead end. Were it not for the sanctuary of the Purple Cloud Palace, he might have faced fatal repercussions at the hands of Ta Qing and Yuan Shi. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Forced to swallow his grievances in silence, casting a fierce glare at Ta Qing and Yuan Shi, but ultimately saying nothing. To Ta Qing and Yuan Shi, this was merely a trivial episode, scarcely worthy of their consideration. Soon, 2,999 earthly cultivators arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace, and the third preaching commenced. Everything proceeded as usual, but Tai sensed a disapproving glance from Hongjun before the lecture began. Believing it to be a reaction to his earlier conflict with Ta Qing and Yuan Shi, he hurriedly cleared his mind and focused on the teachings. After 3,000 years of instruction, he experienced a significant enhancement, filling him with profound reverence and gratitude towards Hongjun. Were it not for the sage's guidance, he would still be mired in hatred and unable to achieve such growth. The teacher had bestowed upon him a second chance. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The conclusion of the third preaching indicated the complete transition of the Purple Cloud Palace into the Western realms. Hongjun ceased his discourse, maintaining his usual cool demeanor. With the conclusion of the three preachings, he declared, "I shall merge with the Tao to rectify the deficiencies of the heavenly law. Before merging, I shall establish the mystical gate. Under my tutelage, there shall be disciples to enter." The earthly cultivators felt a collective jolt of excitement. To become a disciple of a sage was an extraordinary opportunity. Listening to the teachings and becoming an initiated disciple are wholly distinct experiences. Hongjun's gaze fell upon the 6 individuals below. Ta Qing, Yu Qing, you are the incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessing the merits of creation. You may become my disciples. Ta Qing and Yuan Shi rejoiced, promptly bowing. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. May the teacher's longevity be boundless. Hongjun then turned his attention to Tai. Tai, you too shall have a significant opportunity ahead, destined to become my disciple. Though the words were spoken, Hongjun felt a hint of dissatisfaction within. He had gifted you the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the pure cloud banner, to assist you in attaining quasi-saint status ahead of time, intending for you to surpass Ta Qing and Yu Qing. Yet, it appears you failed to do so and instead suffered a setback. Were it not for Nuwa and Tongtian being taken by Long Ming, I would have no need for your assistance. While his heart simmered with discontent, Hongjun's expression betrayed no signs of it. Tai, oblivious to the grand opportunity orchestrated by Hongjun, found himself nearly overwhelmed with joy, hastily bowing yet again. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. May the teacher's longevity be boundless. Next, Hongjun summoned the Red Cloud, delivering similar remarks, eliciting joy from Red Cloud as well, who bowed in reverence. Upon witnessing this, Jane and Junti thought to themselves, with 4 out of 6 cushions claimed, surely we are secure? They hurriedly bowed, beseeching, we implore the teacher to accept us as disciples. Hongjun feigned hesitation, observing the nervous sweat of Jane and Junti before finally speaking. You two hail from the west, born of the innate metal of the heavenly order, infused with the essence of brightness. You carry the karma of the west, thus you possess your own opportunities. Therefore, I can only accept you as named disciples. Do you consent? Jane and Junti would never refuse such an offer. Even as named disciples, it was far superior to being nothing at all. After accepting the 6 disciples, Hongjun waved his hand, brushing away the dust, signaling the conclusion of this matter. The remaining earthly cultivators displayed expressions of disappointment, realizing the immense significance of those 6 positions. Yet, knowing this now served little purpose. After all, they had been too engrossed in the art of the Tao to seize the cushions when they had the chance. Reflecting on how Jane and Junti had obtained their cushions, envy coursed through the earthly cultivators. Indeed, to thrive in the primordial chaos, it is essential not only to possess formidable strength, but also to embrace a certain audacity. Although the discipleship has concluded, the arrangements of Hongjun persist. Upon my union with the Tao, I have become the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, yet it is not Hongjun who represents this Tao. As the words fell, the wheel of the Tao manifested behind Hongjun. In the grand hall of the Purple Cloud Palace, a momentary spectacle unfolded. Celestial flowers cascaded, golden lotuses erupted from the earth. The essence of the sun and moon descended, and myriad stars twinkled in the void. A violet radiance enveloped the entire floating island, and countless profound sounds emerged, proclaiming the Tao with enigmatic tones. The assembly of worldly cultivators trembled in unison, bowing to Hongjun in reverence. We humbly congratulate our master on achieving unity with the Tao. Hongjun nodded slightly. I have unified with the Tao to replenish the heavenly Tao. Thus, among my disciples, a sage shall emerge to establish a sacred position. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the worldly cultivators gleamed with anticipation. Some astute individuals glanced toward the 6-seated figures. Indeed, Tai was the first to speak. May I inquire, master? How many sacred positions shall there be? Hongjun's gaze swept over the worldly cultivators, and their inner turmoil was swiftly quelled. Only then did Hongjun respond. Among my disciples, there shall be 7 sacred positions. The sages act on behalf of the heavenly Tao, remaining untainted, undying, and imperishable. As he spoke, Hongjun raised his hand, producing a radiant sphere of purple energy. Upon its emergence, the entire Purple Cloud Palace was bathed in a violet glow, and 49 Taoist runes appeared. The wheel of the Tao gradually revolved behind Hongjun's head. Within the hall, the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls resonated, and the shadows of the 4 symbols materialized one by one. The boundless violet light permeated through the Purple Cloud Palace and beyond, illuminating the 33 heavens and reaching the primordial chaos. Countless beings lifted their heads, only to prostrate themselves in trepidation. Only the East Sea and the immortal volcanoes in the south remained shielded, oblivious to the disturbance. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the worldly cultivators' eyes glimmered with fervor, as if the essence of the heavenly Tao resided within that purple energy. Hongjun spoke calmly. This is the primordial purple energy, the foundation of the great Tao. Possession of it allows one to attain sagehood. The cultivators collectively gasped, their gazes aflame, their breaths becoming heavy. Were it not for their presence in the Purple Cloud Palace, they would have already surged forward in desire, their eyes fixed upon the sphere of primordial purple energy. Had it not been for the fact that it was held by Hongjun, they would have rushed forward to seize it. Hongjun, unfazed by their covetous stares, turned his attention to the 6 figures below. As my disciples, you can attain sagehood. With that, he infused the 6 with primordial purple energy, which coursed through their primordial spirits. The path to enlightenment became unprecedentedly clear. The 6 were invigorated, joyously bowing to Hongjun, expressing their gratitude for the bestowed primordial purple energy. The other cultivators silently acknowledged that those 6 cushions were indeed the greatest opportunity within the Purple Cloud Palace. Had they known this earlier, they would not have allowed the likes of Jane and Junti to brazenly vie for it. Yet now, regret held no power. The cultivators could only fixate on the final sphere of primordial purple energy in Hongjun's grasp. There remained one more sphere and one more sacred position. Hongjun's expression remained unchanged as he cast this final sphere into the air. Seek this opportunity for yourselves. The primordial purple energy whirled in the air several times before darting out of the Purple Cloud Palace, heading toward the primordial chaos. Several hundred worldly cultivators could no longer contain their excitement and rushed out. However, the remaining cultivators held their ground. This final sphere was indeed up for grabs. Since it could be seized, what difference did it make to take it directly rather than from the hands of the possessor? Chapter 91. It is only fair for everyone to be audacious together. Hongjun's gaze swept across the more than 2,000 worldly cultivators who remained. A smile gracing his lips. Well done, you have shown restraint. On the path of seeking the Tao, one must learn to contemplate and remain composed at all times. There are many confounding matters that can cloud the heart along this journey. Some seemingly formidable opportunities may lead to irreversible calamity. With these words, Hongjun's gaze fell upon Laojun Taiji and Yuan Shi, who were startled. Was the master awakening them to the danger of losing themselves in the power of Ancestor Long Ming? Indeed, Ancestor Long Ming had bestowed upon the third brother too many powerful treasures and natural materials, which had distracted from his fundamental teachings. As a result, the third brother might only become temporarily strong, but would ultimately fail to discover the path to supreme sagehood. The chaotic treasures previously endowed by Ancestor Long Ming would be hidden away after their return, never to be used again. Otherwise, how could one aspire to attain sagehood while relying on external objects? Laojun Taiji and Yuan Shi engaged in profound introspection and became even more obedient before Hongjun. The over 2,000 worldly cultivators bowed submissively before Hongjun. We shall diligently remember our master's teachings. Hongjun nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand to reveal a radiant halo that illuminated the entire hall, revealing several treasures. Hongjun addressed the 6 figures below. As disciples of my Xianmen, you should possess supreme treasures for your protection to validate the teachings of the Xianmen. With that, he extracted a treasure from the radiance and presented it to Laojun Taiji. This is the Taiji diagram, one of the 3 innate supreme treasures. It can stabilize the earth, wind, water, and fire, serving as a treasure for self-defense. Laojun Taiji was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Hongjun in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for the bestowed treasure. He completely forgot his previous resolve to refrain from using the chaotic spiritual treasures given by Long Ming, lest he become overly reliant and hinder his progress. This was the influence of the seeds of intention that Hongjun had sown within the primordial spirits of the worldly cultivators, not a crude form of control, but a gradual transformation of their thinking. When the worldly cultivators came to regard all that Hongjun had said as profound truth in the Tao, the effects would far surpass those of direct and forceful control. Hongjun nodded slightly, producing another treasure. This treasure took the form of a cloud of auspiciousness. Yet it was unlike any ordinary auspicious cloud. Upon its emergence, it filled the entire hall with a sense of righteous vigor. Indeed, the thoughts of some worldly cultivators, who had been contemplating killing to seize the primordial purple energy upon returning to the primordial chaos, were significantly dispelled. The spirits of the cultivators were invigorated. Hongjun spoke softly. This is the auspicious cloud of the myriad heavens, born from the righteous spirit of Pangu. Its power is on par with innate supreme treasures. When this treasure hovers above one's head, one stands invincible. When summoned, all evils retreat, untouched by myriad laws. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingertip. The auspicious clouds of the myriad heavens were bestowed upon Yuan Shi. Instantly, these celestial clouds radiated a resplendent spectrum of colors, illuminating the heavens above. The entire grand hall was painted in a kaleidoscope of hues. Accompanying this spectacle, celestial melodies resonated throughout the universe, cleansing the hearts of mortals. Countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, exquisite ornaments, and dangling pearls cascaded from above like an unceasing drizzle, creating an endless stream. The assembled cultivators cast envious glances, fully aware that possessing such a treasure would ensure an invincible position, allowing them to deal with adversaries at will. Yuan Shi, overwhelmed with joy, bowed deeply to Hongjun, expressing his gratitude for the bestowed treasure. He had always favored offense over defense. The chaotic jade pure immortal lotus given to him by Long Ming was a defensive treasure for this very reason. Now, with the acquisition of the auspicious clouds, he intended to seal the chaotic jade pure immortal lotus away, feeling that this new treasure perfectly compensated for it. Hongjun, meanwhile, found himself in a position of resignation. Originally, he was meant to bestow the Panga banner upon Yuan Shi, but that banner remained in Yuan Huan's possession. Where could Hongjun procure another? Thus, he reluctantly presented the auspicious clouds, fully aware that only Long Ming possessed the power to threaten him across the vast expanse of the Honghuang. In confronting Long Ming, the possession of the auspicious clouds would yield the same outcome for him. Therefore, he generously offered the treasure. Yuan Shi, elated, accepted the auspicious clouds, completely disregarding the superior chaotic jade pure immortal lotus. Hongjun then produced a ball and a map, handing them to Tai. These were the red embroidery ball and the map of mountains and rivers. The red embroidery ball was primarily an offensive tool, capable of wounding even a saint. While the map of mountains and rivers served as a defensive treasure, possessing additional supreme utility for one to comprehend. These two treasures were originally destined for Nuwa. Upon her departure, they naturally passed to Tai Yi. Whether it was fitting for Tai Yi to wield the red embroidery ball, a feminine artifact, was of no concern to Hongjun, nor did it bother Tai Yi, having just acquired the Cloud Realm's pure color banner. The addition of these two treasures was a significant boon. With a countenance filled with joy, he bowed to Hongjun, expressing his gratitude for the bestowed treasures. Subsequently, Hongjun presented a sword and a lotus platform to Hongyun. These treasures were exceptional artifacts of the heavenly Tao, the primordial sacred sword, and the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform. You must diligently contemplate their use, for they are profoundly unique. Like the auspicious clouds, they are supreme treasures of the heavenly Tao, wielding power equivalent to innate supreme treasures. However, the primordial sacred sword cannot be wielded directly. It requires refinement with the power of creation to transform it into another treasure for use. Similarly, the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform must be activated with the power of creation to unleash its 24th grade might. Otherwise, it will only exhibit the capabilities of a 12th grade treasure. By presenting these two treasures to Hongjun appeared to treat him equally, granting him treasures of the same level as the previous four, perhaps even of a higher caliber. Yet, in truth, Hongjun would be unable to fully harness their power, instead attracting potential troubles and misfortunes. However, Hongjun was blissfully unaware of these implications, only knowing that he had obtained unparalleled treasures of the heavenly Tao, and joyfully bowed in gratitude to Hongjun. Jane and Xuanti exchanged glances, with Xuanti immediately donning a sorrowful expression and weeping. Alas, esteemed teacher, the West is peculiar. We are utterly incapable of obtaining anything of value. The bounteous West, for the disciples, was exceedingly barren. We implore your mercy, grant us some treasures. The surrounding cultivators rolled their eyes in unison. Truly, the audacity of that figure from the West was unparalleled. They could not acquire treasures in the West due to their own inadequacies. Yet they dared to use such a pretext to request treasures? They had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Yet, Hongjun was acutely aware of the situation. The entire West was under Long Ming's dominion. The fact that he had not outright killed the two of them was already a mercy. What more treasures could they hope to find in the West? Were it not for their significant potential, he would never have considered accepting them. With a feigned sigh of compassion, Hongjun relented. Very well. I shall bestow upon you some spiritual treasures. He then retrieved the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus and the Azure Lotus Banner, two exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Following this, he presented a series of upper-grade innate spiritual treasures, including a whisk, a bag of the universe, a demon-slaying pestle, a jeweled umbrella, a fish intestine flower, a white halberd, a golden bow, and a silver spear. To Jane and Xuanti. Overjoyed, Jane and Xuanti recognized that, although the quality of these treasures may not match the previous four, their quantity was substantial, and they had received two top-tier innate spiritual treasures. They promptly bowed in gratitude. Esteemed teacher, your compassion knows no bounds. May your sacred life be eternal. Upon witnessing this, the other cultivators immediately knelt, beseeching, esteemed teacher, in your mercy, bestow upon us some spiritual treasures for our protection as well. Why should it only be you from the West who receives such favor? It is only fair that we all share in this shamelessness. Chapter 92. Hongjun distributes treasures. Sowing causes and effects. The Golden Crow schemes against Hongjun. Hongjun feigned a troubled expression, but, after a moment's hesitation, nodded. He gestured toward a treasure mountain behind the floating island, stating, very well, in my early years, I also collected a few spiritual treasures. You may go to that treasure rock and obtain what you can based on your own fortunes and abilities. After a pause, he added, once you have gathered your treasures, you must depart. I will then merge with the Tao, and you must not disturb me. With his words, Hongjun vanished from sight. The cultivators were momentarily taken aback before rushing toward the treasure rock in a frenzy. Taiching Laojun, Yuan Shi, Tai Yi, Hongyun, Jane, and Xuanti naturally moved the fastest, acquiring the most treasures. However, there were over 10,000 treasures on the treasure rock. Even if these six divided several thousand among themselves, there would still be enough for the other cultivators to each obtain at least one. They all understood the unspoken agreement. They could not monopolize all the treasures. Otherwise, even if they managed to seize them, they would likely not make it back to their own lairs in the Hongwang, facing certain death. Soon, the cultivators had divided all the treasures from the treasure rock, each soaring back to the Hongwang on their clouds. Hongjun observed this spectacle from the Zixiao Palace, a faint smile gracing his lips. The path of severing corpses greatly valued treasures, whether in combat, conflict, or cultivation. the higher the quality of the treasures, the greater their power and efficacy. By distributing these treasures to the cultivators of the mortal realm, Hongjun effectively bound them to the path of severing corpses. The treasures bestowed upon them were all intertwined with causes and effects, a debt that would eventually need to be repaid. Once the last mortal cultivator departed the Xiao Palace, Hongjun waved his hand, causing the entire floating island to vanish from sight, concealed beyond the 33 heavens. Hongjun then immersed his primordial spirit into the Tao Will behind him, merging with the Tao. It was a perilous gamble. Should he fail, he would become a part of the Tao, utterly erasing his self-awareness. Yet, this was the only move Hongjun had left to play. His ambition necessitates this step. The wheel of heavenly law radiates supreme, divine light. Multicolored brilliance illuminates the vast expanse beyond the 33 heavens. The eye of heaven subsequently manifests. A cold gaze sweeps across the entirety of the primordial chaos. An overwhelming celestial might abruptly descends. Though intangible and formless, it evokes a profound resonance within all beings of the primordial chaos simultaneously. The recently returned earthly cultivators are taken aback, turning their heads in unison. The Grand Master Taiji bows respectfully toward the realm beyond the 33 heavens. The Master has attained unity with the Tao. The gathered cultivators follow suit, offering their salutations to honor the Master's achievement. The celestial might pulses, akin to the heartbeat of the cosmos, echoing in the hearts of all living beings. The earthly cultivators are astounded. Is this the Tao? Merely a hint of the Master's released celestial power during his union is already so formidable? After years of arduous cultivation, we remain lesser than ants in the face of such might. With even greater reverence, the earthly cultivators bow once more towards the realm beyond the 33 heavens. Not even the likes of the Grand Master Taiji or the Primordial Master dare to draw breath. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the wheel of heavenly law spins at its utmost velocity behind Hongjun, its radiance spreading throughout the 33 heavens. An enigmatic aura envelopes the primordial chaos. Hongjun raises the creation jade plate in his hands. A soft hum resonates. The creation jade plate merges with the wheel of heavenly law, which in turn fuses with Hongjun himself. In the next instant, the eye of heaven opens at Hongjun's brow. Hongjun successfully unites with the Tao. The celestial might gradually retracts, restoring the primordial chaos to its normalcy. The earthly cultivators straighten up, exchanging glances before departing. They must seize the time to assimilate the fruits of the final sermon. Then, the primordial purple chi. In the realm of primordial chaos, the last sacred position. After the Grand Master Taiji and the Primordial Master return to Kunlun Mountain, they immediately seal the entire Kunlun Mountain. They already possess the primordial purple chi and need not contend for it. Achieving sanctification at the swiftest pace is paramount. Naturally, those with similar intentions include Hongjun and Jane. Hongjun returns to his fire cloud cave, while Jane returns to the west, both sealing their abodes without delay. Upon returning to the Sun Star, Emperor Jun has different plans. Tai, focus on your cultivation and comprehend the treasures bestowed by Master Hongjun. Everything else will be managed by me. Emperor Jun's thoughts are straightforward. As long as Tai becomes a saint, their future will be secure. Facing the three pure ones will pose no fear. Moreover, Tong Tian has been expelled from the Purple Cloud Palace, losing his opportunity for sanctification. Therefore, once Tai attains sainthood, they can target Tong Tian first. However, Tai harbors other thoughts. Elder brother, there is a significant opportunity before you. Emperor Jun is taken aback. What opportunity? Tai smirks. All earthly cultivators are fixated on that elusive primordial purple chi. Yet the master never stated that we cannot seize the primordial purple chi that already has an owner. Emperor Jun raises an eyebrow. Are you referring to the primordial purple chi of Taiji and Yuqing? That won't do. Their current strength is formidable, and we lack certainty of victory. Tai grins. Of course, I do not mean Taiji and Yuqing. They will require our attention only after we both attain sainthood. Elder brother, I speak of Hongjun. Let us not forget, Hongjun is also our adversary. Emperor Jun nods. Indeed, we cannot overlook Hongjun and Xianxiaaudiobooks. However, you know that Xianxiaaudiobooks is entirely concealed by the earthly book, hidden within the earthly membranes. We cannot locate him. As for Hongjun, while his Fire Cloud Palace is not difficult to find, he possesses two unparalleled treasures of heavenly law, their power equivalent to innate supreme treasures. We may not necessarily match his strength. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's analysis, Tai bursts into laughter. Elder brother, you are aware of one aspect, but not the other. The Long Ming sacred sword and the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform are indeed unparalleled treasures of heavenly law. However, these two treasures are extraordinarily special. They can only unleash their full potential through the power of creation. Otherwise, their might will not surpass that of high-grade innate spiritual treasures by much. Elder brother, With our combined strength and the treasures at our disposal, defeating Hongjun will be as easy as turning over a hand. Emperor Jun's eyes widen in surprise. Is that truly the case? Tai nods confidently. Elder brother, the Purple Cloud Palace records all secrets of the primordial chaos. I happen to see the records concerning the Long Ming sacred sword and the reincarnation Purple Jade Lotus platform. It seems Master Hongjun has granted these two treasures to Hongjun. This indicates that the Tao itself desires Hongjun's demise. Emperor Jun laughs heartily. Excellent. Second brother, your plan is brilliant. We shall wait for a century, until all earthly cultivators have shifted their focus before we make our move. Tai nods. A wise plan, elder brother. Emperor Jun then says, second brother, let us work together to deduce the outcome. As he speaks, Emperor Jun summons the river diagram and the Luo book. The brothers immediately begin to predict the heavenly secrets. Just as Emperor Jun and Tai start plotting against Hongjun in the East Sea, the meditating Long Ming opens his eyes. He glances at the 33 heavens and smiles faintly. Hongjun has united with the Tao. Now the heavenly law will not keep its gaze fixed upon me. After smiling, Long Ming waves his hand, and the shadow of a great river unfolds before him. Chapter 93. Probing into heavenly secrets is indeed a perilous endeavor. With a casual gesture, Long Ming projects the image of the river of fate before him. This action is something even the heavenly law cannot accomplish, be it saint or heavenly law. Observing the river of fate necessitates being present at its flow. Yet Long Ming commands the path of fate. He can summon the river of fate to him. The river of fate flows calmly, its waves unpredictable. Every ripple is intertwined with countless threads of cause and effect. Long Ming's gaze sweeps across the entire river, and he smiles gently. The river of fate, the river of time and space, and the river of cause and effect are, in essence, one and the same. Referred to as the Tao River, it simply presents different results when viewed from varying perspectives, showcasing distinct appearances. The myriad laws of the Tao are indeed thus. Having grasped the path of fate, Long Ming's comprehension of destiny and cause deepens further. Ding. Observation of the river of fate count 1. Ding. Observation of the river of fate count 1. As Long Ming observes the river of fate, the system's notification chimes in his mind intermittently. This task was assigned to him after he accepted Tong Tian as a disciple. Task: observe the river of fate 1 billion times. Completion reward: Long Ming's spiritual treasure, Fate, grinding millstone. Long Ming swiftly fulfills the daily observation count he set for himself, preparing to withdraw his gaze. Suddenly, the river of fate stirs, creating countless waves. A colossal surge ripples across this river of destiny. Two immense shadows emerge against the vast expanse of the river. In the primordial starry sky, 365 celestial bodies radiate boundless starlight, illuminating the shadows with greater clarity. Moments later, the shadows coalesce into form, transforming into two three-legged golden crows. Long Ming raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, Dijun and Tai Yi. Are they employing the He Tu and Luo Shu to observe the river of fate? Quite intriguing indeed. Since Tai Yi was chosen by Hongjun to attain sanctity, has the course of destiny begun to shift? Are they now contemplating altering the threads of fate? Unbeknownst to Dijun and Tai Yi, there exists a higher observer within the river of fate. They immerse their primordial spirits into the river, seeking the answers they desire. Within the solar palace, the He Tu and Luo Shu shimmer with divine radiance, pulsating with starlight. Upon them, 365 bright points correspond to the celestial bodies above the 9 heavens. The river of fate churns with tumultuous waves, splashing water as the grand design unfolds. A crimson cloud gradually materializes, with the shadows of the two golden crows pursuing it, ready to tear it apart. However, at that moment, the celestial bodies of the Zhou Tian suddenly go awry, as if confronted by some impending peril. They instantaneously detach from their positions. And bereft of the support from the 365 celestial bodies, the shadows of the golden crows vanish from the river of fate. For those like Long Ming, who wield mastery over the path of destiny, entering the river is relatively feasible. Yet for others, such an endeavor proves exceedingly arduous. Only through the combined might of Dijun and Tai Yi, harnessing the strength of the solar star alongside the He Tu and Luo Shu, can they barely breach the river of fate and glimpse fragments of heavenly secrets. Now, with the celestial bodies thrown into disarray, their initial attempt at peering into the secrets of fate has culminated in failure. Dijun's expression shifts, and he gazes into the depths of the primordial starry sky. What is transpiring? Why do the Zhou Tian stars defy our command? The 365 celestial bodies of the Zhou Tian were birthed in response to the heavenly light emanating from the He Tu and Luo Shu. Theoretically, such disobedience should be impossible. Confusion swirls within Dijun's heart, yet he refrains from delving too deeply. Tai Yi shakes his head. This matter pertains to the future position of the saints. The machinations of destiny surely run deep. Brother, let us exert additional effort. Perhaps we can succeed. Dijun nods in agreement. Very well, let us try once more. The two brothers then channel their powers, infusing their primordial spirits into the starlight of the Z-Way, preparing to forcibly control the Zhoutian stars and enter the river of fate. The sun erupts with brilliant radiance, its blazing true fire roaring uncontrollably. Billions of fiery tongues flicker, each igniting a strand of starlight from the Zhoutian. Under such impetus, the 365 celestial bodies remain unresponsive. In the depths of the primordial starry sky, the Xianxia star god observes the 365 Zhoutian stars with a cold gaze. The Qixia star god fixates intensely on the master of the Zhoutian stars, the Z-Way star. Dare you act? If so, I shall extinguish you this very day. We, as the progeny of the divine decree, have graciously allowed you to possess sentience. Do you now dare conspire against Hongjun, who wields a chaotic treasure granted by the Father God? Without the Father God's decree, do you think you can scheme against him? To the ancient star gods, the fate of Hongjun is of little consequence. Yet, since Hongjun possesses a chaotic treasure bestowed by the Father God, his existence is dictated by divine will. You upstarts dare to plot against Hongjun? Do you seek death? Though the 365 Zhoutian stars emerged around the same time as the ancient star gods, or even earlier, their sentience developed significantly later. Their intelligence was born from the response to the heavenly light of the He-Tu and Luo-Shu. Thus, they stand as absolute juniors before the ancient star gods. To add to this, while the ancient star gods have long since taken form, the Zhoutian stars have yet to achieve full sentience and require the presence of star officials to complete their development. Consequently, when confronted by the ancient star gods, the Zhoutian stars possess no capacity for resistance whatsoever. A pulse of solar essence, carrying the commands of the He-Tu and Luo-Shu, penetrates the depths of the primordial starry sky. Zhoutian stars, heed my command. The Tanlang star god, growing weary of the situation, snorts in disdain. You know how to respond, do you not? Cease your tricks, otherwise, today shall be the day of your extinction. The 365 Zhoutian stars tremble in unison, their starlight shimmering across the vast expanse. In truth, the Tanlang star god's admonition was unnecessary. With their current level of intelligence, the Zhoutian stars lack the capacity for subterfuge. Fearing the ancient star gods, they will obediently follow orders. Thus, under the leadership of the Z-Way star, the Zhoutian stars collectively emit a tremor. The 365 strands of starlight converge, forming a colossal pillar of starlight spanning billions of miles, forcefully reflecting Dijun and Tai Yi's commands back upon them. Boom. Before Dijun and Tai Yi can comprehend the unfolding chaos, the entire solar star erupts. Countless fires ignite upon the sun, and the tumultuous true fire engulfs the entirety of the solar star and its surrounding expanse. The spiritual roots and celestial herbs nurtured by Dijun on the sun are instantly reduced to ash. Caught off guard, Dijun and Tai Yi simultaneously expel a mouthful of golden blood, propelled away from the vicinity of the He-Tu and Luo-Shu, crashing through several walls of the solar palace before finally coming to a halt. Both brothers sit in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the events that transpired. They remain prostrate for an entire year, gradually recovering from the shock. Raising their gazes, they survey the disheveled state of the solar star, and they simultaneously exhale a sigh. Indeed, peering into the secrets of destiny is a perilous endeavor. Chapter 94. Dijun's Scheme, Slaying Hongjun. Dijun and Tai Yi never anticipated that their failure to probe the secrets of fate would be orchestrated by the ancient star gods. After all, aside from the heavenly Tao, none are aware that Long Ming has created a cadre of ancient star gods. Dijun and Tai Yi merely attributed their miscalculations to the backlash of the heavenly Tao, not contemplating the deeper implications. As they set about restoring the solar star, the brothers felt an acute pang of loss. The various celestial materials they had cultivated over nearly 100,000 years lay in ruins, a hefty price indeed. Once they had tidied up the solar star, Dijun sighed. Tai Yi, what are your thoughts on this matter? Tai Yi meticulously analyzed and contemplated the situation. With utmost certainty, he spoke at last. Although the entirety of the celestial scheme remained obscured from the fragments we had discerned, it was evident that Hongjun's endeavors were destined for success. After a brief pause, Tai Yi continued, Elder brother, there is no need to fret over a mere Hongjun. Our sole concern should be whether Xianxiaaudiobooks will intervene along the way. Should Hongjun and Xianxiaaudiobooks converge and utilize the power of the Earth Book for concealment, then our efforts to eliminate him will be significantly hampered. Dijun pondered momentarily before breaking into a slight smile. This is quite simple. We can devise a plan to disseminate information indicating the discovery of the unclaimed primordial purple energy. This will divert Xianxia's attention. Tai clapped his thigh in delight. Elder brother, this stratagem is exquisite. Let us proceed as you suggest. Thus commenced a century of meticulous arrangements by Dijun and Tai. They began by weaving a web of false intelligence, leading most of the earthly cultivators to believe that unclaimed primordial purple energy had been uncovered in a remote part of the Hongjun. This ruse captivated the attention of the majority of the earthly practitioners. As anticipation mounted and earthly cultivators could no longer restrain their curiosity, prompting a cascade of investigative endeavors, Dijun and Tai discreetly departed from the Sun Palace and made their way to Hongjun's Fire Cloud Palace. Originally concealed, Hongjun's sanctuary was rendered visible through Dijun's mastery of the He-Tu and Luo Shu, which calculated the location of the Fire Cloud Palace. Tai utilized the xianxiaaudiobooks map to envelop the entire Fire Cloud Palace within its grasp. The xianxiaaudiobooks map, a supreme innate treasure, contained the entire geography of the Hongjun, detailing the contours of mountains, rivers, and the depths of lakes and seas. Within it lay a microcosm, complete with celestial bodies, flora, and fauna, yet only a fraction of the true Hongjun was represented. Moreover, the beings contained within were incapable of enlightenment. Nevertheless, it served as a small world, wherein even a sage would find themselves ensnared for centuries without a supreme treasure to aid their escape. Throughout this century, Tai devoted his energy to refining this treasure, aiming to create a hunting ground isolated from the outside world. Hongjun, did you ever imagine such a fate when you were on Kunlun Mountain? Your time has come. Tai sneered, invoking the red embroidered ball. As it spun, it unleashed countless crimson shadows that enveloped the Fire Cloud Palace, before crashing down with tremendous force. Dijun too called upon the He-Tu and Luo Shu, illuminating 365 celestial bodies, which transformed into myriad points of light, cascading like a torrential rain. The Fire Cloud Palace, once the sanctuary of the Taoist Hongjun, though a blessed ground, paled in comparison to places like Kunlun Mountain and the Sun Palace. Even the defenses crafted by Hongjun himself were insufficient against the assault of the red embroidered ball and the He-Tu and Luo Shu. With a thunderous crash, a fissure appeared in the protective shield of the Fire Cloud Palace, which swiftly widened to 1,000 miles. The palace shattered in a cataclysmic roar, engulfed in flames that rained from the heavens. The conflagration unleashed by the xianxiaaudiobooks map transformed into a volcano, resulting in the anguished cries of countless beings. Tai brandished a 3-inch dagger, meticulously crafted from bone, resembling a needle embedded with intricate runes. This treasure, known as the Demon Sword, was obtained by Tai on the Split Treasure Rock. It was a superior innate spiritual treasure, aligning perfectly with Dijun and Tai's long-held ambition to establish a clan to dominate the Hongjun. Thus, they resolved to name this future clan the Demon Clan, with the Demon Sword destined to become Tai's weapon when he ascended as the Eastern Emperor, renowned throughout the Hongjun for its soul-harvesting capabilities. As Tai invoked the Demon Emperor's sword, the souls of the countless perished beings swirled around him like a tempest. The xianxiaaudiobooks map could regenerate everything swiftly, allowing the manipulation of time itself. While the optimal use of this treasure was to observe the cycles of creation and the myriad transformations of all beings, Tai had repurposed it for combat, crafting a realm insulated from the outside world where life could regenerate rapidly, turning the souls of millions into weapons. With the Demon Emperor's sword absorbing the essence of countless souls, it grew into a colossal blade stretching 1,000 miles, each rune binding at least 3 souls. The vengeful spirit's anguished cries became the most potent poison for annihilating primordial spirits. Emerging from the collapsing Fire Cloud Palace, Hongjun attempted to contact Xianxiaaudiobooks. But within the confines of the xianxiaaudiobooks map, unless Hongjun's realm surpassed Tai's by 100-fold, transmitting any message was utterly impossible. In truth, Tai was a quasi-saint of the second corpse, while Hongjun remained a quasi-saint of the first corpse, rendering any hope of resolution futile. Hongjun summoned the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform, wielding the primordial sacred sword to charge forth. I shall contend with you. A violet beam erupted from the inferno. Aimed directly at Tai, Hongjun summoned a torrent of fire, wielding the primordial sacred sword with a technique of 3,000 sword strikes, unleashing a deluge of lethal intent upon Tai. Simultaneously, the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform released 108 luminous wheels. This triadic assault represented Hongjun's ultimate prowess. However, as Hongjun's formidable technique collided with a veil of mist, it vanished without a trace. What? Hongjun had contemplated his next move should his attack prove ineffective. Yet he could never have fathomed that his assault would simply cease to exist. The vast fire cloud dissipated completely, The 3,000 sword strikes and 108 luminous wheels rendered as if they had never materialized, without even a ripple. Surprised? I warned you. Your demise is at hand. Tai emerged from the billowing clouds, beckoning with a finger as the Demon Emperor's sword descended upon Hongjun. Beside him, a grand banner unfurled across the expanse, enveloped in wondrous phenomena, illuminating the cosmos. This banner was none other than a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. One of the 5 innate banners, the pure Cloud Realm banner. The Taoist Hongjun stood transfixed, eyes wide with disbelief, as the Demon Emperor's sword descended upon him. He attempted to evade, but it was far too late. Chapter 95. What a colossal bird. It would surely make a delightful stew. Unbeknownst to Hongjun, Tai possessed one of the innate 5 flags, specifically the pure Cloud Realm flag. These 5 flags originated from the 5 lotus leaves of the chaotic blue lotus that nurtured the Pangu great deity. While their offensive capability was negligible, their defensive prowess was unparalleled, surpassed only by the treasures of the universe, such as the mystical Huang Linglong Pagoda and the celestial celebration clouds. Even the innate 4 treasures of the lotus could not rival the defensive strength of the 5 flags. Moreover, the 5 flags possessed a unique effect. They were impervious to all laws. To put it simply, before the innate 5 flags, any form of Taoist magic was rendered ineffective. Attacking the 5 flags with Taoist techniques would result in outright negation, as if no assault had occurred at all. Only divine powers were deemed worthy of challenging the innate 5 flags. Though Hongjun had not mastered divine powers, he instinctively resorted to Taoist techniques in desperation, inadvertently falling into Tai's cunning trap. His full-force strike was utterly futile. Faced with Tai's long-prepared assault, Hongjun found himself utterly incapable of evasion and could only brace for impact. Boom! The Demon Emperor's sword, laden with the grievances of countless beings, struck the shield of the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform, sending ripples cascading through the air. The shield wavered precariously, for the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform required the power of creation to unleash its true might. Hongjun, lacking proficiency in the power of creation, could only catalyze less than 50% of the platform's potential. Having possessed it for merely a century, without dedicating time to refine it, he could muster even less than 30% of its capabilities. This was a consequence of Hongjun's unintentional oversight, falling victim to the premeditated machinations of Emperor Juntai. In less than 2 exchanges, he found himself in a dire predicament. Recognizing the futility of pleading for mercy, Hongjun thumped his chest and expelled a mouthful of vital blood. Using its power to activate the might of the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform, Tai scoffed. Do you believe you can withstand this? With that, he summoned a golden red fruit, a product of the sacred Fusang tree, the spiritual root of the sun star, a supreme treasure of fire. This fruit had been refined for a century, its solar essence reaching its zenith. In the despairing gaze of Hongjun, the Fusang divine fruit transformed into a miniature sun, instantly engulfing everything within a vast expanse. The entire landscape trembled violently, countless rifts in the void tearing open above, while the earth split apart in deep fissures stretching for millions of miles. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire descended into chaos, erupting uncontrollably. However, Emperor Juntai was prepared. He released 2 drops of vital blood to empower the landscape, while Emperor Jun invoked the river diagram and Luo book to stabilize the elemental turmoil. Boom! Though the collapse of the landscape was momentarily halted, this small world was utterly annihilated. The myriad beings inhabiting it were obliterated in an instant. Mountains crumbled into ruins, and the vast Yangtze River evaporated into nothingness. The heavens became searingly hot, and the earth boiled. Emperor Jun glanced at the landscape, realizing that after 100 millennia, this treasure could never be restored. Tai smiled faintly, confident that as long as Hongjun was eliminated, allowing his elder brother to acquire the primordial purple chi, it would matter not if the landscape was completely destroyed. Emperor Jun too smiled. Regardless of how they presented themselves to the outside world, the bond between the 2 brothers was unbreakable, their fates intertwined. After a moment, the shockwave of destruction finally subsided. Both Emperor Jun and Tai turned their attention to the center of the explosion. The primordial sacred sword had shattered into 3 pieces, floating midair, while the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform dimmed. Yet, a single pulse of the purple chi began to emanate, exuding boundless Taoist resonance. Primordial purple chi. Emperor Jun's breath quickened involuntarily. The 2 brothers flashed forward, arriving before the primordial purple chi. With an outstretched hand, Emperor Jun grasped the primordial purple chi. The moment it touched him, it began to pulse like a heartbeat, merging into his primordial spirit in mere moments. Buzz! Emperor Jun uncontrollably reverted to his true form as the 3-legged golden crow, wings spanning for miles, unleashing torrents of solar essence. The landscape, which had just begun to calm, flared up once more in a blaze. Previously, the 6 beings who had acquired the primordial purple chi while in the Purple Sky Palace had suppressed all anomalies. Now, however, Emperor Jun found himself needing to impose his own restraint, teetering on the brink of losing control. Yet, this loss of control posed no real danger. It merely required time to assimilate the newfound power. Tai laughed heartily. Congratulations, elder brother. You have finally attained the primordial purple chi. Now, you two share in the saintly status among the heavens. Once we both ascend to sainthood, this vast wilderness shall belong to us. Emperor Jun was equally exhilarated. Unable to contain his joy, billions of rays of solar essence erupted from within him, painting the entire small world of the landscape in golden red hues. In that very moment, the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform, which had seemingly lost all brilliance, unexpectedly regained its luminescence, tearing open a spatial rift and vanishing within. Everything transpired too swiftly. Caught up in their ecstatic revelry, neither Emperor Jun nor Tai had the presence of mind to react. By the time they comprehended what had happened, the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform had disappeared without a trace. Hongjun had feigned death. Rage surged within Tai, a glimmer of fierce light igniting in his eyes. Elder brother, continue merging with the primordial purple chi here. I shall pursue Hongjun. He must not escape alive. If he spreads word of Emperor Jun and Tai seizing the primordial purple chi, it would spell great trouble. It is important to note that while Hongjun had never explicitly stated that one could not seize the already allocated primordial purple chi, most worldly cultivators had not entertained such thoughts. Treasures without a master could be claimed, and whoever obtained them could rightfully seize them. This notion of fate could be interpreted in myriad ways. However, the other 6 portions of primordial purple chi had been distributed by Hongjun. Until someone set a precedent, no worldly cultivator would dare to act presumptuously. Of course, Emperor Jun and Tai were not concerned about other cultivators attempting to usurp their claim. The Sun Palace's Yanyin killing formation could annihilate any intruding cultivator. However, if such a situation arises, how could one continue to cultivate in the future? Being incessantly troubled would be utterly exhausting. As soon as Tai realized that Hongjun Daoist was feigning death, he immediately set off in pursuit. Upon exiting the Jiangshan Sheiji map, Tai beheld the reincarnation purple jade lotus flying towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. In truth, Hongjun's Fire Cloud Palace was situated near the inner ring of Buzhou Mountain. Many beings of the Primordial World, unaware of the truth, believed that the Fire Cloud Palace was indeed within Buzhou Mountain. Hongjun's frantic flight soon brought him to the true boundary of Buzhou Mountain. Although Tai was oblivious to the secrets harbored within Buzhou Mountain, he was aware of the formidable suppression that lay deep within. Consequently, he transformed into his true form as the 3-legged golden crow and hastened after him. The chase unfolded rapidly, and they soon reached the demarcation line. Should Hongjun cross this boundary, it would become exceedingly difficult for Tai to catch him again. Tai immediately unleashed a breath of solar essence fire to impede Hongjun. Yet, this solar fire was intercepted by a colossal hand. A gigantic figure, towering 10 zhang with a mane of fiery hair, emerged from behind a great mountain. It was he who had caught Tai's solar essence fire. Chapter 96. Strive, exert yourself, and let me feel pleasure. Tai, now in the form of a Dao body, narrowed his gaze into a pinprick as he scrutinized the red-haired giant before him. Standing tall at 10 zhang, with a head of crimson hair, the fiery aura emanating from him was the most potent Tai had ever encountered since his transformation. It was even comparable to that of himself and Emperor Jun, born from the solar star. This revelation astonished Tai. In this primordial realm, could there truly exist beings wielding fire that rivaled his brethren? Who are you? Tai's eyes turned icy. He watched as the reincarnation purple jade lotus slipped past the giant and into the suppressive zone of Buzhou Mountain, a surge of hatred swelling within him. How dare you obstruct me? Do you know who I am? I am destined to be a future sage. The red-haired giant, none other than Jerome, one of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, grinned widely. Who are you? Are you not merely a flat-haired beast? Huh. It just so happens that I am out hunting today. I shall capture you and roast you for dinner. Tai's eyes blazed with fiery wrath. To be insulted as a flat-haired beast, how could he endure such an affront? He immediately summoned the red embroidery ball and hurled it at Jerome. Buzzing, the red embroidery ball spun rapidly, creating countless ripples in space, forming an intricate web that spanned millions of miles, enveloping Jerome. Unfazed, Jerome laughed heartily. This treasure you wield is quite beautiful. I shall take it back for my 2 sisters to use. What a bold Jerome. He raised his fists and met the red embroidery ball head-on with his physical strength. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the red embroidery ball was sent soaring. While Jerome merely staggered back 2 steps, a faint red mark appearing on his fist. Tai was left dumbfounded. What manner of being is this? Such physical prowess. Although he had yet to fully practice with the red embroidery ball and could not unleash its full potential to injure a sage's body, even an ordinary being would suffer grievously from a single blow. This fellow, possessing only the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, could withstand the red embroidery ball? Zhurong shook his fists and laughed heartily. You there, flat-haired beast, your strength is woefully inadequate. Such a fine treasure, yet you fail to unleash its power. You might as well hand it over for my sister's use. The sorcery clan possesses no primordial spirit. Only exceptionally rare treasures can be utilized by them. Ordinary items are rendered useless in their hands. Zhurong's words were clearly intended to provoke Tai, for he was acquainted with Hongjun. All 12 ancestors of sorcery knew Hongjun well. The Fire Cloud Palace was located around the core of Buzhou Mountain. Initially, Hongjun had no knowledge of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, but with the aid of Long Ming, they had developed over the years. As their numbers grew, their territory naturally expanded. Due to the influence of the earthly fiend demonic Qi, the sorcery clan required blood sacrifices to maintain their strength and frequently ventured to the outer regions for hunting. This led to encounters with Hongjun. At first, the sorcery clan was highly wary of Hongjun, but he was amiable and sought friendship. Thus, even though the sorcery clan was cautious of him, he remained unperturbed. Later, Emperor Jiang discovered that the chaos treasure on Hongjun bore the aura of Long Ming. Upon this revelation, it became apparent that they had all received Long Ming's favor. With this connection established, the two parties became friends. Previously, Hongjun's physical body had been shattered by the fuse of fruit, and his primordial spirit was also at risk. However, the chaos treasure he carried proved its worth, preserving his true spirit. Moreover, the Hongming purple Qi was expelled from his primordial spirit. In that fleeting moment, Hongjun finally extricated himself from the influence of Hongjun's consciousness, realizing he still had a path forward. He concealed his primordial spirit within the reincarnation Purple Jade Lotus under the protection of the Chaos Treasure. It was only when Emperor Jun and Tai separated due to the Hongming Purple Qi that Hongjun seized the opportunity to escape. Upon exiting the Jiangshan Sheiji map, Hongjun immediately sought assistance from the 12 ancestors of sorcery while hastening towards the core of Buzhou Mountain. Thus unfolded the scene of Zhurong rescuing Hongjun. The sorcery clan, known for their straightforwardness, considered Hongjun a friend. Therefore, anyone who attacked a friend would be regarded as their enemy. Zhurong naturally took great delight in mocking Tai. In the distance, Huti utilized the breath of the earth to stabilize Hongjun's primordial spirit. Hongjun, my friend, while you are currently unscathed, to recover. Only Elder Longming can assist you. We shall find a way to contact Elder Longming later. Hongjun understood the taboos of the sorcery clan, under certain conditions. Even the ancestors could not freely leave Buzhou Mountain. As a friend of the other party, he would not impose any demands. Thank you, my friends, for your rescue. The matter of meeting Elder Longming can be approached gradually. He was now too apprehensive to contact Xianxiaaudiobooks, having unexpectedly freed himself from the influence of Hongjun's consciousness. Hongjun became aware of the effects he had endured within the Purple Cloud Palace. He trusted Xianxiaaudiobooks, but was he still the same Xianxiaaudiobooks he once relied upon? Thus, Hongjun could only wait. The ancestors of sorcery, being straightforward, did not dwell on such matters. After Hutu stabilized Hongjun, she turned to Emperor Jiang. Brother, shall we assist Brother Zhurong? If we act together, we should be able to subdue that bird. Emperor Jiang pondered for a moment and found Hutu's reasoning compelling. He prepared to act, but Hongjun hastily called for a halt. Wait, dear friends, please do not proceed like this. Emperor Jiang looked at the reincarnation Purple Jade Lotus in confusion. Hongjun, do you still hold some brotherly affection for this flat-haired beast? He came to hunt you for that Hongming Purple Qi. Hongjun sighed deeply. It is precisely due to the presence of the primordial purple energy that I, as a humble Taoist, cannot permit my fellow Taoists to take action. The primordial purple energy resides within Tai Yi, and should he attempt to slay me, it would not affect his fortune. However, dear friends, should you choose to hunt him down, it would indeed impact the fortune of your entire clan. Furthermore, even if you were to succeed in your endeavor, the primordial purple energy would be beyond your capacity to refine, inevitably drawing the hostility of all beings in the vast wilderness, a situation most undesirable. I cannot allow my affairs to implicate your noble clan. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Di Jiang furrowed his brow. He was not intimidated by an enemy as vast as the wilderness. Yet the prospect of his clan's fortune being compromised weighed heavily on his mind. In their original destiny, the Wu clan lacked a primordial spirit, rendering them oblivious to the mysteries of fate and incapable of discerning fortune from misfortune. Naturally, they were rather ignorant regarding matters of luck. However, after their prior encounter with Long Ming, the three daughters of Shi, he had elaborated on the intricacies of fortune and destiny. allowing Di Jiang to grasp the vulnerabilities of the Wu clan. He would not be foolish enough to disregard the significance of fortune. Thus, he could only nod in agreement. Very well, let us spare this beast for now. Let Zhu Rong have a word with him, and we shall observe how matters unfold. After a brief pause, a flicker of sharpness flashed in Di Jiang's eyes. However, if that beast proves ungrateful, then it shall not escape my wrath today. Meanwhile, on another front, the clash between Zhu Rong and Tai Yi had escalated to a fever pitch. A resounding boom echoed as they engaged once more. Zhu Rong laughed heartily. Come now? Exert yourself. Let me relish the challenge. Have you not eaten today, you beast of burden? Tai Yi's fury ignited, his hair standing on end. Today, I shall slay you. A piercing cry erupted as Tai Yi transformed into his true form, the three-legged golden crow. His expansive form overshadowed mountains and rivers, the blazing sunfire enveloping him, scorching the surrounding air and creating rippling folds in space, akin to a blazing sun rising upon the earth. Chapter 97. The Ancestor Wu always exacts revenge on the spot. With a chilling gaze, Tai Yi fixed his eyes upon Zhu Rong. You shall perish beneath my sunfire. I will incinerate everything about you. Zhu Rong disdainfully spat. You, a mere beast? You think yourself worthy? With a fierce roar, he instantly transformed into his true ancestral form, beast-headed with a human body, adorned with fiery serpents and dragons. His entire being clad in crimson scales and fire armor, wielding a colossal blade forged from black-red flames. The emergence of his ancestral form unleashed an ancient, desolate aura that resonated through the surrounding mountains, a deep rumble echoing across vast distances, as though the myriad mountains surrounding the unyielding mountain bowed to their king. The sunfire is renowned as the foremost postnatal fire of the wilderness. Today, Zhu Rong shall see whether your sunfire is stronger, or if my southern bright, departing fire surpasses it. Zhu Rong grinned with arrogance. Tai Yi's pupils constricted. Postnatal southern bright, departing fire? He scoffed. If it were the primordial southern bright, departing fire, I might regard you with some caution. But this mere postnatal variant is unworthy to challenge me. The primordial southern bright, departing fire is the fire of laws, and the Phoenix clan thrived upon it. Should the primordial southern bright, departing fire be present, the sunfire, a postnatal flame, would be incomparable. The postnatal southern bright, departing fire, devoid of its law power, could only be considered a divine fire. Between the two, it would be a contest of whose divine powers were stronger, whose magical prowess greater. Tai Yi let out a high-pitched cry, his wings flapping as a vast sea of flames surged before him, coalescing into a red embroidered ball. This red embroidered ball could withstand any force and amplify it. Tai Yi infused his sunfire into the red embroidered ball, transforming it into a miniature sun. With a thunderous roar, it propelled toward Zhu Rong. Upon seeing the small sun, a diameter of 10,000 miles, hurtling toward him, Zhu Rong exhibited no fear. His scales ignited with black-red flames, enveloping him entirely. As he swung his fiery blade down upon the red embroidered ball, boom! The fiery blade erupted against the red embroidered ball, igniting a sea of flames. Yet before the red embroidered ball could advance further, Zhu Rong's hands clasped around it, as if intent on snatching it away. Tai Yi's heart raced with astonishment. This Zhu Rong possessed a physical strength rivaling that of a primordial spiritual treasure, able to withstand the red embroidered ball's might. Furthermore, his strength was formidable. In haste, Tai Yi summoned his magical power. The blazing sunfire transformed into an endless swarm of golden crows, enveloping Zhu Rong in a torrent. He sought to reclaim the red embroidered ball. However, Zhu Rong suddenly released it, flipping his hand to summon his fiery blade once more, stepping forward with an incomprehensible trajectory to cleave at Tai Yi. Though Zhu Rong was impulsive, he was not foolish. The act of attempting to seize the treasure with bare hands was merely for Tai Yi's benefit. Tai Yi retreated a staggering 90,000 miles to evade the blade's strike. Yet Zhu Rong moved with his blade, the trajectory leaving no trace. In the instant Tai Yi retreated, the blade had already found its mark. Boom! Another deafening explosion erupted as the earth shattered, creating a vast lake of magma. Flames soared to the heavens, scorching the clouds above and leaving gaping holes in the sky. A scorching wave swept through, igniting the surrounding peaks. Tai Yi's expression turned to one of horror. That last strike had even carried a trace of law effects. Such a peculiar technique was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Nevertheless, Tai Yi remained unscathed, protected by the Su Se Yunjia flag, which withstood Zhu Rong's fierce assault. Zhu Rong let out a wild roar, consumed by frenzy, as another fiery blade appeared in his grasp. With both blades wielded, he swept down upon Tai Yi with relentless fury, raining down blows like a torrential storm, the blade light crackling like thunder. Boom, boom, boom. He offered Tai Yi no opportunity to respond, as Zhu Rong's dual blades danced wildly, unleashing a staggering 13,600 strikes in an instant. Each strike's flame illuminated the land, transforming it into a sea of magma, while the sky ignited in flames stretching for billions of miles, shattering countless mountains. Fortunately, they were near the core of the unyielding mountain, where the inhabitants were formidable beasts. Had it been ordinary weak beings, Zhu Rong's frenzied dance of battle would have been sufficient to annihilate billions. Within the core of the unyielding mountain, Gong Gong's eyes sparkled with light as he smirked. The battle dance left behind by the senior Long Ming had found its first adept in the old Zhu. Ho Tu smiled faintly. Brother Gong Gong, do you really wish to compare yourself with Brother Zhu Rong? Gong Gong shot him a fierce glare. Of course, it is imperative to measure up against him. How infuriating. Had I known earlier, I would have dealt with that wretched creature myself. Perhaps I could have comprehended the battle dance left by Master Long Ming. The other ancestral shaman glanced at him with exasperation, choosing to ignore Gong Gong's words. Long Ming had imparted not just the battle dance to the 12 ancestors, but a myriad of martial skills. Gong Gong was ill-suited for the battle dance, yet insisted on challenging Zhu Rong. However, the other shamans had long since grown accustomed to his antics, and chose to turn a blind eye. Boom, boom, boom. Tai was utterly at the mercy of Zhu Rong's battle dance, unable to retaliate. Although he was currently a quasi-saint, his combat methods had been misguided by Hongjun, overly focused on the use of treasures. Yet among the powerful artifacts he had acquired, aside from the plain-colored Cloud Realm flag, the rest were insufficiently refined, having only been in his possession for a mere century, thus failing to unleash their full potential. Coupled with his unfamiliarity with the Wu clan's approach of seizing opportunities for close-quarters combat, where every inch of them was a weapon, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Nonetheless, Tai was ultimately a quasi-saint, endowed with formidable power and profound cultivation. Armed with the defensive treasure, the plain-colored Cloud Realm flag, he was unable to break through Tai's defenses despite Zhu Rong's relentless assault. Just then, a ray of solar true fire surged from afar, aiming for Zhu Rong's back. The flames, already spanning 1,000 miles, had entirely melted through space, forming layers of glimmering glass. Zhu Rong, caught off guard, realized it was too late to evade. However, a pitch-black spatial rift materialized behind Zhu Rong, devouring the ferocious solar true fire. Emperor Jiang swiftly appeared beside Zhu Rong, his essence standing atop her true shaman form, his gaze coldly directed toward the distance. There, Emperor Jun, enveloped in a myriad of true flames, blazed like the sun, golden radiance shimmering in abundance. Regardless of who you are, take note of today's events. One day, I shall come to settle this score. Emperor Jun's thoughts were not occupied with a life-and-death struggle against the shamans. Achieving sanctity was of utmost importance. Tai, we must depart. Emperor Jun beckoned to the reluctant Tai. Let us not forget what truly matters now. Awakening from his fury, Tai transformed back into his essence, glaring fiercely at Zhu Rong before following Emperor Jun. Zhu Rong, with her fiery temperament, would not allow Emperor Jun and Tai to escape easily. Who the hell speaks of tomorrow? This shaman always takes revenge on the spot. Enough. Let them go. This matter requires careful deliberation. Though impulsive, Zhu Rong respected Emperor Jiang's words. With a begrudging pout, she reverted to her essence and accompanied Emperor Jiang back to the Pangu Sacred Hall. Chapter 98. Heed Master Long Ming's words for a promising future. Upon their return to the Pangu Sacred Hall, Emperor Jiang and Zhu Rong found the other ancestral shamans had also returned. Among the great shamans, the most powerful and distinguished, such as Xingtian, Dai, Quafu, and Jiufeng, were present. The Pangu Sacred Hall was now divided into two levels. The lower tier served as the residence for most of the Wu clan, expanded by Long Ming using a time-space grand array. The upper tier was where the ancestral shamans now convened, originally a partition created by Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin after their comprehension of the time-space grand array. Brother, why did you not allow me to slay that wretched creature? Zhu Rong lamented upon her return. That beast dared to strike against my friend Hongjun, showing utter disrespect to our clan. How could I not eliminate him? Hongjun felt both touched and helpless, hastily reiterating the earlier matter concerning fortune and elaborating on the identities of Emperor Jun and Tai. Upon hearing that it pertained to the fortune of the entire clan, Zhu Rong fell silent. After all, the three daughters of Shiha had repeatedly emphasized the significance of fortune, and the 12 ancestors held Long Ming's assistance in high regard. Taking the warnings of the three daughters to heart, Emperor Jiang regarded Zhu Rong. Let us set this matter aside for now. We must discuss how to send Hongyun's primordial spirit to Master Long Ming. Long Ming had previously instructed the 12 ancestors not to leave the core of Buzhou Mountain without his notification, as it concerned the fate of the entire Wu clan. Thus, the clan had been diligently developing over the years, venturing out only for hunting. Yet this raised the question, who would send Hongyun's primordial spirit? Surely, One could not expect it to traverse to the Eastern Sea on its own. At that moment, Emperor Zhang suddenly raised his head, gazing toward the exterior of the Pangu's sacred hall, a smile breaking across his face. Friend Yuanfeng has arrived. It seems Master Long Ming is already aware of the situation here. Yuanfeng, being Long Ming's attendant, naturally had dealings with the 12 ancestors. Dai promptly exited the Pangu's sacred hall and soon returned with Yuanfeng. Greetings to the esteemed ancestors. Yuanfeng nodded respectfully, her gaze falling upon the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform. Friend Hongjun, my master has sent me to escort you. Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in admiration. Indeed, Master Long Ming knows all. Yuanfeng then turned her attention to Emperor Jiang. Ancestor Jiang, my master has a message for you. Emperor Jiang's expression grew serious. Please, speak, friend Yuanfeng. With a slight smile, Yuanfeng conveyed, my master commands that I inform you. The Tai of today, who clashed with Ancestor Zhurong, shall establish a lineage named the Yao in the future. They will unify the beasts, spirits, and the essence of flora and fauna, forming the heavenly court. They harbor ambitious designs to dominate the primordial realm, compelling its denizens to thrive or perish at their whim. The Wu clan is destined to clash with them. Today, your fates have intertwined as you have met. The prohibition of the Wu clan from leaving Buzhou Mountain has been lifted, allowing for future freedom of movement. The eyes of the 12 ancestors gleamed with profound insight. Zhurong, ever impulsive, spat out a spark of fire. That wretched creature. Before she could finish, Zhu Juyin delivered a sharp slap to Zhurong's head, prompting her to realize. The phoenix, it too belongs to the feathered avian clan. Zhurong awkwardly scratched her head. Yuanfeng, though exasperated by Zhurong's indiscretion, remained unperturbed. My master also has further instructions. The battle between the Wu clan and the Yao clan is a matter of destiny. However, when engaging the Yao, it must solely be against them. Should you be unclear, consider the Dragon clan. With that, Yuanfeng fell silent. The 12 ancestors, if they could grasp these few words, could very well alter the destiny of the Wu clan. However, should one fail to comprehend, the fate remains as it was, resulting in the suffering of all beings in the primordial world. Thus, the Witch clan faces a bleak future. Di Jiang furrowed his brows slightly. Yuanfeng's words seemed to carry deeper implications. Yet he found himself unable to grasp them in that moment, and could only nod in acknowledgement. Thank you, esteemed Senior Long Ming, for your guidance. We shall remember it well. Yuanfeng smiled faintly, retracting the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform. This humble servant takes her leave now. With that, she turned and departed, swiftly leaving the uncanny mountain and heading toward the Eastern Sea. Once Yuanfeng had left, Di Jiang turned to the other ancestral witches. What are your thoughts on the matters pointed out by Senior Long Ming? Zhu Rong snorted. That Di Jun and Tai Yi, seeking to dominate the primordial realm, demanding all beings to bow to their whims. I, Zhu Rong, shall be the first to refuse. Di Jiang rolled his eyes in exasperation. I was referring to the last few words. Gong Gong chuckled darkly. Old Zhu, your mind must be clouded. Dealing with that so-called demon clan is a foregone conclusion. Why would the leader ask you? Zhu Rong's face flushed crimson. Then tell me, what did Senior Long Ming mean by his final statement? Gong Gong shrugged nonchalantly. I have no idea. The two ancestral witches, emblematic of the opposing forces of water and fire, immediately began to glare at each other. Di Jiang chose to disregard his troublesome brothers, and instead turned his attention to Ho Tuesday Ho Tu. What is your perspective? As the last born among the 12 ancestral witches, Ho Tu bore the blessings of Earth's virtue. Moreover, having absorbed minimal Earth demonic energy compared to her predecessors, she possessed a temperament that was calm and astute. Thus, she had always served as the strategist among the 12. After careful contemplation, she said, Brother Di Jiang, I believe Senior Long Ming's intent is that during our conflict with the demon clan, we should strive to avoid involving the beings of other races. I once heard Xianxia mention that during the primordial struggle among the 3 innate races, countless beings from outside were slain, prompting the heavenly Tao to impose a calamity. Hence, Senior Long Ming now desires the Dragon clan to remain hidden. A sudden clarity washed over Di Jiang. Sister, you speak wisely. Then it is settled. We shall endeavor to avoid harming outsiders in our battles with the demon clan. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement, adopting this resolution as a future code for the witch clan. Heeding Senior Long Ming's counsel is essential for our survival. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic and profound river of fate, a pair of powerful eyes observed the unfolding changes. Every ripple, every thread of causality, was laid bare before Long Ming, transforming the inscrutable tapestry of fate into a series of clear and coherent trajectories. Suddenly, a multitude of waves surged forth from the river of fate, causing countless threads of causality to shift. Sparkling waves erupted, scattering billions of stars into a misty haze. Beneath this fog, A bright tributary quietly altered its course. Long Ming witnessed this scene and smiled faintly. Ah, the destiny of the witch clan is beginning to shift. Though the changes are still minimal, every beginning is challenging. Having a beginning is already a positive sign. Long Ming nodded with satisfaction, withdrawing his gaze from the river of fate. With a casual wave, a luminous path appeared before him. Yuan Feng stepped onto this radiant road and respectfully approached Long Ming. Master, this humble servant has brought back the primordial spirit of our friend Hongjun. Saying so, she produced the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform and humbly placed it before Long Ming. Chapter 99. What race do you wish to reincarnate as? Choose freely. Long Ming effortlessly drew forth a grand array to stabilize the primordial spirit, extracting Hongjun's essence from the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform. Hongjun, what does it feel like to have died once? Hongjun stared blankly at himself. Now in a state of primordial spirit, and having lost his physical body, he should exist in a formless state, merely a sphere of white light. Yet at this moment, he retained his original appearance. Even more astonishing was that when he touched his body, he found he could feel it. This indicated that his current primordial spirit body was indeed substantial. Long Ming's methods surpass even the heavenly Tao. Hongjun forcefully suppressed his astonishment and bowed respectfully to Long Ming. Esteemed Senior Long Ming, please do not mock this humble one. You graciously bestowed upon me a chaotic spiritual treasure, yet I foolishly discarded it, ultimately falling prey to Hongjun's schemes and becoming a target for Dijun and Tai. At this point, even Hongjun, with his kind-hearted nature, felt a surge of bitterness. Long Ming smiled gently. You now face two choices. One is to wait for the establishment of the primordial reincarnation after the calamity, which will grant you new opportunities. The other is to transform into another race right now. Hongjun gazed at Long Ming in stunned silence. What do you mean by reincarnation, esteemed senior? The primordial realm has yet to establish reincarnation, and its formation is the greatest secret of the heavenly Tao. Only with the establishment of reincarnation can the primordial realm achieve completeness. A complete primordial realm will welcome the true protagonist of the heavenly Tao, the human race. Everything is part of a grand scheme dictated by fate. Hongjun, having merged with the Tao, knows only that the primordial realm is incomplete and requires a significant opportunity to become whole. Yet he remains unaware of the reincarnation matter. As for me, I know even less. Long Ming smiled indifferently. If I were to tell you now, you would be struck by heavenly tribulation. Would you like to know? Hongjun shivered at once, his entire primordial spirit momentarily blurring, nearly fading away. I no longer wish to know. He quickly shook his head. Without the formidable strength of Long Ming, it is wise not to pry into the secrets of the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun clenched his teeth. I do not intend to wait for some future opportunity. I beseech esteemed Senior Long Ming to guide me on how I might reshape my body. I have always sought to do good for all beings, yet I am not devoid of resolve. I must avenge the animosity towards Dijun and Tai, and I must rescue my friend Jin Yuanzi. Long Ming smiled slightly. If you wish to transform into another race, which one do you intend to become? Hongjun opened his mouth, then shook his head. I have no inkling whatsoever. Transforming into another race before the establishment of reincarnation is impossible. Changing races is not merely a matter of acquiring a new physical form. It necessitates a complete alteration of one's primordial spirit structure. The establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation is deemed a great virtue. The primordial realm requires the 6 paths of reincarnation because they can cleanse all remnants of the past life and reintegrate everything into a new existence. In this way, the primordial realm can achieve self-sustaining cycles, perpetually thriving. However, the current primordial realm is perpetually depleting without any means of replenishment. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, the concept of reincarnation is virtually unknown, save for the Dragon Ming. Naturally, Hongjun could not fathom how one might transform into another race by transferring his primordial spirit into a different corporeal form, a process known as seizing a body. Setting aside the numerous shortcomings of such an act, the very thread of causality alone would render Hongjun incapable of any further endeavors. Having received the primordial purple chi from Hongjun, he is indebted to him in great measure. Even if this primordial chi has been taken from him, the debt of causality remains unchanged. Moreover, as long as Hongjun remains Hongjun, no matter whom he seizes a body from, the obligation persists. If he is to repay the debt to Hongjun, how can he possibly oppose him? How could he rescue Jin Yuanzi? Hongjun pondered in vain, unable to arrive at a conclusion, and could only bow respectfully to Dragon Ming, offering a bitter smile. I humbly beseech the esteemed elder for guidance. Dragon Ming, with a knowing smile, casually gestured, conjuring forth several projections of various races before him. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Qilin Clan, the Shaman Clan, the Golden Crow, the Silver Pheasant, the Lu Wu, and the Kai Ming, among others. All the principal races of the primordial world emerged. Which race do you wish to join? Feel free to choose at your leisure. Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Why does this suddenly seem so trivial? Shouldn't this be a matter of grave significance? He cast a careful glance over the projections of the various races, and finally, with trepidation, inquired, esteemed Elder Dragon Ming. May I become a member of the Dragon Clan? Dragon Ming chuckled. Certainly, but if you wish to join the Dragon Clan, it must be from beyond the 5th generation. Are you certain? The Dragon Clan's pureblood lineage has only reached the 4th generation, corresponding to the infancy of the future Four Seas Dragon Kings. The fate of the Dragon Clan has been completely altered by Dragon Ming, leading to a more rapid proliferation of their lineage, unlike the original fate. By the time of the journey to the West Calamity, the 5th generation would only emerge with great difficulty. Hongjun gritted his teeth. As long as I can become a member of the Dragon Clan, I am indifferent to whether it is the 5th or the 10th generation. As long as I am under your protection, it matters not. Even if I am of the 2nd generation, would I not still call you my ancestor? Perhaps it was due to having faced death once that Hongjun had begun to let go of his inhibitions. Dragon Ming smiled slightly. Very well. Then in 100,000 years, you shall be reborn. Hongjun, brimming with excitement, bowed deeply to Dragon Ming. I pay my respects to the ancestor of the underworld. Dragon Ming effortlessly grasped Hongjun's primordial spirit, inscribing a great formation of the underworld and the Yellow Springs, before casting it into the dragon transformation pool. The 6 paths of reincarnation hold a dual significance. Firstly, they refer to the 6 cyclical paths of all beings in the universe: heaven, humanity, Azura, beasts, hungry ghosts, and hell. Secondly, they denote the 6 distinct paths: the path of reincarnation, the path of the underworld, the path of the Yellow Springs, and the path of creation. Coupled with the profound virtue of the earth path and the variances of the human path, these collectively form the 6 paths of reincarnation. The manifestation of the 6 paths within the destiny of the Earth Mother signifies the integration of these 6 inherent paths within the primordial world into the ultimate 6 cyclical routes. Among these paths, Dragon Ming has already mastered the underworld, the Yellow Springs, and the path of creation. Thus, transforming Hongjun into a member of the Dragon Clan poses no great challenge, albeit the process may take longer due to the incompleteness of the 6 paths. However, in the primordial world, where time is not recorded, as long as the calamity does not commence, time holds little value. Before long, over 10,000 years swiftly passed, and it was finally time for the 3 daughters of Shihe to emerge from their retreat. Tong Tian, aware of this day, had prepared in advance on Golden Ao Island. As the moment arrived, he promptly made his way to the ancestral grounds of the Dragon Court. After all, this was his first formal meeting with his 3 senior sisters, and it warranted a proper presentation. Tong Tian donned the azure robes of the upper clear and adorned himself with a dragon-patterned auspicious crown. Wielding the 4 swords of extermination and hanging the chaos upper clear golden bell at his waist, meticulously presenting himself. He also brought along his 3 female disciples. Master, what is that? Just as they exited Golden Ao Island and had yet to plunge into the Eastern Sea, the most vivacious among them, Bai Shao, suddenly exclaimed. Tong Tian looked up to see a dark mass of clouds approaching. This Eastern Sea water is quite deep. You may find it hard to navigate, he remarked. Tong Tian's divine sense swept toward the ominous cloud, revealing it to be a large congregation of immortals. Among them, he recognized one figure. The East King? What brings him to the Eastern Sea? He mused in dissatisfaction. Why do these bothersome individuals arrive just after Master opened the seas a millennium ago? The Eastern King, having suffered a significant setback on Kunlun Mountain, had exhibited erratic behavior ever since. His already brazen demeanor had become even more ostentatious. Nevertheless, the Eastern King possessed the credentials to be so audacious. If we consider the likes of Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tai Yi as the first batch of quasi-saints, then the Eastern King belongs to the second batch, alongside figures like Jie and GT who were destined for sanctity. Additionally, he had secured 3 treasures during the division of the Baoshan, one of which was the Dragon Head Immortal King's staff, granting its bearer authority over the male immortals of the primordial world. With his formidable strength and the Dragon Head Immortal King's staff, the Eastern King established the Zizhou Immortal King Manor, proclaiming himself the foremost male immortal, the Zizhou Immortal King. For over 10,000 years, not only did numerous male immortals of the primordial world flock to him, but even among the 3,000 mundane practitioners of the Xiao Palace, many male immortals sought his allegiance. Among the most notable were the 5-element Scatterer, the Barefooted Immortal, and the 72 Radiant Star officials. Much of this intelligence was gleaned by Tong Tian from Laozi and Yuan Shi, although their correspondence had dwindled significantly since 5,000 years ago. Yuan sure understood the reasons and felt a sense of lamentation, but could only endure. The majority of the information was obtained through the aquatic and avian races, who roamed the eastern lands of the primordial world and all locales inhabited by sentient beings. They could uncover any news. As for the western territories, the western deities of Shumi promptly relayed any information to Dragon Ming. Jiayin and GT, entirely unaware, laid everything bare before Dragon Ming. Recently, even Shumi had begun to record the daily breath counts of Jiayin and GT. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Tong Tian's mind as he discreetly shielded his 3 disciples behind him, standing proudly amidst the clouds. Moments later, the Eastern King, accompanied by a throng of male immortals, approached Tong Tian. Upon glancing at them, Tong Tian noted that the number of male immortals the Eastern King had brought was considerable. Moreover, the most renowned of the 5 elements immortals, the Barefoot Immortal, and the 72 stellar officials, are all present. Ha, what do you think? I have proclaimed before that in the Eastern Sea, there exists a land of immortals. With this precious land, our purple prefecture Immortal King's mansion shall unite the vast wilderness. The Eastern King pointed proudly towards Golden Turtle Island, completely ignoring Tong Tian. Tong Tian raised an eyebrow. Was this madman deliberately feigning ignorance of my presence as a provocation? Or was he genuinely oblivious? For a moment, Tong Tian found it difficult to gauge the Eastern King's state of mind. After all, Tong Tian was one of the 3 pure ones, a bona fide immortal, unlike the mentally troubled Eastern King. However, while the Eastern King may have overlooked Tong Tian, the other male immortals could not. The 5 elements immortal, a longtime confidant of the Eastern King, fixed his gaze upon Tong Tian and finally spoke. Immortal King, it seems this immortal island has an owner. Upon hearing the words of the 5 elements immortal, the Eastern King immediately raised an eyebrow, looking up as if he had finally noticed Tong Tian. He snorted disdainfully. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the expelled Tong Tian from the Purple Cloud Palace. How dare you, a mere castaway from the Purple Cloud Palace, attempt to contest this immortal island with me? A flicker of anger flashed in Tong Tian's eyes, but he quickly relaxed. Why should I be upset with a madman? That would only reflect poorly on my own sanity. With a faint smile, Tong Tian responded, Friend Eastern King, you may have misunderstood. I have no intention of contesting this immortal island with you, for Golden Turtle Island rightfully belongs to me. The Eastern King erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. How laughable. This boundless sea has been sealed since the Dragon and Phoenix Calamity, due to the lingering resentment of the Dragon clan after their annihilation. It was not until 1,000 years later that their vengeful spirits dispersed, allowing the sea to be reopened. It took me a millennium to locate this blessed land of the immortals. How could you possibly have acquired it before me? Tong Tian was momentarily at a loss for words, nearly unable to process the absurdity. What nonsense. Where did this Eastern King obtain such information? The Dragon clan's extermination? The sealing of the sea due to their lingering wrath? Master be praised. It is fortunate I did not engage with this madman earlier, otherwise I would have brought disgrace upon my master. Subtly, Tong Tian stepped back, recognizing the need to distance himself from this lunatic. Who knows if this madness is contagious? However, the Eastern King noticed Tong Tian's slight retreat and burst into hearty laughter. Ah, it seems you do have a sense of shame. What? Are you retreating in fear after your lies have been exposed? Humph, it is wise of you to know your place. I have no desire to waste my time on a discarded disciple like you. I shall grant you 10 breaths to vacate my sight. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Tong Tian twitched at the corner of his eye, genuinely amused by the absurdity of the situation. He scoffed, Eastern King. Your talent for self-dialogue has certainly grown. However, attempting to seize my Golden Turtle Island is an impossibility. His gaze swept over the thousands of male immortals from the Purple Prefecture Immortal King's mansion. My fellow friends, it would be wise for you to retreat swiftly. The waters of the Eastern Sea run deep, and you may find yourselves unable to manage. Without waiting for a response from the male immortals of the Purple Prefecture, the Eastern King erupted into wild laughter. Tong Tian, do you believe you are still one of the 3 pure ones? You are nothing but a stray dog. Since you choose to be ungrateful, I shall not hold back. All immortals, heed my command. Kill Tong Tian and seize the island. As he spoke, the Eastern King raised the dragon head Immortal King's staff high, a beam of celestial light erupting from it, soaring into the heavens and illuminating the skies. The purple clouds parted for thousands of miles, enveloping the male immortals of the Purple Prefecture Immortal King's mansion, invigorating them with newfound strength as if they had consumed a potent elixir. Tong Tian's eyes narrowed, realizing the source of the Purple Prefecture's rapid growth over just 10,000 years. The Dragon Head Immortal King's staff could exponentially enhance the combat prowess of immortals, a significant advantage in battle, for in the wilderness, strength is paramount. With a command from the Eastern King, Over 8,000 male immortals, their eyes ablaze, charged toward Tontian. He squinted slightly, a calm smile gracing his features. Since they have come, let them stay. Tontian clapped his back, and 4 sharp swords shot skyward. Simultaneously, a treasure map rose above his head, unleashing countless beams of lethal light. Chapter 101. The terrifying might of the 10,000 immortal formation. Ever since Long Ming transformed the 4 swords of extermination into chaos spirit treasures. This marks the first time the 4 swords of extermination have reappeared in the wilderness. The extermination treasure map was offered to the heavens, casting a shadow over the eastern sea, instantly transmuting the entire space. The world transformed into a crystal-like hue as a black sun rose in the celestial dome, radiating countless streams of black flames. These flames morphed into razor-sharp sword chi or terrifying gusts of wind. In the ocean, titanic waves surged, and as the splashes erupted, they exploded into a mass of red sand, infused with the 4 poisons of earth, wind, water, and fire. When the red sand collided with the sword chi and the gusts of wind, it ignited into billowing black flames. Each element was lethal. To touch them was to invite certain death. The male immortals of the Purple Prefecture had barely taken a few steps before they were repelled by this horrifying phenomenon. Left dumbfounded and in shock. What is happening? The surrounding space has been entirely transformed. Where have we arrived? Why can't my divine sense function? Quickly, form the formation. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 male immortals perished, their physical bodies cleaved by sword chi, their souls shattered by the gusts of wind, and their true spirits ground to dust by the red sand, ultimately becoming part of the extermination sword formation. Stay calm, I am still here. You shall not falter. The Eastern King transformed into a colossal golden body, with golden celestial light burning fiercely like flames upon him. He raised the dragon head immortal king's staff with one hand and summoned another treasure, a treasure map containing the myriad wonders of the universe. As the map emerged, it transformed into a celestial canopy, enveloping all the male immortals of the Purple Prefecture Immortal King's mansion. The essence of the universe flowed down, forming a dense shield of celestial energy, temporarily blocking all attacks from the extermination sword formation. It was the ultimate innate spiritual treasure of the Immortal King. The Qianxiaaudiobooks treasure map. Haha, salvation is at hand. Everyone, charge forth. Kill that Tontian. Advance, seize the treasures, and claim the Immortal Island. The previously flustered male immortals of the Zizhou Immortal King's manor regained their composure. The Qianxiaaudiobooks treasure map, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, contains the essence of the universe within, serving not only as a tool for cultivation but also as a protective charm. Although its defensive capabilities rank outside the top 10 among formidable defensive treasures, it stands out as the sole treasure possessing a collective defensive effect, making it particularly suitable for the Zizhou Immortal King's manor, which lacks defensive formations and prefers to engage in clustered combat. Tontian raised an eyebrow. Oh, the Qianxiaaudiobooks map? Is it a relic of the Qianxiaaudiobooks ancestor? After the passing of the Qianxiaaudiobooks ancestor, the Qianxiaaudiobooks cauldron was acquired by my master and bestowed upon Sister Nuwa. I never anticipated that the Qianxiaaudiobooks treasure map would end up in Hongjun's possession. Casting a glance at the Qianxiaaudiobooks shields adorning the thousands of male immortals, Tontian smiled with intrigue. Very well, I shall observe what tricks you have up your sleeve. With a thought, the sword array of extermination surged back 1 billion miles, forming a colossal vortex of sword energy that ensnared the male immortals of the Zizhou Immortal King's manor. Yet, he refrained from launching an immediate attack, indulging instead in his penchant for thoroughly studying his adversaries before striking. He was curious to see what clever stratagem the eccentric Dong Wangong could conjure. Indeed, Dong Wangong did not disappoint. He summoned the 3rd treasure he had obtained at the Treasure Division Cliff, a treasure map that, before unfolding, appeared as a golden sphere. Upon expansion, it transformed into a treasure map that soared into the heavens, merging seamlessly with the Qianxiaaudiobooks treasure map. Thunderous roars erupted as boundless immortal clouds and golden lightning descended from the sky, each bolt striking a male immortal of the Zizhou Immortal King's manor. Surprisingly, rather than inflicting harm, the male immortals found their power augmented, their eyes igniting with radiant celestial light, resonating faintly with the treasure map in the heavens. Dong Wangong looked on with self-satisfaction. All immortals, heed my command. Form the 10,000 immortal array. Yes, the male immortals chorused in unison, their presence erupting with astonishing might, sharp as swords, fierce as spears, piercing the sky and shaking the sun and moon. The combined strength of numerous male immortals coalesced, some exuding boundless malice amidst chilling winds, others radiating auspicious energies in vibrant hues. As the essence within each male immortal surged towards the heavens, The treasure map above would summon down another bolt of purple golden lightning, completely merging their powers, rendering them indistinguishable, and orchestrating them according to an esoteric formation. A heavenly Tao rune flickered above, surrounded by 5,000 innate runes, radiating streams of golden brilliance and rising mists of purple fog, exuding an awe-inspiring might that shattered the eastern sea and sent shockwaves across the primordial realm. Countless mighty beings and innumerable cultivators turned their astonished gazes towards the eastern sea. What transpired? Those capable of perceiving the eastern sea with divine senses swiftly directed their attention there, only to collectively gasp in disbelief. The 10,000 immortal array? I never imagined that the madman Dong Wangong would truly manifest it. The third exquisite innate spiritual treasure Dong Wangong acquired at the Treasure Division Cliff was indeed the 10,000 immortal treasure map, which documented the formidable 10,000 immortal array. This array's power was astonishing, yet exceedingly intricate. Many cultivators from the Purple Cloud Palace believed that even if Dong Wangong, the madman, obtained the 10,000 immortal treasure map, it would be of little use, as he could not possibly arrange it in the short term. However, while Dong Wangong was indeed eccentric, he possessed both talent and fortune, managing to establish the 10,000 immortal array in just over 10,000 years. The 10,000 immortal array did not necessitate the presence of a full 10,000 immortals for deployment. However, the more immortals involved, the greater the power unleashed. This time, Dong Wangong led 8,800 male immortals from the Zizhou Immortal King's manor. Although they were fewer than 10,000, these were the most elite male immortals of the manor, coupled with the various enhancements from the Dragon Head Immortal King and the Qiankuan map. The array's might was certainly not to be underestimated. Dong Wangong, with his towering golden form, gazed down imperiously at Tongtian. Tongtian, come forth and meet your demise. Buzz. The 10,000 immortal array activated. Celestial winds surged forth, and a malevolent aura enveloped the surroundings. Thousands of terrifying beams of immortal light tore through the vortex of sword energy, transforming into countless long blades spanning miles, striking down upon Tongtian with the force to rend the heavens asunder. Tongtian was horrified. He had underestimated the eccentricity of Dong Wangong. Humph, Tongtian, a discarded disciple of the Purple Cloud Palace. What is there to be concerned about? My current focus is on how to negotiate with the future of the Zizhou Immortal King's manor. Indeed, Dong Wangong was no foe to be trifled with. The various primordial powers deliberated amongst themselves, holding little hope for Tongtian. These beings, for various reasons, had long forgotten or were unaware of the events concerning Long Ming. The Dragon Clan? Merely a bygone race. The Saint was the sole entity of the primordial realm. Hongjun represented the Tao, and the legacy of the Purple Cloud Palace was the true orthodoxy of the primordial world. Tongtian, as a cast-off disciple of the Purple Cloud Palace, was nothing more than a stray dog. Though these primordial powers did not possess the eccentric thoughts of Dong Wangong regarding the annihilation of the Dragon Clan, their sentiments were not far removed. The myriad beams of immortal light, like long blades, tore through the vortex of the sword array of extermination, striking down upon Tongtian from every conceivable angle with earth-shattering might. The entire eastern sea was evaporated, revealing the shattered land beneath, while the heavens themselves split open under the array's incredible force, creating countless fissures spanning thousands of miles. The primordial beings were left astounded. Was the 10,000 immortal array truly this terrifying? Tongtian was doomed. Chapter 102. What terrifying object did Tongtian unleash? The sudden emergence of the 10,000 immortal array by Dong Wangong sent shockwaves throughout the primordial realm. In the Sun Palace, Emperor Jun and Tai fixed their piercing gazes upon the unfolding situation. The 10,000 immortal array posed a threat, and they needed to devise a strategy to eliminate Dong Wangong and seize the array for themselves. Emperor Jun spoke coldly. After 10,000 years, my primordial spirit and the primordial purple energy have fused completely, enhancing my innate regal aura to an even more profound degree. Even if we cannot utilize the 10,000 immortal array, we must not allow it to resurface in the primordial realm. Otherwise, it would jeopardize our grand designs. Tai nodded slightly. Rest assured, my elder brother. I will entrust this matter to Baze and the others. I believe Baze, with his cunning intellect, can be entrusted with this responsibility. 3,000 years prior, during an excursion from the Sun Palace, Emperor Jun had successfully subdued 10 great Luo Jingxian, including Jaimin and Baze, amidst the mountains of the east. These 10 would eventually become the 10 great demon commanders within the heavenly court established by Emperor Jun, serving as the backbone of the future celestial court. Each of these demon commanders bore traces of ancient ferocious beast bloodlines, albeit limited, which rendered them targets of exclusion within the primordial realm, resulting in unfortunate fortunes, belonging to the unfortunate souls who tread the path, frequently inviting calamity upon themselves. Thus, the 10 demon generals formed a brotherhood. Consequently, it was a simple task for Jun and Tai E to subdue them, bolstered by 2 future saints. The issue of the 10 demon generals' fortune ceased to be a concern. Their loyalty to Jun and Tai E was unwavering. Jun nodded, indicating that they would leave the matter in their hands. Tai E cast a glance towards the eastern sea and snorted coldly. It was indeed a boon for Tong Tian. Had I captured him, I would have ensured he endured a torment lasting 100,000 years. Jun waved his hand dismissively. Those who aspire to great deeds should not be preoccupied with such trivial details. Tai E nodded in agreement. After this exchange, Jun and Tai E prepared to resume their cultivation. Tong Tian was destined for death, yet what concern was this to us brethren? Let our subordinates handle the Eastern King. We are, after all, future saints, unburdened by such minor affairs. As Jun withdrew his gaze, other formidable beings shared a similar sentiment. Tong Tian was as good as dead. There was no need for further attention. They contemplated how to confront the mad Eastern King and the terrifying 10,000 immortal array. Meanwhile, Taiching, Laozu, and Yuan Shi were entirely oblivious to the outside world, having long sealed Kunlun Mountain, their sole focus being the attainment of sainthood. While the entirety of the Honghuang realm viewed Tong Tian with skepticism, the myriad immortal lights of the 10,000 immortal array descended upon his head. Faced with such an awe-inspiring array, Tong Tian did not even lift an eyebrow. He merely smiled with amusement. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a resonant sound echoed. The seemingly shredded Excalibur array emitted a symphony of sword cries, akin to a dragon's roar, stirring up tidal waves of immense proportions. The sound of the swords was reminiscent of a phoenix's song, summoning flames that spanned billions of miles. The myriad immortal lights, now revealing their true ferocity against the Excalibur array, appeared frail, akin to a newly born cub. Before they could utter a cry of despair, they were engulfed by the oncoming brilliance. Crash! The 10,000 immortal array shattered instantaneously, and the backlash of immortal energy erupted, igniting the male immortals at the periphery into blazing torches. The Eastern King was taken aback, shaking his dragon head Immortal King staff, channeling his immense power into a torrent that surged toward the celestial diagrams of the universe and the myriad immortals, supported by the Eastern King's magic. The diagrams radiated with dazzling divine light, showering billions of beams and golden thunder upon the male immortals of the Zizhou Immortal Palace, enhancing their defenses and amplifying their powers. However, in the face of the formidable Excalibur array, all of this was futile. Initially, Tong Tian had unleashed less than 10% of the Excalibur array's might, refraining from proactive offense, which made it appear inferior to the 10,000 immortal array. Now, Tong Tian had yet to fully unleash the Excalibur array's power, employing only half of its potential. Nonetheless, even at 50%, the Excalibur array, a top-tier chaos spiritual treasure, was beyond the capacity of the Eastern King and the male immortals of the Zizhou Immortal Palace to withstand. The 10,000 immortal array was indeed powerful. Yet the chasm between a top-tier innate spiritual treasure and a top-tier chaos spiritual treasure was insurmountable. Within the array, malevolent energy crystallized into ice, freezing miles upon miles. The world itself was locked in frost. The gales sliced through the air like blades, each thrust a harbinger of death. The flesh was obliterated, and the primordial spirit extinguished. The sun and moon dimmed, retreating for billions of miles. Stars fell, shrouded by clouds and mist. The cosmos shifted, and the duality of yin and yang reversed. The Eastern King and thousands of male immortals were struck with horror. The entire Honghuang realm trembled in astonishment. Even Hongjun, hidden beyond the 33 heavens, was stirred. A vision flickered within the purple cloud palace. The wheel of the heavenly Tao spun incessantly. A chilling awareness descended, awakening the meditative Hongjun. He raised his eyes to the eastern sea, and his pupils constricted in shock. The enormity of the revelation nearly dislodged him from his harmonious state with the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. A chaos-level Excalibur array? How could this be possible? After scrutinizing further, he reluctantly acknowledged that the Excalibur array unleashed in the eastern sea was indeed of chaos-level spiritual treasure grade. Each of the 4 swords, radiating murderous intent and a forest of malevolence, shimmered with 9,999 heavenly Tao runes flowing like water. Hongjun twitched the corner of his mouth. Had Luo Ho deployed an Excalibur array of this caliber back in the day, the 3 innate clans would never have awaited Long Ming's return. They would have perished the instant the array was set. Hongjun gazed deeply at the Excalibur array in the eastern sea and sighed silently. The Eastern King, that fool, had long fallen into the alternate space of the Excalibur array. All struggles were nothing but illusions. I granted him 3 treasures to establish the immortal king palace. Yet this was the outcome. Humph, what a waste. Hongjun snorted in dissatisfaction and withdrew his gaze. I need not provoke, I can simply evade. Let Long Ming deal with the aftermath. My primary concern now is stabilizing my consciousness, ensuring it is not consumed by the awareness of the heavenly Tao. Merging with the Tao is a perilous gamble, yet I shall emerge victorious. Hongjun shut his eyes once more, and the purple cloud palace returned to its tranquil state. As Hongjun retracted his gaze, countless powerful beings across the Honghuang realm fell into a stupor. What in the world? What has Tong Tian unleashed? Such ferocity? The reputation of the Excalibur array had long been forgotten, akin to the name of Long Ming. Now, Tong Tian suddenly unveiled such a fearsome sword array, leaving all the great powers of the Honghuang realm bewildered. Wasn't Tong Tian a castaway of the Purple Cloud Palace? How could he suddenly become so formidable? This is utterly unreasonable. Meanwhile, within the array, Tong Tian remained indifferent to the perceptions of the powerful beings outside. He merely regarded the Eastern King with the same detached amusement one might reserve for a dull joke. Jinao Island was bestowed upon me by my master. You wish to seize it? You claim the Dragon clan has been exterminated? Huh. Today, I shall first annihilate your Zizhou immortal palace. With a single thought. A catastrophic wave of sword energy erupted from the Excalibur array. The sword energy, spanning merely 100 miles, effortlessly shattered the void, striking down upon the 10,000 immortal array. Chapter 103. Eastern King. Are you resorting to drugs because you cannot win? Uft. The strike from the Excalibur array landed heavily upon the 10,000 immortal array. It was as though a colossal beast had taken a bite. With over 1,000 male immortals in the northeastern quadrant vanishing instantaneously, leaving not a single remnant behind. Their flesh, primordial spirits, and true essences. Even the various innate treasures wielded by these male immortals were utterly obliterated without exception. Moreover, what is even more bizarre is that neither the 10,000 immortals array nor the Qianxiakuan shield collapsed as a result. Generally speaking, when a complete formation or shield sustains damage, the entire construct would disintegrate due to its compromised integrity. However, both the 10,000 immortals array and the Qianxiakuan shield remained intact. This was not a testament to their formidable strength. Rather, it was that the execution sword array had decisively annihilated all that could be obliterated, including the causal notion that a formation or shield, when incomplete, ought to collapse. The consequence of this was that these formations and shields, despite their evident incompleteness, continued to operate under the delusion of wholeness. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from both the 10,000 immortals array and the Qianxiakuan shield. The male immortals of the Purple Prefecture, who had already suffered injuries from the assault of the execution sword array, were dealt a devastating blow anew. This was the consequence of forcibly operating incomplete formations and shields, resulting in an explosion that originated from within. Thousands of male immortals were caught off guard, their internal mana spiraling out of control and culminating in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated both their corporeal forms and primordial spirits. Even those innate treasures that served as nodes in the array were blown apart, splattering the surviving male immortals in a mess. Tong Tian's expression twisted in agony as he felt the sting of loss. Good heavens, I'm squandering my fortune. Thousands of innate treasures. Even if I have no use for them, they could serve as playthings for my disciples. A sudden inspiration struck him. Yun Xiao had a keen interest in artifact refinement. If he could preserve these innate treasures for Yun Xiao's practice, it would be worthwhile. Instantly, Tong Tian made a decisive choice. The surrounding gale diminished, effectively halting the chain reaction of explosions that had already commenced. As a result, those innate treasures, which were inherently sturdier than the immortals, could be preserved. Unbeknownst to the East King, who was puzzled by Tong Tian's abrupt reduction of the execution sword's power, he seized the opportunity to erect a shield. His reaction was remarkably swift. He promptly adjusted the Qianxiakuan treasure map to reconstruct a new Qianxiakuan shield, thereby safeguarding the remaining immortals. Yet, at that moment, over half of the 8,000 immortals had perished. Such devastating effects from a single strike left the male immortals of the Purple Prefecture dumbfounded. Their gazes toward Tong Tian stripped of any prior disdain, replaced instead by creeping fear that clawed at their very souls. The 5 elements scattered immortal, bloodied, and battered, staggered to the side of the East King. Your Majesty, Tong Tian's formation is far too powerful. We are no match for him. We must flee, cried the barefoot immortal nearby. Indeed, Your Majesty, as long as we preserve the mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Let us retreat for now. Once we are prepared, we can return to confront Tong Tian. However, the East King was a madman. With disheveled hair and eyes ablaze with fierce determination, he bellowed, I am the immortal king, the foremost among the male immortals of the primeval era. Retreat? Why would I retreat? I have yet to be defeated. The East King let out a wild roar, his mana surging like a tempest, illuminating the surroundings with the brilliance of celestial fire. He raised his dragon-head immortal king staff and struck his chest, spitting a mouthful of essence blood upon the staff. Instantly, the staff radiated with an awe-inspiring light, its formidable power spreading outward, momentarily withstanding the execution sword array, which had been diminished to a third of its original might. Suddenly, the East King produced a peculiar golden elixir, half gold and half crimson. It exuded a pure celestial energy intertwined with a fierce, sinister aura. The moment the elixir emerged, a ferocious gust of wind erupted, and the East King stood at the eye of the storm, laughing maniacally. Tong Tian received a mental warning from Jinao. Be cautious, my friend. That elixir in the East King's grasp likely contains the essence of a ferocious beast, possibly a ferocious pill left behind from the calamity of the beast. Tong Tian raised an eyebrow. A ferocious pill? What is that? Jinao replied solemnly. A ferocious pill is a type of elixir crafted from the essence of a ferocious beast, exceedingly perilous. Upon consumption, there is an 80% chance of immediate death. However, if one survives, their power may surge 1,000-fold, and this enhancement is permanent. Uft. Tong Tian nearly lost control, 1,000-fold? Such exaggeration. Jinao affirmed, indeed. Moreover, that 1,000-fold is merely the base enhancement. The most exceptional ferocious pill can amplify one's strength by a staggering 100,000 times. Crafted from the ferocious essence of the Beast King's 99,000 bloodline descendants. Tong Tian was already aware of the ferocious beast's brutality. Yet he had not anticipated that the Beast King would be so ruthless as to not spare his own bloodline descendants. And then what? What became of that ferocious pill? Jinao's tone took on a peculiar quality. The Beast King intended to consume that ferocious pill to counter the heavenly wrath. However, he fell victim to the 80% probability. Although he survived due to his formidable strength, he was subsequently struck down by the heavenly retribution. Tong Tian twitched his mouth. Jinao, is it not a bit frivolous for us to discuss this? Jinao conceded, indeed. Back to the matter at hand. The elixir in the East King's possession is most likely a modified ferocious pill, with an increased success rate but diminished potency. Tong Tian raised an eyebrow. Could this make him a primordial Taoist? Jinao scoffed, impossible. He has chosen the path of corpse severing, no matter how much his strength increases. He cannot become a primordial Taoist. To become a sage through the path of corpse severing, one must possess the primordial purple energy. Therefore, even if he succeeds, he can only aspire to be an infinite sage. Tong Tian shrugged. Then I have nothing to worry about. Initially, I intended to intervene when I saw the East King resorting to drugs, for although my curiosity is piqued, I do not relish courting death. However, now that I hear your words, I shall simply watch the spectacle. If he cannot become a primordial Taoist, nor a sage, what do I have to fear? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the East King had already consumed the elixir. Jinao's speculation was correct. The elixir was indeed a modified ferocious pill, derived from a long-deceased ferocious beast descendant. Not all descendants of ferocious beasts, like Jinao, sought to live peacefully. Some possessed an overwhelming bloodline, fixated solely on destruction and chaos. Typically, such minds were not long-lived. The East King discovered this modified ferocious pill within the remnants of an ancient site that had long since fallen into ruin. It could enhance his strength 100-fold. Yet the success rate stood at 50%. Despite the East King's previous madness, he had refrained from consuming it, for a 50% chance was still rather precarious. However, now, he swallowed it without hesitation. As the ferocious pill entered his system, it transformed into a ferocious mana that shattered all restraints within the East King's being. The 3 flowers atop his head bloomed magnificently, the third flower emitting a piercing shriek, shifting from pure white to a half-black, half-white hue. Then, a being of half-black and half-white emerged from the realm of the corpse flower, with a countenance as pale as jade and an ethereal aura. He stood juxtaposed against a visage of fierce malevolence. Boom. The aura of the Eastern King surged instantaneously, amplifying 100-fold. Chapter 104. Should I feign a semblance of politeness? The Eastern King's presence swelled dramatically, his celestial radiance intensifying to the point of resembling a flowing stream. Yet amidst that milky white celestial light, there lingered a trace of blood-red ferocity. The tremendous surge of spiritual power rendered the entire Eastern Sea viscous. The Eastern King abruptly opened his eyes, and his celestial light blazed forth like a raging inferno. With each breath, the Eastern Sea echoed with a thunderous roar. The already desiccated waters of the Eastern Sea shattered into countless fragments under the violent tremors, which, in resonance with the celestial forces, evaporated and disintegrated, ultimately transforming into a shroud of black mist. Bearing the imprint of the Eastern King's celestial might, it became an extension of his will, swiftly rising beneath his feet to form a new landmass. The five elements Wanderer and the barefoot immortals stood agape, before erupting into ecstatic exclamations in unison. The Celestial King had vanquished the corpse, achieving the status of a three-corpse sage. The three-corpse sage, indeed, ranks as the mightiest beneath the saints. For the cultivators led astray by Hongjun, the male immortals of the Purple Prefecture's celestial palace recognized the three-corpse sage as the pinnacle of power. Saints, that is a matter for the future. We desire the three-corpse sage of the present. Haha, Xianxiaaudiobooks is doomed. The Celestial King has already become a three-corpse sage, rendering him invincible in the primordial realm. The remaining 4,000 male immortals of the Purple Prefecture's celestial palace erupted in thunderous cheers. The mighty beings of the Eastern Sea were equally astonished. What elixir has the Eastern King consumed? It has propelled him directly from a two-corpse sage to a three-corpse sage? I find it dubious. The Eastern King's celestial energy is tainted with a fierce aura. There may be hidden dangers within that elixir. If you possess such a potent elixir, why not partake of it? The thoughts of the mighty beings ignited in fervor. Rumor has it that the legendary Hongjun, the foremost among the three great fruits of the primordial, only affects beings below the great Luo golden immortal level. What manner of ferocious elixir could be effective against a sage? An elixir that can elevate one to the status of a three-corpse sage. How desirable. Listening to the cacophony of discussions, Xianxiaaudiobooks rolled his eyes dismissively. Just a ferocious elixir. Merely a three-corpse sage. Have you ever tasted the cha of the primordial purple cloud? It solidifies one's spiritual roots. Have you heard of the fruit of chaos? Consuming it can instantly elevate one to the status of a primordial great Luo golden immortal. The foremost spiritual root of chaos. Can you fathom that? No, I must not dwell on this any longer, else I might salivate. That would be most undignified. My master has instructed me to lay a solid foundation before consuming the fruit of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I may forever remain a mere primordial great Luo golden immortal. Xianxiaaudiobooks swallowed his saliva with great effort and then cast a calm gaze upon the Eastern King. TSK, a hundredfold enhancement? The pinnacle of a three-corpse sage? Should I feign a moment of trepidation? Alas, engaging in a battle of wits with a madman truly does unnerve me. Enough of this game. Let us swiftly dispose of the Eastern King. I cannot delay my return to welcome the three senior sisters from their seclusion. As Xianxiaaudiobooks resolved to act seriously, the Eastern King spoke simultaneously. Xianxiaaudiobooks, did you not foresee this? I am now a three-corpse sage. In this primordial realm, beneath the saints, I reign supreme. To shatter your sword formation, I merely need to snap my fingers. Xianxiaaudiobooks rolled his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion. I am genuinely terrified. Behold my earnest countenance. I am truly frightened. Though the Eastern King was mad, he was not foolish. He recognized Xianxiaaudiobooks' mockery. Yet, he merely responded with a haughty sneer. Xianxiaaudiobooks, your bravado is only evident now. Now, surrender your sword formation and swear by the Heaven's Tao to join the Purple Prefecture's celestial palace. In doing so, I shall overlook past transgressions and spare your life. Xianxiaaudiobooks grinned broadly. I have heard more than enough of your prattle. With a flick of his hand, for treasured swords, resonating with a celestial aura, simultaneously descended into his grasp, transforming into a seemingly unremarkable long sword. Yet, the chaotic essence emanating from this sword was immensely potent. Countless celestial runes flowed along the blade, forming intricate and obscure patterns. The essence of the Tao enveloped the sword in layers upon layers of ethereal intent. This was the convergence of the four swords of extermination, a true pinnacle of chaotic treasures. With a single, fully unleashed strike, it could cleave the heavens, annihilate the earth, and slay saints. Xianxiaaudiobooks had yet to unleash the sword's full potential, but to vanquish an Eastern King would be effortless. With the treasured sword in hand, Xianxiaaudiobooks instantaneously vanished from his location, reappearing before the Eastern King in the blink of an eye. Sword raised, he descended upon the Eastern King. Observing Xianxiaaudiobooks' approach, the Eastern King scoffed dismissively. As a celestial being, one ought to engage in battle utilizing treasures, techniques, and divine powers. Resorting to close-quarters combat with a sword is a tactic only fit for base creatures, utterly lacking in elegance. The Eastern King snorted derisively. Ignorant fool. I am a three-corpse sage. With that proclamation, a surge of formidable power erupted. The dragon-headed celestial staff in his grasp transformed into a formless dragon soaring into the skies. The celestial map of the universe shielded the Eastern King, adorned with an array of celestial formations that twinkled like countless stars. The Eastern King raised a finger, and the entire Eastern Sea trembled violently. Space collapsed and shattered. The sun and moon reversed, and the yin and yang were inverted. Where the celestial light illuminated, all was obliterated. The already ravaged spatial realm of the Eastern Sea was irrevocably shattered. It was not merely the Eastern Sea that fractured. The entire space encompassing it crumbled as well. A tempest of void erupted from the fractured space, time and space spiraling into chaos. Within billions of miles, stars were extinguished, and the elements of wind, water, fire, and earth were thrown into turmoil, as if this realm were destined to re-experience chaos. The overwhelming might unfurled, showcasing the supreme power of the Eastern King as a three-corpse sage. What a remarkable Eastern King, what a formidable three-corpse sage, endowed with such power. Xianxian is truly a discarded disciple, possessing such a powerful sword formation, yet failing to utilize it. He is destined for demise today. Indeed, if I possessed that sword formation, I would engage in a protracted battle to deplete the Eastern King's power. Nonsense. Can your power even compare to that of a three-corpse sage? Deplete it? Once again, the mighty beings of the primordial realm declared Xianxian's inevitable fate. After all, the power of a three-corpse sage could even precipitate a reenactment of chaos across the primordial landscape. In full force, half of the primordial realm would be obliterated. Such was the magnitude of his might. How could a mere Xianxian possibly be obstructed? Moreover, Xianxian has forsaken the advantage of his sword formation to engage in close combat. How ungraceful for an immortal. Just then, a resounding chime of a sword reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Clang! The sound of the sword swept across the realm, calming the tumultuous clouds of the nine heavens, illuminating the purple haze, and restoring tranquility to all realms. The formidable storm conjured by the Eastern King was instantaneously quelled, as if it had never existed. The serenity descended so swiftly that none could react. It was as though peace had returned in an instant. Space reformed, and time flowed anew. Before the Eastern King, Xianxian stood, leisurely sheathing his sword. Just moments prior, the Eastern King's head had been severed, a look of arrogant mirth frozen upon his face. Yet, this expression was forever stilled. With a single stroke of his sword, Xianxian obliterated the Eastern King's corporeal form, primordial spirit, true soul, and even the entanglement of karma and historical existence, erasing him entirely. Such was the execution of the extermination sword formation. A mere flick of the wrist was sufficient to extinguish a celestial being. Buzz! The Eastern King's body was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 105, The celestial sovereign's mansion of Zizhou also possessed dignity. The Eastern Sea lay in profound silence. The primordial expanse was utterly still. What had just transpired had completely transcended their understanding. They were momentarily at a loss. Xianxian sheathed the extermination sword and casually collected the three supreme, innate spiritual treasures that had fallen from the Eastern King upon his demise. Within the solar palace, Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged bewildered glances. Brother, what just occurred? Tai pondered whether his recent contemplation of the primordial purple energy had led to some sort of illusion. Surely, it should have been Xianxian who perished, right? Why would Xianxian abandon such a powerful sword formation for the primitive method of close combat? Such a reckless choice led to the demise of... Wait. Suddenly, Tai's expression turned to one of horror. Brother, who perished just now? I have the feeling it was someone quite formidable, yet I cannot recall who. Emperor Jun furrowed his brow in confusion. Who died? I cannot seem to remember either. The two brothers exchanged another gaze, their faces reflecting heightened alarm, equally unable to recall who had just met their end. All the great beings of the primordial realm who had been focused on this event were equally perplexed. Who had fallen? They only remembered Xianxian engaging in a battle, after which he had slain his opponent. But why could they not recall the details of what had transpired? What in the world had just happened? The entire assembly of primordial beings stood in stunned disbelief. The extermination sword wielded the path of slaughter, capable of annihilating heaven and earth and all living beings. This was merely the most rudimentary manifestation of its murderous path. Advancing further, to slay karma and destiny represented the higher echelon of this art. Long Ming had elevated the extermination sword to a chaotic spiritual treasure, endowing it with the ability to sever the threads of fate. With a single strike, Xianxian severed all karmic ties of the Eastern King, erasing his historical existence. From the annals of history, the Eastern King had never existed. Since the Eastern King had never been, naturally, no one would remember that Xianxian had slain anyone. Now, throughout the primordial realm, aside from Long Ming, Hongjun, and Xianxian himself, no one recalled the existence of an Eastern King. Long Ming, master of the path of fate, was immune to the effects of karmic annihilation, as was Hongjun, who embodied the Tao. Xianxian, as a practitioner of the path of slaughter, similarly remained impervious to the concept of fate being severed. Except for these three, The entirety of the primordial realm would not remember, nor would they ever recall. The male immortals of the Xianxiao celestial sovereign mansion were engulfed in confusion. They felt they had just lost a remarkably significant leader, but who was that leader? Wait, did we even have a leader? All eyes turned to the Five Elements Wanderer, the deputy celestial king appointed by the Eastern King and the second-in-command of the Xianxiao celestial sovereign mansion, a quasi-saint and one of the practitioners of the Purple Cloud Palace. When the Eastern King's karmic threads were entirely severed, the river of fate began to self-repair, subtly transforming the Five Elements Wanderer into the leader of the Xianxiao celestial sovereign mansion. The barefoot immortal gazed at the Five Elements Wanderer. Celestial King, what should we do now? It seems we cannot win. The Five Elements Wanderer furrowed his brow. I feel as though I have forgotten something crucial. Barefoot, do you recall? The barefoot immortal, utterly bewildered, shook his head. I cannot remember. It likely was not of great importance, was it? The confusion on the Five Elements Wanderer's face gradually dissipated. Perhaps, as a quasi-saint, anything I forget cannot be of significant consequence. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Tontian. Tontian, we, the Xianxiao celestial sovereign mansion, concede. We shall cease our hostilities with you henceforth. Although they had forgotten the Eastern King, the overwhelming power of Tontian had indelibly etched itself into the primordial spirits of these male immortals. Now, whenever they beheld Tontian, or even thought of his name, they would tremble in fear, their singular thought being to avoid provoking him at all costs. Why? The reason mattered not. What mattered was to avoid incurring Tontian's wrath. A slight smile graced Tontian's lips. You wish to depart? Very well. Leave behind all your innate treasures, and you may go. The Five Elements Wanderer's expression darkened immediately. Tontian, do not go too far. We, the Xianxiao celestial sovereign mansion, also possess dignity. Are you not afraid of a desperate struggle? Tontian, now entirely disinterested in wasting further time with these individuals, raised an eyebrow. I shall take them myself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gust of malevolent wind swept through, leading to the instant demise of another 1,000 male immortals. Aside from the innate treasures in their possession, nothing remained. The Five Elements Wanderer's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing. He had spoken boldly just moments ago, but now he realized that no amount of bravado would save him. The barefoot immortal, shivering from head to toe, stammered, Celestial King, dignity means nothing here. Treasures can be regained, but life, once lost, is irretrievable. At the moment Tontian had slain the Eastern King, he had also stripped the courage from the male immortals of the Xianxiao celestial sovereign mansion, leaving them utterly powerless, if only temporarily, before they could regain their composure. They amounted to nothing. The Five Elements Wanderer gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Let us leave our innate treasures behind and depart. The group of male immortals obediently relinquished their innate treasures, for the primordial realm was still in a state of abundant prosperity. The purple prefecture of the Immortal King is undeniably a formidable power. Within its halls, even the least accomplished male immortals possess an innate spiritual treasure. Those like the Five Elements Wanderer, having ascended to the rank of Deputy Immortal King, wield 5 such innate treasures, embodying the quintessence of the 5 elements. Consequently, this cohort of fewer than 3,000 male immortals has accumulated nearly 6,000 innate spiritual artifacts, although the majority are of inferior quality. The treasures serve primarily as tools for the disciples of Tontian to hone their skills. The quality is of little consequence. Any innate artifact suffices. After gathering all the innate treasures, Tontian subsequently retrieved the sword array of annihilation. Hiss! The entire expanse of the primordial chaos once again resonated with gasps of astonishment. The Eastern Sea, which had been utterly devastated, restored itself instantaneously upon the retrieval of the sword array of annihilation. Azure waves shimmered beneath a cerulean sky, and the vast clouds radiated a violet glow. Fish leaped and birds soared with carefree abandon. The Eastern Sea, unharmed, would endure through the ages. The earlier obliteration of the Eastern Sea was merely an alternate spatial manifestation. Observing the bewildered expressions of the male immortals from the Purple Prefecture, Tontian felt a cold smirk curl upon his lips. Fools, the Eastern Sea belongs to my master. How could I allow you to wreak havoc here? I have 100 methods to eliminate the Eastern Sea's lord, yet employing the sword array of annihilation is precisely to avoid disturbing the Eastern Sea. The spatial transformation of the sword array, which has evolved into a supreme chaotic spiritual treasure, differs fundamentally from its earlier, brutish alterations as a celestial weapon of doom. The original spatial transformation of the sword array involved constructing an alternate space, akin to the mustard seed space frequently utilized by immortals, existing in conjunction with the primordial chaos. While it is not impossible to shatter this layer of space if one possesses sufficient strength, The so-called requirement for the Four Saints to break the Sword Array is based on this principle, uniting the Four Saints' powers to penetrate the Sword Array's spatial barrier. Moreover, this space is remarkably adept at concealing anomalies. From an external perspective, evident spatial distortions are observable. However, the current Sword Array of Annihilation has transcended into a supreme chaotic spiritual treasure capable of fabricating a tangible world. This world merely replicates the entirety of the Eastern Sea, overlaying it upon the original. Thus, apart from Hongjun, who initially discerned the truth, no other formidable beings of the primordial chaos detected the deception. The destroyed Eastern Sea they beheld was merely an imitation. Chapter 106. Long Ming. Any who dares to bully my disciple shall face annihilation. Initially, the myriad thoughts of the powerful beings of the primordial chaos, who offered their insights regarding the battle of the Eastern Sea, fell silent. It was only when Tongtian revealed the true form of the Eastern Sea that these onlookers comprehended that his 3 female disciples had vanished at the onset of the conflict, having been shielded from the Sword Array's space. Yet, not a single one of the myriad powerful beings noticed. For the space created by the Sword Array possesses a verisimilitude surpassing that of the primordial reality. If one cannot penetrate this space, they will be oblivious to any anomalies, as all irregularities within this realm appear perfectly normal. What a treasure! Every consciousness fixated intently upon the 4 blades behind Tongtian, yearning to seize them outright. This is a priceless artifact, undoubtedly of immense significance. Should one acquire such a treasure, dominance over the primordial chaos would be within reach. As for the strength displayed by Tongtian, that is inconsequential. Often, without engaging directly, merely observing from afar, cultivators may be astonished, yet their ambitions will not be extinguished. As long as Tongtian does not exhibit the power of a saint, all remains negotiable. Furthermore, if direct confrontation proves futile, alternative methods may always be devised. While the powerful beings were enraptured in astonishment and scheming, a few, possessing clarity of thought, emerged. In the Sun Palace, Emperor Jun rose abruptly. The space has been transformed? An exceptionally sophisticated application of spatial law. His gaze fixated intently upon the Eastern Sea. Finally, he inhaled deeply. Tai, Tongtian will undoubtedly become our greatest obstacle in unifying the primordial chaos. Ensure that Baizé exhausts every means to unearth Tongtian's secrets. Tai, with a serious countenance, nodded in agreement. I understand. While clarity prevails, it is impossible to avoid plotting against Tongtian. It will never be feasible, even without past grievances. The mere fact that Tongtian refuses to ally with us mandates his demise. Emperor Jun and Tai are, after all, born rulers. They seek submission, flourishing in success and withering in failure. Above the Eastern Sea, the remaining male immortals of the Purple Prefecture stood in a state of utter confusion. What on earth? Who are we? Where are we? What are we meant to do? Tongtian surveyed the utterly stunned male immortals of the Purple Prefecture and scoffed. Depart from the Eastern Sea and never return to disturb it again. Should any one of you dare to set foot in the Eastern Sea once more, there will be no mercy. The 5 Elements Wanderer instinctively nodded, leading the remaining male immortals of the Purple Prefecture to flee in disarray. As for when they might recover from this state of panic, that was of no concern to Tongtian. Tongtian's consciousness swept across the vast heavens, finding that the previously observing presences had all departed. A playful smile graced his lips. He indeed possesses the capability to obscure all prying eyes. The Sword of Annihilation can seamlessly transform space, effectively concealing it entirely. Tongtian's ostentatious display serves merely as a warning to those onlookers. Do not disturb the Eastern Sea, lest they face annihilation. Having collected all his treasures, Tongtian summoned a veil of mist, enveloping the entirety of the Eastern Sea, severing all avenues of scrutiny. He then dived into the Eastern Sea, accompanied by the Xianxiao. In mere moments, they arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Dragon clan. Upon entry, they beheld Long Ming seated beside the dragon transformation pool, with the 3 daughters of Shiha engaged in lively conversation. Tongtian rushed forward, bowing respectfully. Disciple Tongtian pays his respects to Master, wishing Master longevity. Tongtian also greeted his 3 senior sisters. Shiha smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement. Xianxi burst into laughter. Junior brother, you certainly made quite a commotion above the Eastern Sea. Were it not for Master's prohibition, I would have joined the fray. Shiha quickly restrained her exuberant younger sister with a resigned glance. Tongtian smiled nonchalantly. Such a minor figure as the Eastern Sea's lord hardly merits the intervention of my senior sisters. I resolved it single-handedly to prevent them from tainting the Eastern Sea. Niwa smiled sweetly. Junior brother, under normal circumstances, you would be my senior brother within the Purple Cloud Palace. Yet, fate is capricious. Now you have become my junior brother. In terms of birth and qualifications, Nuwa indeed falls short of Tontian. However, it is ironic that I now find myself as your elder sister. Tontian laughed heartily. Sister Nuwa, you are being too modest. Once we have entered our master's domain, we become akin to family. In the past, we needn't concern ourselves with such matters. The hierarchy is naturally determined by the time of entry. With that, he pushed his 3 disciples forward. Master, esteemed sisters, these are my 3 disciples, Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xianxiao. He was, in fact, introducing them to the 3 daughters of Xia, as the 3 Xiaos were indeed enlightened by Long Ming and thus were familiar with them. The 3 Xiaos respectfully bowed deeply to Long Ming, expressing gratitude for the guidance of their grandmaster. They then proceeded to pay their respects to the 3 daughters of Xia. After greeting their 3 uncles, Long Ming smiled gently. There's no need to be so anxious. You are good children, just as it was on Golden Ao Island. You may come and go as you please. Facing the youthful 3 fairy sisters, Long Ming exhibited a rare gentleness. The 3 Xiaos, previously nervous, were now calmed. Their palms slick with sweat. Since their transformation, they had heard countless tales from Tontian about Long Ming's formidable prowess and the greatness of their grandmaster. Now, standing before him, their nerves were palpable. Yet, Long Ming's warmth surpassed their expectations. In a few exchanges, the Xiaos relaxed, soon being spirited away by Xianxia to explore the ancestral land of the Dragon clan. Xia felt utterly helpless regarding her sister and could only turn to Long Ming. Master, you ought to reign in Xianxia. Such behavior is truly unbecoming. Long Ming smiled slightly. My disciples may act as they wish. As cultivators, one must establish their heart in the path, free of guilt, to truly seek the Tao. If one cannot even stay true to their own heart, what is the point of cultivation? Xia could only lower her head in resignation. You speak the truth, master. Very well. I shall take it upon myself to keep a closer watch on my sister. I cannot allow her to cause trouble for you. Meanwhile, Nuwa and Tongtian were contemplative, deeply resonating with Long Ming's words. They had forsaken the so-called etiquette and rules, allowing them to take Long Ming as their master and thus break free from their destined paths, opening the door to a new world. Tongtian cleared his throat. Master, regarding the incident with the Zizuzan King's offense against the East Sea, do you have any arrangements? Although he inquired about the Zizuzan King's estate, Tongtian's true concern lay with the aftermath of this event. The might demonstrated by the Excalibur could deter certain foes, but would undoubtedly attract others. Tongtian wanted to know how to deal with those who might come to provoke trouble. Long Ming smiled faintly. You are free to decide. I have no interest in the disputes of the Hongjun. Should you encounter any troubles, you may choose how to deal with them. If anyone dares to bully you, I will handle them. But remember, like Xia and her sisters, you must prioritize your cultivation above all. Tongtian understood Long Ming's implication. Avoid trouble and focus on training, but if trouble comes to you, then it is permissible to retaliate. Tongtian appreciated Long Ming's approach and immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Disciple understands. Chapter 107. Confrontation before the immortal Fire Mountain. In the 1,000 years that followed, Tongtian resided with the 3 Xiaos in the ancestral land of the dragons, daily listening to Long Ming expound on the Tao, engaging in discussions with his 3 elder sisters, and guiding his disciples towards enlightenment. Life was exceptionally fulfilling, leading Tongtian to contemplate the possibility of remaining in the Dragon clan's ancestral land indefinitely, rather than returning to Golden Ao Island. However, he also recognized that this was not feasible, since Long Ming had specifically bestowed Golden Ao Island upon him. It must have been for a purpose. When the time came to return, he would inevitably have to do so. Just as Tongtian resolved to take his disciples back to Golden Ao Island, a rebellion erupted at the immortal Fire Mountain in the far southern reaches of Hongjun. Boom. In the sky, 2 flames collided violently. One was a cold, indifferent azure flame, illuminating millions of miles with its azure glow. The other was a passionate, blazing golden flame, soaring upward for billions of zhang. After a brief entanglement, both flames retreated simultaneously. The azure flame transformed into a figure clad in a blue palace attire. Her face cool, yet possessing an innate allure, enchanting beyond compare. The azure flame surrounding her was the Tiantian essence flame, also known as the 9 Heavens Azure Lotus Flame, which contrasted with the rending Heaven Essence Flame, the congenital South Ming Li Fire, forming a pair of yin and yang. Among the Phoenix clan, only those with the purest Kaiwang bloodline could possibly wield such yin fire. Presently, only 2 individuals in the entire Phoenix clan bore this pure bloodline. One was this strikingly beautiful yet cool-faced woman, the only 9 Heavens Azure Phoenix in the clan, Linglong. Opposite her, as the golden flame descended, it transformed into a woman who bore a resemblance to Linglong but exuded a more heroic beauty, devoid of any charm. She was the other wielder of the pure Kaiwang bloodline, the only Xintian fire phoenix in the clan, Jinning. Jinning was Linglong's biological sister, Yet their personalities were entirely opposite. Sister, relinquish the treasured artifact bestowed by the underworld ancestor and come back with me. Do not make the same mistake twice. I will plead with our aunt on your behalf. In Jinning's hand was a golden flame spear. Her beautiful eyes ablaze with the ceaseless eruption of the 9 heavens, Xianheart fire. The 9 heavens, Xianheart fire, like the congenital South Mingli fire, was an extreme young fire. However, the former was a terrestrial fire, the heart of the immortal fire mountain, while the latter was a celestial fire, the heart of the flames from the 33 heavens. Although the power of these two fires was identical, it depended entirely on the strength of the user. The fire that both complemented and countered these flames was none other than the 9 heavens azure lotus fire. Thus, Jinning's body, engulfed in the 9 heavens Xianheart fire, erupted with countless sparks under the provocation of Linglong's 9 heavens azure lotus fire, turning the surroundings into a scorched earth. Linglong cradled an undying heart, a chaotic spiritual treasure bestowed upon the Phoenix clan by Long Ming to suppress the clan's fortunes and prevent retribution from the heavenly Tao. It was enshrined at the base of the immortal fire mountain, guarded day and night by heavy troops. Yet, despite their vigilance, the undying heart was ultimately stolen by the guards. Linglong glanced at the undying heart in her hand, her cool expression now imbued with resoluteness. Yuan Feng is a traitor of the Phoenix clan. She is no aunt of mine. She is allied with the Dragon clan. Have you forgotten that our mother was slain by the ancestral dragon Ao Long? Linglong's eyes ignited with the azure lotus flame, freezing both the earth and sky. Jinning sighed. Sister, have you succumbed to hatred and turned a blind eye to everything? But Linglong shook her head. You are akin to Yuan Feng, weakly forgetting your grievances. Linglong and Jin Ning's mother is the ancestral phoenix, Kai Huang. The Phoenix clan actually refers to the combined lineage of the Feng and Huang clans. However, as the ancestors of the Phoenix clan were born together, they are collectively known as the Phoenix. Yuan Feng is, in fact, the progenitor of the Feng clan, while the forebear of the Huang clan is named Kai Huang. Yuan Feng and Kai Huang were born alongside each other, sharing a bond akin to that of Long Ming and Zhu Long. Kai Huang met her demise at the hands of Zhu Long. Nevertheless, the entangled resentments among the 3 primordial clans can be likened to a convoluted ledger, impossible to reconcile. Yuan Feng is acutely aware of the complexities surrounding these primordial feuds. Hence, she has laid down all enmity towards the Dragon clan. Furthermore, she recognizes that if anyone were to harbor hatred, it would be the Dragon court towards the Phoenix clan. However, after Long Ming subdued the Phoenix clan, he treated both clans with impartiality, showing no subsequent animosity towards the Phoenix clan and granting them ample autonomy. All of this was perceived by Yuan Feng, and it elucidates her unwavering loyalty to Long Ming, not solely due to his might, but also owing to his magnanimity and resolve. Yuan Feng believes that were she in Long Ming's position, she could not achieve such feats. Yet, while Yuan Feng can relinquish her hatred, not all members of the Phoenix clan share her capacity for forgiveness. Previously, there existed some nefarious elements among the avian clans, instigated by certain members of the Phoenix clan. Yuan Feng seized the opportunity during an upheaval in the East Sea to purge those traitorous avians, intending to instill fear among the disloyal within her own clan. However, she was utterly unprepared for the fact that the true leader among those unwilling to let go of their hatred was none other than her most trusted confidant, Linglong. While Linglong and Jin Ning are sisters, they possess starkly contrasting temperaments. Jin Ning is fiery and direct, a girl devoid of guile, while Linglong is astutely perceptive, possessing an extraordinary intellect, and has always been Yuan Feng's right hand in managing the Phoenix clan. Yet it is precisely Linglong who, unable to relinquish her hatred, finds herself increasingly driven to madness by it. Finally, as the undying volcano began to awaken, akin to the East Sea, Linglong set her plan into motion. She gradually replaced the guards of the undying heart with her own trusted subordinates. Ultimately, today, she absconded with the undying heart, leading her followers in defection from the Phoenix clan. Jin Ning, unskilled in eloquence, chose silence. With her golden spear poised, she declared, "Sister, surrender the undying heart, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Linglong's eyes bore little trace of madness. She remained remarkably composed. Yet it was this very calmness that made her all the more unyielding to persuasion. The undying heart is merely a tool of deception wielded by Long Ming to ensnare our kind. Just wait and see. Once this object is gone, our kin will awaken. Jin Ning, you too shall awaken. Jin Ning furrowed her brows in distress. I have always been aware that it is you who lacks clarity of mind. Sister, our aunt has stated that the grievances between the Dragon clan and our clan are beyond reckoning. Moreover, with the emergence of a new era brought forth by the ancestral master, the Dragon clan and our clan must unite. Ling Long's demeanor turned even colder. Jin Ning, allow me to depart. You have always trusted me. This time, trust me once more. Just a short while, and you will all awaken. Jin Ning gazed at Ling Long, sadness evident in her eyes. Unlike Yuan Feng, she had always known Ling Long was ensnared by hatred, yet she steadfastly believed in her sister, convinced that Ling Long could emerge from her darkness. However, Ling Long had ultimately descended to this juncture, inciting a mass defection among their kin and absconding with the artifact that suppressed the clan's fortune, thus steering them towards annihilation. Sister, this time, I shall not allow your recklessness to prevail. Chapter 108. The heroic rescue by Di Jun. Jin Ning's spear struck the ground with a heavy thud. A blazing inferno erupted, piercing the clouds, illuminating the entire southern realm with a resplendent golden glow. The vast expanse of the sky transformed into a golden canvas, while the earth blazed with fire. The undying volcano emitted a piercing wail, responding to Jin Ning's formidable power. Ling Long widened her eyes, a bitter smile escaping her lips. Indeed, Jin Ning, you have absorbed the power of the undying heart, ascending to the pinnacle of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. Congratulations, you have become the strongest among our clan. The power of the undying heart resonated harmoniously with Jin Ning, thus her elevation was unparalleled within the clan. This enabled Jin Ning to ascend from a low-tier Hongjun Golden Immortal to the pinnacle in less than 100,000 years. Ling Long, a high-tier Hongjun Golden Immortal, along with her subordinates, all of whom were great Luo Golden Immortals, remained oblivious to the fact that it was their hatred that shackled them to their original realm, preventing any advancement and even leading to a decline, as they stubbornly believed their strength could not improve. This was precisely due to their clarity regarding Long Ming's schemes that they refrained from harnessing the power of the undying heart. Jin Ning shook her head. Our aunt is the true strongest among our clan. Were it not for her sacrifice, I would not have this opportunity. In the face of her sister's composure, Ling Long found it impossible to confront Yuan Feng, let alone utter her name. I have said it before, she is not our aunt. She betrayed our mother and the entire clan. Jin Ning shook her head. Further discussion is futile. Come now. The spear advanced slightly forward. Boom. The undying volcano reverberated with a deep roar. The vast land instantaneously transformed into a sea of magma. Countless ephemeral flame spirits emerged from the molten depths, bowing their heads to the sovereign who created them, awaiting their ruler's command. This was the unique ability of Jin Ning's Nine Heavens Profound Heartfire, also known as the Undying Profound Heartfire. The term undying signifies that beneath its flames, millions of fire spirits will perpetually arise. Although these fire spirits lack intelligence, they can maneuver with precision under the command of the user of the undying profound heartfire. Sister, you are no match for me. I shall say this one last time. Surrender the undying heart, or I will truly take action. Ling Long gritted her teeth and turned to flee. Jin Ning sighed softly, transforming into a whirlwind of golden flames, charging towards Ling Long's ceiling. The fire spirits within the sea of magma surged forth like a tempest, rising to great heights and sprawling across vast distances. This sea of magma radiated outward from Jin Ning's center, appearing to encompass merely a mile. Yet escaping its confines would require strength equal to Jin Ning's. Ling Long, merely a high-tier Hongjun Golden Immortal, found herself ensnared without a means of escape. Ling Long bit her tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood upon the undying heart. Instantly, the power of the undying heart surged forth. Boom. Millions of fire spirits crashed against the azure lotus fire shield surrounding Ling Long, instantly freezing and shattering it. The sea of magma, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a sculpture of ice. The frigid air blossomed amidst a sea of azure flames. The Nine Heavens azure lotus flame enveloping Ling Long resembled both fire and frost. The inferno of absolute E not only failed to generate any warmth, but instead absorbed all heat. Ling Long, with her foundation compromised, forcibly activated the undying heart using her essence blood to withstand a strike from Jin Ning. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ice sculpture melted once more, and the recently lowered temperature surged violently again. Across the vast expanse, the scorching heat distorted the air, igniting it into flames. Dark fissures emerged within the atmosphere, heralding the melting of space itself as temperatures reached their zenith, tearing the void apart. Sister, you must not invoke the undying heart. It is a vessel that suppresses the fate of our entire clan. Forcing its activation is a consumption of our clan's fortune. Ling Long wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Do you think I would believe such a deceitful lie? Everything Long Ming has said is merely a ruse to mislead us. Jin Ning, flustered and enraged, understood Ling Long's resolute nature. Once her mind was set, it was nearly impossible to alter her course of action unless confronted with undeniable reality. Moreover, any potential excuses had been thoroughly disproven. Otherwise, Linglong would never concede her position. But to prove Linglong wrong would require the Phoenix clan to face annihilation. Could such a demonstration even be made? As Linglong became increasingly unreasonable, Jinning finally lost all patience. Yuan Feng had previously informed her that the Phoenix clan managed to survive the Dragon Phoenix Calamity with minimal losses, not only because Long Ming forcibly halted the disaster, but primarily due to the undying heart suppressing the clan's fate. Any heavenly tribulation targeting a being must first diminish its fortune. The moment the fortune reaches zero is when the tribulation descends, especially when concerning an entire race. The undying heart held the Phoenix clan's fortune in a state of cohesion, allowing them to navigate the tumultuous waters with their integrity intact. Without it, merely Yuan Feng's presence as a handmaiden beside Long Ming would not suffice to preserve the clan. However, now that Linglong was forcibly activating the undying heart, it came at the cost of depleting the clan's fate. Jinning understood that she could no longer wait for Linglong to relent. The Phoenix clan could not afford such a luxury. With a sharp command, Jinning unleashed her golden spear, creating a cascade of golden light. Billions of golden rays flickered like a constellation, sealing the heavens and binding the earth. Aware that she could not match Jinning in combat, Linglong, already injured from her earlier exertion, found herself increasingly unable to resist. Gritting her teeth, she resolved, "Today, I shall summon this undying heart and reveal Long Ming's true nature to you all." A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes, free from madness, yet more fervent than insanity. She prepared to self-detonate, intending to obliterate the undying heart. In a state of frantic urgency, Jinning quickened her assault with the spear, but Linglong was no longer her adversary. At that moment, she could not deliver a fatal blow to Linglong. Suddenly, an unusual firelight intercepted all of Jinning's attacks, a flame of a different nature than Jinning's, yet equally golden and characterized by its supreme vigor and strength. It shielded Linglong while simultaneously annihilating all fire spirits within the surrounding miles. Before these spirits could regenerate, the subsequent golden flames morphed into a multitude of three-legged golden crows, devouring the cores of these spirits to impede their rebirth. A tall, striking man, with eyes that exuded the essence of the sun, embraced Linglong protectively. He not only shielded her from Jinning, but also halted her imminent self-destruction. "Linglong, my dear, since our last parting, I have not forgotten you. Thus, I have returned for our reunion." Linglong stared, wide-eyed, at the man who held her. Dijun. The newcomer was none other than the Solar Golden Crow, the born ruler, master of the Solar Palace, future leader of the demon race, and the heavenly emperor of the celestial court, Dijun. A millennium ago, Dijun had traversed the vast wilderness during his cultivation hiatus, passing through the southern lands just after the unyielding Fire Mountain had recently been unsealed. Linglong emerged from the mountain, claiming to be on a journey, yet in truth, she was contacting the avian creatures she secretly controlled, preparing for her betrayal of the Phoenix clan. It was during this time that she encountered Dijun, a being of utmost yang and strength, juxtaposed with her own essence of utmost yin and gentleness. And thus they were mutually drawn to each other. Dijun's destined union was originally with Shi He and Xianxia, but after their fates were altered by Long Ming, he had to forge his own path. The causal threads of destiny led him to meet Linglong, culminating in a classic hero saving the damsel scenario, rescuing her from her impending self-detonation. Chapter 109. Confident Dijun. I need only exert 50% of my strength to defeat you. Linglong, what drives you to such extremes? If there is anything I can assist you with, please, do not hesitate to ask. Dijun smiled warmly, as if basked in the gentle spring breeze. In truth, he had been nearby the entire time, witnessing the conflict between Linglong and Jinning. However, whenever the conversation turned to Long Ming, he would instinctively tune it out. Having absorbed the primordial purple energy, he had been profoundly influenced by Hongjun. Consequently, whenever matters concerning Long Ming arose, they were automatically filtered from his perception. Thus, to Dijun, the contention between Linglong and Jinning revolved solely around the undying heart, a chaotic spiritual treasure. How could he not feel envious? He remembered well the events at Kunlun Mountain. In his view, he and Tai had lost due to the presence of the chaotic spiritual treasure. Otherwise, how could the two brothers have been defeated, let alone suffered the loss of the Chaos Bell? Thus, as Linglong prepared for her self-detonation, Dijun made his entrance as a heroic savior. Jinning shot a haughty glance at Dijun. Who are you? Do you dare to meddle in the internal affairs of the Phoenix clan? As a phoenix, her pride was undeniable, and her willingness to converse was reserved solely for her kin. Her congratulations were reserved only for Long Ming. Dijun had long harbored ambitions toward the Phoenix clan, intending to establish a demon race that encompassed all feathered and scaled beings, as well as all flora and fauna of the wilderness. In the process, he intended to resolve his marital issues. What a perfect plan. Upon realizing that Jinning was Linglong's sister, Dijun feigned nonchalance, smiling wryly. My name is Dijun, the master of the Solar Palace. Yet before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jinning. Dijun, I've never heard of you. I do not care who you are. Leave, this matter does not concern you. Jinning was known for her notorious temper within the Phoenix clan. Dijun's identity was of little consequence. What mattered was his unwarranted interference. Had it not been for the fact that he had indeed prevented Linglong's self-detonation, Jinning would have already taken action. Dijun, a natural-born ruler, was inherently proud. Jinning's words caused his expression to shift. Jinning, you and Linglong share the same mother. Why must you resort to violence over a mere treasure? In my humble opinion, perhaps it would be prudent for both parties to take a step back. The fierce fire of the Nine Heavens' profound heart blazed intensely within Jinning's eyes. Get lost. The hot-tempered Jinning had no inclination to engage in dialogue with Dijun. With a mighty thrust of her golden spear, the earth ignited once more. The undying volcano erupted with a resounding roar, and a fiery bridge soared forth, landing behind Jinning. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, everything was enveloped by the Nine Heavens' profound heart fire. The formidable yang fire crackled with a powerful resonance. Beneath the fire bridge, countless fire spirits awakened, ferociously charging towards the golden crows. Dijun's golden crows were not mere fire spirits he had conjured, but rather manifestations of his divine consciousness, against opponents of lesser strength. This approach was undoubtedly effective. However, when faced with a peak Hongjun golden immortal like Jinning, Dijun was compelled to withdraw all his golden crows. Simultaneously, he summoned the river diagram and Luo book, and the radiant light of the 360 stars descended, meticulously fragmented into a vast net of starlight that enveloped the sea of flames. Boom! The starlight net collided with the sea of fire, producing a deafening sound. The surrounding mountains shattered under the impact, tumbling into the molten sea and rapidly melting away. Dijun's expression shifted slightly, even though he had not exerted his full strength. He had nonetheless invoked the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the river diagram and Luo book. In contrast, Jinning had not utilized any treasures. The golden spear she wielded was merely a manifestation of the Nine Heavens' profound heart fire. Dijun furrowed his brow. Indeed, the Phoenix clan, even in its weakened state, possessed formidable power that could not be underestimated. To contend with Jinning, he would need to employ at least 50% of his strength. Dijun set Linglong aside, wearing what he believed to be a gentle smile. Linglong, it appears I must engage your sister in a proper duel. Rest assured, I shall not harm Miss Jinning. With that, Dijun elegantly flicked the grand feathers of his cloak, and the river diagram and Luo book above him radiated an immense brilliance. Guided by this light, the sun star parted the clouds of the Nine Heavens, sending a beam of golden light cascading downwards. Buzz! Dijun became enveloped in the rich, almost liquefied essence of solar fire. The solar essence was the foremost of postnatal fires, while the Nine Heavens' profound heart fire was one of the innate fires. Although the latter far surpassed the former, the disparity was not absolute, as the support of the Solar Emperor star meant that Dijun's solar essence could rival Jinning's Nine Heavens' profound heart fire. The blazing solar essence rapidly expanded, casting everything around in a regal golden hue. The once vibrant molten sea transformed into a viscous substance as it absorbed the golden light. The fire spirits within the molten sea ignited upon contact with the solar essence, perishing instantly, while the Nine Heavens' profound heart fire was immortal and capable of birthing fire spirits. The solar essence was a royal fire. Any being other than the Emperor's golden crows that touched it would meet their demise. The two golden flames collided with a thunderous roar. With the backing of the Solar Emperor star and the supreme innate treasure, the river diagram and Luo book, Dijun gradually began to suppress Jinning. A triumphant smile emerged on his face. Miss Jinning, I have only used 50% of my strength. You stand no chance against me. It would be wise to concede. Linglong is your elder sister. Must you pursue this to the bitter end? Perhaps taking a step back would allow for a better future meeting. Humph. This Jinning, reputed as the foremost expert of the Phoenix clan, was proving to be rather lackluster. With this in mind, subduing the Phoenix clan would be an effortless endeavor. A smirk played on Dijun's lips, his demeanor radiating arrogance. The solar essence enveloped him, forming a majestic armor of royal flames, while a noble crown of fire sparkled brilliantly. Jinning's fury ignited. Dijun, you meddle far too much. Die. In a fit of rage, she transformed into her true phoenix form, a magnificent golden-red fire phoenix with wings spanning thousands of miles, enveloping the southernmost region. Each strand of the Nine Heavens' profound heart fire upon her body soared to immeasurable heights. The previously subdued molten sea erupted once more, rapidly expanding to encompass millions of miles, forming a vast sea of molten fire that blanketed the entire southern territory in the blink of an eye. The undying volcano erupted behind Jin Ning, creating a stark opposition to the solar essence of the Solar Emperor star. Thousands of Phoenix descendants, stirred by Jin Ning's power, awakened from their slumber, their combined strength manifesting as a colossal phoenix projection atop the undying volcano, its wings spanning billions of miles, casting a shadow over the entirety of the southern wilderness. 50% of your strength? That sounds impressive, but how much do you think I have exerted? Jin Ning's voice resonated with the essence of the phoenix. Under her influence, the living spirits within the molten sea surged to their limits, erupting in their millions, rampaging towards the solar essence. Boom, boom. Millions of fire spirits, in a self-destructive frenzy, collided with the golden barrier formed by the solar essence. The wall of golden light shattered under the force, quickly mending itself, yet retreating slightly. More fire spirits surged forward to self-destruct, breaking the golden barrier once again, only for it to repair and recede further. In just a few breaths, the golden barrier of solar essence was forced back repeatedly. Dijun was left utterly bewildered. What in the world? What is with this phoenix? Chapter 110. Tai, I spare you for the sake of your future sister-in-law. Since acquiring the primordial purple energy, Dijun's power had multiplied exponentially. The primordial purple energy is the essence of the Tao, not only a key to becoming a saint, but also capable of accelerating cultivation by hundreds of times. 1,000 years prior, Dijun had successfully severed his 3 corpses, attaining the state of quasi-saint. Thus, he had traversed the wilderness, ultimately meeting Linglong. Over the course of a millennium, Dijun had stabilized his realm, amplifying his combat prowess several-fold. Coupled with the possession of supreme innate treasures like the river diagram and Luo book, and the foremost postnatal fire, the solar essence, Dijun believed himself to be among the strongest beneath the saints of the wilderness, if not the very strongest. Even in confrontation with the formidable extermination sword array of Tongtian, he felt confident of retreating unscathed. After all, Tongtian was merely formidable due to the presence of the extermination sword. Otherwise, he was not particularly noteworthy. With the demeanor of a king, Dijun surveyed the wilderness with disdain, convinced of his invincibility beneath the saints. However, he was soon left flabbergasted by Jin Ning's overwhelming force. The full might of Jin Ning turned the tables, suppressing Dijun instead. The radiance of the Solar Emperor star began to falter under the onslaught of the 9 heavens' profound heart fire, gradually diminishing. Gritting his teeth, Dijun glared at Jin Ning and the phoenix silhouette that loomed over the entire southern region from the undying volcano. Truly worthy of being one of the 3 innate clans, she could summon the power of her entire lineage against him. Yet, as a member of the Phoenix clan, if she could not contend with him directly, how could she resort to such underhanded tactics? Miss Jin Ning, do you not feel you are bringing shame upon the Phoenix clan? Jin Ning snorted disdainfully. Do you have a problem with your mind? That is the spirit of my clan. I cannot harness its power. The shadow of the Phoenix upon the immortal volcano is a projection of the collective consciousness of the entire Phoenix clan. Yet, this spirit can only be summoned by the elder of the Yuanfeng lineage. Although Jin Ning can invoke the spectral form of the clan spirit, she cannot wield its strength. Dijun merely snorted. Miss Jin Ning, do not presume you can deceive me. If it were not for your reliance on the power of your entire clan, how could you possibly contend with me? To take your life would be as effortless as a flick of my wrist. It is solely because you are the sister of Linglong that I am reluctant to harm you. Jin Ning rolled her eyes, affirming her suspicion. This Dijun was a fool. Enough of this idle chatter. She would end him. Jin Ning emitted 3 resounding phoenix cries. The 3 calls of the phoenix ignited the earth with flames. Boom. The immortal volcano let out a furious roar, responding to Jin Ning's power. The phoenix spirit gazed at Dijun with an icy stare, as if seeking to ensnare his very soul. The Xuanxin fire blazed up to immeasurable heights, enveloping the entire southern sky. Then, like a torrential downpour, it cascaded down. Fire rained like a waterfall, obliterating all in its path. Dijun's expression shifted. He dared not hold back any longer. He soared into the air, transforming into his true form of the 3-legged golden crow. The He Tu and Luo Shu unfurled into a galaxy of stars. Countless starlights descended, forming a shimmering veil that shielded him from the firestorm. Dijun bellowed. It seems that if I do not teach you a proper lesson today, you will remain oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Buzz. The essence of solar fire surged around Dijun. Once again, he communed with the Solar Emperor star. A blazing sunbeam fell from the primordial cosmos. Moreover, 365 celestial lights transformed into the manifestations of stars, encircling Dijun for protection. Boom, boom, boom. The furious maiden paid no heed to the dazzling and terrifying starry forms. She charged in with the most brutal of tactics. The celestial manifestations were instantly shattered by her assault, while the blazing sunbeam exploded into two halves. The solar emperor star trembled in the ancient cosmos. The solar palace erupted into a sea of flames. Tai Yi, who was cultivating within the solar palace, was utterly bewildered. What the hell? Didn't my brother say he was going to find a maiden? Why is he fighting instead? Is he planning to abduct a sister-in-law if she refuses? Tai Yi had no time for further contemplation, as he shared a heart and mind with Dijun. He could not remain idle in the face of danger. He immediately mounted the blazing sunbeam of the solar emperor star and swiftly arrived by Dijun's side. Tai Yi, lend me your hand to suppress that phoenix over there. She has summoned the combined strength of her entire clan, making her a formidable opponent. Dijun exclaimed with delight upon seeing Tai Yi arrive, urging him for assistance. Tai Yi wasted no time. He quickly summoned the ethereal cloud banner to block Jin Ning's Xuanxin fire. Impudent phoenix, do you dare to offend me? You are courting death. Tai Yi's temperament was even more domineering than Dijun's. While Dijun occasionally feigned imperial composure, Tai Yi had no such reservations. He coldly snorted and pointed forward. A second blazing sunbeam descended from the solar emperor star, transforming into a spear of flames that pierced towards Jin Ning. Boom. One of Jin Ning's wings was impaled by the fiery spear. Her body swayed and fell heavily into the magma lake below, no matter her strength. Without any treasures in hand, she could not possibly contend with the two brothers, Dijun and Tai Yi. Tai Yi's eyes glimmered with the essence of solar fire, and a murderous intent surged within him as he prepared to strike. Dijun hastily intervened. Tai Yi, remember that she is the sister of Linglong. A lesson is all that is needed. Do not kill her. Brother, I intend to pursue that phoenix maiden. If you slay her sister, you would be severing my path. Tai Yi glanced at Linglong, who was sheltered by Dijun. Understanding dawned upon him. Thus, he turned back to Jin Ning. For Linglong's sake, I shall grant you a lesson. Withdraw swiftly, and I may yet pardon your transgression. Jin Ning, however, was a fiery spirit. Despite her injuries, she stood unafraid, dragging her wounded wing as she rose defiantly. A phoenix may die in battle, but it shall not flee. You two lack the authority to demand my retreat. Tai Yi's fury ignited. I spare you for the future sister-in-law's sake. Yet you are ungrateful and dare to resist. Tai Yi summoned the red embroidered ball, channeling solar fire into it. Buzz. A new sun rose upon the southern land. The molten magma transformed into a crystalline hue. The space around it fractured, forming a colossal black net spanning millions of miles. Tai Yi, being more adept at offense than Dijun, unleashed his wrath. He coldly smirked, pressing downward with his hand. The red embroidered ball slowly descended upon Jin Ning. Boom. As the red embroidered ball moved, the entire southern land melted away. Countless birds could not escape in time and were reduced to ashes beneath the terrifying solar fire. The phoenix lineage within the immortal volcano awakened completely. They anxiously sought to assist Jin Ning. However, the heart of immortality that suppressed the fortunes of their clan had already been lost. If they launched a large-scale assault, the heavenly principles would inevitably respond. Just as the phoenixes were in a frenzy, an ancient decree from their ancestor arrived. Millions of phoenixes immediately fell silent and reintegrated into the immortal volcano, using themselves as a seal to temporarily suppress the fortunes of the Phoenix clan. Before the immortal volcano, the magma lake beneath Jin Ning dwindled in size. The overwhelming pressure forced her to revert to her spirit form. Her hair was disheveled, blood trickled from her forehead. Her left arm was broken and hung limply at her side. Yet, she stood tall. Though her golden spear was battered, she still braced against the red embroidered ball with all her might. Tai Yi looked at Jin Ning with disdain. You think you can withstand my assault? I shall grant you one last chance. Withdraw of your own accord, or no one in the entire primordial realm can save you. Chapter 111. Plucking the feathers of those two birds. Jin Ning spat out a mouthful of blood, a scornful smile gracing her lips. Ha ha, you were buried beneath refuse for a full century. When you speak, do not stand in the wind. I might be overcome by your stench. Jin Ning had visited the Eastern Sea several times, and her straightforward nature quickly bonded her with Xianxia. Thus, she learned of the events of that time from Xianxia. Initially, when she heard Dijun's name, she did not recall anything. After all, with her character, she deemed it unworthy of remembrance. However, upon Tai Yi's appearance, the memories came flooding back. Isn't this a pair of birds buried beneath the refuse from years past? Dijun and Tai Yi's expressions shifted in unison. After their devastating defeat at Kunlun Mountain, they lay unconscious beneath the debris for a full century. This was a lifelong humiliation for the two brothers, a forbidden topic that must never be mentioned. Yet, to their astonishment, Jin Ning not only knew of it, but voiced it aloud. Tai Yi's solar essence ignited, erupting into a blaze 1,000,000 feet high, tinged with strands of black. Are you seeking death? Tai Yi was now utterly consumed by murderous intent. The phoenix before him must perish. Jin Ning smirked mockingly. The golden crow? Merely a bird. I am the phoenix, the sovereign of all avian creatures in the primordial wilderness. You two worthless scum dare to kill me? You are gravely mistaken. I can unleash a self-detonation far more powerful than Ling Long's. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon Ling Long, who remained cold and indifferent. Resolute in her belief that her actions were justified, Jin Ning bitterly smirked, realizing, it seems my sister has already perished in her hatred. Then, I shall sacrifice myself to uphold the dignity of the phoenix. Jin Ning swiftly summoned her internal powers. The flame of the nine heavens' profound heart surged within her primordial spirit, thrumming with intensity. If she could not withstand Tai Yi's red brocade ball, she would detonate immediately. Just as Jin Ning's life hung by a thread, a portal suddenly opened at the very heart of the undying volcano. The flames within the volcano were capable of tearing apart space itself. Even saints could not open a portal here. Any attempt to engage in spatial maneuvers would trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. Yet, when this portal appeared, the highly unstable space showed no signs of disturbance, as if the portal's emergence was entirely natural. Long Ming, accompanied by Yuan Feng, Shi He, and the three maidens, emerged from the portal. Upon seeing Long Ming, the surrounding phoenixes promptly prostrated themselves. Ancient One, quell your wrath. Long Ming had granted the Phoenix clan considerable autonomy. Yet they had betrayed him, with the treachery stemming from their highest ranks. Not only had they betrayed him, but they had also stolen the precious artifact bestowed upon them to suppress fate. This was a grave offense. The Phoenixes had previously refrained from aiding Jin Ning due to Yuan Feng's notification, never anticipating that Long Ming would personally arrive. Was the ancestor of the underworld here to annihilate the Phoenix clan in his fury? Yuan Feng stood beside Long Ming, equally breathless. In the land of the Ancestral Dragon, she could not sense the changes within the undying volcano. Only Long Ming's revelation alerted her to the dire situation. She complied with Long Ming's directive to subdue all phoenixes. Yet like her kin, she was taken aback by his personal visit to the undying volcano, accompanied by all his disciples. Did the master intend for his disciples to witness the annihilation of the Phoenix clan? Long Ming gazed at the kneeling phoenixes and smiled faintly. Yuan Feng, do you believe I will destroy the Phoenix clan due to Ling Long's betrayal? Yuan Feng hastily knelt and offered her respects. I beseech you, master, quell your anger. Long Ming smiled serenely and turned to Nuwa. Nuwa, what do you think of Jin Ning? Nuwa was taken aback, not expecting Long Ming to pose such a question. Nevertheless, she promptly replied, she is an exceptional child. In terms of age, Jin Ning was actually older than Nuwa, yet due to Nuwa's status, addressing Jin Ning as a child was already quite courteous. Long Ming smiled gently. Then let her be your disciple. Nuwa blinked, immediately grasping Long Ming's intention, and smiled radiantly. Everything is at the discretion of the master. Long Ming casually produced a long spear, entirely black with a crimson tip, the god-slaying spear. After Long Ming had pierced Luo Ho with it, the spear had suffered significant damage, and its spirit had become exceedingly weak. Over the years, had Long Ming not discarded it in the realm of time, it might have long since dissipated. If the spear's spirit were to vanish, the god-slaying spear would inevitably downgrade to a mid-grade or even low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Now, finally retrieved by Long Ming, the spear's spirit immediately emitted a sound, signifying its submission. Long Ming smiled slightly. I grant you an opportunity to serve as that child's destined treasure. He pointed ahead, where a luminous screen materialized, revealing Jin Ning struggling on the battlefield. The spear's spirit, longing for survival, paid no heed to anything else and promptly agreed. Long Ming chuckled, producing the divine cauldron of creation and offering it to the heart of the undying flames within the undying volcano. He then cast the god-slaying spear into it. The paths of refining and creation merged into a sweet essence within the cauldron, akin to the instantaneous refining of the great Tao's merits. Through the path of time, Long Ming compressed what would normally require eons of crafting into mere moments. The cauldron opened, and a radiant golden light burst forth, dyeing the interior of the undying volcano a brilliant gold. All the phoenixes felt an overwhelming aura of sovereignty emanating from that golden light. This aura targeted only the phoenixes, compelling even Yuan Feng to feel an involuntary urge to submit. Within the golden light, the god-slaying spear had transformed entirely, now gleaming with a golden hue as if composed purely of condensed golden light. A pair of phoenix wings unfurled from the spear's body, carrying with them billions of miles of pure, viscous, nine heavens profound heart fire. Long Ming gazed upon this reborn god-slaying spear and smiled faintly. I shall bestow upon you a name, the Phoenix God-slaying spear. Now go and meet your master. The newly reborn spear spirit emitted a long cry before vanishing instantaneously within the undying volcano. Outside the undying volcano, Jin Ning had reached her final moments. Severely injured and exhausted, she could not withstand the red brocade ball. As it descended upon her, she resolutely prepared to self-detonate. However, just as Ling Long's self-detonation had been interrupted by Di Jun, Jin Ning's explosion was also thwarted by a beam of golden light. The Phoenix God-slaying spear soared across billions of miles, landing before Jin Ning. It deflected the red brocade ball, while simultaneously using its own power to halt Jin Ning's self-detonation. Buzz! Buzz! The Phoenix God-slaying spear resonated, urging Jin Ning to grasp it. Instinctively, Jin Ning reached out to seize the spear's body. A stream of pure golden nine heavens profound heart fire flowed like water into Jin Ning's being, instantaneously healing all her injuries and restoring her true spirit and soul. In the blink of an eye, Jin Ning had returned to her prime state. The spirit of the Phoenix slaying spear conveyed everything to Jin Ning. Simultaneously, a voice imbued with a serene smile echoed in Jin Ning's mind, belonging to Long Ming. Pluck the feathers of those two birds. Chapter 112. Are you searching for the golden spear, the fire gun, or the red embroidered ball? Upon grasping the Phoenix slaying spear, all of Jin Ning's faculties were restored to their zenith, granting her awareness of everything behind her. Long Ming's words invigorated her spirit. With a grin, she withdrew the Phoenix slaying spear before her. Today, I shall pluck every feather from you two wretched birds. Di Jun Tai was already astounded at the emergence of the Phoenix slaying spear, the terrifying aura and the ancient, desolate might of this chaotic spiritual treasure left him and his companions in awe. How can the Phoenix clan possess such wealth? Two chaotic spiritual treasures? Tai retracted the red embroidered ball, his gaze intense and demeanor cautious. Brother, shall we proceed? While slaying this Phoenix is not a daunting task, should matters escalate, subduing the Phoenix clan will become exceedingly difficult. After a brief contemplation, Di Jun looked towards Ling Long. Miss Ling Long, for your sake, we shall spare your sister today. Will you accompany me? His eyes were fixed intently on the undying heart cradled in Ling Long's arms. This was indeed a chaotic spiritual treasure. If Ling Long declined to follow him, he would have no choice but to resort to ruthless measures. It was a pity to part with such a woman so well suited to him. However, Ling Long was already consumed by vengeance. Taking the undying heart would lead to the decline of the Phoenix clan, thereby proving her righteousness. And she would then lead the Phoenix clan in avenging themselves against the Dragon clan. This singular thought consumed her, and thus she nodded without hesitation. I will go with you. Di Jun's elation was palpable as he pulled Ling Long along, casting a knowing glance at Tai. Tai understood the implication. Brother, you've struck it rich this time. With a chaotic spiritual treasure and a beauty by your side, you are indeed formidable. With this thought, Tai turned his attention to Jin Ning. Today, we shall spare you. As he spoke, he prepared to leave alongside Di Jun. Jin Ning raised an eyebrow, realizing that the two birds in the sun were indeed lacking in intelligence. What audacity allowed them to come and go as they pleased? Jin Ning's Phoenix eyes narrowed. It seemed she must awaken these two fools. With a flourish of the Phoenix slaying spear, torrents of golden flames erupted, instantly forming a colossal golden circle. The circle flashed and ensnared Di Jun, Tai and Ling Long within its confines. Tai's eyes glinted with danger. Jin Ning, do not be ungrateful. I have already given you the opportunity to be spared. How dare you strike at me? Jin Ning rolled her eyes, having lost all interest in conversing with fools. With flames billowing beneath her, she soared towards Tai. The rage he had just suppressed erupted once more. Unaware of your impending doom, Jin Ning, today you shall learn what true power is. Tai summoned the red embroidered ball once more, and a radiant beam descended from the sun, pouring an unending stream of solar essence into the red embroidered ball. His eyes gleamed with malice, filled with murderous intent. Do you believe that possessing a chaotic spiritual treasure makes you my equal? That treasure is clearly newly acquired. How much of its power can you truly wield? Moreover, it has only just healed all your injuries, consuming vast energy. Yet you still dare to confront me? In that case, I shall slay the Phoenix and seize the treasure. You are incorrigible, and I anticipate that the Phoenix clan will not say a word should I eliminate you. Thoughts raced through Tai's mind as the red embroidered ball had gathered even more solar essence than before, transforming into a massive fireball with a diameter of thousands of miles. The ground turned to glass, and the sky opened into a void. The entire southern realm was enveloped in the regal aura of the solar emperor star, akin to a divine eye that had existed since time immemorial, gazing fiercely upon the audacious Phoenix daring to approach. Jin Ning, today marks your downfall, Tai proclaimed with supreme authority, causing the already glass-like southern lands to shatter into dust. With a mere flick of his finger, The miniature sun formed from the red embroidered ball surged towards Jin Ning. This time, Tai held nothing back, nor did he restrain the speed of the red embroidered ball. His intention was to annihilate her in an instant. He, Tai of the Solar Golden Crow, the destined sage, and the future Eastern Emperor of the demon race, aimed to establish his might by slaying a phoenix. The power of the Solar Emperor's star, even diminished a billionfold, was beyond what the Earth could endure. The entire southern realm began to melt, and the area within the range of the red embroidered ball had been entirely reduced to void. Space and time were utterly torn apart, leaving behind a gaping chasm of emptiness. This void engulfed Jin Ning, erasing the discordant golden light in an instant. The red embroidered ball followed, incinerating all that could be described and all that could not. Crack! The terrifying solar essence, catalyzed by the power of the red embroidered ball, melted even the void itself. Tai smiled arrogantly. This is the cost of offending me. Jin Ning, blame only yourself for your ungratefulness. With that, Tai casually gestured to retract the red embroidered ball. However, it showed no response. It was as if the red embroidered ball had vanished alongside the disappearing void, completely unresponsive to Tai's summons. A cold sweat broke out on Tai's brow. I couldn't have overexerted myself and melted the red embroidered ball, could I? That is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. It cannot be so easily destroyed. Tai chanted a mantra, attempting to summon the red embroidered ball once more. But the result was the same, no response. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Alas, I am indeed a born ruler, a destined sage. A mere supreme, innate spiritual treasure cannot withstand my power. But that spear in Jin Ning's hand is a chaotic spiritual treasure. It should withstand destruction. Tai nodded at Dijun. Brother, you should return with Miss Ling Long. I shall search for that spear. Dijun, unaware of Tai's true thoughts, felt that having acquired a chaotic spiritual treasure for himself, his brother ought to obtain one as well. He nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to respond, a beam of golden light erupted into the air. Searching for my spear? What is it that you seek? The golden spear? The fire gun? Or perhaps this red embroidered ball? Jin Ning's voice abruptly manifested before Tai, followed by a dazzling eruption of phoenix flames. In one hand, he wielded the phoenix god-slaying spear, while the other grasped the sun essence fire lance, and atop his head, he bore a red embroidered ball tinged with gold. Tai stood, utterly dumbfounded. What is this? This cannot be happening. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the phoenix god-slaying spear in Jin Ning's grasp swept toward him. Bang! Tai was sent sprawling for thousands of miles. However, before he could even touch the ground, Jin Ning had already appeared above him, a long leg extended and poised to strike. With a resounding crash, Tai was driven into the lustrous earth below. Jin Ning hurled the sun essence fire lance from his left hand. Here is your return gift. It possessed the same formidable power as the previous red embroidered ball, crashing Tai into the ground once more as he attempted to raise his head. Without so much as a glance back at Tai, Jin Ning pivoted and charged toward Dijun. Chapter 113. Seizing the spiritual treasure, destroying the evil corpse, Jin Ning had gone mad. The sudden turn of events left Dijun momentarily stunned. My younger brother is one of the mightiest beings beneath the saints in the Primordial World. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere phoenix? Could it be that Tai intended to curry favor with Ling Long, hence deliberately holding back? Yet this seems excessive. He's unleashed the entirety of the Eastern Sea. Brother, are you pushing this too far? Nevertheless, as Jin Ning advanced menacingly, Dijun instinctively summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu to shield himself. The power of 365 stars descended from the ancient cosmos, forming a radiant curtain of starlight connecting heaven and earth. The immense stellar force layered upon itself, distorting space and time, continuously amplifying the strength of the 365 celestial bodies. In an instant, it culminated in the power of billions of stars. Boom! Jin Ning thrust his spear against the curtain of starlight created by the He Tu and Luo Shu. A surge of 9 heavens profound heart fire erupted, melting through the starlight layer by layer, 100 layers, 1,000 layers, 3,000 layers, 4,000 layers, finally halting at 4,960 layers. Dijun's heart raced with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you be so powerful? Just moments ago, he had faced Jin Ning. And though Jin Ning was indeed formidable, so much so that he had called for Tai's assistance, it hardly seemed sufficient to warrant such overwhelming strength. The 5,000 layers of starlight he had meticulously arranged were reduced to a mere 40 layers by a single strike from his opponent. What of your chaotic spiritual treasure? How shameless, relying upon a chaotic spiritual treasure to assert your might. Jin Ning rolled his eyes. When you two fools wielded supreme, innate spiritual treasures to bully me unarmed, did you not feel any shame? Disregarding Dijun entirely, Jin Ning withdrew the Phoenix God-slaying spear, preparing to deliver another blow. Just then, a piercing cry erupted from behind him. Tai transformed into a tempest, charging forth. Without a glance, Jin Ning sent the red embroidered ball crashing toward Tai. Boom. Tai was sent staggering back 100 miles, barely managing to halt his retreat. At this moment, he bore little resemblance to his former imposing self, disheveled and bloodied. His face marred by a horrific wound that exposed his ghastly white bones. One arm was missing and slowly regenerating. His black robe, adorned with gold trim, lay in tatters, reduced to mere strips of cloth. What strange trickery allowed you to seize my treasure? Tai was on the verge of madness. Following the loss of the Chaos Bell, he had now lost yet another prized possession. While the Chaos Bell could be rationalized as having utilized its protective abilities, this red embroidered ball was his primary treasure. Painstakingly refined over countless millennia, the fact that it was snatched away in an instant by Jin Ning left him utterly bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, the essence of the God-slaying spear did not merely refer to vanquishing divine beings, but rather the essence of the primordial spirit itself. Even a saint's primordial spirit could be obliterated, which was the true intent of the God-slaying spear. After being upgraded and transformed by Long Ming, the Phoenix God-slaying spear could also eradicate the primordial spirit imprint within treasures. Without the primordial spirit imprint, the treasure would naturally sever its ties with its original owner. Jin Ning, unperturbed by Tai's furious roars, once again lifted his spear to strike at Dijun. Dijun's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to invoke the Heat 2 and Luo Shu's power through his essence blood. Yet this time, Ling Long finally moved. She raised the undying heart, placing it before Jin Ning's Phoenix God-slaying spear. Jin Ning furrowed his brow, retracting his spear and vanishing from sight in an instant. Uncertain of which was superior, the Phoenix God-slaying spear or the undying heart, both of which were chaotic spiritual treasures, she had no desire to test the waters. The undying heart was the embodiment of the entire Phoenix clan's fortune, and Jin Ning wished for it to sustain no harm. It mattered not if she could not strike Dijun. After all, there were two troublesome birds here. If she could not strike this one, she could simply target the other. As Jin Ning disappeared before Dijun, he reappeared beside Tai. Dijun urgently called out, "Be careful, Tai." Tai's face turned ashen as he summoned the Demon Emperor's sword with his essence blood and swung it at Jin Ning, simultaneously raising the plain Cloud Realm flag for protection. The Demon Emperor's sword, propelled by Tai's essence blood, transformed into a colossal sword, a mountain-sized blade. Aimed at Jin Ning. Jin Ning raised an eyebrow, the red embroidered ball above his head spinning rapidly before launching itself toward the Demon Emperor's sword. Boom. The mountain-sized sword shattered instantaneously into countless fragments. The powerful backlash sent Tai staggering backward, spitting blood. The Demon Emperor's sword emitted a mournful cry as nearly 90% of its runes extinguished, its entire form riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of complete disintegration. The sword wobbled as it struggled to return to Tai, only to be seized by Jin Ning. Tai realized Jin Ning's intentions and panicked. "Jin Ning, how dare you?" Jin Ning grinned. "Why should I not?" With that declaration, the Nine Heavens' profound heart fire surged, instantly melting the Demon Emperor's sword into slag. Crack! Tai's evil corpse exploded into fragments, causing the three flowers atop his head to darken by one. The remnants of his shattered evil corpse fell forth. Tai coughed up another mouthful of blood, his realm plummeting from the three-corpse quasi-saint to the two-corpse quasi-saint, and the wounds he had previously suppressed burst open anew. Dijun could hardly believe that Tai had actually lost a corpse. Until just before the destruction of Tai's evil corpse, he had still entertained the notion that Tai might be merely holding back. But now, he could no longer afford to think of anything else. Grabbing Ling Long, he soared to Tai's side. Jin Ning's evasion of the undying heart in Ling Long's hands had made Dijun acutely aware that perhaps the undying heart was the only entity capable of suppressing Jin Ning. Ling Long immediately raised the undying heart to conjure a protective shield. With Dijun safeguarding Tai behind him, Jin Ning's eyes flickered with a hint of impatience. The madness and insanity of Ling Long had utterly drained her patience. Aware that Long Ming was observing from afar, she felt compelled to consider his perspective on the entire Phoenix clan. Gritting her teeth, Jin Ning resolved that even if it meant inflicting severe injury upon Ling Long, she would hasten to conclude the battle. Yet, before she could transform this thought into action, a divine sense penetrated her mind. Jin Ning paused momentarily. Then a subtle smile graced her lips, dispelling her inclination to strike. Meanwhile, Dijun paid no heed to Jin Ning's actions, and instead supported the pallid Tai. The shared essence of the sun's pure fire flowed into Tai's body, aiding him in stabilizing his injuries. "Tai, how are you faring?" Tai exhaled slowly, nodding to indicate that his wounds were under control. However, The loss of the evil corpse was substantial. The loss of a tricore among the quasi-saints would necessitate at least 10 millennia of nurturing to recuperate, without the assistance of a saint. This merely referred to reaching a state where he could again sever corpses. The timing of a successful severing would depend upon one's innate talent and fortune, as well as the availability of suitable treasures. Furthermore, such treasures must at least match the caliber of the tricore that had been lost. Otherwise, a failure in severing was a certainty. Tai Yi's evil corpse had been severed using the Demon Emperor's sword, which had always been sturdier than its wielder. He had never witnessed a case where a primordial treasure was lost before its user. Nevertheless, while the Demon Emperor's sword was a superior quality primordial spirit treasure, it paled in comparison to the top-tier primordial spirit treasure, the red embroidery ball. The red embroidery ball resonated with the power of creation. The more it was fueled by pure creative energy, the greater its might. Tai Yi possessed no knowledge of creation power whatsoever. The red embroidery ball in his grasp merely served as an amplifier for the sun's pure fire, with its terrifying potency primarily deriving from the fire's amplification to its zenith, rather than from the inherent power of the ball itself. Conversely, Jin Ning's 9 Heavens mysterious heart fire was inherently a creation fire. In the fiery arena, the fire spirits thrived endlessly, thus possessing creative merit. Even though this creative merit was but a minuscule fraction of Nuwas, it still surpassed Tai Yi, who had no creative power at all. Therefore, despite Jin Ning having only recently acquired the red embroidery ball and not having had the chance to properly refine it, the power it exhibited was undoubtedly superior to the effects Tai Yi could achieve after refining for hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, the red embroidery ball was simply ill-suited for Tai Yi. Chapter 114 Tai Yi, with a pallid visage, glared at Jin Ning. How could you seize the red embroidery ball, and yet allow it to unleash such formidable power? Jin Ning grinned. With your intellect, I find it challenging to elucidate the matter to you. Are you prepared? Tai Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, scoffing. Do you truly believe you can vanquish us? Unbeknownst to him that he was merely a substitute for Nuwa, Tai Yi had no inkling of the red embroidery ball's true secret. Had he cultivated to the level of the Hongjun Dayuo Golden Immortal, fully deciphering the ball's mysteries, he might have had a chance to learn. Alternatively, should he ascend to sainthood without any interference from Hongjun, he could also uncover the truth. However, since all saints were merely pawns in Hongjun's game, Tai Yi should not harbor hopes of grasping the reality. Jin Ning's words led him to believe that she was merely insulting him. I still possess the river map of nations and the plain cloud banner. I shall not be defeated. With this thought, Tai Yi cast another glance at the red embroidery ball above Jin Ning's head, his eyes twitching violently. Although he had always regarded the red embroidery ball as his primary offensive treasure for refinement, he had never employed it to sever corpses. The reason was simple. The red embroidery ball was, after all, a feminine artifact. Tai Yi envisioned acquiring a treasure that matched his Eastern sovereign demeanor as his main weapon in the future. Thus, he had utilized the river map of nations to sever the last of the persistent corpses. This action had saved him. Otherwise, he would have lost 2 tricore today. Even with the Long Ming purple chi, he could forget about achieving sainthood. Jin Ning smiled faintly. The phoenix slaying spear in her hand gradually melted, transforming into 2 streams of golden liquid that flowed into her hands, subsequently morphing into a pair of claws. Dijun and Tai Yi were left dumbfounded. What? A transforming treasure? Not only have I never seen one, but I haven't even contemplated its existence. How ferocious was this chaotic treasure? Jin Ning flexed the claws formed from the phoenix slaying spear, shaking her head with a smile. While I would dearly love to slay you, alas, I cannot do so. However, I would relish the opportunity to pluck every feather from your bodies. As her words fell, Jin Ning vanished from her spot. In the next moment, countless fire spirits soared from the earth, transforming into innumerable golden flaming phoenixes that surged toward Dijun and Tai Yi like a tidal wave. Ling Long hurriedly fortified her undying heart shield. Yet this time, Jin Ning acted without hesitation. She suddenly appeared before the shield, her claws sweeping down effortlessly to shred the undying heart shield to pieces. Ling Long's expression changed dramatically. Jin Ning, are you not afraid of exhausting the entire clan's fortune? Jin Ning cast a cold gaze at the now completely deranged Ling Long. Humph. She scoffed. You may proceed. With gritted teeth, Ling Long replied, fine. You have forced my hand. Letting out a piercing shriek, she expelled a mouthful of essence blood onto the undying heart, determined to ignite the fortune of the entire Phoenix clan within it. An indescribable force emanated from the undying heart, and amidst the vague shadows, a river traversing the vast expanse of the primordial world and all realms of time and space appeared in the skies above. It was the River of Destiny. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ling Long's eyes, but it quickly solidified into resolve. It is you and Yuan Feng who will destroy the Phoenix clan, not I. Now, Prepare to pay the price. Ling Long infused her 9 heavens green lotus fire into the undying heart, aiming to completely deplete the fortune of the Phoenix clan. At that moment, she had long since forgotten her initial intentions. All that consumed her thoughts was defeating Jin Ning. Why defeat Jin Ning? That was inconsequential. Jin Ning observed Ling Long becoming increasingly deranged, a sorrowful sigh escaping her lips as she raised her hand. The claws clashed together, with a resounding cry of the phoenix. The sound echoed throughout the primordial realm. The spirit of the Phoenix clan, which had previously vanished, once again ascended from the undying volcano. The immense phoenix, obscuring the entire southern reaches of the primordial world, emerged. As the clan's spirit lifted its head, it thrust its beak into the river of destiny, extracting a tributary of fortune that belonged to the Phoenix clan. Crack! A massive fissure appeared in the undying heart held by Ling Long. Then the fissure widened considerably. In the blink of an eye, it shattered into numerous fragments. The flow of fortune belonging to the Phoenix clan was instantly seized by their ancestral spirit. Consequently, the entire stream of fortune underwent a transformation. This signified a profound alteration in the destiny of the Phoenix clan. Ling Long was utterly stunned, unable to fathom that such an event could transpire. How could this be? What have you done? She questioned Jin Ning with a frantic gaze, her voice tinged with hysteria. Jin Ning merely shook her head gently, refraining from uttering a word. Just moments ago, she had believed that the Phoenix clan could not exist without the immortal heart. If the immortal heart were to be lost, the clan's fortune would dwindle, and calamity would descend. However, Long Ming had enlightened her. It was not the Phoenix clan that depended on the immortal heart, but rather the immortal heart that was inextricably linked to the Phoenix clan. Only the immortal heart held by a phoenix could suppress the clan's fortune. If it were to fall into the hands of any other creature, it would shatter upon use. In the depths of the immortal volcano, new immortal hearts would immediately be born. The true immortal heart is the very essence of the Phoenix clan's spirit, safeguarding the lineage. When the immortal heart shattered in Ling Long's grasp, it signified that she was no longer a phoenix. Ling Long, in a state of utter despair, attempted to gather the shattered immortal hearts, pouring her 9 heavens azure lotus fire into them incessantly, yet to no avail. She was completely bewildered. Dijun and Tai Yi were equally taken aback. Without the chaos spirit treasure, how could they withstand Jin Ning? Jin Ning's gaze returned to Dijun and Tai Yi, filled solely with indifference and fury. Ling Long's plight had left her quite displeased. Thus, she decided to unleash her frustrations upon these two mixed-feathered birds. Dijun was startled by the violent glint in Jin Ning's eyes. What do you intend to do? His tone lacked conviction at this moment. Jin Ning extended her claws. I have already squandered too much time. In the next instant, she transformed into a streak of golden light, akin to a straight spear. Lunging toward Dijun and Tai Yi, they hastily summoned their defensive treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book, the pure cloud realm flag, and the map of mountains and rivers. Layers upon layers of defenses emerged, forming barriers as billions of stars coalesced into a curtain of light. Azure clouds of mist formed a realm, overlapping upon the curtain of light. Within that misty realm, myriad mountains and rivers flickered into view. Time and space were solidified here. Even the laws were suppressed. The 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures converged, and Dijun and Tai Yi exerted all their might to activate their treasures. This was the most formidable defense they could muster. Tai Yi exhaled deeply. Elder brother, behold this defense. It is impregnable. No matter how formidable Jin Ning may be, she will require time to breach it. We must devise a means to escape. Once we return to the Solar Emperor Star, we shall be safe. With the Sunfire killing array in place, Jin Ning cannot approach. Just as Dijun was about to nod in agreement, his eyes widened in horror. This defense is impregnable? He scoffed. Tai Yi abruptly turned around, only to see a pair of sharp claws rapidly enlarging within his line of sight. Chapter 115. When it was said that feathers would be plucked, they certainly would be plucked. Tai Yi was caught off guard, falling victim to Jin Ning's strike. The defense erected by the 2 golden crows was indeed formidable, even though Jin Ning wielded the Phoenix God-slaying spear, given her current affinity with it. Penetrating this multi-layered shield would still require a measure of time. However, that time was sufficient for Dijun and Tai Yi to flee. Yet, they were oblivious to one crucial fact. In terms of pure speed, no one in the entirety of Hongjun could rival the Phoenix. During the Longhan Cataclysm, the swiftest being was none other than Jin Ning's cousin, the 9 heavens Kuanping. After the Kuanpeng's demise, his blood and remnants of his soul were absorbed by the Peng. Thus it became the fastest in Hongjun. Once the Peng was cooked by Long Ming, the title of the swiftest returned to the Phoenix clan, with Jin Ning being the foremost among them. Therefore, it was indisputable that Jin Ning was currently the fastest in Hongjun. Before Dijun and Tai Yi could fully establish their layered defenses, Jin Ning had already breached them. How dare you? Dijun exclaimed, instinctively reacting upon witnessing Tai Yi's defeat, but before he could finish his sentence, Jin Ning had already spun around, delivering a vicious kick that sent Dijun sprawling to the ground. The physical strength of the three innate clans was simply incomparable to that of later-born beings. Even the weakest among the three clans, the Phoenix, was exponentially stronger than the Golden Crow. Once in close quarters, Dijun and Tai Yi had no room for maneuver. Moreover, their protective treasures were still on the periphery, unable to shield them from Jin Ning's onslaught. With a roar, Dijun Tai Yi was momentarily bewildered by Jin Ning's assault. Instinctively, he reverted to his true form. However, Jin Ning aimed to compel them to reveal their true selves. As the two brothers unveiled their true forms, the Phoenix God-slaying spear in Jin Ning's grasp transformed into a chain that extended for thousands of miles, binding Dijun and Tai Yi firmly in the air. At this moment, the two brothers were devoid of support from the Solar Emperor's star. Their solar essence fire had no effect on Jin Ning. Instead, it fueled the Phoenix God-slaying spear, rendering them even more immobile. What do you want? Dijun inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. Jin Ning raised an eyebrow. I told you, I shall pluck your feathers. Behind Jin Ning, a sea of flames erupted. From within the inferno, countless fire spirits emerged, obeying her command as they surged toward the two vast golden crows. Dijun and Tai Yi were taken aback. Jin Ning, I will not rest until you are dead. Stop, I beg you. Jin Ning paid no heed to the feather-plucking process of the two golden crows. Instead, she turned to Linglong. Do you have anything to say? The dazed look in Linglong's eyes faded, replaced by a feigned indifference. Yet beneath that facade lay a tempest of madness and hatred. You deceived me. No, he deceived me. There is no such thing as the immortal heart. He tricked me. He deceived our entire clan. Jin Ning sighed softly. It seems that this is all you wish to convey. Then, it is time for your judgment. As she spoke, she flipped her hand, revealing a long staff crafted from the innate spiritual root of the Phoenix nesting Wudong. This Wudong was entwined with the essence of the immortal fire. Being the birthplace of the Yuan Phoenix and the Kai Phoenix, the sacred tree of the Phoenix clan. The Yuan Phoenix and Kai Phoenix had taken a segment from the Wudong, forging it into the emblem of the Phoenix clan's leader, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The Phoenix staff. As Jin Ning was not the clan leader, the Phoenix staff was not originally meant to be in her possession. The Phoenix staff has just been transported from the rear by the Yuan foam, harnessing the power of Long Ming. With the staff in hand, Jin Ning's expression instantly turned grave. She extended the Phoenix staff, placing its tip upon Linglong's crown. A formidable surge of Phoenix power surged forth, and the vast Phoenix clan's spirit simultaneously cast its gaze upon them. Jin Ning inhaled deeply and proclaimed, her voice echoing to the southernmost reaches of the primordial chaos. I am the Xiantian Fire Phoenix, Jin Ning, a descendant of the ancestral Phoenix Kai Huang. Today, in the name of my ancestor Kai Huang, and in the name of our clan leader, the Phoenix Ancestor, I hereby expel the Nine Heavens Azure Phoenix Linglong and all those who have betrayed the clan alongside her from the Phoenix lineage. Henceforth, there shall be no Nine Heavens Azure Phoenix, nor shall there be any traitorous phoenixes. You shall not walk the realms under the name of the Phoenix. You shall be known as Luan. In the ancient tongue of our clan, Luan signifies a rebel. By adopting this name, Linglong and her followers bear the indelible mark of treason. As Jin Ning's words resonated, the Phoenix clan's spirit emitted a cry that reverberated throughout the primordial chaos. The currents of fate stirred once more, and a slender strand was detached from the original Phoenix clan's auspicious flow, descending upon Linglong. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had always steadfastly believed her actions were for the sake of the Phoenix clan. Yet now, she found herself cast out, labeled a traitor, a Luan. How could you do this to me? How dare you treat me this way? You are the true traitors. You have sullied the name of the Phoenix clan. As Linglong attempted to utter Long Ming's name, her voice faltered. She had been expelled from the Phoenix clan, her very fate severed. Consequently, she could no longer recall any ties to the Phoenix lineage. Soon, not only she, but the entirety of the primordial beings would forget the distinction between Luan and Phoenix. They would only know that Phoenix and Luan are sworn enemies. Beyond that, nothing else would remain. It was as if the Luan had always been an independent branch among the primordial beings, born as foes to the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix staff, a treasured artifact of the Phoenix clan, not merely a weapon for battle, bore a power akin to the ancestral dragon pearl, commanding the dragons. Jin Ning's gaze turned cold as she withdrew the Phoenix staff, casting one last glance at Linglong before turning away, soaring towards the immortal fire mountain. She left a single message for Dijun and Tai Yi. To the scruffy birds of the Sun Star, consider this a lesson. Should you dare disturb the immortal fire mountain again, your consequences shall be far graver than mere plucking. the spirit of the Phoenix clan gradually receded. The 9 heavens, Xianheart fire swiftly returned, and a surge of life-giving power emanated from the immortal fire mountain. The fragmented southernmost land began its slow restoration. The vast earth healing over millions of miles, the wounds of space mending, time returning to order, and the heavens gradually reverting to their former visage. A fiery cloud enveloped the southern expanse once more, and the unique vitality of that land began to revive under the influence of this life-giving force. Dijun and Tai had lost 10% of their feathers, and, at this moment, felt utterly humiliated. The two brothers restored their true forms, transforming into a blazing solar fire, returning to the Sun Palace, vowing not to return to the primordial chaos for millennia. However, as Dijun departed, he took Linglong with him. Although Jining had turned away first, she had been closely monitoring Dijun and Tai. Upon witnessing Dijun take Linglong away, a bittersweet yet relieved smile broke upon her face before she returned to the immortal fire mountain to stand before Long Ming and Yuan Feng. Esteemed ancestors, I have failed to guard the immortal heart. I beseech the judgment of the ancestors. Long Ming smiled slightly. Judgment? Then the future leader of the Phoenix clan shall not be yours. The surrounding elders of the Phoenix clan sighed in unison. Jining had been the best candidate for the next clan leader, and now that opportunity was lost. In response to Long Ming's decision, Jining bore no resentment. Her eyes cast down. Indeed, Yuan Feng had previously contemplated stepping down from her position as clan leader. Although she was presently known as Long Ming's maid, she effectively managed both the Dragon and Phoenix clans. In light of this, she deemed it inappropriate to continue as the Phoenix clan leader. Therefore, she had been deliberating on a successor. If Linglong had been suitable, then both her capabilities and status would have made her the perfect choice. However, Linglong was no longer a Phoenix. Thus, logically, Jining would be the next clan leader. Now, with Long Ming explicitly stripping Jining of her succession, none would dare contest this decision. The elders of the Phoenix clan remained silent. Jining and Linglong had been the overseers of the immortal heart. Yet Linglong had defected with her team. Jining's failure to detect and prevent this was indeed a grave offense. Although the elders felt sympathy for her, they understood the gravity of the situation. The upheaval within the Phoenix clan was significant. Long Ming had not imposed punishment, but had instead assisted in managing the aftermath, restoring the clan's auspicious fate. Jining was to be bestowed with a specialized chaos spirit treasure. This was already a leniency beyond the law. What more could the Phoenix clan dare to ask? As all the phoenixes fell into silence, Long Ming smiled once more. Jining, you shall henceforth follow Nu Hua as her disciple. Jining froze, her head snapping up in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. Nu Hua, she was a direct disciple of Long Ming. To become Nu Hua's disciple would mean Jining was effectively Long Ming's grand disciple, a status that surpassed even Yuan Feng. Just moments ago, Jining had harbored no grievances regarding the imposed consequences, yet now she found herself at a loss. Esteemed ancestor, how can I possibly qualify to be Nu Hua's disciple? Long Ming chuckled. Nu Hua, it seems you must put in the effort to accept this disciple on your own. Nu Hua, beaming with warmth, bowed to Long Ming and then stepped forward, gazing gently at Jining. Jining, do you wish to become my disciple? Jining was utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly a punishment? No longer being the clan leader, and instead becoming the grand disciple of the ancestor of the underworld? Was this truly a form of retribution? After all, the entire Phoenix clan harbored no doubt that Long Ming's disciple would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the Hongjun Diogen Xian. The minimal achievement equating to the stature of a primordial saint, merely the beginning. Could being a disciple of such an exalted being truly be considered punishment? Yuan Feng, witnessing Jining's dazed expression, could no longer contain herself. Taking a step forward, he gently pressed his fingertip against Jining's brow. Foolish girl, do you still wish to refuse? Quickly pay your respects and become my disciple. At that moment, Jining finally grasped the situation. She knelt before Nu Hua, performing the formalities of apprenticeship. Disciple Jining pays her respects to the master. May the master enjoy eternal longevity. She then hurriedly bowed to Long Ming, expressing her gratitude to both the underworld ancestor and the master ancestor. Long Ming offered a serene smile, waved his hand, and vanished from sight. Having returned to the ancestral lands of the Dragon clan, this farce had come to a close. Long Ming returned to the edge of the Dragon transformation pool, raising his gaze toward the 33 heavens above, a playful smile gracing his lips. To arrange a celestial marriage for Dijun, you truly go to great lengths. Meanwhile, within the hidden realm of the Xixiao Palace, beyond the 33 heavens, Hongjun felt a cold sweat trickle down to his feet. He realized that his plans had once again been unraveled by Long Ming. In his capacity as the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun had orchestrated the fateful encounter between Dijuan and Linglong a millennium prior. Concurrently, he manipulated the fortunes of the Phoenix clan within the River of Destiny. Although he could not alter the course of fate as directly as Long Ming, once he merged with the Tao, Hongjun was still capable of considerable feats. All of this was aimed at rectifying the absence of a celestial marriage for Dijuan. After all, Xiha and Xianxia had already become Long Ming's disciples. Hongjun, no matter how audacious, would not dare demand Xiha and Xianxia from Long Ming. As the supreme yang of the Golden Crow, for Dijuan to engage in a celestial marriage, a counterpart of extreme Yin was essential. Linglong emerged as the perfect choice, an entity of extreme Yin, belonging to the Phoenix clan, who bore deep-seated enmity toward the Dragon clan. How utterly flawless. In Hongjun's original plan, it sufficed for Linglong to lead a fraction of her followers to defect from the Phoenix clan. Such a minor affair would hardly attract Long Ming's attention. However, Hongjun had not anticipated that Long Ming would retain a lingering interest in the Phoenix clan. The moment Linglong stealthily absconded with that interest, matters escalated dramatically. When the Phoenix's god-slaying spear was unleashed from the undying volcano, Hongjun realized Long Ming had arrived at the Phoenix clan and had discerned his machinations. Yet, he could only grit his teeth and continue. Fortunately, the celestial marriage was a significant event in the grand tapestry of destiny. Long Ming would not obstruct such matters. Thus, Hongjun's original plans were realized, albeit in an unforeseen manner. However, Hongjun's intent was to exploit this opportunity to fracture the relationship between the Dragon and Phoenix clans, which naturally ended in failure. Linglong and her followers were expelled from the Phoenix clan, their fortunes severed. Moreover, Linglong instantaneously forgot everything related to Long Ming. Henceforth, whatever she undertook would not influence the Dragon clan or the Phoenix clan. Long Ming gazed at the Xiao palace beyond the 33 heavens and spoke calmly. This time, I grant the heavenly Tao a favor. Should you plot anything further that involves the Dragon clan, there shall be no favors to be had. As his voice fell, an invisible blade surged forth from Long Ming, slicing through the vast expanse of the Primordial World, reaching the 33 heavens with unparalleled swiftness. Boom. The floating island housing the Xiao palace was cleaved in twain. The section that had once distributed treasures to the mortal cultivators shattered into countless fragments, cascading toward the primordial realm. The remaining half of the floating island teetered precariously in the aftermath of the explosion. The resplendent Xiao palace crumbled, tiles and walls collapsing. The young acolytes screamed as they rushed through the halls, while the celestial birds and beasts lamented, trembling in fear. Hongjun could only watch helplessly as Long Ming unleashed his power, unable to intervene. Once the other half of the floating island plummeted to the primordial realm, Long Ming finally withdrew his gaze. Only then did Hongjun dare to act, swiftly employing his powers to stabilize the Xiao palace, restoring a semblance of calm. With a sharp command echoing throughout the palace, he cleansed the memories of all the acolytes once more. Observing the now-halved floating island, Hongjun's face turned a shade of iron, a grimace forming on his lips. I endure. One day, I shall reclaim all that has been lost. A voice resonated within Hongjun's essence. I advise you not to oppose Long Ming. Yet the voice bore an almost lethargic quality, as if on the verge of slumber. It was the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. Humph, mind your own business, Hongjun retorted dismissively. The consciousness fell silent, as it teetered on the brink of complete slumber. The heavenly Tao and its consciousness were not entirely equivalent. As long as Hongjun ensured his actions did not contravene the decrees of the heavenly Tao or disrupt its order, he could undertake many endeavors, including showing disrespect to the Tao's consciousness. In truth, Hongjun now existed as a secondary consciousness of the heavenly Tao. The very essence of the Tao's awareness stood in stark opposition to Hongjun. Thus, it was impossible for Hongjun to harbor any respect for the Tao's consciousness. Moreover, given that the Tao's consciousness possessed inherent flaws, once Hongjun usurped its role, it would inevitably succumb to slumber. Ignoring the warning from a consciousness on the verge of slumber, Hongjun continued his work. Soon, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao fell into a deep sleep, and Hongjun set about restoring the Xiao palace. Everything seemed to revert to a state of tranquility. Chapter 117. Dijuan finally establishes the Demon Clan. Long Ming imparted a minor lesson to Hongjun before retreating to the Dragon Transformation Pool for cultivation. Meanwhile, in the southernmost region, at the Undying Volcano, the entire Phoenix clan gathered to congratulate Jin Ning on her apprenticeship with Nuwa. Xiha, Xianxia, and Tantian also approached to extend their congratulations. Xiha presented a primordial spirit treasure to Jin Ning as a gift. The Phoenix's god-slaying spear was crafted personally by our master for you. Hence, I refrain from gifting you other chaotic treasures. Let this be my offering. Xiha unveiled a 9 heavens xianxia cloud treading robe. a superior primordial spirit treasure endowed with the ability to resist all forms of Dao techniques. Only attacks surpassing divine powers could harm the wearer. Functionally, it bore similarities to the innate 5 banners, possessing attributes that rendered it impervious to myriad laws. Xianxia promptly produced her own gift, a playful smile gracing her face. Sister gives you a robe, so I shall gift you a pair of shoes. She revealed a primordial spirit treasure known as the wind-riding boots. Though the name did not resonate with grandeur, it was also a superior primordial spirit treasure. In its normal state, it could enhance the wearer's speed tenfold, and at full capacity, could amplify it 100-fold. Given that Ning already possessed unparalleled speed in the primordial realm with the wind-riding boots, she would become unmatched in pure velocity. Tongtian, beaming with delight, presented a collection of treasures. I lack suitable superior primordial spirit treasures, so I shall offer these 10 medium-grade ones as an addition. He produced 10 medium-grade primordial spirit treasures, each possessing various offensive and defensive capabilities, all obtained during his prior conquest of the Purple Prefecture's Immortal King. While he possessed several exceptional primordial spirit treasures, such as the Dragon Head Immortal King's Staff, the Qian Diagram, and the 10,000 Immortal Diagram, none were fitting for Ning. The Dragon Head Immortal King's Staff bears a unique significance and should not be given away lightly. The Qian Diagram and the 10,000 Immortals Diagram are all formations, which are of no use to Ning. Thus, Tongtian simply resorted to using a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure as a substitute. Ning, somewhat flustered, accepted all the treasures with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed uncles. Nuwa smiled gently. I have no suitable treasures to bestow upon you. However, your red embroidered ball requires the power of creation to be refined in order to unleash its full potential. I shall assist you in its refinement for your convenience in the future. Ning initially intended to present the red embroidered ball to Nuwa, considering her mastery over the power of creation. With the red embroidered ball in her hands, it could indeed manifest its utmost prowess. However, upon reflection, he realized that Nuwa wielded several chaotic treasures, and this innate treasure would likely be of little use to her. Thus, he sincerely expressed his thanks. Yuan Feng observed the entire scene, her mood completely liberated from Linglong's betrayal. Although she understood that Long Ming did not treat the Phoenix clan any differently, she remained deeply concerned about their future. Now, with Ning as an insurance, the Phoenix clan could rest assured. Dear friends, why not stay and allow me to extend my hospitality? Yuan Feng spoke after Ning had stored all the treasures. The three of Chang, she turned their gazes toward Shihi. As the eldest sister, Shihi clearly held the most authority to speak. She smiled warmly. Then we shall impose upon you. Yuan Feng responded with a radiant smile. It is our clan's honor. The vast primordial world knew no time. The events surrounding the immortal volcano would soon fade into the annals of history, spanning 100,000 years. Over the century, the entire primordial realm had settled into a tranquil state, with only 2 significant occurrences to speak of. The first was the growing recognition of the corpse-severing immortal path among the beings of the primordial world. Now, apart from the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Witch Clan, other races were gravitating towards the corpse-severing immortal path. Even the water races and avian clans under the dominion of the Dragon and Phoenix clans were greatly influenced. This caused considerable dissatisfaction among the management of both clans. However, as Long Ming remained silent, they felt restrained in their actions. Thus, the corpse-severing immortal path gradually became the orthodox path of cultivation in the primordial realm, with the titles of Pre-Saint and Saint entirely replacing those of Hunyuan Golden Immortal and Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. The second noteworthy event was the Witch Clan's formal emergence from Buzhou Mountain, traversing the primordial lands. These beings, possessing formidable physical prowess and mastering various powerful divine abilities, quickly drew the attention of all races. The name of the Witch Clan swiftly spread throughout the primordial realm. Their conduct was rather peculiar. They seemed to harbor an innate hostility towards walking beasts, spirit monsters, and the transformation of flora. Should any of these beings provoke them, it would undoubtedly lead to an unyielding conflict. Conversely, they seldom took action against other races unless provoked excessively, further amplifying their notorious reputation. Lastly, an event transpired solely within the Dragon Clan. The second son of the Azure Dragon Ao Jin, Ao Guang, was born. He was the reincarnation of Hongjun. Upon seeing the fiery cloud birthmark on his son's forehead, Ao Guang understood the significance. He excitedly brought his son before Long Ming. Great ancestor, the descendant foretold by you has been born, he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. We always speculated on which lineage Hongjun would reincarnate into, and it turns out to be mine. This is something I can boast about for millennia. The Azure Dragon, witnessing Ao Guang's nearly gleeful expression, shot him a stern glance. Such unruly behavior before the great ancestor was utterly unbecoming. Ao Guang, startled, quickly composed himself, adopting a respectful demeanor. Long Ming, however, appeared unperturbed, merely smiling faintly. Since he has become your second son, raise him as you would normally. There is no need for special treatment. Ao Guang eagerly nodded, then cautiously spoke. I have an unreserved request for the great ancestor. May you bestow a name upon this child. Long Ming smiled. Let him be named Ao Yun. Ao Guang was overjoyed and hastily bowed. My son is not only the reincarnation of Hongjun, favored by the great ancestor, but now he also bears a name given personally by you. The likelihood of him being accepted as a disciple by the great ancestor has significantly increased. This is something I can boast about for 1 billion years. Observing Ao Guang's unrestrained delight, the Azure Dragon kicked him lightly, sending this shameless son tumbling. Ao Guang then stood awkwardly before Long Ming. Unfazed by these antics, Long Ming merely smiled serenely. At that moment, a divine consciousness swept across the entirety of the primordial realm. A voice resounded from the heavens, imbued with an authoritative presence, embodying the essence of a natural sovereign. Today, Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, establishes a new race, named the Yao. All beings born of scales, feathers, beasts, spirits, and the essence of flora shall be considered my Yao clan's progeny. The Yao shall emerge and establish the heavenly court. With the conclusion of Emperor Jun Tai Yi's proclamation, thunderous roars erupted from the 33 heavens, as dark storm clouds gathered ominously. A cold gaze descended from beyond the heavens, casting a heavy aura over the primordial realm. Moments later, a voice, frigid and steeped in profound celestial authority, echoed throughout the land. Agreed. In the next instant, a stream of dark yellow light appeared in the sky, and the golden flowers of merit cascaded down. Chapter 118. Emperor Juntai establishes the Yao clan and the heavenly court, and it is only fitting to offer gifts. Emperor Jun finally began to establish the Yao clan. Clearly, the recent battle at the immortal volcano had delayed this endeavor for 100,000 years. However, the emergence of the Yao clan and the establishment of the first generation of the heavenly court is the destiny of the primordial realm, one that even Long Ming would not impede. In the eastern sea, the Azure Dragon raised his head, his proud eyes surveying the 9 heavens. Amidst the myriad clouds and hues, Emperor Juntai basked in the glory of the golden flowers of merit. The Azure Dragon snorted disdainfully. Scales and feathers? What audacity! Where do they place our dragon clan? Zhu Long, who was originally in the midst of cultivation, rushed over upon hearing the commotion, his eyes ablaze. As one of the rare practitioners of the Yin Fire path among the dragon clan, he had previously struggled to find suitable cultivation methods. It was only after Long Ming's emergence that he finally acquired the appropriate techniques. Second brother, that Emperor Juntai dares to count our dragon clan and the water clan among his Yao clan. We must teach him a lesson. I will lead everyone to annihilate that Yao clan. Let us see who dares to join them. One added, one killed. Zhu Long, being a brother of the Ancestral Dragon, naturally referred to Long Ming as second brother. Long Ming smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. You may have your fun. Deep within the transformation dragon pool, Zhu Long appeared utterly bewildered. What did Erga mean by this? He turned to the side to look at Fengzhu. Yuan Feng, you accompany Erga daily. Do you comprehend his intentions? Although Zhu Long and Yuan Feng had a historically strained relationship, it had recently begun to ease. Yuan Feng pondered briefly before softly replying. The master has stated that the establishment of the demon race is an inevitable occurrence. The dragon and phoenix clans must now remain hidden in the primordial wilderness to avoid being targeted by the heavenly Tao. Such matters are trivial. We cannot prevent the formation of the demon race. If Di Jun and Tai Yi wish to make a declaration, let them do so. Who among the dragon and phoenix clans would choose to join them? Zhu Long furrowed his brow in vexation. Does this mean we allow those 2 feathered rascals, Di Jun and Tai Yi, to act with impunity? If we neglect our vassals, how will the myriad races of the primordial wilderness perceive us? Are we to be seen as inept beings who cannot even manage our own subordinates? Yuan Feng shook her head with a smile. Should we intervene to stop the water and aviary clans from joining the demon race, we would only expose our own incompetence. Zhu Long, with his straightforward nature, struggled to grasp this reasoning. Why? Yet Qing Long had already come to an understanding and stepped in to elucidate. Yuan Feng is correct. If we were to confront the demon race, it would only lead the myriad clans to believe we are insecure. We cannot control our own vassals, but seek to vent our frustrations upon the demon race. This would only amplify our ineptitude. Zhu Long, feeling increasingly agitated, waved his hand dismissively. Then what are we to do? Do we simply stand by and watch? Yuan Feng smiled gently. We should extend our congratulations. Zhu Long was momentarily taken aback. Huh, what kind of operation is this? What are you all talking about? Long chuckled, indeed. We ought to extend our congratulations and perhaps present a gift. The 10,000 feather robe should suffice. The 10,000 feather robe was crafted from the golden feathers of the golden crow, which had been plucked from Dijun and Tai. It was not Long who had taken action, but rather Yun Xiao, who had a keen interest in artifact forging. Naturally, Jin Ning generously offered her spoils to her fellow disciple. The 10,000 feather robe, being made from the golden crow feathers, was considered a congenital spiritual treasure. Yuan Feng smiled playfully. Presenting a congenital spiritual treasure that aligns with Dijun and Tai Yi's attributes would not be deemed disrespectful. Long laughed heartily. Of course. Representing the Lord of the Underworld, how could we possibly be disrespectful? Yuan Feng shook her head, a knowing smile on her lips. No, we only represent ourselves. Long paused for a moment before comprehending. Dijun and Tai Yi have no right to know the Lord of the Underworld. You are quite astute, Yuan Feng. Long, hearing this exchange, grew increasingly impatient. What am I to do? What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Long laughed boisterously. You need not worry about the details. Just follow us, and when the time comes to fight, you can join in. Upon hearing this, Long's expression brightened with enthusiasm. Yuan Feng and Long then bowed toward the transformation dragon pool. A sword emerged from the pool, resembling a dragon's horn, spiraling with a formidable aura akin to flames, capable of incinerating heaven and boiling the sea. As it appeared, the surrounding waters began to bubble fervently. Long's eyes sparkled with joy. This dragon horn sword perfectly complemented his peculiarly fiery attributes, clearly a gift from Long Ming. Upon receiving the dragon horn sword, Long's aura surged dramatically, propelling him to the pinnacle of the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm. He was but a step away from ascending to the Hongjun Deluo Golden Immortal level. Long understood that this sword was not merely a treasure bestowed by Long Ming, it also illuminated a path for him. He promptly bowed respectfully toward the transformation dragon pool. Thank you, Ergo. I shall not disappoint you. After completing his bow, Long, along with Long and Yuan Feng, departed the eastern sea, heading towards the nine heavens. At that moment, the myriad races of the primordial wilderness had already begun to respond, making their way towards the radiant golden light of merit in the nine heavens. They either prepared to join the demon race or pursued other objectives. Gradually, billions of beings from various races soared toward that golden light. Just then, the merit light in the nine heavens began to fade. The heavenly merit obtained by Dijun and Tai Yi for establishing the demon race had dissipated. However, the creation of the demon race was merely the beginning. As the merit light faded, Dijun and Tai Yi's voice reverberated across the entire primordial wilderness with an air of undeniable authority. With the emergence of the demon race, the heavenly court shall be established. From this day forth, I, Dijun, shall be the sovereign of the heavenly court, revered as the heavenly emperor. Tai Yi shall be enshrined as the eastern emperor. The 10 marshals of our demon race shall be Ji Ming, Ing Zhao, Bai Zhe, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Jiao Ying, Shang Yang, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, and Gui Che. Henceforth, our demon race shall govern the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness on behalf of the heavenly Tao. As Dijun's words fell, thunder rumbled once more in the nine heavens, shaking the very foundation of the primordial world. Most beings bowed their heads in reverence, offering their respects to the newly ascended heavenly emperor. In the 33 heavens, vast expanses of clouds descended. Amidst the clouds, a magnificent palace complex stood tall, enveloped in celestial energy, with mists swirling around it, parting the clouds and dispersing the fog. The myriad realms encircled it, illuminated by the stars of the cosmos. Spiritual birds and beasts welcomed the new emperor, while wondrous flowers and rare herbs offered their tributes to the Lord of Heaven. This was the heavenly court, a direct bestowal from the heavenly Tao. This would become the renowned ancient demon court of later generations. The heavenly Tao's extraordinary treasures, such as the Hongyuan He Luo Grand Formation and the Zhou Tian Star Battle Array, would rely upon the ancient demon race to unleash their utmost power. Witnessing the heavenly Tao grant the ancient demon court, Dijun's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. After years of toil, he had finally taken the first step toward greatness. Once the heavenly court was established, order would be restored, and he would reign over the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. The convergence of fortune would be his, and he would no longer fear the path to becoming a saint. Once he achieved that status, all the humiliations he had suffered would be settled in one stroke. Dijun exchanged a glance with Tai Yi and soared toward the ancient demon court. Ji Ming and the other 10 demon generals swiftly followed, entering the ancient demon court together. Chapter 119. Why does this robe seem so familiar? The heavenly emperor entered the heavenly court, and the clouds parted, revealing an abundance of merit. The recently dissipated heavenly merit reappeared, cascading like golden rain. The entire ancient demon court was enveloped in this million-mile golden rain of merit. The second descent of heavenly merit saw 60% falling into Jun's primordial spirit, 30% into the bodies of the 10 demon generals, and the remaining 10% scattered among those beings who had already pledged allegiance to Jun. These would form the backbone of the future demon court. Filled with ambition, Jun gazed at all his subordinates. Ji Ming and the 10 demon generals stood to either side, while others like Wu Xing Sanrun, Qi Jiao Desian, and the 72-star Shining members were also present. These immortals were originally members of the Zizhou Immortal King's residence. But after Tong Tian eliminated the Eastern King and seized all the treasures of the Zizhou Immortal King's residence, the entire Purple State Celestial King's manor could no longer be sustained. Ultimately, the Five Elements Wanderer and the Barefoot Immortal conferred and decided to ally themselves with Emperor Juntai. The demon race established by Emperor Juntai is, in fact, a broad definition. Anyone willing to join is considered part of the demon race. This explains why, during the fateful era of the Fengshen Calamity, all beings that were neither immortal, nor human, nor shaman were categorized as demons. With a slight smile, Emperor Jun declared, "I, on behalf of the heavenly Tao, shall govern the vast wilderness, establish the heavenly court, and exercise royal authority. I shall traverse the cosmos, immediately restoring order to the heavenly Tao." The 72 stellar luminaries. You are to select 293 Deluo demon kings to preside over the celestial constellations, controlling the 365 stars of the universe. The solar emperor star and the lunar moon star shall, by my decree, alternate in their cycles, dividing the day and night. Truly, Emperor Jun was a born sovereign. Many of his ideas harmonized perfectly with the order of the heavenly Tao. This arrangement allowed all beings in the wilderness to comprehend the concept of day and night, thus marking the end of an era where time belonged solely to a select few powerful beings. The age of unrecorded years in the wilderness had come to a close. As a result, another significant merit was achieved. The divine golden rain of merit, which had not yet fully dissipated, began to fall once more. The 72 stellar luminaries each received a share, and they knelt down in excitement, proclaiming, "Your Majesty's merits are boundless, your wisdom unparalleled. We vow to serve you unto death." Initially, there was nothing in the Purple State Celestial King's manor. After a trip to the Eastern Sea, all treasures were lost. Now, having allied with Emperor Jun, they immediately received merit, albeit a small amount. It was better than having nothing at all. The 72 stellar luminaries beamed with joy, and the other demon leaders and kings also expressed their praise. Emperor Jun laughed heartily with immense satisfaction. At that moment, the herald's voice rang out, announcing the arrival of representatives from various races to offer their congratulations. Emperor Jun smiled with pride, while Tai subtly grinned beside him. "Your Majesty, as the various races come to pay their respects, it is time to establish the grandeur of the heavenly court." In formal circumstances, Tai was also required to refer to Emperor Jun as Your Majesty. Emperor Jun understood. Currently, the personnel of the heavenly court were still few, and the demon race merely claimed to encompass scales, feathers, beasts, and the spirits of plants. However, whether these races would genuinely join the demon race and become part of the heavenly court depended on Emperor Jun's forthcoming performance. To put it simply, to lead others, one must prove one's strength and demonstrate that following you holds promise. Otherwise, mere slogans would be of little consequence. Emperor Jun immediately commanded that they be allowed to enter for an audience. Soon, a group of representatives from various races entered with casual strides. Leading the procession was an old friend of Emperor Juntai, Fushi. As the elder brother of Nuwa, Fushi had once shared a close bond with her, but, influenced by Hongjun, his feelings for his sister had rapidly waned. Now, aside from recalling that Nuwa was his sister, he felt no genuine affection left. This allowed him to maintain his relationship with Emperor Juntai. Upon seeing Fushi, Emperor Jun smiled broadly. "Fushi, my friend, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. The 3 corpses of the Sage Realm, as expected of you." Fushi responded with a calm smile. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. My humble cultivation pales in comparison to yours." Emperor Jun was quite satisfied with Fushi's demeanor and laughed heartily. "Fushi, there is no need for such formality between us. You are now one of my demon race. Let us all strive together as members of the demon race." With just a few words, he had included Fushi among their ranks. Fushi smiled gently, replying, "Your Majesty is correct. I have indeed come to contribute to the demon race." Emperor Jun nodded in satisfaction. "As I promised you years ago, when the heavenly court is established, the position of the demon ambassador shall be yours." Although Emperor Jun had never explicitly said this before, since Fushi had now attained the 3 corpses of the Sage Realm, second only to Emperor Juntai in strength, Whether or not the words had been spoken became irrelevant. Fushi deeply bowed to Emperor Jun and proclaimed, "I, Fushi, pay my respects to your majesty." Emperor Jun's laughter echoed with pride. Another 3 corpses of the sage had joined the demon court, which delighted him immensely. Other demon leaders and kings also offered their congratulations, filling the grand hall of the demon court with a warm atmosphere. At that moment, the herald's voice rang out again, announcing the arrival of the Dragon clan emissaries, Zhu Long and Qing Long, and the Phoenix clan's ancestor, Yuan Feng. The grand hall of the demon court fell silent in an instant. What did the Dragon and Phoenix clans mean by their arrival? Emperor Juntai narrowed his eyes, setting aside the affairs of the Dragon clan for now. The grievance of the Phoenix clan from 100,000 years ago was deeply etched in Emperor Juntai's heart. His expression darkened. Tai shot Emperor Jun a glance, conveying his thoughts telepathically. "Elder brother, they come with ill intentions." After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jun decided to let them in. Today marks the inauguration of the Heavenly Court. If we cannot even receive them, how shall we establish our authority in the wilderness in the future? Tai nodded. "You are right, elder brother. Today, we shall see what they intend to do in the Heavenly Court." Although the Heavenly Court was not yet robust, the formations of the Zhoutian Star Array and the Hunyuan Heluo Array were already taking shape. None of them were saints. What was there to fear? Emperor Jun made up his mind and nodded to the herald, permitting their entrance. Moments later, the herald returned with Yuan Feng and the 2 dragon emissaries. As they stood, Qing Long smiled slightly. "Your Majesty, today marks the establishment of the demon race and the Heavenly Court, a day of great joy. I come representing the Dragon clan to offer our congratulations." Yuan Feng followed suit, smiling. "The Phoenix clan has also come to extend our congratulations, and we bring a gift." With a wave of her hand, a square box materialized in her grasp. As the box appeared, a surge of solar essence radiated forth, enveloping the entire demon court in a golden hue. Within mere moments, the golden light cascaded throughout the ancient demon court, warming the grand hall. Qing Long stepped forward, assisting Yuan Feng in opening the box. From within, a magnificent robe adorned with myriad feathers emerged, exuding a pure aura of solar essence. As soon as it was taken out, the robe resonated naturally with the power of Emperor Juntai, pulsating as if in breath. An ethereal shadow of a 3-legged golden crow soared from the robe, circling thrice before returning to the garment, slowly dissipating. Qing Long held the robe aloft, beaming with joy, hoping that Emperor Jun would be pleased with this modest gift. The hall of the demon court fell into a profound silence, with all the ministers left bewildered. The fur on this robe seems strikingly familiar. Chapter 120. Joining the demon clan? In principle, we do not oppose it. Di Juntai-Yi's expression had darkened to an unrecognizable shade. Yet, inexplicably, he refrained from unleashing his fury. How could he explain his anger? That the other party had plucked their own fur and fashioned it into a robe to present it to him? Should this be disclosed? Not only would the various representatives from the clans visiting the hall flee in terror, but even those who had already joined the Heavenly Court would likely scatter in haste. Di Jun forcibly suppressed his inner rage, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he trembled slightly at the corners. Then allow me to express my gratitude for the congratulatory gift from the 3 esteemed comrades. Please accept it. Immediately, a servant stepped forward to accept the Wanyu robe. After the Qing Long handed over the robe to the attendant, he wore a tranquil smile. "I have come this time to discuss another matter with Emperor Di Jun." Di Jun silently acknowledged the inevitable. When he initially proclaimed the inclusion of scaled and feathered creatures into the demon clan, he had anticipated the arrival of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. However, if he had outright excluded the scaled and feathered creatures from the beginning, how would the myriad beings of the Primordial Era perceive the Heavenly Court? Would they dare to provoke even the now-declined Dragon and Phoenix clans? What of the so-called Heavenly Mandate? What of enforcing the order of the Celestial Path? Therefore, when he made the announcement, Di Jun had been prepared for this moment. As Qing Long broached the subject, Di Jun smiled indifferently. "What matter do you wish to discuss with me?" Qing Long replied, "Naturally. It pertains to the inclusion of the scaled and feathered creatures into the demon clan." As these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the entire demon hall. In fact, within the hall, there were indeed scaled and feathered beings present. As for the feathered tribe, most of them were vassals of the Yuan clan, and it was inconceivable for them to stand alongside the Phoenix clan. The situation regarding the scaled beings was far more intricate. Due to the Dragon clan's edict of recuperation, they had all retreated to their ancestral lands. While they claimed to dominate the Boundless Seas, in reality, their authority extended solely over the Eastern Sea. Consequently, the aquatic beings in the other 3 seas, along with those inhabiting the inland areas of the primordial land, gradually began to harbor their own thoughts. Like other races, these aquatic beings, who did not reside in the Eastern Sea, had started to regard the Dragon clan with diminishing respect under various influences. Of course, they lacked the courage to confront the Dragon clan directly, but they found the audacity to oppose them emboldened by the power of the Demon clan. And this audacity was considerable. As Qinglong raised the issue, the scaled and feathered beings naturally became fully attentive. Dijun's voice was frigid. What insights do the Dragon and Phoenix clans possess regarding this? This emperor established the Demon Hall with the Celestial Path's approval, for the sake of celestial order and the fate of all beings. Pausing momentarily, Dijun's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light. The divine seat of the sun beneath him radiated a magnificent celestial majesty. This divine seat was crafted from the essence of the solar emperor star and was imbued with the powers of the celestial path itself, granting him a measure of authority. The Emperor of Heaven acts as the agent of the celestial path. To offend the Emperor of Heaven is to offend celestial might. This overwhelming authority spread across the entire ancient demon hall like the blazing sun. Dijun's gaze burned intensely upon the three Qinglong. In truth, it is not merely the scaled and feathered beings. The Dragon and Phoenix clans must also be considered part of my demon clan. Do you dare to deny the fated order of the celestial path? Are your two clans attempting to defy the heavens? Qinglong's heart was filled with cold mirth. Defy the heavens? The ancestral spirit of the underworld had not been without its victories against the celestial path. Did this lackey of the celestial path think himself worthy to flaunt his authority before my clan? Had it not been for the ancestral spirit's reluctance to complicate matters by altering the celestial mandate, you would have been cooked. Despite his internal scoffing, Qinglong maintained a facade of gentleness. It appears that Emperor Dijun has misunderstood. Our clan and the Phoenix clan have no intention of obstructing the scaled aquatic beings and feathered tribes from joining the heavenly court. Their choice to join is their own affair and bears little relevance to us. We shall neither hinder them nor take any action against them. As he spoke, Qinglong deliberately paused, allowing the bewilderment to wash over all present in the hall before continuing. In fact, our clan and the Phoenix clan are, in principle, not opposed to the inclusion of the Demon clan. After all, it is a matter endorsed by the celestial path, and naturally, we ought to show some deference to the celestial decree. At this point, even Dijun Tai was left bewildered. What was Qinglong's game? Although Dijun Tai had completely forgotten the matter of Long Ming, and like the beings of the Primordial Era, considered the Dragon and Phoenix clans to be in decline, he was acutely aware that the Phoenix clan, despite their deterioration, remained formidable, especially as they were now aligned with the Dragon clan, which undoubtedly possessed greater strength. Thus, Qinglong's sudden maneuver left Dijun Tai perplexed. The two brothers exchanged glances. Brother, there must be some trickery afoot. You are right, there is certainly a scheme. The brothers communicated their understanding through their eyes. Dijun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qinglong. You are not opposed in principle. What are the practical implications? Qinglong smiled slightly. In practice, we are not opposed either. However, it has been the custom of the three innate clans since time immemorial to respect strength. Zhurong realized that it was finally time for him to take the stage. Stepping forward, a surge of fire erupted. The fierce might of the dragon soul propelled the dragon fire to soar to tumultuous heights, instantly sweeping across the entire ancient demon hall. An ancient, desolate, and wildly brutal aura enveloped the surroundings. The other clans fared well enough, but the scaled beings nearly knelt in an instant. This reverence was etched deep within their souls. The Dragon clan, the first sovereign of the primordial beings, inherently possessed the dominion over aquatic tribes. Moreover, the Dragon clans might far surpass that of the Phoenix and Xian clans. Much like the hierarchical structure within the Dragon clan was far more stringent than that of the Phoenix and Xian clans. As Zhurong displayed the might of the Dragon clan, the other races merely needed to withstand the oppressive force of a pinnacle Hongjun golden immortal, while the scaled aquatic beings had to contend with the submission ingrained in their very souls. Clearly, they were unable to resist. Thus, they all prostrated themselves upon the ground. Zhurong did not even spare a glance at the scaled aquatic beings, merely grinning savagely. Our clan has always followed the one with the mightiest fist. Who among you dares to challenge me? If you can defeat me, how would it matter if our clan were to join the Demon clan? Dijun's expression darkened. He realized they had indeed reached this juncture. However, it was merely a matter of combat. Who fears whom? His earlier defeat to Jin Ning was only due to her possession of a chaos spirit treasure. This emperor had little faith that the Dragon clan possessed such treasures. Who among you wishes to battle Zhurong? Dijun turned his gaze to the assembled ministers. The five elements immortal stood forth first. As the self-proclaimed king of the former Purple Prefecture Immortal Court, after the complete annihilation of Dong Wangong. Now, his status is even lower than that of the 12 celestial stars. The five elements wanderer cannot accept such a reality. I, the humble Taoist, have arrived. The Candle Dragon pays little heed to such matters, merely nodding. Very well, then you shall be the one. The five elements wanderer steps out of the ranks, proudly brandishing his 5 innate spiritual treasures. After surrendering his original 5 innate spiritual treasures to Tongtian for safekeeping, the 5 elements wanderer spent 100,000 years seeking 5 new innate spiritual treasures. Though their power pales in comparison to the originals, they are still 5 innate spiritual treasures nonetheless. These 5 treasures of mine are. Before he can finish his sentence, the Candle Dragon swiftly draws the dragon horn sword. With a single stroke, he cleaves downwards. Crack! The 5 elements wanderer, along with his 5 treasures, is instantly severed by the Candle Dragon. A ferocious torrent of dragon fire sweeps through, reducing the 5 elements wanderer and his 5 innate spiritual treasures to mere ashes. His corporeal form, primordial spirit, and true soul, nothing remains. The Candle Dragon spits disdainfully. What a worthless entity. Do you dare to challenge me? Next. The atmosphere in the demon court is so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 121. The Dragon Clan. Times have changed. The Candle Dragon chuckles. Inside the demon court, the silence is palpable. The 5 elements wanderer was once the celestial king of the former Zizhou celestial palace, a dignified pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. On the verge of ascending to the realm of 3 corpse quasi-saints, his strength was not inferior to that of any demon general. Yet, such a formidable figure was effortlessly dispatched by the Candle Dragon, without even a chance to resist. No, it was not merely a lack of opportunity to resist. He had no time to react at all. How powerful is the Candle Dragon? The beings within the hall exchange glances, their expressions grave. If the Candle Dragon possesses such might, why did the Dragon Clan withdraw from the Primordial World? In an instant, the gathered beings begin to speculate. The representative of the Scale Armor clan is nearly petrified with fear. Regardless of whether the Dragon Clan can contend with the Demon Court, it is evident that exterminating them would be an effortless task. Dijun's expression grows even darker. Previously, they had speculated that the Dragon Clan's strength was on par with that of the Phoenix Clan. Now, that conjecture has transformed into a stark reality. The Dragon Clan is formidable, extremely formidable. Noticing the silence from the heavenly officials, the Candle Dragon's mocking gaze falls upon Dijun. What? Is this all your heavenly court has to offer? Tai rises abruptly, his eyes blazing. It seems that if the heavenly court does not showcase some genuine prowess today, my friend Candle Dragon will be left unsatisfied? The Candle Dragon snorts. The Dragon Clan has always revered strength. The weak have no voice among our kind. A glimmer of ferocity flashes in Tai Yi's eyes as a radiant lamp appears above his head, with a massive Taiji divine light pattern rising behind him. The Taiji dual fish begins to move, and a vibrant green flame envelopes Tai Yi's entire being. Within that verdant flame, the 5 elemental hues of azure, yellow, red, black, and white swirl incessantly, faintly revealing the 4 symbols of the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, stabilizing the space around him. This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the innate Enyang 2 instruments lamp, which Tai Yi had previously acquired at the Treasure Division Cliff. It is a relic of the Enyang ancestor, who used this treasure to absorb the primordial yin and yang energies generated when Pangu opened the heavens and shattered chaos. With the assistance of the Qianquan ancestor, he infused it with the innate 5 elements. Its power ranks among the top 3 of supreme innate spiritual treasures, capable of refining all that exists and practicing all that is not. After receiving this treasure, Tai Yi had been entangled in various affairs, delaying its consecration. It was only after being defeated by Jin Ning and falling to the realm of 2 corpse quasi-saints 100,000 years ago that he finally began to refine this treasure, using it to slay the evil corpses. It must be said that Tai Yi's talent is exceptionally strong. If an ordinary cultivator were to have their 3 corpse destroyed and fallen realm, even if they could slay corpses again, their strength would not surpass their previous state, and their achievements would be irretrievable. Yet, Tai Yi not only restored his strength, but also transcended it once more. He has now reached the pinnacle of 3 corpse quasi-saints. When the opportunity arises, achieving the status of a saint will be well within his grasp. At this moment, as he activates the innate Enyang 2 instruments lamp, it illuminates the demon court. The Enyang energies merge seamlessly with the utmost yang and vigorous essence of the sun, exhibiting a perfect harmony without a hint of discord, showcasing Tai Yi's exceptional ability. My emperor observes that you, Candle Dragon, also wield fire. Why don't we engage in a contest? As he speaks, he casually extends his hand, summoning a ball of solar essence fire that rises in his palm, akin to the blazing sun. Yet, within it, the Enyang energies and the power of the 5 elements subtly intertwine. Millions of miles of brilliance envelop the 9 heavens. As the Enyang energies part the heavens' hues, the shadows of the 4 symbols suppress the 8 directions. The entire primordial world resonates under Tai Yi's power, as if responding to this born sovereign. Fushi applauds from the side, praising, "Truly, you are the Eastern Emperor. The yin-yang energies and solar essence fire, which typically do not merge, can unite so beautifully." The barefoot immortal nods eagerly. The five elements Wanderer's swift demise at the hands of the Candle Dragon has ignited a fervent rage within the barefoot immortal, who has worked alongside him for many years. Yet, he knows his own strength falls short of the five elements Wanderer's, and thus he dares not seek revenge. Now, witnessing Tai Yi's formidable prowess, he immediately exclaims his admiration. The Eastern Emperor's strength is extraordinary, far beyond what the Dragon clan, trapped in the Eastern Sea, could fathom. Does the Dragon clan still believe that we are in the era of the primordial three clans dominating the primordial world? Times have changed. Tai Yi smirks coldly. Candle Dragon, if you do not make a move, then I shall strike first. With that, disregarding any retort from the Candle Dragon, the ball of blazing sunlight in his hand begins to advance towards the Candle Dragon. As the blazing sun stirs, a resonant hum emanates. The power of the celestial bodies gradually descends, and the Sun Emperor star, being the foremost among the celestial bodies, commands the power of the stars. The ancient demon court amplifies this commanding force, requiring no deliberate effort from Tai Yi. The power of the celestial bodies naturally responds. The size of the blazing sun, under the influence of this celestial force, compresses rather than expands, shrinking to a mere point, as tiny as a candle flame. Simultaneously, a massive shadow of a blazing sun, enveloping the entire primordial sky, emerges in tandem. The sunlight blazes like flames, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. The earth dries up for thousands of miles, turning into a barren expanse. A great fire sweeps from the east to the west, and countless beings flee in terror. Yet, they are utterly unable to escape the might of the Eastern Emperor. The dragon fire upon the Candle Dragon ignites, forming a luminous barrier to resist the power of the blazing sun. However, as the dragon fire rises, the innate yin-yang 2 instrument's lamp atop Tai Yi's head flickers, illuminating the surroundings and effortlessly dispelling the dragon fire beside the Candle Dragon. The barefoot immortal bursts into laughter. Do you see? This is the true power of the heavenly court. Candle Dragon, your reckless provocation of heavenly might will surely invoke its wrath. All the representatives of various clans widen their eyes in astonishment. Some boldly joined in the conversation. The representative of the Scale clan, a water ray, finally liberated himself from the terrors associated with the Dragon clan's spiritual essence. Rising to his feet, he dusted himself off and smiled at the representative of the Avian clan beside him. You see, I previously asserted that the Dragon clan has long since become a relic of the past. These fools, trapped in the Eastern Sea, are merely ensnared by the shadows of their former kings. They pose no threat any longer. The Avian clan representative blinked, choosing to remain silent. Your earlier kneeling was quite exemplary, wasn't it? How could you, beings of the Scale clan, ever claim to possess the nobility of our soaring avians? I shan't expose your folly. I have never feared the Dragon clan. Just as he spoke, an overwhelming wave of solar might emanated from Tai Yi, stunning all beings within the great hall of the demon court. They believed the Candle Dragon was doomed. The Candle Dragon glanced at the extinguished flames upon his body and smirked. Times have changed. He drew his hand across the dragon horn sword, and with a hum, the restrictions upon it were lifted. A terrifying aura of draconic might erupted from the dragon horn sword. Vaguely, an immensely long dragon, spanning billions of miles, manifested within the ancient demon court. Its colossal form swept across the hall, dispersing the fiery clouds of the heavens, extinguishing the searing flames that ravaged the primordial earth in an instant. The dragon's gaze, larger than the hall itself, swept through, effortlessly quenching the sun's fierce blaze. The innate yin-yang lamp shook twice, its wick toppled, and the flame was snuffed out. Tai Yi spat a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he glared at the dragon horn sword in the Candle Dragon's grasp. What the hell? Another chaotic spiritual treasure? Are the Dragon and Phoenix clans wholesale suppliers of chaotic artifacts? Chapter 122. Esteemed friend, may I inquire your Dao title? Tai Yi staggered back, bloodied. The innate yin-yang lamp nearly toppled from his head. Having barely managed to slay the malevolent corpse, he shuddered once more. Tai Yi's gaze was locked onto the dragon horn sword, his agitation palpable. A chaotic spiritual treasure? The Candle Dragon grinned. You possess a discerning eye. This sword is known as the Chaos Black Dragon Horn Sword, forged from the horn of the Chaos Black Dragon Demon God, one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods of yore. It is but a mid-grade chaotic spiritual treasure. The multitude of chaotic artifacts in Long Ming's possession were primarily crafted through a combination of the paths of artifact refinement and creation, drawn from the essence of chaos itself. A smaller portion was achieved by promoting innate treasures, such as the Phoenix God-slaying spear in Jin Ning's hand. A rare few chaotic treasures were rewards from the system, like this Chaos Black Dragon Horn Sword, which was indeed a system prize. The Chaos Black Dragon Demon God was a formidable entity, mastering the Enyang Dragon Fire. Alongside the Renlong Demon God, who wielded Primordial True Ice, and Ba Zai, the Demon God of the Diamond Path, they were revered as the three Dragon Gods of Chaos. Their minions once rivaled the mighty Pangu. The birth of the Primordial Dragon clan stemmed from Pangu's slaying of the three Dragon Gods of Chaos and their subordinates, absorbing vast amounts of dragon chi during his transformation into all things, thus forming the meridians that became the Primordial Dragon clan. Consequently, the Chaos Black Dragon Horn Sword resonated profoundly with the Candle Dragon's power, allowing him to wield 50% of its might without any ritualistic refinement. The Candle Dragon's words incited a wave of astonishment within the demon court. What? A mere mid-grade chaotic spiritual treasure? We have neither seen nor even heard of such a thing, and you dare label it as mere? Tai Yi's eyelid twitched violently. Since he and Di Jun first entered the Xiao Palace, every defeat they suffered was attributed to the presence of chaotic spiritual treasures. At least, that was their belief. Were it not for their adversaries consistently possessing chaotic treasures, how could they ever have been vanquished? Now, the Candle Dragon presented yet another chaotic treasure, sending both Di Jun and Tai Yi into a frenzy. Why is it that every enemy we encounter possesses chaotic treasures? The records in the Xiao Palace stated that even during the era of chaotic demon gods, such artifacts were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, during the creation of the heavens, due to the great battle between Pangu and the chaotic demon gods, coupled with the pressures of creation, nearly all chaotic treasures had been lost. The heavenly axe of chaos, a supreme treasure, was even split into three, becoming three innate treasures. The chaos green lotus that nurtured Pangu transformed into numerous innate treasures. This should reflect reality, shouldn't it? Why do all our foes possess chaotic treasures? Your skills are commendable, Candle Dragon, yet you wield chaotic treasures. My fortune pales in comparison, leaving me with only innate spiritual treasures. Tai Yi wiped the blood from his lips, his words dripping with envy that permeated the entire hall of the demon court. His implication was clear. He did not lose due to lack of skill, but rather due to the disparity in treasures. The Candle Dragon shrugged. Then there's nothing to be done. I possess only this dragon horn sword. If you feel you cannot best me while I wield it, shall we forego treasures and engage in a barehanded contest instead? With that, the Candle Dragon plunged the dragon horn sword into the ground. Boom. The ancient demon court trembled violently. An overwhelming draconic force surged into the ancient court, causing the hall to shake violently, and in an instant, a gaping hole appeared in the ceiling, with cracks radiating outward from the sword in all directions. The ancient demon court, with its myriad of halls and palaces, seemed on the verge of collapse. Chaotic celestial energy erupted, unleashing erratic rays of light across billions of miles. The primordial heavens descended into turmoil, with fiery clouds reversing and light shattering, causing the celestial avians to take flight for thousands of miles and spirit beasts to flee to heights of 9,000 zhang. This newly established ancient demon court appeared as if it would collapse at any moment. Di Jun and Tai Yi were alarmed, swiftly channeling their magical energies into the ancient court to stabilize it. Yet the combined might of the two was insufficient. This was not a mere confrontation. Without an absolute overpowering force, preserving the ancient demon court was impossible. In the blink of an eye, Di Jun and Tai Yi were drenched in sweat. At that moment, Fu Shi and the 10 great demon leaders, having regained their senses from shock, quickly contributed their own magical energies as well. The ancient demon court was foundational to the heavenly court, a vital facade that must be preserved. The ancient court emitted pained groans as palaces collapsed, stones raining down like a torrential downpour, creating a spectacle of stone rain upon the earth. The beings of the primordial realm looked up in bewilderment. Why was it raining stones from the sky? At this moment, the Candle Dragon seemed to finally comprehend the gravity of the situation unfolding before him. At this moment, the dragon horn sword was withdrawn, and the chaos of the ancient demon court finally ceased. Despite being a celestial artifact crafted by the Tao itself, the ancient demon court could not withstand the might of a mid-grade chaos spirit treasure. The strike from the Zhu Long nearly pierced through the ancient demon court. With a disingenuous smile, Zhu Long remarked, "I apologize. I did not anticipate that your celestial court would be so fragile." Di Jun Tai Yi gasped for breath, struggling to articulate a response, but found himself utterly speechless. Whatever he might say would only serve to humiliate him further. Silence seemed the preferable option. At this juncture, Qing Long stepped forward, stating, "It appears, Heavenly Emperor Di Jun, that you have pressing matters to attend to. We shall not impose further. Once you have concluded your affairs, we can reconvene to discuss the Dragon Clan's integration into the demon tribe. Should you persist in your obstinacy and extend your reach over us, we will dismantle your dilapidated celestial court without hesitation. Dijun's countenance turned a shade of steel gray, veins throbbing at his temples. Then I shall not see you off. We shall revisit the matter of the Dragon Clan in due course. Await the day when I and Tai Yi attain sanctity. It shall herald the demise of your Dragon Clan. Qinglong, of course, grasped the implication behind Dijun's words. However, sanctity? He scoffed. Before the ancestor of the underworld. A sage is but a jest. With a casual smile, he turned and departed alongside Yuan Feng. Zhu Long trailed behind, his gaze sweeping over the representative of the Scale Armor Clan, Shueya. I just heard you mention the Dragon Clan. I did not quite catch that. Would you be so kind as to repeat it? Zhu Long's eyes blazed with intensity, his dragon fire restrained yet palpable. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the dragon crushed Shueya's flesh and bones, obliterating even his primordial spirit into fine dust. Shueya was reduced to a mere puddle of sludge. Raising an eyebrow, Zhu Long mused, "You choose not to speak? Very well. I shall inquire with your Scale Armor Clan instead." The representatives from various clans gasped in unison. The Scale Armor Clan was doomed. Zhu Long then turned his attention to the avian representative standing beside Shueya. "My friend, I have yet to learn your esteemed title." With that, the avian representative spewed blood, his eyes bulging from their sockets, succumbing to a fright-induced death. Zhu Long had not laid a finger on him. The representative perished from sheer terror, his very essence shattered beyond recovery. Zhu Long clicked his tongue, shaking his head. "You too remain silent? Then I suppose I shall pay your clan a visit as well." He hastened to catch up with Qinglong and Yuan Feng. "Dear Yuan Feng, which clan did that individual belong to? I found him rather intriguing and intend to pay them a visit." Within the grand hall of the demon court, representatives from various clans trembled in fear. Chapter 123, The Unbounded Future of Our Demon Clan. In the grand hall of the demon court, the representatives exchanged glances, remaining silent for an extended period. Eventually, the representative of the Ghostwood clan, old ancestor Guemu, expressionless, bowed to Dijun. "Your Majesty, burdened with matters of state, I shall not impose further. Farewell." The Ghostwood clan was a minor faction, comprising merely over 1,000 descendants, all of whom were progeny of old ancestor Guemu. While he held a certain stature as a mid-level Deluo Jinxian in the vast wilderness, he paled in comparison to the overwhelming presence of the Celestial Court. Consequently, he had initially sought to ally his clan with the Celestial Court, but now his intentions had shifted. The Celestial Court? Acting on behalf of the heavens? Dominating the wilderness? Send out any member of the Dragon Clan, and you would falter. You could scarcely protect the Celestial Court bestowed upon you by the Tao. We shall not join. As a fire affinity, I shall seek refuge with the Phoenix Clan instead. That way, I may forge some connections with the Dragon Clan." With that, old ancestor Guemu ignored Dijun and Tai Yi's reactions, turning to depart. Tai Yi's eyes flared with fury, yet he could not unleash his wrath. The authority of the demon court had been severely undermined by Zhu Long. Should he act against old ancestor Guemu at this moment, he would irreparably tarnish his own reputation. Who would join the demon court afterward? With old ancestor Guemu leading the way, a dozen more clan representatives promptly stood up. "Your Majesty, I have matters to attend to in my clan. I shall take my leave. Your Majesty, I shall not further intrude upon your time." Soon, the number of departing clans grew. Within moments, what had once numbered over 1,000 representatives had dwindled to less than half. This is the stark reality of the wilderness. Strength reigns supreme, and all else is merely embellishment. Even the Celestial Court, recognized by the Tao, amounts to nothing without sufficient power. Dijun's expression darkened ominously as he surveyed the remaining representatives. Is there anyone else wishing to withdraw? Many of those remaining harbored thoughts of escape. Yet their ties to the demon court were too profound to sever easily. Others held confidence in Dijun and Tai Yi, believing them destined to become sages. What did a momentary setback signify? Thus, none among the remaining representatives dared to voice dissent. Dijun gestured, "Let us adjourn for today." However, just then, a voice interrupted Dijun. "Your Majesty, please wait." Enraged, Dijun glared toward the source of the interruption, a murderous intent boiling within him. The He-Tu and Luo Shu manifested above him, while the throne of the sun radiated blinding light, enveloping the entire ancient demon court in a blazing aura. The oppressive heat transformed into a tempest of fury, rumbling ominously. Dijun's eyes widened in anger as he scanned for the source of the voice. Eager to confront the audacious individual who dared to interrupt him, his gaze landed upon Bai Zhe, and in that instant, he found himself at a loss for words, his face contorting to a deep shade of purple. Though Dijun was a staunch adherent of protocol, his temper was fraying. Yet, he held the 10 great demon marshals in high regard. He had included them in the announcement of the Celestial Court's establishment, highlighting their importance. More crucially, the 10 great demon marshals were the Tao's emissaries, their fates intertwined with the demon court. Furthermore, Baizé was regarded as the most astute among them, a figure Dijun valued highly. Seeing Baizé interrupt him, Dijun could only restrain his fury. Marshal Baizé, what matter do you wish to convey? Baizé, startled by Dijun's earlier demeanor, quickly offered an apology. I have overstepped, Your Majesty. I am guilty of disrespect. Dijun, embodying the essence of a born ruler, was well versed in the art of diplomacy. He swiftly suppressed his anger and waved his hand dismissively. Speak your mind. I shall determine whether your actions warrant punishment. Baizé exhaled in relief and promptly began to speak. Your Majesty, I have been diligently following your commands for over 100,000 years, conducting extensive research on the transmission of our clan's mystical practices. Now, I am pleased to report that we have achieved significant results. Dijun narrowed his eyes. What results? In the present era of Hongjun, what is most lacking? It is, without a doubt, the mystical practices. What do the various clans yearn for the most? It is certainly the inheritance of knowledge. The mystical practices determine the heights a race can achieve, while inheritance defines its depth. Dijun has come to understand why Baizé felt compelled to interrupt his court dismissal earlier. He could perceive the growing disunity among the clans below. Yet, he found himself powerless to intervene. Now, Baizé has presented a solution. Baizé bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty, although you and Dong Huang have been instructing the demon race in the ways of cultivation for many years, the ever-changing nature of Hongjun necessitates a method to preserve these teachings. Otherwise, if every session requires your and Dong Huang's direct instruction, the demon race will struggle to thrive. Therefore, over these 100,000 years, I have devoted myself to research and ultimately succeeded in developing a method for bloodline inheritance. With this method, our clan's legacy will no longer be a source of concern. Dijun Tai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, a method for bloodline inheritance? Baizé nodded. The so-called method of bloodline inheritance involves a special ritual performed by Your Majesty, wherein various divine abilities, combat skills, and cultivation practices are infused into our bloodline. Thus, once any member of our clan awakens their spiritual intelligence, they will immediately activate the inheritance within their bloodline. Depending on their lineage and innate talents, they will awaken a specific mystical practice or divine ability. As he spoke, Baizé's expression swelled with pride. This method is grounded in Your Majesty's status as the Heavenly Emperor, drawing from the essence and blood of our ancestors. Even a sage would be incapable of erasing it. Consequently, as long as our bloodline endures, our inheritance shall never cease. As these words fell, the grand hall of the demon court erupted with excitement. The representatives from various clans felt the weight of this revelation. The notion that the bloodline would remain unbroken and the inheritance uninterrupted ignited a fervor among them. Even if the reptilian and avian clans were disregarded, the remaining beasts, spirits, and floriturned entities constituted over 70% of all living beings in Hongjun. Moreover, the number of demon members being born and transforming daily reached no less than hundreds of millions. Yet, due to the inadequacies in the method of inheritance, the majority of these members perished before they could receive the teachings of cultivation. Now, with the introduction of bloodline inheritance, the demon race has a promising future. Ha! Those fools who just left have no idea what they have missed. Dijun exclaimed. What does it matter how formidable the dragon clan is? Can their inheritance ever rival that of the demon race? Our future as demons shall know no limits. Dijun Tai was immensely pleased, fully grasping why Baizé chose this precise moment and place to disclose this matter. The ritual for bloodline inheritance requires Dijun's personal involvement. Therefore, only by obediently becoming a member of the demon race and serving in the heavenly court can one attain this method. Those who disobey will not only be denied the inheritance, but can also have it effortlessly erased by Dijun. A ritual, once granted, can surely be reversed and revoked. In this way, the wavering clans would undoubtedly solidify their allegiance to the demon race. Chapter 124, 8 words. Fushi caused Dijun Tai to exclaim in delight. Dijun retracted the solar essence fire from his entire being, laughing heartily. Excellent. Baizé has rendered a tremendous service. The bloodline inheritance method will ensure that our clan's legacy remains intact regardless of what transpires. This is the most crucial measure for stabilizing the demon race. Dijun was genuinely ecstatic. The demon race had yet to become a truly stable entity, and the bloodline inheritance method served as the most effective stabilizer. Once the news spread, those clans that had previously retreated would return, at least in significant numbers. Dijun bore no grudge against the fence-sitting clans that had departed. At least for now, he could not afford to. Baizé, you have accomplished a great feat, and I shall reward you handsomely." As he spoke, he produced a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, one he had acquired from the treasure rock, known as the Wordless Heavenly Book, which holds boundless mysteries. It is most suitable for Baizé, who favors research over brute force. Baizé quickly declined, saying, "Your Majesty, there is no need for such rewards. All that I have done is for the future of our clan." Jun smiled indifferently, waving his hand to present the Wordless Heavenly Book to Baizé. A reward must be given for merit. This is also the protocol of the Heavenly Court. Only then did Baizé accept the Wordless Heavenly Book, expressing his gratitude profusely. Jun laughed heartily once more. Although he recognized that Baizé's actions carried an element of theatrics, such theatrics were indeed necessary. The bloodline inheritance method was of utmost importance. After witnessing the strength of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, Jun had grown increasingly concerned about the development of the demon race. Following the departure of half the clans earlier, he had even entertained the most pessimistic scenarios. However, with the establishment of the bloodline inheritance method, Jun felt entirely at ease. No matter who the enemy may be, as long as they do not annihilate all members of the demon race, the legacy of the demon race will continue. Furthermore, by utilizing the bloodline inheritance method, the demon race can genuinely stabilize and expand. Jun's gaze traversed the demon court, soaring through the clouds of the ninth heaven, ultimately resting upon the eastern sea. His vision swept across Golden Turtle Island and the undying volcano, finally converging to a singular point. All who stand against me shall inevitably submit to my reign. To execute the will of heaven and dominate Hongjun is the sovereign right I was born with, one that none can obstruct. Soon, the news of the bloodline inheritance method spread. As Jun had anticipated, nearly 80% of the clans that had fled returned. Jun readily accepted these clans back. Yet their status was naturally inferior to those who had steadfastly supported the demon race from the outset. Nonetheless, these returning clans understood this reality and dared not voice any complaints. Among them, the reptilian clan, aside from a few stubborn individuals, had retreated into seclusion, refraining from openly joining the demon court, but discreetly sending messages to Jun, signaling their intention to join the demon race at an opportune moment, specifically when the heavenly court would subdue the dragon clan. Although Jun felt dissatisfaction, he found himself powerless to act. As for the avian clans, apart from those vassals of Wan, the rest did not respond to the demon court. Nevertheless, Jun managed, in form, to achieve unification among the reptilian, avian, terrestrial beasts, spirits, and floor-returned entities, thereby fulfilling his initial promise and avoiding any karmic debts with the way of heaven. In the subsequent tens of thousands of years, the demon race flourished rapidly, with the number of clans continually rising. At their peak, the daily transformations reached billions. The rapid advancement of the demon race has allowed Jun and Tai Yi to amass an immense fortune of fate. The brothers' fortune has surged time and again, and their strength has multiplied several-fold, reaching the zenith of the three corpses quasi-saint realm. Now, all they require is an opportunity to attain sainthood. However, the nature of this opportunity remains elusive to Jun and Tai Yi. In another vein, the brothers unanimously believe that their numerous defeats stem from their insufficient treasures. They are convinced that possessing a chaos spirit treasure would render them invincible in the primordial realm. Thus, they mobilize the entire demon race in search of such treasures. Yet, it is evident that Jun and Tai Yi harbor a profound misunderstanding regarding the chaos spirit treasures. They remain oblivious to the fact that all the chaos spirit treasures they encounter belong to Long Ming. It would be impossible to find them, whether within the primordial realm or even in the chaos itself. Nevertheless, as one of the principal figures during the Wu Yao Calamity and the inaugural sovereign of the heavenly court, Jun and Tai Yi's fortune is indeed extraordinary. The chaos spirit treasures they envision do not exist, but those that lie beyond their imagination do. One day, Fushi hurriedly approached Jun and Tai Yi, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I bring great news." Jun was in the midst of forging the 360 star flags. Should these 365 flags be successfully crafted, the great array of the celestial stars could be deployed at any time, exponentially enhancing the heavenly court's combat prowess. At this critical juncture of the forging process, Fushi's sudden arrival irked Jun. Minister Fushi, he admonished, as the celestial minister of the heavenly court. Such a breach of decorum is unbecoming. With the heavenly court flourishing, Jun's imperial majesty grew increasingly formidable, instilling reverence throughout the demon realm. However, Fushi, perhaps due to his character or the ethereal bond with Nuwa, maintained a somewhat casual demeanor towards Jun and Tai Yi. At this moment, Jun's brows furrowed, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the entire ancient demon court to tremble. Countless celestial officials and warriors, regardless of their previous engagements, fell silent and turned in trepidation towards the source of the imposing presence. What miscreant has provoked His Majesty again? Could it possibly be Minister Fushi? In the face of Dijun's celestial might, Fushi appeared undeterred. Your Majesty, forgive me. I intrude upon your time with the Eastern Emperor for a matter of utmost importance. Despite his words, his expression hardly conveyed remorse, further aggravating Dijun. We are the Heavenly Emperor and the Eastern Emperor. Would it be too much to expect a modicum of respect? Tai scoffed lightly. What could possibly be more crucial than forging the great flags of the celestial stars? Fushi shook his head. This matter is exceedingly significant, indeed more so than the crafting of the great flags. Tai, unimpressed, retorted, how absurd. The great flags are the heart of the celestial stars' grand array. Once completed, our clan's formation shall reach its zenith, and all beings shall submit wherever the heavenly army treads. I fail to see how anything can surpass the importance of forging these flags. As he spoke, Tai fixed Fushi with a frigid gaze. Minister Fushi, your unwavering trust is bestowed upon you by the Emperor and myself, yet it seems you are squandering our faith. Should you fail to provide an explanation today, do not blame me for being ungracious. You shall learn what the heavenly court's laws entail. Fushi blinked and casually uttered 8 words, Primordial Purple Chi, Chaos Spirit Treasure. With a startled gasp, Dijun simultaneously spat, causing the 108-star flag he was forging to disintegrate into a heap of rubble. Fushi's gaze fell upon the shattered star flag, his tone unaffected. Your Majesty and the Eastern Emperor have been rather careless. Such a vital item, reduced to fragments. The materials for forging the great flags are not easily found. Dijun's lips twitched in irritation, yet he found himself unable to act against Fushi. With a wave, he cleared away the debris. Minister Fushi, elaborate on the specifics of this matter. Fushi's demeanor towards Dijun was merely reflective of his character. It was not a sign of disrespect. He immediately adopted a respectful posture. Your Majesty, I have located the whereabouts of the final strand of Primordial Purple Chi, and alongside it, I have also discovered a Chaos Spirit Treasure. Dijun's eyes widened in astonishment. What fortune does Fushi possess? Although the brothers had long harbored dissatisfaction with Fushi's demeanor, they had consistently tolerated it, primarily due to his unmatched abilities and fortune as the Heavenly Court's celestial minister. Dijun devoted himself to cultivation, entrusting the affairs of the Heavenly Court to Fushi, who did not disappoint. He managed the court with remarkable efficiency, a rare talent within the demon realm. Regardless of any grievances, Dijun could not deny that with Fushi at the helm, the demon race could expand rapidly while maintaining order. As for fortune, it was undeniable that over half of the various heavenly materials and treasures within the demon court had been discovered either directly or indirectly by Fushi. He was a prodigious being who could stumble upon treasures merely by taking a stroll. Unbeknownst to Dijun, Fushi was destined for great merit and fortune, on par with saints, able to meet them without bowing and refer to them as friends. This status was a result of the machinations of the Ta Ching Laozi, who had ensnared him within the Fire Cloud Palace. Had it not been for these intrigues, the 3 tribes of humanity would have directly ascended to sainthood, equating their status with Hongjun. Thus, Fushi's fortune was indomitable. Dijun took a deep breath and spoke. Minister Fushi, please elaborate. What could be more important than the great flags of the celestial stars? Where are the Primordial Purple Chi and the Chaos Spirit Treasure? Although Dijun had already acquired the Primordial Purple Chi, he understood that he could not show indifference to its mention. Furthermore, the Primordial Purple Chi signified a future saint's fruit position, a treasure that could never be deemed excessive. Fushi nodded. The final strand of Primordial Purple Chi was obtained 3,000 years ago by the master of Wuzhuang Temple, the Taoist Zhen Yuanzi. This matter was originally kept secret. For Taoist Zhen Yuanzi holds the earthly book, which connects with the earth's veins and possesses formidable defenses that even saints cannot breach. However, not long ago, an incident occurred at Taoist Zhen Yuanzi's location. Tai, growing impatient, inquired, what kind of incident? In truth, at the outset, Zhen Yuanzi was indeed within the sphere of influence of Emperor Jun and Tai. However, the murder of a close friend was one significant factor, alongside Zhen Yuanzi's reclusive nature. After careful consideration, Emperor Jun and Tai ultimately decided against provoking him. Little did they expect that, in the end, the whereabouts of the primordial purple energy and the chaotic spiritual treasures would be entwined with Zhen Yuanzi. Fushi smiled faintly. For reasons unknown, after obtaining the primordial purple energy, Zhen Yuanzi had encountered persistent challenges in its refinement. Moreover, one of his chaotic spiritual treasures was incompatible with the primordial purple energy. Not long ago, the clash between the primordial purple energy and the chaotic spiritual treasure ruptured the earth membrane of Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. I happened to be in the vicinity and thus sensed the essence of both the primordial purple energy and the chaotic spiritual treasure. Consequently, I took measures to seal off the area and meticulously arranged for all attracted attention to be diverted elsewhere. The more Emperor Jun listened, the more his eyes sparkled with excitement. Eventually, the two brothers clapped their hands together in delight. It seemed destined that Xianxiaaudiobooks would be fated to be estranged from the primordial purple energy and the chaotic spiritual treasures. Emperor Jun suddenly rose to his feet. Let us depart at once. Tai also stood up. Elder brother, should we bring the celestial army? Emperor Jun quickly waved his hand. No. The fewer who know of this matter, the better. However, given Xianxiaaudiobooks' formidable strength and the presence of the Earth Book, seizing him instantaneously without alarming others would prove difficult. Tai summoned the 4 commanders, Jimeng, Yingzhao, Jiuying, and Guiche. Among the 10 demon commanders, these 4, as named by Emperor Jun, had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint status. Their prowess exceptional. Tai promptly went to summon the 4 demon commanders and then followed Emperor Jun and Fuxi to Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. At the convergence of the North Sea of the Primordial World and the towering mountains, a celestial mountain range spanning 8,000 miles rose majestically. The mountain's grandeur soared into the clouds, with mists of ethereal colors swirling around it. Countless spiritual veins converged, with spiritual energy coalescing into wisps of vapor that drifted among the blessed lands of the mountains. The spirit was as delicate as silk, and the energy as fine as threads, evoking a dreamlike quality. Atop the celestial mountain stood a temple, where clusters of pines and bamboos intertwined, with pavilions and towers emerging and fading from view. This was indeed Xianxiaaudiobooks' Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Shielded by the earth membrane, it remained unknown to the outside world. Moreover, the Earth Book facilitated communication with the Earth's spiritual veins, gathering spiritual energy, making Wuzhuang Temple an exceedingly rare paradise within the primordial world, a perfect sanctuary for seclusion and cultivation. However, ever since 3,000 years ago, Wuzhuang Temple had been in a state of unrest. Recently, it had become increasingly agitated, the incessant buzzing echoing throughout Mount Wanshou. The spiritual energy, amidst this resonant hum, surged, coalesced, shattered, and transformed. The flora and fauna within the mountains underwent cycles of emergence and dissolution. Within the temple stood a towering tree of immense stature, exuding a robust essence of the wood element, a marvel of nature, embodying the quintessence of sun and moon, the spirit of the earth, and the wonders of the heavens. This was none other than the ginseng fruit tree, one of the 3 great innate spiritual roots of the primordial world. Its fruits, the ginseng fruits, were not only among the 3 great celestial fruits, but the tree itself was also a remarkable aid for cultivation. At this moment, the ginseng fruit tree radiated an unparalleled brilliance, its light transforming into flowing gems, cascading like waterfalls and curtains, shimmering and cascading down. Beneath the tree stood a Taoist with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage. This Taoist was none other than the master of Wuzhuang Temple, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Since his 3 audiences at the Xixiao Palace, Xianxiaaudiobooks had chosen to live in seclusion. Following the destruction of Hongjun's physical body and the reincarnation of his primordial spirit, Xianxiaaudiobooks gradually forgot the deep bond of life and death he shared with Hongjun, eventually succumbing to jealousy over Hongjun's acquisition of the primordial purple energy. This jealousy ultimately transformed into Xianxiaaudiobooks' yearning for the primordial purple energy. Utilizing the Earth Book to harness the powers of the Earth's spiritual veins, Xianxiaaudiobooks spent hundreds of thousands of years and finally, 3,000 years ago, located the 7th strand of primordial purple energy. Yet, he could never have anticipated that his troubles began the very moment he obtained the primordial purple energy.